Chapter 1. China. Kyoto. Juyin Hospital. My grandson has not yet been born, yet such extraordinary phenomena already manifest. When my grandson arrives, the revival of the Long family is but a matter of time. Outside the delivery room, the head of the Long family, Long Xingtian, spoke with solemnity. The Long family is one of the four prominent families of Kyoto, a pinnacle lineage in China. Even though the Long family's heir has yet to enter the world, he is already adorned with immense glory. At merely 6 months into her pregnancy, the Long family's matriarch felt a faint ripple of true energy emanating from her womb. Indeed, even as a fetus, the Long family's eldest grandson exhibited signs of true energy. Some claimed he was a spiritual embryo, destined to emerge as a sage. Others insisted he was an immortal, a celestial being descended from the heavens. Before his birth, he had already captivated the entirety of Kyoto and beyond. He is the beacon of hope for the Long family, heralded as the future head of the clan. Today marks the day of the Long family's matriarch's labor. Kyoto has been drenched by 3 consecutive days of torrential rain, with thunder and lightning weaving through the sky, enveloping the city in a vast net. A rare, celestial phenomenon. The birth of a child from the Long family, accompanied by heavenly signs. Such occurrences have historically heralded the arrival of sages. Today it has transpired. The Long family's heir is extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the thunderbolts in the sky suddenly struck in a singular direction. Lightning intertwined to form a grand web, encasing a particular area of Kyoto. Swiftly, this immense net of lightning descended. Crashing down upon a structure was Juyin Hospital. Wow, he has been born. A sage has emerged. Heaven has bestowed a sage. As the lightning fell, a baby's cry resonated. The sage is born, accompanied by celestial thunder. My grandson has arrived. He is a sage. Long Xingtian articulated each word with fervor. Soon, he made his way toward the delivery room's entrance. Dr. Zhou, has my grandson been born? Long Xingtian inquired of a doctor emerging from the delivery room. Yes, he has been born, Dr. Zhou replied, his expression peculiar. But what? Long Xingtian furrowed his brow, pressing for an answer. But the young master, he was struck by lightning. Dr. Zhou's countenance darkened, stammering. The rumored sage has indeed been born, yet he was struck by lightning. The young master's skin is charred black. Blood flows from his 7 orifices, his eyes are blind, and his heartbeat is exceedingly faint, may not survive. Dr. Zhou uttered these words as if he had expended all his strength. What did you say? Long Xingtian exclaimed, his face paling in shock. The Long family sage. The hope of the Long family. Is it possible that he is already doomed upon birth, and struck by lightning? No less. Despite Long Xingtian's formidable physique, he found himself on the brink of collapse. The Long family was finished. Throw him away. Just dispose of him. Long Xingtian sighed tea that moment. He appeared to have aged several decades. Father, the eldest son of the Long family, Long Yuming, hesitated to speak. He was the progenitor of the so-called sage. Born amidst thunder. This is a monster. He is no sage. Our Long family has birthed a monster. He cannot be allowed to live. Long Tianqing had always believed that the Long family had produced a sage, yet he could never have anticipated that they had instead given birth to a monster. Yes, father. Long Yuming lowered his head. Heaven's jealousy. The heavens were envious. How could they know that the sage was a victim of celestial envy? The sage was struck by lightning due to this very jealousy. It is said that only when a dragon descends upon the world does heaven become envious. The might of a dragon is such that even the heavens must envy. When the divine dragon descends, the heavens will surely feel jealousy. China, Shanhaiguan, the foremost pass in the world, a colossal dragon reigns here. It has been said that the Great Wall, which stretches for thousands of miles, is the dragon vein of China, embodying the dragon's essence that has persisted for millennia. The veracity of this rumor is uncertain, but the renown of the Great Wall is indisputable that on the wall, resembling a great dragon, throngs of tourists gather. Like dumplings boiling in a pot, they come one after another. Yet at this moment, the sea of people, like a great serpent, gazes intently in one direction. Is that a corpse? Look, is that not a body? Damn, someone has truly died. Did he fall? A fall from such a height is certain death, and we don't even know when it happened. Wait, isn't he the Long family's foolish scion? Damn, it really is him. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family broke off their engagement, and in a fit of rage, he took the opportunity to disgrace her. A person like him deserves to die. That bastard, he is nothing but a fool. Dark and ugly, a monster struck by lightning from birth. How could he ever be worthy of someone like the Jiang family's proud daughter? I suspect he took his own life out of guilt, jumping from the Great Wall on the mountains of the foremost pass. A male corpse lay. Amidst the gaze of thousands of tourists, someone quickly have tarnished Churin, rendering her a mere shell of her former self, to the point of succumbing to depression. She has even attempted to take her own life thrice had it not been for timely intervention. She would have. Even if you were to perish today, it would not equate to Churin forgiving you. She loathes you. She would wish for your demise. You are the one who destroyed her. She was a woman of unparalleled grace. And you? Merely a fool. It is you who have ruined her. In the woman's eyes, there existed nothing but hatred, even though what she gazed upon was merely a lifeless body. She yearned to rid herself of it with great haste. Wait, is there something wrong with my vision? It seems I just saw the corpse move. Surely not. The man is dead yet. I think I saw him stir. Is it a resurrection? Behold, I am the supreme of the dragon clan. I coexist with the heavens, immortal and indestructible. I possess the form of a dragon, capable of shifting mountains, parting seas, plucking stars, vanquishing demons, subduing evil, devouring the heavens, and annihilating the earth. Thunder. It is my divine punishment, the might of the heavens. I am the Dragon King, ruler of the universe. In Long Chen's mind, a cacophony of voices echoed, his head feeling as if it were being relentlessly struck by an immense hammer, causing unbearable agony. Who are you? I am you. Am I dead? No. The true dragon is eternal. Am I a dragon? You are a dragon, the supreme of the dragon clan. In Long Chen's mind, a shadowy dragon appeared, swirling as if engaged in dialogue with him. I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow of the dragon vanished. The repetitive voices faded away. A dragon orb, no larger than a soybean, emerged from Long Chen's mind. It hurts so much. Is my brain about to split open? Long Chen's mind rapidly fused with the dragon orb. An overwhelming flood of memories surged into his consciousness. The potent essence of the dragon within the orb began to assimilate with Long Chen's brain, then gradually infused his blood, organs, and flesh, empowering him with the essence of the dragon, transforming every inch of his being towards the dragon's essence. Accompanying this assimilation, scales reminiscent of fish began to emerge upon Long Chen's darkened skin. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would remain unnoticed. It seemed as though Long Chen's body was undergoing a metamorphosis, evolving from mortal to dragon. Long Chen was in the process of becoming a dragon. The dragon orb was the very essence of a dragon, the source of each dragon's power, containing not only the fundamental strength of the dragon, but also the legacy of its memories. The Dragon King is one of the mightiest entities in the universe, the supreme of the dragon clan, and its dragon orb speaks for itself. Within the dragon clan, the dragon orb is the means of inheritance. To obtain the Dragon King's dragon orb signifies the ascension to the new Dragon King of the clan. The entire dragon clan reveres him. Long Chen, the Dragon King. From this moment forth, he shall become a dragon. He has opened his eyes. It's a resurrection. It must be a resurrection. He is certainly not dead. A calamity lives for 1,000 years. He is nothing but a bane. Damn, how can he still be alive? Amidst the cacophony of tens of thousands of onlookers, the male corpse opened his eyes. They finally comprehended the truth. The male corpse was alive. Some could not suppress their astonishment, marveling at the longevity of a calamity. Dragon King. I am a Dragon King. I am Long Chen. From this day forth, I am both Long Chen and the Dragon King. The lifeless Long Chen opened his eyes, a greasy layer of filth enveloping his body waste expelled for the transformation into a dragon. He was born amidst a storm of lightning, nearly meeting his demise. Even after surviving, the lightning had severely compromised his health, directly injuring the essence of his life, rendering him a simpleton, his intellect diminished. His life essence withered, his body akin to charred remains, every inch of flesh utterly desiccated. Yet under the assimilation of the true essence of the divine dragon, he had transformed into a dragon, evolving towards the divine. The depletion of his life essence caused by the lightning had naturally been restored. The Dragon King is immortal and indestructible. How potent is the force of life? Even if Long Chen had only completed a minuscule fraction of the transformation into a dragon, it was indisputable that within him flowed the true essence of a dragon. He had become a dragon, and at that moment, the strength of his life force surpassed all imagination. I have resurrected. The once shattered body has multiplied in strength beyond measure. My power has increased by dozens of times. I have truly undergone a metamorphosis, transforming into a dragon. Is this the power of a dragon? After digesting the legacy memories of the Dragon King within his mind, Long Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly. The dragon pearl in his brain acted like a perpetual motion machine, supplying him with energy. He was no longer the same as before. A simpleton? No longer existent. Jiang Churen, I do not blame you for breaking our engagement, but from this day forward, you shall surely regret it. Jiang Churen, the eldest daughter of one of the four prominent families in the capital, was a paragon of beauty and talent. Renowned as one of the four great beauties of the capital, she was also a celebrated business prodigy among the younger generation of the four families. Merely 24 years of age before Long Chen's birth, they were betrothed. Yet just days prior, Jiang Churen publicly announced the dissolution of their engagement before the esteemed families of the capital, claiming she would not be tied to a useless man. The Long family. Once you sought to annihilate me. Today, I am reborn as a dragon. In the days to come, I shall make you pay a blood price. From this moment onward, neither heaven nor earth shall hinder me. I, the true dragon, have returned. Long Chun was born amidst a tempest, heralded as the descendant of the Dragon King, inciting the envy of the heavens. Yet, the Dragon Clan, in their ignorance, cast him aside as a mere monster, even contemplating silencing him. Today, having transformed into a dragon, how could he possibly spare the Dragon Clan? When Long Chun was forsaken at birth, it was his mother who, against all odds, safeguarded him, enduring expulsion from the Dragon Clan to raise him. However, several years ago, tragedy struck. His mother perished in a car accident. It was no accident. Absolutely not. It was the Dragon Clan. They silenced her, leading to her demise. Dragon Clan, you have gone too far. I shall annihilate you. In his youth, Long Chun lacked the clarity to comprehend the gravity of the accident. Yet, upon contemplation, he discerned the truth. It was indeed the Dragon Clan that orchestrated the silence, resulting in his mother's death. Long Yu, how could you kill me and expect to escape my wrath? Long Yu, the legitimate grandson of the Dragon Clan, was Long Chen's half-brother. His death was orchestrated by Long Yu himself, who brutally ended his life and callously discarded him at the precipice of the Great Wall, crafting a faux de suicide. Today, Long Chun returns, having transformed into a dragon. Those who once bullied, insulted, ridiculed, and harmed him shall pay dearly for their transgressions. A true dragon cannot be humiliated. Those who insult shall meet their demise. The transformation into a dragon is merely the beginning to fully embody the essence of a true dragon and reclaim the supremacy of the Dragon Clan, as well as ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. Rigorous training is imperative. Only through cultivation can I become a true dragon. Amidst the gaze of thousands of onlookers, Long Chun rose from the ground, emanating an aura of formidable power. A mere glance instilled a sense of trepidation in the multitude, as though a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon them. Among the crowd, some recognized Long Chun, labeling him as a fool, a worthless being. Yet, at that moment, they could not help but ponder, is this truly a worthless individual? Doubt crept into their minds as they struggled to reconcile the powerful aura emanating from someone they deemed a failure. Once they regained their composure, they began to dismiss the powerful presence they had felt as mere illusion, a misperception born from their disbelief, for they could not fathom that Long Chun was anything but a waste. Under the weight of Long Chen's overwhelming presence, silence fell upon the throng. The colossal dragon was eerily still. However, Long Chen's gaze remained cold and indifferent, viewing the tens of thousands before him as nothing more than ants, unworthy of his attention. His eyes followed the winding path of the Great Wall, finally resting upon the pinnacle of the Yinshan Mountains at the first pass, the true head of the world, where the last remnants of the dragon vein in China reside, in the heavens above the peak of the world's foremost mountain. Dark clouds loom ominously, occasionally illuminated by powerful flashes of lightning. This place is a forbidden realm, perpetually shrouded in storms. The domain of thunder and lightning is one that no soul dares to approach, nor can any venture forth into its depths. I possess the form of a dragon, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, plucking stars from the sky, vanquishing demons, subduing monsters, devouring the heavens, and consuming the earth, annihilating all that exists. How could the mere force of thunder and lightning daunt me? To others, it appears as a force of destruction, a divine retribution, yet, in my eyes, it is a source of immense sustenance, when this world is beyond my capacity to engulf. As for the dragon vein, it is an exceedingly rare source of nourishment. The revival of my dragon pearl is intrinsically linked to the dragon vein of this foremost mountain. Once I consume the last remaining dragon vein of China, my dragon form shall ascend to even greater heights. The innate talent of a true dragon lies in its ability to devour, to consume the myriad elements of the universe, harnessing diverse energies to forge its own dragon form. This dragon form can shift mountains, part seas, grasp stars, devour the heavens and the earth, and even engulf the cosmos, refining its own essence and transforming it into unparalleled cultivation. As the supreme being of the dragon race, the true dragon possesses the innate and formidable devouring technique known as the true dragon devouring art. Coupled with the immense power of its draconic form, it stands as an invincible entity. In its prime, the true dragon feasted upon celestial bodies such as the sun and stars, rendering even the most exalted mythical beasts and ancient divine creatures powerless against its voracious appetite. This extraordinary technique, the true dragon devouring art, is an unparalleled gift bestowed upon the true dragon, surpassing all other methods in existence, and is revered as the most potent of all arts. Throughout the cosmos, countless celestial beings and formidable demons have sought to acquire the true dragon-devouring art, for it embodies an insatiable power that incites envy among the heavens, capable of swallowing the sky, devouring the earth, and seizing the cultivation and vitality of others. Yet, those who coveted the true dragon-devouring art invariably found themselves consumed by the Dragon King. I shall devour the dragon veins and the thunder. He intends to consume the last remaining dragon vein of China. In his eyes, one could discern a colossal dragon's essence lying dormant at the site of the most formidable barrier in the world. Contemplating this, he began to move, step by step, towards the summit of the world's foremost peak. He intends to ascend the peak. Is he truly Longchen? I sense a certain transformation within him. It seems he has changed. A visitor familiar with Longchen initially wished to express that he felt a disquieting sensation, but unwilling to admit it. He merely substituted it with, he has changed. A fool may change, yet remains a fool, does he not? Nonetheless, the fool possesses an astonishing resilience. He leaped from dozens of meters atop the Great Wall, emerging unscathed and still able to move. Unscathed? If he survives today, he is bound to meet his demise eventually. He has sullied the honor of Miss Jiang, disregarding whether the illustrious Jiang family of the four great families in the capital will spare him. One must consider that the young gentleman of the capital will surely not let him off lightly. Miss Jiang is revered as a paragon of beauty in the capital, pursued by countless suitors, while the insignificant scion of the Long family is destined for ruin. Wait, to what destination is he heading? The mountain summit? He aims to conquer the peak at Shanhaiguan, a realm fraught with peril from lightning? Is he not courting death? As Longchen ventured a dozen meters away, the oppressive tension among the thousands of visitors dissipated, and they began to voice their disdain, chattering disdainfully about Longchen. In their eyes, he remains a fool, a waste. As for his ambition to ascend the peak, to venture into the forbidden realm of lightning, they were incredulous, doubting that Longchen possessed the audacity to venture forth. For centuries, the thunder-forbidden zone at Shanhaiguan had remained untraversed, and those who dared to enter met their demise by lightning. Longchen, stop right there. At that moment, a voice resonated from atop the Great Wall. It was a woman's voice, not particularly loud, yet it managed to overshadow all others with its prominence. Longchen halted, directing his gaze towards a certain direction on the wall. There, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in a baseball cap, denim jeans, and a t-shirt, appearing to be in her mid-20s. Zhou Qingqing. Longchen's eyes narrowed as he recognized her identity. Zhou Qingqing was the esteemed young lady of the Zhou family in the capital and the deputy chief of the Kyoto police, wielding considerable influence and being a close confidant of Jiang Churen. Today, she had come to advocate on behalf of Jiang Churen. Longchen, you must return with me to meet Churen. You will pay the price for your actions. Zhou Qingqing's eyes glared at Longchen, each word dripping with intensity. Longchen merely regarded her with a dispassionate glance, as if she were naught but a wisp of air, before turning back to ascend towards the mountain peak. Stop right there. Ignored. She had been disregarded by an imbecile. A seething fury ignited within Zhou Qingqing, wishing nothing more than to shatter Longchen into a million pieces. She could sense that, in Longchen's eyes, she was perhaps even less significant than air. You fool, are your ears malfunctioning? Did you not hear what Miss Zhou said? She commanded you to halt. Do you not comprehend? From Zhou Qingqing's side emerged 3 or 4 men, the foremost of whom sneered at Longchen. You worthless piece of trash ought to recognize your own limitations. Do you understand? You have sullied Miss Zhang's name, and think you can simply walk away? Who do you think you are? Kneel and await Miss Zhou's judgment. The attire of these 3 or 4 young men was worth hundreds of thousands, collectively amounting to millions, clearly identifying them as scions of prominent families. Wang Fei, the scion of the Wang family in Kyoto. It was rumored that Wang Fei practiced formidable martial arts, capable of besting several dozen strongmen, though the truth of such tales remained uncertain. Yet today, the fate of the foolish Long Chun seemed sealed. Among the tens of thousands of tourists, many hailed from Kyoto and had some familiarity with the upper echelons of society, quickly recognizing Wang Fei's identity. Get lost. To the astonishment of the crowd, Long Chun uttered but a single word. Get lost. A fool, a worthless wretch, daring to command the young master Wang to leave. Their minds, unable to comprehend the situation, were momentarily frozen. Long Chun had disregarded young master Wang. No, it was more than mere neglect. In Long Chun's eyes, Wang was scarcely even worth the air he breathed. Strangely enough, Long Chun exuded an intimidating aura that instilled fear in those around him. How dare you challenge me? Who granted you the audacity? Wang Fei seethed with rage, particularly incensed by the sight of this fool, a mere waste in front of tens of thousands, daring to provoke him. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and leapt from the towering great wall, his agile form skillfully bouncing off the stone surface as he descended, landing gracefully on the ground below. To him, the sheer height of the wall seemed as trivial as walking on flat ground. Consider this. An ordinary person would undoubtedly perish from such a height. Yet Wang had leapt without a scratch. Was he even human? A martial artist? Could it be that Wang had ascended to the ranks of martial prowess? The fool, Long Chun, was surely doomed. How could he provoke Wang and expect to survive? Such an idiot deserved to perish. Wang, eliminate him. Avenge Miss Jiang. As Wang Fei descended from the Great Wall, the throngs of tourists were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Their gazes turned toward Long Chun, as if they were witnessing a corpse. A martial artist. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? Even the weakest martial artist could easily dispatch a dozen strong men. In mere moments, Wang Fei stood before Long Chun, blocking his path, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, as if he were a sovereign surveying a prisoner. He enunciated each word with chilling clarity. Sever an arm and kneel to acknowledge your error before me, or face death. Wang Fei was one of Zhou Qingqing's admirers, and today he had deliberately followed her here to unwind. However, encountering this imbecile and being humiliated in front of her was intolerable. He had long harbored murderous intent against Long Chun. Were it not for the presence of the thousands of tourists surrounding them, he had long since taken action and killed Long Chun. As Wang Fei's words spread, the surrounding crowd of tens of thousands could not help but gasp in shock. They had anticipated Wang Fei's lethal intentions, yet his decisiveness was unexpected. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. The entire first pass of the world fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak. At that moment, Long Chun scrutinized Wang Fei, remaining silent. What? Do you require me to repeat myself? Wang Fei spoke again, his voice not loud, yet imbued with immense authority. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Long Chun, believing that Long Chun was rendered speechless by his imposing presence, considering Long Chun to be a fool, and he was ready to strike. However, at that instant, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Long Chun spoke, his demeanor calm as if he were mocking Wang Fei with a fleeting glance. Then, his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. What did he say? Do you wish to die? To fulfill your desire? A fool intends to kill young Master Wang. They could hardly believe it. Yet, in the very next moment, disbelief turned to reality. Before their eyes, the so-called fool and worthless individual extended a hand with the swiftness of lightning, like the claw of a dragon. It seized Wang Fei's arm. Despite Wang Fei's status as a formidable warrior, he found himself utterly powerless against Long Chun's claw, which resembled the unyielding strength of a diamond. He could only watch helplessly as his arm fell prey to Long Chun's grip. Wang Fei's expression shifted drastically. He struggled to free himself from Long Chun's dragon claw, only to realize that he was utterly incapable of harnessing his inner strength. How could it be that a distinguished warrior of the Mingjing realm was rendered immobile before a fool? He had yet to comprehend the situation when Long Chun spoke again. In my eyes, you are merely a being as insignificant as an ant. I had no intention of extinguishing such lowly creatures, but you have chosen your own demise. Therefore, perish, ant. In Long Chun's perspective, Wang Fei was nothing more than an insect. Not only was Wang Fei taken aback, But the tens of thousands surrounding them also displayed expressions of profound astonishment. They were once again taken aback. Crack! As Long Chun uttered his final word. His dragon claw exerted a powerful tug, and with a violent motion, he forcibly wrenched off one of Wang Fei's arms. A torrent of crimson blood erupted forth, painting the sky in a vivid red. My arm! Wang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he helplessly beheld the brutal severance of his limb. A searing pain coursed through his mind, nearly overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Why? What could possibly justify this? In his mind, a singular thought prevailed. Was Long Chun not a fool? How could it be? With merely a single move, he had severed his arm. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, Long Chun launched his next strike. A kick. Long Chun's foot, imbued with formidable dragon energy, forcefully collided with Wang Fei's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Fei's entire ribcage caved in, resembling a kite severed from its string. He was propelled several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell into unconsciousness. From the moment Long Chun made his move to the conclusion, no more than 5 seconds elapsed. Yet within that brief span, Wang Fei was utterly vanquished. Silence. Tens of thousands held their breath. The once mighty Wang Fei, whose ferocity had been so intimidating, was now felled by Long Chun, so effortlessly dispatched. Was this truly the same fool from before? Damn! Such a fool's remark. They were even less than fools themselves. In their hearts, a singular thought prevailed. How can one be so formidable? Impossible, utterly inconceivable. The cold wind whispered eerily, and the world lay in profound silence. Beneath the great wall, the fragmented remnants of an arm and the oblivious Wang Fei stood starkly evident. The foremost pass of the realm, the Great Wall, witnessed the return of the true dragon, annihilating the insignificant. Do you, mere ants, dare to defy? Long Chun surveyed the tens of thousands of tourists, none daring to meet his gaze. With his hands clasped behind his back, Long Chun emanated an overwhelming aura. The multitude, subdued, scarcely dared to breathe. Long Chun, you. Ching Ching's silver teeth clenched tightly on her lip, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, as if she wished to devour Long Chun whole. Yet, despite her efforts, no words escaped her lips. What has happened to the fool? Not only has he ceased to be a fool, but he has also acquired formidable skills. It defies logic. Far too illogical. In a single day? If the Wang family of Kyoto dares to contest, they may send anyone to the thunder-forbidden zone at Shanghai Pass to seek vengeance. I shall await them there. Long Chun uttered these words with an air of indifference. Yet each syllable reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The Wang family of Kyoto, even if not one of the 4 great families, they are nonetheless a prominent clan in Kyoto. A single individual challenging an entire family? Long Chun, is he truly intent on annihilating the Wang family? The shock is overwhelming, particularly among those acquainted with the formidable power of the Wang family in Kyoto. Their eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. The notion of a single individual obliterating an entire clan is unparalleled in the annals of Kyoto's history. Is Long Chun aspiring to ascend to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Regardless, this news will undoubtedly reach the Wang family and reverberate throughout all of Kyoto. Should he indeed accomplish this feat, he would likely be immortalized in the annals of Chinese history. By the time they processed this revelation, Long Chun had already ventured far, heading towards the thunder-forbidden zone. What has become of the moat at Shanhaiguan? The fish are leaping skyward, one after another. Look up at the heavens. The 7-colored auspicious clouds are indeed present. At that moment, inexplicably, from a distant stretch of the moat, countless koi fish surged to the surface, seemingly paying homage towards a singular direction, Long Chun. Furthermore, above, an extraordinary formation of 7-colored auspicious clouds materialized precisely above him. The Dragon King has arrived. Thousands of koi ascend to greet him. This is the arrival of the Dragon King. Salutations to the Dragon King. Amidst the throng of tens of thousands of visitors, several elderly individuals, in their 70s and 80s, appeared to sense something profound. One by one, they knelt upon the ground, bowing towards Long Chun's position in reverence. In an astonishing turn of events, tens of thousands of visitors found themselves inexplicably kneeling, paying homage to the Dragon King. Dragon King. They knelt in the direction of Long Chun. Are they bowing to Long Chun? Is Long Chun the Dragon King? Zhou Qingqing stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. Thousands of koi ascend to the dragon. The 7-colored auspicious clouds greet him. A multitude bows in reverence. Long Chun, the Dragon King. I possess the essence of a dragon, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, plucking stars, subduing demons, pacifying evil, devouring the heavens, and annihilating all existence. The Thunder Forbidden Zone is not merely renowned at the first pass, but holds a distinguished reputation throughout all of China. For centuries, no one has dared to tread upon the summit of this treacherous place. To ascend is to court death, struck down by celestial lightning. Decades ago, a master of divination ventured to assess the feng shui of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, arriving at a profound conclusion. The last remaining dragon vein of all China lies at the first pass, which is part of the Great Wall. The summit of the Thunder Forbidden Zone is the very essence of this dragon vein, the marrow of the dragon veins. The heavens harbor jealousy towards the true dragon. Even the dragon vein, though intrinsically linked to dragons, is not tolerated by the divine, hence the descent of heavenly thunder to eradicate it. Legends suggest that the dragon veins of the world evolved from a single drop of blood from a true dragon, yet the veracity of such tales remains uncertain. Today, amidst the long-abandoned Thunder Forbidden Zone, a solitary figure has emerged. Someone has reached the pinnacle, entering the realm of thunder. Within this zone, silver lightning frequently descends. Yet the man appears oblivious to the danger. What terrifies others merely seems like air to him. Perhaps not even that. The man disregards the thunder, his steps directed towards a specific point within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. His strides are not large, yet his pace is swift, covering several meters in mere moments. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, resembling a silver serpent, strikes the advancing man. What follows is an astonishing sight that would leave any onlooker utterly astounded. The formidable bolt of thunder crashes upon him, yet the man remains unscathed. Indeed, he has been struck by lightning, yet he appears entirely unharmed, even displaying an expression of exhilaration. To be struck by heavenly thunder and feel excitement? Could it be that he has absorbed the lightning? How could such a trivial force of thunder harm one of royal blood? In his prime, even the cosmic principle of thunder was devoured by him, becoming one of his divine abilities, the heavenly punishment thunder. It was with this very divine thunder that he vanquished countless immortals and sages in bygone days. The ascendant figure is none other than Long Chun. With an indifferent gaze, he surveys his surroundings as if recalling something, and slowly utters, "The thunder is but a dog at my feet, one that bites. Today, this dog, lacking the eyes to recognize a true dragon, shall not blame me for devouring you." In a flash, a brilliant golden light erupted from Long Chun's form, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. This resplendent radiance seemed to pierce through the storm clouds, defying the celestial realm itself. More accurately, it was a demonstration of dominance over the heavens. Scales enveloped Long Chun's corporeal being, a manifestation of dragon scales, the armor of a true dragon. Long Chun was undergoing his transformation into a dragon. A formidable pressure emanated from him, sweeping through the domain of thunder and lightning. At that moment, the entire area crackled with fervor. The last vestige of China's dragon vein had come to life, truly revived. With a thunderous roar, an immense gravitational force radiated from Long Chun, akin to that of a black hole. The myriad bolts of divine lightning, influenced by this overwhelming pull, converged into a singular line, countless strands of divine lightning cascading toward Long Chun, striking him with tremendous force. It is worth noting that this was no less than thousands of divine bolts. Yet, these endless flashes were consumed by him, transforming into his energy. With each step he took, it was as if a colossal drum was being struck, leaving behind immense footprints on the ground, while the storm of lightning seemed to follow him, ready to be devoured. "This is the place," he declared. "The dragon's eye lay here. The very heart of the dragon vein, the source of its power." Today, he would consume this last remnant of China's dragon lineage. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Long Chun felt as though he was bathing in its power. Suddenly, he reached the pinnacle of the mountain and sat down in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to channel the true dragon-devouring technique. Atop the mountain in the domain of thunder and lightning, an enormous spectral dragon, formed from dragon energy, began to spiral through the sky. In that moment, the dragon opened its eyes, revealing an expression of reverence. The ethereal dragon surged upward, accompanied by the formidable force of lightning, charging directly toward Long Chun, who sat at the heart of the dragon's eye. A deafening roar echoed as the powerful spectral dragon, along with the lightning, was entirely consumed by Long Chun. Indeed, it was as simple and straightforward as that. The entire domain of thunder and lightning was ablaze with energy. dragon energy, lightning, and spiritual essence. Anything that could be deemed energy within this realm fell prey to Long Chen's insatiable black hole, one by one. As the dragon vein's power gradually waned, Long Chen's might incrementally surged. The scales adorning his form grew increasingly tangible, resembling authentic dragon scales, surrounded by a swirling aura of golden energy. This was the essence of dragon energy, finely honed into true dragon spirit. Such was the nature of dragon energy. It is the first step towards transformation, and indeed, the essence of the metamorphosis. The 7 stages of dragon transformation encompass dragon chi, dragon blood, dragon bone, dragon tendon, dragon form, dragon soul, and the final transformation into a dragon. Once Long Chen is transformed into a true dragon, he becomes an authentic dragon. However, it is only upon achieving this true form that his journey of cultivation truly begins. He aspires to reclaim his former glory, or even surpass it. How could his petite dragon form hinder his strides? Presently, Long Chen finds himself in the dragon chi stage of cultivation. Once he refines his entire essence of dragon energy to its utmost limit and undergoes a transformative rebirth, he shall reach the pinnacle of the dragon chi stage. This rebirth signifies the second step of dragon transformation, transmuting ordinary blood into the blood of a true dragon. Although the blood coursing through Long Chen's veins has already been assimilated by the dragon pearl and is no longer mere ordinary blood, it still falls short of being true dragon blood. The dragon blood stage involves converting Long Chen's blood into that of a genuine dragon, amidst the thunderous roars of energy. Including dragon energy, lightning, and spiritual energy, a rapid depletion is occurring. It is anticipated that before long, the last remaining dragon vein of China, along with its perpetual electrifying energy, will vanish completely. Let Long Chen absorb it. At this moment, the North State television station in China is broadcasting the morning news, hosted by an erudite and graceful woman. Today, an urgent report reveals a shocking piece of news that has astonished the nation. Just yesterday, a citizen witnessed a figure in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, a place where no one has set foot for centuries. Yes, there was someone in the area that has remained off limits for hundreds of years. This citizen even captured the scene with a long-range camera. And the images displayed are of the shadowy figure in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. It remains uncertain whether the figure in the photograph can substantiate the rumors of human presence in the Forbidden Zone. On the television screen, a vague silhouette of a man appears, his face obscured, merely revealing his back. The swirling mists of the Thunder Forbidden Zone render even this silhouette somewhat indistinct. However, this unclear figure is sufficient to send shockwaves across the nation. There is indeed someone in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This heart-stirring news swiftly spreads throughout China. What is the Thunder Forbidden Zone? It is a place where even the mightiest warriors dare not tread. Yet today, a figure has been sighted there. A citizen managed to capture it on film. Discussions have erupted nationwide regarding the identity of this mysterious silhouette. Who possesses the audacity to confront the power of thunder? Could it possibly be a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Only divine entities could remain unperturbed by such formidable forces. He must be a deity, undoubtedly a deity. Just look at the man in the photograph, enveloped in lightning. He cannot be anything else but a divine being. This image is clearly a miracle. It is the remnant of a celestial being inadvertently left behind in the mortal world. But does a deity truly exist? Who knows if divine beings roam this world? However, the owner of that silhouette is likely a formidable martial artist. His prowess must be immense, capable of withstanding the power of thunder. A martial arts master. Could he be the legendary master of transformation? Only such an extraordinary existence could possibly endure the might of thunder. Unbeknownst to many, what purpose could such a formidable entity have in the forbidden realm of thunder and lightning? Merely an hour after this news was broadcasted by the North State television, the entire nation of China was set ablaze with fervent speculation as they pondered the identity of this so-called martial arts powerhouse. Some even ventured to suggest that this figure transcended mere mortals, likening him to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, those privy to the inside scoop, particularly the visitors who had traversed the Great Wall, could not suppress the burgeoning thought within their minds. Could it possibly be him? As for the identity of him, it is likely that only these tourists possess the knowledge. In any case, myriad theories abound. However, one thing remains certain. The silhouette captured in the photograph is far from that of an ordinary mortal. Amidst the nationwide discourse, a specialist has finally emerged to address the matter. They commenced a campaign on television to promote scientific popularization, asserting that this photograph is authentic and not digitally altered. However, they also claimed that the figures depicted in the image do not exist in reality. As for the photograph of the man's silhouette in the lightning-restricted zone, it was attributed to a mirage, resulting from the refraction of light in the atmosphere. They also popularized the notion that it is impossible for anyone to appear in places such as the thunderstorm forbidden zone. However, the credibility of their popular science is evidently lacking. The people of China do not believe in such mirage claims. Instead, they are more inclined to believe that a certain martial arts master has manifested in the thunderstorm forbidden zone, leaving behind but a shadow of the true dragon's return. This has given rise to an enigmatic legend that has stirred the hearts of the entire nation. In the heart of China's economic and political center, Kyoto, there exists a population of at least 30 million, where towering skyscrapers stand alongside ancient, quaint residences. Yet, only the affluent and powerful can afford to dwell in these historic homes. In the eastern district of Kyoto, there lies a charming, ancient residence, with a plaque at its entrance boldly inscribed with two golden characters, Wang Fu. This is none other than the estate of the Wang family, renowned as a prestigious lineage of martial arts in Kyoto. Regardless of their presence in the political arena, the business world, or the military, they wield considerable influence. The Wang family does not belong to the esteemed four prominent families, yet the disparity between them and the four great families of Kyoto is marginal. However, today, the atmosphere within the Wang residence is decidedly oppressive. Rumors circulate that a young master of the Wang family has been seriously injured by a so-called brash youth, resulting in the loss of an arm and leaving him in a critical, comatose state. Even if he survives, he will undoubtedly carry significant aftereffects into the next life. What exacerbates the situation is that this assailant has brazenly declared his intent to challenge the entire Wang family. Such proclamations, however, are known only among the elite families of Kyoto. A mere castaway from the Wang family dares to threaten us? Do they truly believe the Wang family is without formidable members? If he seeks his demise, then the Wang family shall gladly oblige. Who among you is willing to venture into the Thunder Forbidden Zone to eliminate Longchen? Within the main hall of the Wang residence, 4 or 5 men, all in their 50s or 60s, are engaged in earnest discussion. Not far from them, a television broadcasts the alarming news that there are individuals present in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. As the report concludes, the man seated at the head of the table can no longer contain his fury. He is none other than Wang Jiaxu, Wang Jiuxiu. Wang Fei, the eldest son of the Wang family, is his offspring. Patriarch. Although this young man can enter the Thunder Forbidden Zone, he poses no real threat. With just one hand, we could easily crush him. However, it is not urgent to eliminate him now. We can wait until he emerges from the Thunder Forbidden Zone before we strike him down. That will not be too late. Nearby, an elder of the Wang family, Wang Ku, remarked with a smile. That is unacceptable. Wang Jiuxiong furrowed his brow and replied. He has arrogantly issued a challenge to our Wang family in front of thousands of visitors, claiming he awaits us in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Now, every prominent family in the capital is aware of this matter. If our Wang family does not venture into the Thunder Forbidden Zone to eliminate this menace, how can we maintain our standing in the capital? Patriarch, we too wish to eliminate Longchen. However, the Thunder Forbidden Zone is not a place we can simply enter. To force our way in would mean courting death by heavenly lightning. Surely, we cannot risk our lives for an insignificant ant. Elder Wang Dong of the Wang family could not help but frown. His meaning is quite clear. He is unwilling to enter the Thunder Forbidden Zone. What a perilous place the Thunder Forbidden Zone is. Even if they possess the cultivation of the mid-stage dark energy, entering the Thunder Forbidden Zone still equates to certain death. Elder Wang Dong, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of dark energy, spoke, and upon his words, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Who among the Wang family dares to enter the Thunder Forbidden Zone? Longchen can traverse the Thunder Forbidden Zone, but they cannot. Humph, a mere ant. Renowned throughout the capital as a waste, a prodigy, yet you all feel the need to be concerned. How pitiful it is that you, despite being masters of the hidden strength stage and esteemed elders of the Wang family, have lived to such an age with no dignity. Patriarch, I am willing to venture into the Thunder Forbidden Zone and slay the demons. Annihilate the prodigy Longchen. At this moment, the eldest elder of the Wang family, Wang Ren, spoke up. He is a being whose prowess is second only to that of the head of the Wang family, possessing late-stage dark energy cultivation. A pillar of the Wong family. Elder, I implore you to reconsider. This prodigy is not worth the risk. Once this monster emerges from the Thunder Forbidden Zone, we can eliminate him. Why must you act now? Some elders, upon hearing this, could not help but be taken aback in astonishment. No need for further discussion. Today, I shall enter the Thunder Forbidden Zone to slay the demon. Elder Wong Ren declared with unwavering resolve. Today, the esteemed elder of the Wong family embarks on a journey to the Thunder Forbidden Zone to vanquish the notorious lightning-struck demon. This news swiftly spread throughout the capital. What manner of place is the Thunder Forbidden Zone? It is a true forbidden area. No one who enters has ever returned. In the past, there were those at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation who ventured into the Thunder Forbidden Zone, only to vanish without a trace. Wong Ren's intention to enter the Thunder Forbidden Zone to slay demons stirred a tempest of speculation. The demon is the infamous lightning-struck monstrosity of the capital. The Forbidden Zone is renowned throughout China. If Wong Ren truly manages to return from the Thunder Forbidden Zone after slaying the demon, his status in the capital will undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Even though Wong Ren possesses only late-stage dark energy power, his ability to withstand heavenly thunder places him on par with those of transformative energy cultivation. Such heroic deeds are worthy of being etched into the annals of history. All the prominent families in the capital are well aware that the notorious lightning-struck demon, which has haunted the capital for over a decade, may finally meet its demise. Even if it survives the thunder within the Forbidden Zone, Elder Wong Ren will surely bring about its end. Imagine the uproar in the capital over a decade ago when the lightning-struck demon had yet to emerge. The born saint, a figure of celestial descent, was already causing ripples of true energy fluctuations. He was the pride of the capital, a celestial being among mortals. How the prominent families trembled in fear. They worried that once the born saint matured, he would sweep through the capital's power dynamics, annihilating the other prominent families. Little did they know that the born saint was a lightning-struck demon. The emergence of the saint was, in hindsight, the greatest jest in the capital in centuries. Today, it seems that the greatest jest, the lightning-struck demon, is finally drawing to a close. Elder Wong Ren of the Wong family may be acting with undue haste. It is evident that the lightning-struck demon cannot survive within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. He is deliberately provoking the elders of the Wong family to enter the zone, seeking their demise. An elder from another prominent family in the capital side, yet could not deny that if Wong Ren were to return from slaying the demon, he would surely rival those of transformative energy cultivation. A lightning-struck demon. Since it is indeed a monstrosity, it must be vanquished. Long Chun, you first tarnished the reputation of the esteemed Miss Jiang Chuan from the Jiang family, and then you rendered the young Master Wang Fei of the Wang family a cripple, leaving his fate uncertain. After such reckless acts, how could you possibly escape unscathed? A young master from a prominent family chuckled. Well done in your slaughter. The entire city of Kyoto buzzed with discussions about the demon slaughterer, yet the Long family, one of the four great families of Kyoto, seemed oblivious to the events surrounding this slaughter, allowing the elder Wong Ren of the Wong family to carry out the demon slaughter unimpeded. Some families discerned that the Long family was tacitly approving of the demon slaying. In China, at Shanhaiguan, the nation's #1 pass, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever, with at least 100,000 tourists gracing the Great Wall. Among them, there was an elderly man in his 60s, appearing quite unconventional. With hair and beard as white as snow, he bore an ethereal demeanor, primarily accentuated by the 3-foot-long silver sword he wielded. Any tourist who encountered this elder instinctively stepped aside. In China, carrying blades is prohibited, yet this elder brazenly walked among a sea of tourists with his sword drawn. What could his intentions be? However, some discerning tourists recognized that this elder was no ordinary man. Astonishingly, the direction he was heading in left the crowd in shock. It seemed he was making his way towards the thunderstorm zone. A few daring tourists could not restrain their curiosity and approached him for an explanation. I am heading to the thunderstorm zone to slay demons. Perhaps growing weary of their inquiries, the elder coldly uttered this phrase. Slay demons in the thunderstorm zone. Such a brief declaration nearly sent the 100,000 tourists into a frenzy. Could there truly be monsters lurking in the thunderstorm zone? Was this seemingly unremarkable elder a martial arts master? By the time they gathered their wits to ask further questions, the elder had already departed, striding towards the thunderstorm zone. My goodness, he truly intends to enter the thunderstorm zone. The tourists stood in stunned silence, suddenly recalling news reports of sightings in the thunderstorm zone. They finally understood that the images in the news were genuine. There truly are beings there, and possibly demons as well. This is indeed the thunderstorm zone. Yet, why do I feel that the power of lightning within has diminished significantly, not merely by a slight margin, but substantially? An elder ascended the mountain within the thunderstorm zone. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed into the skies above the thunderstorm zone and could not help but frown. At that moment, the thunderstorm zone appeared different from what it had been in the past. Previously, the skies above were shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning striking intermittently, creating a vast net of electricity that enveloped the entire area. Any mortal who ventured into the thunderstorm zone would be reduced to ash within 20 breaths. However, today, the dense clouds had vanished, and the lightning net was nowhere to be seen. Even as lightning strikes, it remains a mere flicker of one or two. What has transpired within the lightning forbidden zone? The presence or absence of lightning within this domain is of no concern to me. Today, I am here to vanquish demons. The individual who has entered the lightning forbidden zone is none other than Wang Ren. In truth, the diminished power of lightning in this area is most advantageous for him. Under such a level of electric force, he is confident in his ability to preserve his life. Furthermore, his determination to exterminate demons has grown considerably. With this in mind, Wang Ren strides into the lightning forbidden zone, step by step. Who dares to enter the lightning forbidden zone? The Wang family. I never expected you to possess the audacity to venture here. Suddenly, Long Chun, seated at the very center of the lightning forbidden zone, opens his eyes. At that moment, a magnificent golden radiance envelopes his figure, with strands of golden dragon energy swirling around him, clearly indicating that his cultivation in the dragon energy stage has reached an extraordinarily advanced level. Now that you have arrived, prepare to meet your demise. Long Chun utters these words with a calm demeanor. Boom, boom, boom. As his words resonate, the power of lightning in the sky erupts violently, with bolts of lightning beginning to spiral around his form. Master of Thunder, he has assumed command over the entire domain of the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Long Chun, indeed, you are here. Today, I have come to vanquish this aberration. The summit of the Thunder Forbidden Zone is not particularly expansive, and with the perpetual mist that envelopes it having dissipated significantly, it wasn't long before Wang Ren beheld Long Chun, who was seated at the very heart of the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Wang Ren, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, spoke each word with deliberate gravity. Long Chun, you were born to be struck by lightning, a natural prodigy, unaccepted even by the heavens. My Wang family had no intention of exterminating you, but alas, you have grievously injured our esteemed young master Wang Fei and boldly declared your intent to await our family in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, provoking us. Today, I, Wang Ren, the Grand Elder of the Wang family, have come to eradicate this aberration, to uphold the will of heaven. Wang Ren stepped forward, scrutinizing the seated Long Chun with disdain. In his eyes, Long Chun was nothing more than a lifeless soul, destined to perish beneath his azure blade. Even if Long Chun possessed some skill, what of it? No matter how formidable, could he surpass Wang Ren? It is crucial to note that he is in existence at the late stage of the dark energy realm. A mere boy, scarcely 16 or 17 years of age, could never achieve such mastery, even if he had begun cultivating in the womb. History has never borne witness to such a feat. Moreover, Long Chun is infamously regarded as a fool, a waste in the entire capital. Even if he were to suddenly gain enlightenment and commence cultivation, how powerful could he truly become? Vanquish me? You lack the qualification. Under Wang Ren's aggressive scrutiny, Long Chun opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, akin to an ancient behemoth descending, suffocating all in its presence. Wang Ren, not far from Long Chun, felt this formidable aura and could not help but furrow his brow, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. How could such immense power emanate from Long Chun? It must be an illusion. Surely, it is but an illusion. He pondered within himself, are you truly Wang Ren, the esteemed elder of the Wang family in Kyoto? I must admit, it is quite unexpected that you possess the audacity to come here. Impressive. You wish to slay me, to act in the name of justice. However, to achieve such a feat, one must possess the strength to do so, and with your capabilities, you are still far from that mark. It is I who could easily vanquish you. To be precise, creatures like you are mere dogs. No matter how many come, I can dispatch them all. As Wang Ren was momentarily stunned, Long Chun rose from the ground, scrutinizing Wang Ren from head to toe, and declared emphatically, "Slaughtering a dog is, in fact, a rather straightforward task. Indeed, slaughtering a dog. Today, Long Chun has dispatched an opponent at the peak of the dark energy stage with the same ease as one would slay a dog. No matter how many there are, he can eliminate them all. Is it truly believed that a dog is as formidable as a dragon? In truth, the act of slaying a dog is quite simple." "Excellent. Excellent. You are indeed impressive." Wang Ren repeated the word excellent thrice, infuriated by a person he regarded as already dead daring to insult him as a dog. Managing to suppress his inner fury, he uttered each word with deliberate precision. "Today, I shall witness how you intend to slay this dog of mine. You are quite remarkable. At the very least, you acknowledge that you are a dog." Long Chen nodded in agreement. "Monster, prepare to meet your end." Upon hearing this, Wang Ren nearly spat out blood in his anger. Impatient to continue the futile exchange with Long Chun, he resolved to vanquish him, to eradicate this aberration. Wang Ren stepped forward, channeling all the vital energy within him into the 3-foot azure blade he wielded. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted from the azure blade in his grasp, and a formidable sword aura radiated menacingly. Even a mere flicker of the fiery sword aura could incinerate an ordinary person alive. The fiery attribute of the sword aura. As soon as Wang Ren made his move, he unleashed his ultimate technique. He has truly lost his mind, employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Long Chun, to perish beneath the edge of my flame Qi Feng sword would indeed be a mark of honor for you. Remember, this day next year shall be your day of reckoning." Wang Ren channeled the full might of his 3-foot Qi Feng sword, and a torrent of flames erupted, transforming into a formidable fire serpent. With a fierce swing, he aimed the Qi Feng sword at Long Chun's neck. Die! The powerful fire serpent enveloped Long Chun in an instant. "You demon, know that the one who slaughters you is Wang Ren." Under the overwhelming power of this flame, no matter how formidable the opponent, death was inevitable. Wang Ren was confident in his fiery sword aura. He had once extinguished a peak dark force master with this very 3-foot Qi Feng sword. Although there was an element of surprise in that victory, it undeniably attested to the potency of his fiery sword aura. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. I must say, you are still far from it. You truly are quite naive to think that such an attack could slay a dragon." The voice, it seemed to emanate from the very flames. Wang Ren's heart skipped a beat as he steeled himself to gaze at the roaring inferno nearby, internally screaming, "Impossible, impossible. It cannot be. He is dead. He should be dead." Yet, the reality contradicted his beliefs. At the point where his 3-foot Qi Feng sword struck, at the heart of the blazing fire serpent, an immensely powerful suction emerged, devouring all surrounding sword energy. Indeed, it consumed it. As the fiery sword aura dissipated, a figure finally emerged, Long Chun. He not only survived the searing flames, but also consumed them. Wang Ren's mind struggled to comprehend this. At that moment, Long Chun had undergone his transformation, his skin adorned with a layer of golden dragon scales that enveloped his entire form. It was precisely these formidable scales that had shielded Long Chun. How could mere mortal flames possibly breach his defenses? Gulp! Wang Ren gazed at the creature. Entirely covered in shimmering golden scales, his body trembled involuntarily as he struggled to swallow. He yearned to exclaim, "A monstrosity! Truly a monstrosity, a being clad in scales. Your dragon-slaying sword is utterly inadequate. It couldn't even pierce my scales. Do you realize that you are the worst dragon-slaying warrior I have ever encountered?" Long Chen extended 2 fingers, pinching the 3-foot blade with effortless grace. With a slight exertion, he snapped it with a resounding crack, rendering the powerful artifact into 2 pieces. Such a formidable weapon, reduced to nothingness with a mere pinch of his fingers. Gulp! Wang Ren swallowed again with great difficulty. "You are a dragon. You are a dragon?" His mind began to comprehend the situation. Slaying a dragon. Slaying a dragon. Long Chun is a dragon. He is not a mere monster. Dragons? Do they truly exist in this world? You are quite clever. But alas, you are destined to perish. Long Chun remarked with a smile that was more chilling than it was mirthful, instilling a sense of dread deep within Wang Ren's heart. "What dragon? Monster? You are the true aberration. I refuse to believe you possess the power to take my life, even if I cannot vanquish you. You certainly lack the capacity to slay me." Wang Ren fought to suppress the terror that welled within him as he glared at Long Chen with fury. At this moment, the inclination to retreat began to manifest within him. "Is that so? Long Chen queried, his eyes narrowing slightly. What do you see in the sky? Thunder. Boom, boom, boom. With a swift motion, Long Chen grasped the air, causing the lightning in the heavens to converge, forming a net of thunder that he commanded with ease. Mastering the thunder. At this juncture, Long Chen was enveloped by a swirling tempest of lightning. He appeared as if he were a celestial deity, the master of thunder. The entire thunderous forbidden zone resonated with a cacophony of thunder, reminiscent of an apocalypse descending. At the heart of this tempestuous domain stood Long Chen. Wielding dominion over the thunder, he was the sovereign of the thunderous forbidden realm, the thunder god. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could you command the power of the thunder within this realm? Have you perhaps cultivated the 5 thunder immortal technique of the celestial master's path? Wang Ren, like a startled rabbit, widened his eyes in disbelief, fixated on Long Chen, who resembled a thunder god not far away. His body involuntarily recoiled, trembling as he muttered to himself. The 5 thunder immortal technique of the celestial master's path is a secret of art, whispered to allow its adept to harness celestial thunder at its zenith. Yet, the 5 thunder technique is a forbidden doctrine of the celestial master's path. How could Long Chen possibly have mastered it? Furthermore, even if he had, could it truly be this formidable? Commanding the entirety of the thunderous forbidden zone, such power could only belong to a divine being. Do you comprehend why the might of the heavenly thunder in this realm has diminished? It is because I have consumed the very essence of the thunder that pervades this domain. I am the true dragon, the master of thunder. To perish beneath my divine lightning is a privilege. For many years ago, those who fell to its might were either immortals or saints. Thunder, be gone. With a single motion of his hand, Long Chen summoned a thunderous serpent from within the net of lightning, hurling it towards Wang Ren. It was as though the entire thunderous forbidden zone was Long Chen's domain of lightning. Within this realm, he was a god. Consume the thunder? Wang Ren's mind struggled to comprehend, for who could possibly devour thunder? Such a notion was utterly unheard of. Even the rumored entities of the transformation phase could not possess such strength, could they? He was so terrified that his liver turned cold and his gallbladder shattered. He intended to flee. Yet, before he could make a move, a tremendous bolt of heavenly thunder struck him with a resounding crash. With his cultivation level at the late stage of the hidden strength realm, Wang Ren was no match for the divine lightning. Upon being struck, he let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, his body charred, with some areas reduced to a bloodied mess by the thunder's wrath. In a mere instant, a being of his caliber was gravely injured. Moreover, should Long Chen desire it, he could easily unleash 2 more bolts of thunder, sealing Wang Ren's fate without question. Even those at the transformation realm would likely lack such formidable power. Realizing this, Wang Ren fell to the ground, crawling and trembling, his head repeatedly bowing like a pestle in the direction of Long Chen, entirely devoid of his former celestial demeanor. The dignity of one at the late stage of the hidden strength realm was cast aside. Thunder God, Dragon God, spare me. I shall never dare to provoke the Thunder God again. Please forgive my ignorance, for I did not recognize the great being before me. To command thunder and lightning, such an entity is beyond my reckoning. With just a single strike, he had been severely wounded, leaving him utterly incapable of retaliation. How could he possibly think of slaughtering? Should he remain oblivious to the circumstances and boldly declare his intent to slay the wicked, he might find himself the one being hunted instead. Slaying you would be as effortless as slaughtering a dog. At that moment, Wang Ren finally grasped the meaning of those words. It was not merely as simple as dispatching a dog. It was, in fact, far easier than crushing an ant. One bolt of lightning, and he was rendered helpless. I ask you, are you a dog? Long Chen advanced a step forward, embodying the very essence of the Thunder God, his presence imposing and authoritative. I am. Wang Ren fervently bowed his head to the ground, not daring to cease for even a moment. Even as blood flowed, exposing his skull, he did not relent. I have harmed the disciples of the Wang family, scorned your entire clan. Do you submit? Long Chen stepped forward once more, towering over him. I submit. Wang Ren knelt on the ground, utterly convinced in both heart and voice. I intend to eradicate your entire Wang family. Do you submit? Long Chen said, a smirk playing on his lips. I submit. Wang Ren instinctively began to respond, but suddenly halted, his eyes widening as he lifted his head, staring intently at Long Chen, who stood not far away. Did he intend to slaughter the entire Wang family? Since you are so compliant, then embrace your demise. Long Chen unleashed a thunderblade from his elevated position. With a resounding crash, A white blade shot forth from the tempest of lightning, and before Wang Ren could react, his body was cleaved in twain by the brilliant thunderblade. You cannot extinguish my Wang family. In his final moments, Wang Ren uttered these words. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, staining the sky above the thunder-forbidden zone. The heavens roared with thunder, and the winds howled fiercely. Charred remains littered the ground, blood flowing freely. Today, at the summit of Shanhaiguan, the true dragon has vanquished the grand elder of the Wang family, Wang Ren, right here. It is somewhat regrettable. Perhaps I should have consumed him instead. Had I known, I would not have needed to strike him down with lightning. Long Chen sighed, then turned and seated himself at the very center of the thunder-forbidden zone, as if the earlier scene of slaughter had never transpired. The true dragon possesses the ability to devour all, including the vitality of all beings. Although Wang Ren's power was weak, merely at the late stage of the dark energy realm, any gain is better than waste. Indeed, the true dragon can assimilate another's cultivation and refine it into its own dragon essence. At the foot of Shanhaiguan, 2 men and a woman were ascending the mountain. Leading the way was an elderly man, aged 70 or 80, clad in a tang suit. Despite his apparent frailty, he moved with surprising agility, reminiscent of a middle-aged man rather than an oldster. What on earth is happening? Why have the thunderclouds in the thunder-forbidden zone vanished? Is the sky completely clear? What transpired within the thunder-forbidden zone? The elderly man suddenly lifted his gaze towards the mountaintop, sensing something amiss. To his astonishment, the long-lasting thunderclouds had dissipated, replaced by a clear sky and radiant sunshine. This is inconceivable. Grandfather, could it be that Wang Ren dispersed the thunderclouds? The breathtaking woman, who walked between the 2 men, could not help but gaze upward at the mountaintop. Indeed, the thunderclouds had vanished, and she expressed her surprise. It is absolutely impossible. The thunderclouds of the thunder-forbidden zone could not be scattered even by those above the transformation realm, let alone Wang Ren, who is merely at the dark energy stage. Something must have occurred in the thunder-forbidden zone. We must hasten to investigate. The elderly man quickened his pace, his heart racing as he made his way towards the thunder-forbidden zone. Could it be the person in the photograph did this? Who exactly is he? The woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as her thoughts wandered. By the time she regained her senses, the old man had already moved far ahead, prompting her to hurriedly follow to the thunder-forbidden zone. At this moment, the once feared thunder-forbidden zone could no longer be regarded as such. The ominous clouds and lightning that had loomed overhead had vanished, replaced by an expanse of clear blue sky. Moreover, not only had the thunderstorm dissipated, but the ethereal dragon energy that had swirled within the zone had also disappeared. This mysterious territory, known throughout China as the Thunder-Forbidden Zone, had transformed into an ordinary mountaintop, indistinguishable from any other. The last remaining dragon vein of the entire nation had been consumed by Long Chen, fueling his cultivation. Indeed, he had truly devoured a dragon vein. At this moment, Long Chen sat cross-legged at the summit, surrounded by small golden dragons that emerged from his dragon scale-like skin, only to burrow back in. These tiny golden dragons represented his dragon energy, a manifestation of its materialization. Within each strand of golden dragon energy resided immense power, each capable of rivaling the force of a bomb. Moreover, beneath Long Chun's golden scales, his blood had begun to transform from its original hue into a reddish gold, now shimmering with a faint golden light. A small portion had already transitioned into pure gold. This was a metamorphosis, his mortal blood evolving into dragon blood, transcending the ordinary and entering the realm of the extraordinary. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Long Chen opened his eyes, which had transformed from their original black to a dark golden hue, radiating a piercing brilliance. With a resounding thud, the intense light coalesced in the air, morphing into an arrow-like projection that shot straight towards a nearby massive stone. The half-meter-wide rock was effortlessly penetrated by this beam of light. Indeed, a mere glance had pierced through solid stone. Having fully absorbed the last remaining dragon vein in China, Long Chen had successfully broken through to the dragon blood stage, evolving from mortal blood to dragon blood. Were it not for this dragon vein, it would have taken him at least a decade to reach this stage. The concentration of spiritual energy on Earth had diminished to a desolate degree, compelling him to seek higher forms of energy to enhance his strength. Long Chen rose to his feet, surveying the flat land not far away, then cast a glance at his own hands, pondering aloud. What incredible power does a true dragon possess? He seemed to be inquiring of himself. Soon, a resolute expression emerged in his eyes as he slowly raised one hand. With a subtle exertion, he struck the ground nearby. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of draconic energy surged forth, crushing everything in its path. And the ground not far away was indented by the force of his palm, as though a colossal handprint had been imprinted upon it, reminiscent of the Buddha's palm from the film Kung Fu, with a depth of nearly a meter. Such formidable strength would likely surpass that of even the most accomplished martial masters. While these masters are revered as semi-divine beings, they still fall short of true divinity. Yet, Long Chun, a true dragon, eclipses even gods and immortals. As the dust settled, Long Chun nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, a thought seemed to strike him. He extended a hand and summoned draconic energy, transforming it into a blade of energy. With a resounding clash, the blade struck his arm, and a stream of blood, tinged with gold, oozed forth. However, the blood merely flowed for a moment before coagulating, and the flesh around the wound began to heal. In the span of just 1 minute, Long Chun's injury was entirely mended, leaving no trace of a scar. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Long Chun squinted and mused. The blood of a true dragon possesses formidable healing abilities. Once I completely refine all my blood into dragon blood, I shall become immortal. Yes, immortal, he reiterated. You all wait for me, those who once conspired to slay me. How could I possibly let you go? Being a dragon-slaying warrior is no simple feat. One day, I shall return, so await my return. At that moment, Long Chun lifted his gaze towards the distant sky, the cosmos, as if engaging in a dialogue with some unseen entity, or perhaps conversing with himself. It is time to depart from this place. The last remnants of the dragon vein have been consumed, and the thunderous forbidden zone has transformed into mere mortal land. Snapping back to reality, he turned to leave. But just as he was about to exit the summit of the thunderous forbidden zone, 2 men and a woman approached from the foot of the mountain. Hey, you there. Stop. How did you end up here? When did you come? Do you have any idea why the thunderclouds in the sky have vanished? Have you seen anyone else in this forbidden zone? Perhaps an elderly man and a young person? Eh? Exclaimed one. What on earth is this enormous handprint? Just as Long Chun was about to depart, a woman among the approaching group called out to him, her tone imbued with a haughty arrogance, reminiscent of a sovereign interrogating her subjects. The demeanor of this woman clearly reflected her long-standing position of power, accustomed to issuing commands with an imperious air. However, amidst her condescension, her gaze was abruptly drawn to the colossal handprint etched into the ground at the mountain's peak, leaving her utterly astonished and speechless. What manner of being could have left such an immense mark? The elderly gentleman clad in traditional robes, upon witnessing the gigantic handprint, was similarly rendered speechless, his body trembling in awe. This was a manifestation of sheer power. Could this colossal imprint be the work of a master at the transformation stage? Long Chun surveyed the group that had detained him, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might hold for a gathering of uninformed natives. To evoke such astonishment with merely a casual strike was a testament to their profound ignorance. He disregarded her and continued on his way. Hey, didn't you hear my words? Stop right there. Aliong, stop him. The woman among the 3 regained her composure, only to see that the person she had called out to had not halted, seemingly ignoring her entirely, which ignited her fury. She ordered the middle-aged man in the black suit to intercept Long Chun. Young man, my lady has something to ask you. You might as well not leave. At this, the middle-aged man in the black suit swiftly turned and positioned himself in front of Long Chun, blocking his path. The skill displayed by the suited man made it evident that he was no ordinary opponent. Do you realize you're courting death? Long Chun uttered coldly. Courting death? You, a mere boy? The suited man scoffed derisively, laughing at the audacity of a 16 or 17-year-old confronting a martial arts master. Li Liang laughed. He truly had no idea who was courting death. In his eyes, the boy before him was nothing more than an ant that he could crush with a single hand. You dare say I am looking for death? Li Liang narrowed his eyes and spoke. Indeed. Long Chun glanced up and down at Li Liang, calmly uttering his response. With Long Chun's keen perception, it was evident that the middle-aged man obstructing him was no ordinary individual. However, in the wake of recently vanquishing a formidable opponent at the late stage of the dark energy realm, Long Chun found this man to be rather inconsequential. In other words, Long Chun held the middle-aged man in utter disregard. I am quite curious to see who is truly courting death. Li Liang stepped forward, intent on forcibly detaining Long Chun. However, just as he made his move, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, who had previously been in a state of shock, regained his composure and called out to stop Li Liang. Liang, stand down. Yes, Elder Chun. Li Liang, with reluctance, cast a glare at Long Chun. But with the elder's command, he had no choice but to withdraw and refrain from further confrontation. My young friend, my granddaughter's earlier behavior was reckless, and I kindly ask you not to hold it against her. Might I inquire if you could enlighten us about what transpired atop this thunderous peak? The man known as Elder Chin first cast a reproachful glance at the stunning woman nearby, who was now imperiously poised, before turning to Long Chun with a smile. Grandfather, how was I reckless? The beautiful young woman, Chen Wuer, pouted in dissatisfaction at Elder Chin's words. It was clearly enough. Wuer, cease your antics and apologize to this young man. Elder Chin said, furrowing his brow. What are you saying, grandfather? You want me to apologize to him? The stunning woman could not help but exclaim, her eyes widening as she stared incredulously at Elder Chun. What was her status? How could she be expected to apologize to a mere youngster? It was simply inconceivable. She was the eldest daughter of the Chin family, one of the 4 great beauties of the capital. How could such an exquisite daughter of heaven possibly lower herself to admit fault? What wrong had she committed? I am sorry. Under the piercing gaze of Elder Chun, the proud Chen Wuer finally buckled, lowering her head with an unflattering expression as she muttered a quiet apology to Long Chun. Yet, it was clear that her heart remained defiant. Chen Wuer shot a fierce glare at Long Chun, as if harboring a grudge against him. You should consider yourself fortunate that your subordinates did not take action against me. Long Chun remarked with a smile that held a hint of irony as he cast a glance at Elder Chun. Given your apparent sincerity, I shall share with you what has transpired here, from a position of superiority. Indeed, Long Chun stood with an air of superiority. Such a demeanor from him would surely irk even the venerable elder in traditional attire, whose mastery of nurturing energy was commendable. Earlier, he had urged Chen Wuer to apologize to Long Chun, having discerned the young man's extraordinary nature, wishing to shield his granddaughter from unnecessary strife. Surely, one who could traverse the thunder-forbidden zone was no ordinary individual. However, this did not imply that he feared Long Chun. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere boy of barely a decade and a half? His own status was exceedingly prestigious, commanding deference even from the highest officials of Beizhou province. Yet today, an unknown youngster dared to engage him in conversation from a position of authority. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. You previously inquired why I appeared here and the reason for the dissipating thunderclouds above the thunder-forbidden zone. You asked whether I had seen others. Today, I shall provide you with answers. As the elder suppressed his simmering fury, Long Chun continued to speak. I arrived at the thunder-forbidden zone from Shanhaiguan a day prior. As for the thunderclouds, they were consumed by me. To be precise, it was the dragon vein here that I absorbed, and the thunderclouds were merely collateral. A few hours ago, an elder named Wang Ren ascended the mountain, claiming he came to exterminate demons. Clearly, he intended to slay me. I casually summoned 2 bolts of heavenly lightning, and he met his demise by my hand. As for the remains, I may have been a tad forceful. Only a handful of ashes remain over there. At this, Long Chun paused momentarily, extending a hand to gesture towards the ground not far away, where a heap of charred remnants lay, resembling debris scorched by thunder fire. As for the enormous handprint on this mountaintop that may astonish you, that was simply me slapping it down without much thought. I struck a bit too forcefully and nearly flattened the summit. My apologies for frightening you. Upon concluding his words, the 3 individuals before Long Chun were left utterly dumbfounded, gazing at him in disbelief as though he were a creature of myth. You claim you casually summoned 2 bolts of lightning to slay Wang Ren, consumed thunderclouds and dragon veins, and almost flattened the entire mountaintop with a single slap? Are you certain these feats were yours? The elder furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath, feeling his intellect strained. He harbored grave doubts regarding the truthfulness of this youngster's statements. Is there anyone else here besides me? Long Chun inquired with a smile. Indeed, there were no others present. But how could this be possible? Wang Ren was a master of the late stages of dark energy. How could a mere boy of 16 or 17 possibly defeat him? The notion seemed absurd. The subsequent claims were even more preposterous, absorbing thunderclouds and dragon veins. The elder had heard of dragon veins, yet he remained skeptical about their existence in this place. Just a single slap could have flattened the entire mountain peak. How artificial it seems to him. He remained silent. At that moment, the suited man behind him, Li Liang, could no longer contain himself and harshly addressed Long Chun. Boy, if you dare to spout such nonsense again, do not blame me for being impolite. Wang Ren is the grand elder of the Wang family, and possesses late-stage dark energy cultivation. How could you possibly have killed him? As for this formidable palm print, it is certainly beyond your capability to produce. Tell me, what on earth is going on? Where has Wang Ren gone? And where is the esteemed expert who left such a powerful palm imprint? Li Liang was quite aggressive, and it was evident that had Elder Tang not been present, he would have charged at Long Chun without hesitation. In his eyes, Long Chun was merely speaking absurdities. Humph! How could the figure in the photograph possibly be you? That is a celestial being. It cannot be this young fool. Where is the celestial being from the photograph? Speak, quickly. The stunning beauty, Chen Wuer, cast a disdainful glance at Long Chun, as if she were looking at a fool. In her mind, she had already concluded that Long Chun could not possibly be the figure depicted in the widely circulated photograph, for his demeanor simply did not match. Ha ha! Long Chun laughed, a derisive laugh. They were blind to the truth of reality. Such claims as swallowing thunder, vanquishing Wang Ren, and consuming the dragon vein were nothing short of astonishing. If what Long Chun said were true, what level of cultivation must he possess? A being at the transformation energy stage? It was likely that within the realm of transformation energy, he would be an exceptionally formidable presence. Martial artists are categorized by levels: manifest energy, dark energy, and transformation energy, the latter being where true energy takes form. In the capital, beings of dark energy are already quite rare, and those at the pinnacle of dark energy are considered formidable figures. As for the more powerful transformation energy masters, they are akin to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns in their rarity. Master. What defines a master? To transcend the limits of the human body is to be a master. It is said that a master is akin to a demigod, surpassing mere mortal flesh. Each master is a being reborn. In the realm of martial arts, a master is nearly at the pinnacle of existence. They have the ability to establish their own sects, marking them as unparalleled masters of their generation. It has been said that a grandmaster can single-handedly contend against an entire nation, embodying the essence of a nation within themselves. The might of a grandmaster is indeed formidable. Even the esteemed elder in traditional attire, Master Chun, can only count a handful of grandmasters among his acquaintances, all of whom reside in the capital and are elusive figures, akin to dragons that are seen only in fleeting glimpses. Before the powerful transformation masters, even Master Chun must exercise humility. Yet today, before Master Chun stands a transformation master merely 16 or 17 years of age. Indeed, at such a tender age, the individual capable of dispatching Wang Ren with 2 bolts of lightning can only be deemed a grandmaster. Coupled with the immense handprint left upon the mountaintop, it further confirms the presence of a transformation master. However, Master Chun is in disbelief. He cannot fathom it. A mere youth of 16 or 17. The terms transformation master and such youth seem irreconcilable. He cannot accept that Long Chun possesses the prowess of a transformation master. Nor can he believe that Long Chun could absorb the dragon vein and the heavenly thunder. Throughout the vast history of China spanning thousands of years, there has never been a grandmaster of such tender years. Every historical grandmaster has been a venerable elder, often in their 70s or 80s. To reach the transformation phase in one's 30s or 40s is already a mark of exceptional genius. Yet a teenage grandmaster is utterly implausible. My young friend, we sincerely seek to inquire about the whereabouts of that esteemed elder on the mountaintop. Why do you speak such audacious claims? Attributing the illustrious deeds of the elder to yourself? As this thought crossed Master Chun's mind, his expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. If you are intent on mocking us, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, while we have no desire to harm you. Your repeated deceptions are testing our patience. Do you truly believe us to be easily deceived? As soon as Master Chun concluded his words, his bodyguard, Li Liang, stepped forward to obstruct Long Chun's path, clearly prepared to act should Master Chun give the signal. Master Chun's intention was not to harm Long Chun, but rather to compel him to reveal the truth. As for taking Long Chun's life, their status did not necessitate such disgraceful actions. Are you out of your mind? Long Chun retorted emphatically. I have stated it clearly. There is no one here besides me. If you seek the venerable elder who eliminated Wang Ren and left that enormous handprint upon the mountaintop, it could only be me. Out of your mind. The dignified elder of the Qin family found himself insulted by a mere youth. It was certain that if the prominent families of the capital were to learn of this, they would be utterly astonished. The Qin family, although not among the top 4 families in the capital, stands on par with the Wang family, making them a formidable force within the region. Especially the influence of the old Master Qin within the military is unparalleled throughout the entire capital. Were it not for the absence of formidable martial artists in the Qin family, the roster of the four great families would undoubtedly require revision. With the Qin family firmly included among them. In other words, even the four great families in the capital would choose to steer clear of the Qin family, solely due to the immense power they wield in the military. Young man, what did you just say? Do you dare to insult old Master Qin? Do you seek to jeopardize your life? Li Liang's eyes widened, and a powerful aura emanated from him, clearly indicating his murderous intent as he charged forward. Scoundrel! Qin Wuer's expression stiffened, her body trembling with indignation. She had been insulted. She, the proud daughter of heaven, was being berated. Furthermore, her esteemed grandfather, who held the highest authority within the family, had also been subjected to such disgrace. This was intolerable. She was determined to teach this insolent wretch a lesson. Swiftly, Qin Wuer followed suit, intent on reprimanding this audacious fool. However, in the next moment, she was met with utter disappointment. She observed as Long Qin merely turned, effortlessly evading both her and Li Liang's assault. Yes, it was simply a seemingly effortless turn, yet it precisely sidestepped their combined attack. It appeared to be mere happenstance. An extraordinarily fortunate coincidence. Qin Wuer could not comprehend it fully. She felt that Long Qin's seemingly simple turn contained an intricate finesse of movement. Yet, it was merely a figment of her imagination, a total illusion. How could such an unremarkable turn possess any sophistication? She muttered to herself. If he could evade both my and Li Liang's attack, it must surely be coincidence. Yes, just coincidence. Li Liang, a master in the early stages of hidden strength. And she, a practitioner of visible strength, how could a mere brash young man possibly evade their combined might? It could only be attributed to luck, to happenstance. Frustrated by her failed strike, Qin Wuer charged at Long Qin once more. Meanwhile, Li Liang was seething with rage. As a distinguished practitioner of hidden strength, he could not bear the humiliation of missing his blow. He turned, ready to unleash an even more powerful strike. He had already harbored murderous intent and exerted all his strength. If that slap were to land on an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly be fatal. This was no mere lesson. It was an attempt at murder. If Long Qin were an ordinary individual, he would surely be doomed. Yet, at that moment, faced with the overwhelming assault, Long Qin appeared utterly unfazed, making no effort to evade, and even muttered to himself, "Well, you too are truly deranged, and quite severely so, as I previously remarked. You, bastard." Qin Wuer and the others were taken aback, having anticipated that Long Qin would concede, only to hear him utter such a statement. "Bastard, today, I shall make you pay." Qin Wuer cursed inwardly. However, Long Qin continued, "If I am not mistaken, this affliction you suffer from is beyond anyone's remedy, is it not? You, and you, both have 3 to 4 years left to live, am I correct?" As he spoke, he pointed at Qin Wuer and Old Qin. Clearly, it was these two who were ailing. "Stop, Liang, cease at once," Old Qin exclaimed in shock, calling out to Li Liang. But it was too late. Li Liang was not only a master at the dark strength stage, but also a seasoned soldier. Hardened by the crucible of battle, every move he made was lethal. By the time Old Qin spoke, Li Liang's powerful strike had already descended upon Long Qin's chest, targeting his heart. "It's over," Old Qin lamented, closing his eyes in despair. He was acutely aware of his bodyguard Li Liang's prowess. Not even an ordinary person could withstand such an assault. Even a martial artist at the early stages of dark strength would suffer severe injury, and as for Long Qin, he was surely doomed. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Old Qin could not help but open his eyes wide in disbelief, his mouth agape. A stark contrast to the composure he had previously held. There stood Long Qin, immovable as a mountain, while Li Liang's hand pressed against his chest. Remarkably, Long Qin remained unscathed, his complexion neither flushed nor breathless, let alone being sent flying. Was he a monster? Old Qin gulped audibly. He found it hard to believe. For Li Liang was a martial arts master renowned by the moniker Iron Hand. His hands possessed the strength to cleave even the largest of stones. Yet, Long Qin emerged unscathed, having withstood Li Liang's formidable strike known as Iron Hand. How could he possibly believe it? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Unable to contain himself, he stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, eyes wide in disbelief as he fixated on Long Qin, his mouth uttering exclamations of shock, as if he had stumbled upon an unimaginable possibility. "Do you not realize that your attack is utterly ineffectual?" Long Qin stated, standing still, casting a cold glance at Li Liang, his expression as frigid as ice. Once he finished speaking, Long Chen moved. He unleashed a powerful punch that struck Li Liang, who stood frozen in shock, directly in the abdomen. The resounding impact echoed through the air. Li Liang was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, soaring a distance of 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. With just a single blow, Long Chen had severely injured a master at the initial stage of dark energy. Li Liang lay on the ground, his chest caved in, ribs likely shattered, unable to rise. His eyes wide with terror as he panted heavily, gazing in horror at Long Chen, who appeared to him as a demon. Indeed, a demon. It was terrifying. Li Liang's face turned ashen, realizing he had encountered a true master. The earlier strike he had delivered, meant to be powerful, had not only failed to harm Long Chen, but had instead resulted in the shattering of his own arm. His most powerful strike could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Long Chen. How could he possibly prevail? Long Chen's dominance over him was akin to a crushing force. Do you still intend to make a move? After sending Li Liang flying with a single punch, Long Chen's gaze shifted to the stunned Chen Wu'er, who stood frozen in disbelief. With deliberate clarity, he spoke. An overwhelming aura emanated from Long Chen, reminiscent of an ancient divine dragon descending, exerting a pressure that rendered Chen Wu'er breathless. Scoundrel! Chen Wu'er seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Yet recognizing her inferiority against Long Chen, she remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Internally, she simmered with indignation. As a distinguished daughter of the Kyoto elite, she found it intolerable to be scorned by such a mere youth. If only she possessed the strength, she would have gladly devoured Long Chen whole. At least you possess some self-awareness, Long Chen remarked coolly. You, Chen Wu'er's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. Young friend, please do not hold my granddaughter's behavior against her. I sincerely apologize for my failure to intervene earlier. I hope you can forgive her. Elder Chen, having recovered from his shock, stepped forward, noticing his granddaughter's lingering defiance, and hastily offered a conciliatory smile to Long Chen. Young friend, please accept this card as a token of our regret for our earlier indiscretion. With that, Elder Chen produced a black card, extending it towards Long Chen. It was a gilded black card, clearly of exceptional value. Without a hint of hesitation, Elder Chen presented it with determination. Grandfather, what are you doing? He has severely injured Aoyang, and yet you offer him a black gold card in apology? Chen Wuo exclaimed in dissatisfaction upon witnessing her grandfather's subservience to Long Chen. What if he is skilled? Does he truly dare to harm us? In Chen Wuo's eyes, Long Chen was merely a practitioner of some martial arts. Even if he had bested Aoyang, it did not warrant her grandfather's humbling himself in such a manner. They were, after all, the esteemed daughter and elder of the Qin family, perched atop the hierarchy of Kyoto, figures whose very presence commanded respect. She could not fathom that Long Chen would dare to inflict harm upon them. If he truly did, it would mean courting death. Wu'er, you must apologize to our young friend at once, Elder Chen instructed, his tone markedly serious. Compared to before, his demeanor was significantly more grave. Previously, he urged Chen Wu'er to apologize out of caution, suspecting that Long Chen was no ordinary individual capable of entering the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Now, however, urging her to apologize a second time was rooted in fear. Yes, fear. His tone was far more authoritative this time, imbued with an unmistakable gravity. On what grounds? Chen Wu'er retorted, vexed. On what grounds, you ask? Let me enlighten you, Elder Chen responded, enunciating each word carefully. Because this young friend is a master of the transformative energy. He is indeed a master of the transformative energy. The enormous palm print at the summit of the Thunder Forbidden Zone was left by him. Wang Rin was slain by his hand. Do you comprehend? The words master of transformation lingered incessantly in Chen Wu'er's mind. The young master. Is he truly a master of transformation? Is the figure captured in the photograph circulating online indeed him? Is he truly that celestial being? Chen Wu'er felt a twinge of disbelief. Yet, under her grandfather's piercing gaze, she found herself compelled to bow her proud head. I apologize. A wave of unprecedented humiliation washed over Chen Wu'er, even more intense than the shame she felt during her first apology. She had apologized twice, directed at a single man. If the young scions of the prestigious families in the capital were to learn of this, they would surely be left astounded. The illustrious Chen Wu'er, one of the 4 great beauties of the capital, had lowered her head not once, but twice. Young friend, may we befriend each other? At this moment, Chen Lao's expression softened considerably as he cautiously addressed Long Chen. I am surnamed Chen. May I inquire your esteemed name? Long Chen, came the calm reply. as he appraised Chen Lao with a discerning gaze, accepting the black and gold card extended to him. He then added, "As for being friends, you lack the qualification." You lack the qualification. Chen Lao was left speechless. He must be hearing this phrase for the first time. Meanwhile, Chen Wu'er beside him was exceedingly furious. A master of transformation. Is he truly a master of the transformation arts? Long Chen, you have gone too far. Just as Chen Wu'er was about to speak, she was halted by Elder Chen. With a deep sigh, Elder Chen slowly remarked, "I am not yet worthy to befriend the esteemed Master Long Chen." The venerable Elder Chen of the prestigious Chen family in the capital openly acknowledged his unworthiness to associate with a mere youth. Even the heads of the 4 prominent families in the capital would struggle to bear such a statement from Elder Chen. Yet the young man, who boldly identified himself as Long Chen, accepted this with composure. "You possess great self-awareness," Long Chen nodded, seemingly pleased with Elder Chen's demeanor, and then calmly uttered those words. Having spoken, Long Chen took his leave, descending the mountain. His strides were not particularly swift, yet his pace was astonishingly rapid, as if he were transcending the very limits of distance. In merely a few breaths, Long Chen had covered a distance of 20 to 30 meters. "Master Long Chen, please, wait a moment. How did you discern that both Wu'er and I are afflicted? Would you be so kind as to examine us and assist in remedying our strange ailment?" Elder Chen, noticing that Long Chen had ventured far ahead, could not restrain himself from following, inquiring as he walked alongside. "He is afflicted with illness, and his granddaughter, Chen Wu'er, is likewise unwell. Moreover, their time is limited. Chen Wu'er has at most 2 years to live, while he has less than a year remaining. The matter concerning their ailments is a closely guarded secret within the Chen family, known only to a select few." However, just moments ago, Long Chen spoke of it with piercing clarity, striking directly at the heart of the issue. How could he not be astonished? Such family secrets are utterly incapable of being disclosed. For once they are revealed, the Chen family would be irrevocably doomed. The reason the Chen family ranks just beneath the 4 great families of Kyoto is due to his presence. He held a prominent position within the military, and even after his retirement, he maintained significant influence within the ranks. However, the moment he passes away, the foundation of the Chen family will crumble, akin to a fallen tree scattering its monkeys. For years, the Chen family has been in search of a remedy for the peculiar ailments afflicting Elder Chen and Chen Wu'er. They have consulted prestigious hospitals abroad and renowned doctors domestically, yet the root cause remains elusive and effective treatment has proven unattainable. The only discernible outcome has been the gradual decline of their vitality, a harbinger of their limited time left. The entire Chen family is fraught with anxiety, yet powerless to effect change. Yet, Long Chen not only possesses knowledge of their plight, but also articulates it with remarkable precision. Elder Chen understands that there is no way Long Chen could be privy to their family's secrets. Thus, one conclusion emerges. Long Chen must possess the ability to diagnose ailments, observing merely with his eyes. Indeed, he discerns their conditions without the need for inquiries or examinations, simply by gazing upon them. Elder Chen finds it hard to believe, yet he cannot dismiss this truth, as the evidence lies before him. The ability to perceive their afflictions at a glance suggests he may indeed hold the key to curing this peculiar disease. This realization is yet another reason for Elder Chen's profound respect for Long Chen. A master, a divine healer, a youth. Even the venerable figures among the 4 prominent families of the capital must regard such an existence with utmost reverence. "Wait, please." Elder Chen wished to retain Long Chen. But to his dismay, Long Chen seemed oblivious to his pleas, akin to ignoring an insignificant ant. In mere moments, he vanished from Elder Chen's sight. Despite the latter's desperate calls, witnessing Long Chen's disappearance, Elder Chen let out a weary sigh, muttering to himself, "I was blind to the truth." Failing to recognize a master, he seemed to recall something as he turned to gaze upon the summit of the thunder-forbidden zone. The perennial storms had vanished, leaving behind only an immense handprint and a heap of debris, the remnants of lightning's wrath. He understood that these were the traces left by the youthful master. "Long Chen," Elder Chen remarked with a bitter smile, "he is the so-called fool, the way spoken of by all the prominent families in the capital, isn't he? The discarded son of the Long family, Long Chen? It must be him. On the peak of the thunder-forbidden zone, who else could it be but Long Chen? Wasn't Wang Ren here to eradicate the monstrous beings? I should have anticipated it was him. How absurd. Truly absurd. It is indeed a farce of epic proportions. A person labeled as a waste, a fool, has become the object of admiration for the esteemed families of the entire capital. At merely 17 years of age, he has already attained the status of a master in the transformation realm. If he is considered a waste, a fool, then what do the prominent families of the capital amount to? Mere ants? Haha, Long family, what exactly are you concealing? In the past, you proclaimed the emergence of a prodigy and cast aside Long Chen. Yet he is a genius, a prodigious talent. At just 17, from his perspective, the Long family is indeed laughable. They have squandered such a talent, discarding a genius of their own bloodline. Long Xingtian, how would you react if you knew your grandson is a youthful master? I truly wish to know, why does our Chen family lack such a prodigy? Why do I not have such a grandson? I have come to realize that when Long Chen was born, he was a saint, a true saint. When he arrived, auspicious signs filled the sky. How could he not be a saint? As for the lightning that struck at his birth, it was the heavens' jealousy, envious of the saint's arrival. The Long family, blind to brilliance, mistook a saint for a monster and cast him away. Absurd. The Long family is truly laughable. Elder Chen's almost frenzied words left Chen Wuer in a state of shock. Had her grandfather ever been this unhinged before? All of this was due to Long Chen. What astonished Chen Wuer further were the words spoken by Elder Chen. Long Chen, is he the worthless Long Chen? The laughingstock of the entire Kyoto, the foolish Long? Is it him, the castaway of the Long family? But that prodigy, struck by lightning, was said to be charred all over, resembling an African, and indeed, grotesquely unattractive. Even if Chen Wuer had never laid eyes on Long Chen, she had certainly heard of him. Yet the Long Chen who departed earlier was remarkably fair-skinned, more beautiful than any woman. Although Chen Wuer harbored a profound disdain for Master Long, she could not deny his striking beauty, for he was undeniably handsome. Little did Chen Wuer know that Long Chen, having acquired the Dragon Pearl, had undergone a transformative metamorphosis, shedding his mortal shell to ascend to a divine state. His entire being had assimilated with the essence of the dragon. Even his blood transformed into dragon's blood. How could his physique remain unchanged? Grandfather, you say that the person who departed earlier is the entire Kyoto's laughingstock, the fool, the castaway Long Chen? Chen Wuer asked incredulously. It is indeed him. Grandfather Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. The various esteemed families of Kyoto were mistaken. He was far from a fool. He was a prodigy. No, a genius of the highest order. Grandfather Chen continued. The title of born saint truly lives up to its reputation. At this revelation, Chen Wuer found herself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how a fool could be a master. His future is boundless. Grandfather Chen added, our Chen family must cultivate a favorable relationship with him at any cost. Grandfather, is this truly worth it? Chen Wuer inquired, furrowing her brow. Absolutely. Grandfather Chen replied sternly. Wuer, do you know of the 5 dragons of China? His future accomplishments will surpass even those legendary figures. The 5 dragons of China are the very soul of the nation's military, a presence that instills fear in the hearts of many. Each of the 5 is a master of the highest caliber. It is precisely because of their existence that no one dares to provoke China. In every direction, east, west, south, north, and center, there lies a dragon. They stand guard over all of China, the 5 of them. The 5 dragons of China embody the military spirit of our armed forces, representing unparalleled strength. Among them, Dragon King Yang Wanli has reached the pinnacle of mastery, while the other 4 divine dragons are also formidable figures in the later stages of their cultivation. Chen Wuer furrowed her brow and remarked, a decade ago, the American superhuman forces and the Japanese mutated deity troops covertly invaded our nation. It was the 5 dragons of China that safeguarded our borders, annihilating the 300 American superhumans without mercy. As for the 200 Japanese mutated deities, they were nearly obliterated as well. Since then, no foreign superhuman forces have dared to encroach upon China. The 5 dragons of China are our foundation. How could Long Chen possibly compare to them? You even claim that Long Chen's future achievements will surpass those of the 5 dragons, which is utterly implausible. The power of the 5 dragons is unparalleled. While I concede that Long Chen possesses remarkable strength, he pales in comparison to the 5 dragons. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that a former fool could be equated with such legendary figures. Miss, you are mistaken. Li Liang interjected from a short distance away. Long Chen's future accomplishments will at least be on par with the 5 dragons of China. He is merely 17 and already a master. After Long Chen departed, Li Liang struggled to rise from the ground. Though gravely injured, his wounds were not fatal. Liang speaks wisely. Elder Chen remarked with a hint of approval. Let me ask you this. Dragon King Yang Wanli currently stands at the pinnacle of mastery. At what age did he enter the realm of cultivation? Dragon King Yang Wanli entered the realm at 38 and achieved the pinnacle at 56, famously battling the formidable Lei Patian from the Hongmen 10 years ago. Driving him back from our borders, Chun Wu'er recounted, her knowledge of the legends surrounding the 5 dragons evident in her words. I shall pose another question. What was Dragon King Yang Wanli's cultivation level at the age of 17? Elder Chen continued. 17? At that age? He should have been in the early stages of dark energy cultivation, Chun Wu'er reflected. Why are you asking this, grandfather? She inquired, her brow knitting in confusion. Long Chun is only 17 this year. At this age, he is already a master of dark energy. Do you believe the 5 dragons can compare to him? By the time Long Chun reaches Dragon King's age, what level of mastery will he have attained? The pinnacle of dark energy? Or perhaps something beyond? Elder Chen closed his eyes and articulated each word with gravity. Miss, Elder Chen is absolutely right. With just a single punch, Long Chen severely injured me. Even if he is not a dark energy master, he is at least at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation. Li Liang's eyes suddenly reflected a glimmer of fear as he paused before adding. Moreover, I sensed he was holding back, not unleashing his full power. Otherwise, my injuries would be far more severe. Chun Wu'er could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, Liang, are you truly serious? Indeed, miss, Li Liang replied with utmost seriousness. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Old Chen appeared to have made a decisive resolution, stating, Long Chun is a manifestation of a saint. He is a dragon among men. If our Chun family can forge a favorable relationship with Long Chun, we shall be in the company of dragons. The day our Chun family rises will be imminent. The Chun family missed the opportunity to ally with the Dragon Clan, yet we shall not falter. We, the Chen family, will undoubtedly seize this chance, Old Chen articulated emphatically. I understand, grandfather, Chun Wu'er replied, her mouth agape, feeling a mix of reluctance and defiance. Unbeknownst to her, Old Chen's decision that day would indeed transform their family. Years hence, the Chen family would take pride in this pivotal choice. Countless years later, a figure known as the Heavenly Demon Empress would emerge in the starry skies. The name of the Heavenly Demon Empress was Chun Wu'er. According to historical records of the cosmos, the entire lineage of the Empress rose to become one of the 10 great families, towering over countless others, a true pinnacle family. The Heavenly Demon Empress was one of the 10 supreme deities under the dominion of the Dragon Clan's Supreme Dragon King. Rumors circulated that the Heavenly Demon Empress was unparalleled in beauty, the most exquisite woman in the world. There were also whispers that she was a merciless demon, with countless vengeful souls at her command. Nevertheless, her nobility was beyond question. Even the Jade Emperor would bow before her. In the vast cosmos, few could be compared to the Heavenly Demon Empress, perhaps only the legendary Moon Tianjin. The rumored progenitor of chaos, Moon Tianjin, was the supreme being of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Even more astonishing rumors suggested that the demise of the Dragon Clan's supreme true dragon was connected to Moon Tianjin. In the capital, at the Wang residence, the family head, Wang Jiuxiang, erupted in fury, declaring, Are you telling me that the elder Wang Rin is still unreachable? How could that be? Has something gone awry? Did he perhaps meet with a lightning strike? It had been a full day since Wang Rin entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone to slay the monstrosities, and there had been no word from him. Patriarch. For some unknown reason, the thunderclouds above the Thunder Forbidden Zone dissipated. Once they vanished, our Wang family's members promptly entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. However, we found no trace of Elder Wang Rin. One elder of the Wang family hesitantly conveyed. What do you mean by no trace? Wang Jiuxiong felt an unsettling premonition. Above the Thunder Forbidden Zone, there lay an enormous handprint, measuring over 10 meters long and more than half a meter deep. The Wang elder stammered. It appears that this massive handprint was left by a person. In the realm of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, an enormous handprint was discovered. Wang Jiuxiong furrowed his brow and inquired, could this be the mark left by the Grand Elder Wang Rin? He then posed another question. Have you seen Long Chen's corpse within the Thunder Forbidden Zone? No, replied the elder of the Wang family, as if struck by a sudden thought. By the way, aside from the colossal handprint, there are also heaps of debris inside the Thunder Forbidden Zone, which appear to be remnants struck by lightning. Debris. Remnants struck by lightning. With a sudden thud, Wang Jiuxiong collapsed onto the ground. You scoundrel! Long Chun, Not only have you deceived my entire Wang family, but you have also caused the demise of our grand elder. We, the Wang family, shall never coexist with you. Wang Jiuxiong declared vehemently. Long Chun never even entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This is a trap, a cunning design to lure my family members into the Forbidden Zone. You scoundrel. That debris must be the Grand Elder. He was struck down by lightning. It was Long Chun who deceived him into the Thunder Forbidden Zone, that scoundrel. As Wang Jiuxiong reflected further, it dawned on him that the heaps of debris were likely the remains of Grand Elder Wang Run, who had perished at the hands of lightning. The absence of Long Chun's body on the mountaintop indicated that he had never ascended the mountain. Long Chun had orchestrated a scheme to harm the Wang family, employing a ruse akin to an empty city stratagem. Indeed, it was a stratagem designed to ensnare Grand Elder Wang Run into the Thunder Forbidden Zone, where he was ultimately struck down by lightning. While Long Chun had never set foot in the Forbidden Zone at all, the dissipating storm clouds above the Thunder Forbidden Zone were undoubtedly related to the Grand Elder. Perhaps he had perished alongside the storm. Yes, the Grand Elder must have dispersed the storm clouds. Wang Jiuxiong murmured to himself. The Wang family had lost a powerful entity capable of dispersing storm clouds and cleaving mountains. China, North State Television. Thunder Forbidden Zone. Once again, the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This afternoon, the storm clouds that had loomed over the Thunder Forbidden Zone for centuries vanished. Indeed, the Thunder Forbidden Zone is no longer shrouded in lightning. What transpired within the Thunder Forbidden Zone? Could it be that celestial beings were at play? Was the previous visage of the Thunder Forbidden Zone truly left by an immortal? The reasons behind the disappearance of the thunder in the Forbidden Zone may remain unknown. Yet, it is precisely because of the vanishing storm clouds that we now have the opportunity to approach the Thunder Forbidden Zone, a mysterious land that has remained unconquered for centuries. Today, let us join the journalists of our television station as we venture into the Thunder Forbidden Zone. As the enchanting voice of the television host resonated, the screen transformed into a live broadcast from the Thunder Forbidden Zone, showcasing a reporter standing atop the mountain, conducting the live coverage. My heavens, what is that? An enormous handprint. Oh my goodness. A colossal handprint, measuring several meters in length, reminiscent of the revered Buddha's palm technique from cinematic tales of Kung Fu. Surely, it must be the mark of a celestial being. Even if not a deity, it undoubtedly belongs to a formidable martial artist. How outrageous. Experts are nothing but deceivers. I can no longer place my trust in their words. Previously, they dismissed the shadowy figures captured in the lightning-stricken zone as mere optical illusions. Yet how do they account for this immense handprint? Are they suggesting it is a natural formation? It is evident that someone once traversed this area, a celestial being. The very one depicted in the photograph has left behind this relic. The revelation has stirred a tempest of excitement. As the news unfolded, the entire nation of China erupted in fervor. They have come to realize that within the Thunder Forbidden Zone, celestial beings truly exist. A colossal handprint stands as irrefutable evidence of this fact. However, the whereabouts of the celestial being remain shrouded in mystery. The mere presence of a handprint left by Long Chun has incited such a powerful reaction that even Long Chun himself would scarcely have anticipated it. Indeed, as the saying goes, when the tree desires tranquility, the wind ceaselessly stirs. Subsequently, speculation began to swirl. People whispered that the disappearance of the thunderclouds in the Thunder Forbidden Zone was undoubtedly linked to the celestial being. It was the celestial hand that scattered the clouds, and the gigantic handprint atop the mountain served as the finest testament. Soon enough, experts emerged to dispel these rumors. Yet, no one heeded their words any longer. Their faith now lay solely with the celestial. In Kyoto, within the Xi district, there exists an ancient residence. This estate spans an area comparable to that of a football field. It is worth noting that the Xi district is a prime piece of real estate, where every inch is dearly valued. To possess such a vast ancient residence here requires not only wealth, but also status. This grand abode belongs to the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Kyoto. In the very center of this ancient residence, in a courtyard, there stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age, clad in a white dress, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. Her beauty transcended mere aesthetics. It was the kind that could topple kingdoms. However, at that moment, this stunning woman seemed entranced, her gaze vacant as she stared at a patch of flowers and grass in the courtyard. Yet, beneath her exquisite brow, a palpable air of sorrow lingered. Long Chun, why are you still alive? After an indeterminate amount of time, the enchanting woman suddenly uttered these words, infused with profound bitterness, as if she were cursing someone for their continued existence. Following her declaration, tears began to cascade from her beautiful eyes. "Churin, what is the matter with you?" At that moment, a voluptuous woman entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the beautiful woman in tears, she hurried forward, concern etched across her face, and inquired with urgency. This visitor was none other than Zhou Qingqing, the deputy chief of the Kyoto Police Department. The weeping beauty was Jiang Churin, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one of the four most beautiful women in Kyoto. "What have I done wrong? You wretched man, why have you destroyed me?" Jiang Churin articulated each word with intensity. "Churin, the elder Wang Ren has already entered the thunder-forbidden zone to slay the demons. I believe Long Chun is dead. He cannot survive this. You must trust me." Zhou Qingqing spoke with a heavy heart. Ever since Jiang Churin had been sullied by Long Chun, she had transformed completely into a different person. Suicide. She had attempted it no less than 3 times. Now, she suffered from severe depression, longing each day for the demise of a certain scoundrel. "Do not deceive me any longer. He never entered the thunder-forbidden zone. He is alive." Tears streamed down Jiang Churin's face like a torrential downpour as she choked on her words. Upon learning that the elder of the Wang family had ventured into the thunder-forbidden zone to slay monsters, she felt genuine joy, for she believed that a certain scoundrel was about to meet his end. However, just moments ago, she received the latest news. Elder Wang Ren had perished. Struck down by the thunder of the thunder-forbidden zone, he had perished in a cataclysm alongside the storm clouds, and the colossal handprint atop the mountain stood as testament. Yet Long Chun, he had never set foot in the thunder-forbidden zone. Indeed, he had orchestrated a ruse, deceiving the elder of the Wang family into his demise. When Jiang Churin discovered this news, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed, her hopes shattered. "You worthless fool, what is wrong with me dissolving our engagement? Why must you destroy me in this manner? They all say you have changed, that you are no longer a fool. But what does it matter? You remain as hideous as ever. I do not want you. I do not want you as my man." Jiang Churin's emotions surged intensely, and as she spoke, she could not help but roar in fury, as if venting the anger deep within her soul. "Churin, rest assured, I will seek justice for you," Zhou Qingqing declared earnestly. "How could a fool, a waste, possibly be worthy of my dear friend? What does it matter if the waste has changed? He is still but a toad." Zhou Qingqing resolved silently within her heart. Regardless of how the Jiang family approached this matter, she would never let Long Chun go, absolutely not. Looking at Jiang Churin before her, Zhou Qingqing felt a pang of sorrow. The esteemed daughter of the capital had been reduced to such a state because of a certain scoundrel. As the entire capital, and even China, buzzed with excitement over the disappearance of the storm clouds in the thunder-forbidden zone, the orchestrator of it all sat aboard a bus heading to the capital. Shanhaiguan was quite close to the capital, although it was not in the same province. A mere 3-hour journey would suffice. The capital. He, Long Chun, the true dragon, has returned. As Long Chun boarded the bus, the passengers could not help but furrow their brows, for he was clad in tattered garments resembling a beggar. Each passenger who laid eyes upon him instinctively covered their noses, as if repulsed by the sight of a fly. However, what the other passengers failed to notice was that beneath his ragged attire lay an extraordinary aura, a transcendent essence that surpassed mortal confines. Long Chun appeared oblivious to their various reactions and whispered remarks, simply finding a seat and settling down. Yet, how could he truly be unaware? How could he not see? In his eyes, these individuals were but mere ants. As the esteemed sovereign of the dragon clan, why should he concern himself with such insignificant beings? How could the summer insect comprehend the chill of ice? He surveyed the passengers around him, remaining indifferent to their disdainful glances and scornful whispers. After muttering to himself, he chose to close his eyes. The summer insect knows nothing of winter's cold, for its life is fleeting, confined to the warmth of summer, never to witness the frost of winter. In Long Chun's perspective, these ants and summer insects were indistinguishable. How could they possibly comprehend the might of Long Chun? How could they discern that Long Chun was indeed a true dragon? As Long Chun closed his eyes, the passengers on the bus intensified their mockery, their derisive voices surging like a tide, engulfing the entire compartment. How unfortunate to encounter a beggar upon stepping outside. Since when did beggars have the means to ride a bus? Damn it, that wretched beggar had to sit right beside me. It's utterly repugnant. After a brief exchange of disdainful remarks among the passengers surrounding Long Chun, they soon fell silent, seemingly too disdainful to continue discussing a beggar. Indeed, they held a palpable disdain for beggars, regarding any discussion about them as beneath their dignity. To them, engaging in petty disputes with a beggar was an act of degradation. Swiftly, they shifted the conversation to two exceedingly popular topics: the dissipation of the thunderclouds over the thunder-forbidden zone and the whereabouts of the celestial beings within it. The passengers on the bus engaged in fervent debate, with some asserting that the celestial beings had dispersed the thunderclouds, others claiming that the beings had ascended to the heavens, and yet others suggesting that they had achieved transcendence. A plethora of opinions circulated amongst them, oblivious to the fact that the celestial being they spoke of was, in reality, present on the very bus with them. How could they have imagined that the beggar they looked down upon was, in fact, the celestial being they spoke of? What bad luck! Seated beside Long Chun was an exquisite beauty, a young woman in her 20s, whose beauty radiated like a phoenix among the passengers on the bus, standing out with a grace that was unmistakable. Adorned with a pair of rabbit-ear headphones, she appeared to be lost in music. Yet, it was evident that she was quite displeased, for she found herself seated next to a beggar. The stunning woman cast an irritable glance at Long Chun, who sat comfortably beside her, her heart filled with frustration. After muttering a few words under her breath, she fell silent, her body instinctively shifting away from him, seeking distance within the confines of her seat. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the bus entered the jurisdiction of Kyoto. However, they were merely in the suburbs, with a considerable distance still separating them from the city center. Shortly after the bus made its way into Kyoto, it came to a halt at a station. A young man, appearing to be around 26 or 27, boarded the bus, clad in designer attire. He greeted the driver with a casual familiarity before making his way into the cabin. He first cast a glance around the compartment, and upon spotting something, his eyes sparkled with a sudden brilliance, akin to that of a predator who has just caught sight of its prey, radiating an intense gleam. As he gazed intently, he made his way towards that direction. Before long, he arrived at the spot where Long Chun was seated and came to a halt. "Brother, how about we exchange seats? I shall take this place while you move to the back," the young man proposed, simultaneously reaching out to give Long Chun a light pat. He exuded an imposing aura, as if accustomed to commanding authority, presenting an attitude that brooked no denial. The intentions of the young man were evident to all the passengers within the carriage, a stunning beauty. Indeed, it was precisely because he was seated beside an extraordinary beauty that all the male passengers on the bus could not help but envy this beggar, Dragon Chun, who among them had not stolen glances at the enchanting lady. From the moment she boarded, no one dared to sit beside her, for her extraordinary grace and beauty rendered all in her presence feeling inadequate. This very aura deterred everyone from disturbing her. Yet, to their astonishment, this humble beggar exhibited no shyness whatsoever, boldly taking a seat next to the exquisite beauty, eliciting a mix of jealousy and indignation from the male passengers. By sitting there, he had claimed a spot they deemed off limits. However, upon the arrival of this young man, the atmosphere shifted. The male passengers began to relish the impending drama. The young man's attire suggested he was no ordinary individual, and the passengers eagerly anticipated a moment of humiliation for Dragon Chun, expecting the beggar to bow his head in deference to the refined young man. In their eyes, how could a beggar possibly compete with a man of such distinguished bearing? Surely, the outcome would be a resounding defeat for the beggar. They believed that even they would yield their seats under similar circumstances, so overpowering was the young man's presence. The aura he radiated left them almost breathless, a palpable testament to his superiority. To the other male passengers, the sight of this young man beside the beautiful lady was far more palatable than a beggar in her proximity. Such a paragon of beauty was surely beyond the reach of a beggar. Even if they could not possess her, they could not abide someone of lesser standing claiming her either. At that moment, the exquisite beauty removed her bunny-eared headphones, casting a glance at Dragon Chun and then at the young man, remaining silent. Yet, her expression suggested she anticipated the beggar would soon bow out, yielding his seat to the young man. But in the next instant, they were all left in stunned silence. "Get lost," Dragon Chun uttered with a calmness that belied the intensity of his words. He then reached up and forcefully removed the young man's hand that had settled upon his shoulder. "Get lost." Who could have imagined that the beggar they had previously scorned would so boldly address the young man with such a command? Exuding an air of authority akin to a sovereign surveying his subjects, they began to harbor doubts, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Was this truly the demeanor one would expect from a beggar? Previously, they had ridiculed this beggar in various ways, yet he had remained silent. And now he displayed such audacity? Could it be that this beggar was a fool? Damn it. You have guts, young man. The young man was taken aback as well. He had never anticipated that a ragged beggar would dare to scold him. Get lost. He shouted. Do you even know who I am? The young man, infuriated, declared. I will give you one more chance. Kneel and apologize, then get off the vehicle immediately. I might overlook your ignorance, but do not blame me for being rude otherwise. He carried himself with an air of superiority, as if bestowing a favor upon Long Chen, who knelt before him in apology. It was as though he believed it was a tremendous honor for Long Chen to bow and concede. I do not know who you are. Yet, I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Leave, or face death. Long Chen remarked with narrowed eyes. The esteemed sovereign of the dragon clan was disturbed during his repose. The true dragon's wrath was palpable, shaking the heavens and earth. That the true dragon refrained from immediately ending the life of this ignorant young man was a testament to his fortunate fate. However, the young man persisted in his reckless bravado, inciting the true dragon's ire. For reasons unknown, the young man felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting Long Chen's gaze, as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth. Yet, he quickly suppressed this disquieting sensation and shot a fierce glare at Long Chen, asserting each word with venom. All right. You truly possess audacity, daring to speak to me. Li Hu, in such a manner. Just wait. I shall see if you can maintain such arrogance later. Damn you. Offending the Chen family of Kyoto ensures your doom. Having declared his name, Li Hu turned away, seeking a seat on the bus. No sooner had he settled down than he retrieved his phone to make a call, glancing intermittently at Long Chen. The name Chen family of Kyoto, Li Hu, echoed through the bus, plunging the passengers into stunned silence. Indeed, a mere name had struck fear into the hearts of all aboard. Li Hu was none other than Li Hu of the Chen family of Kyoto. It was said that the Qingda Group, a subsidiary of the Chen family, was under the control of the Li brothers, of whom Li Hu was one. At the young age of 28, he served as the vice president of Qingda Group. Though the Li brothers did not bear the Chen surname, they were undoubtedly of the Chen lineage. This revelation marked the end for the beggar. Li Hu. He was indeed Li Hu, the vice president of Qingda Group. Rumor had it that Qingda Group encompassed various industries, from real estate to the internet, entertainment, media, and retail. There was no domain of life untouched by their influence. More importantly, the title of the Chen family in Kyoto held immense significance. Do you understand what the Chen family represents throughout Kyoto? This beggar was courting death, provoking the wrong individual. How could a mere beggar dare to challenge someone of Li Hu's stature? As the passengers in the carriage gradually regained their composure, they could not help but engage in animated discussions, their gazes towards Li Hu filled with a mixture of awe and, more accurately, trepidation. The Qingda Group is renowned in Kyoto as a prominent conglomerate, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions and serving as a subsidiary to the esteemed Chen family. The Li brothers are the esteemed leaders of this vast multinational corporation. Such influential figures, even the most powerful among them, must bow and scrape, wary of provoking their ire. Yet today, this beggar not only dared to provoke, but also to insult. The collective thought among the onlookers was one of morbid anticipation. Let this beggar await his demise. With this in mind, their eyes then turned towards Long Chen, reflecting a blend of disdain, envy, anger, but predominantly pity. Indeed, they looked upon Long Chen with a sense of pity for his ignorance. It was evident that he remained unfazed upon discovering Li Hu's true identity, exhibiting an air of indifference. In their eyes, how profoundly oblivious could one be? Yet, they could not fathom that Long Chen's nonchalance stemmed from his utter disregard for the Chen family of Kyoto. Brother, you ought to hasten and apologize to young Master Li. Perhaps, if he is in good spirits, he might grant you clemency. Otherwise, you will find it exceedingly difficult to establish yourself in Kyoto. His influence is indeed formidable. At that moment, the bus driver cast a sympathetic glance at Long Chen. Although he appeared no different from a beggar, he was, after all, still a human being. He could not bear to witness Long Chen's reckless behavior and felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Oh, it's nothing. I hardly regard the Chen family. Long Chen replied with a smile. Sigh. The bus driver shook his head, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Driver, why do you feel the need to caution him? It is evident that this beggar's mind is not quite right. He is unworthy of your concern. Be careful not to incur the ire of young Master Li. It would be a futile endeavor, someone remarked. Indeed, why should we care about the fate of a beggar? If he seeks to court disaster, let him do so. After all, he is bound to meet his end eventually. This truly is the most arrogant beggar I have ever encountered. He dares to insult young Master Li. He must be tired of living, the crowd jeered, as if they were witnessing Long Chen's inevitable downfall. They believed that Long Chen was not only a fool but also a simpleton. Was it worth it for a woman? Offending Li Hu in such a manner was utterly unwarranted. If it were them, they would have yielded the moment Li Hu revealed his name. A beggar is merely a beggar. As the saying goes, those without shoes are not afraid of those who wear them. Perhaps that encapsulates the situation. What is your name? At that moment, the stunning beauty, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, addressing none other than Long Chen. Her initiating a conversation with him evoked a tinge of envy among the passengers on the bus. However, as they contemplated Long Chen's impending fate, their envy quickly dissipated. Long Chen, he replied coldly, offering no further words. Oh, what brings you to Kyoto? The exquisite beauty inquired. My family is from Kyoto, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. The beauty nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent once more. She discerned Long Chen's indifference but interpreted it as a strategy of pursuit. Surely, if he did not harbor any interest in her, he would not have dared to offend the vice president of Qianda Group, Li Hu, by refusing to yield his seat. Such suitors had always been beneath her disdain, particularly those who played mind games. The more she pondered, the greater her aversion to Long Chen grew. Initially, her disdain stemmed from his status as a beggar. Now, it was fueled by his pretentiousness. As for her sudden attempt at conversation, it could only be considered a form of grace bestowed upon him. Yes, a grace. After exchanging a few words with Long Chen, the beauty disregarded him entirely, repositioning her bunny ear headphones and closing her eyes once more. However, she maintained a noticeable distance from him. Even though she had inadvertently helped him offend the esteemed vice president of Qianda Group, her feelings towards Long Chen remained one of disdain. Who would ever be fond of a beggar? For a woman of her caliber, engaging in mere pleasantries with a beggar was already a significant act of benevolence. Meanwhile, Long Chen seemed entirely indifferent to the interaction, closing his eyes to rest. The passengers on the bus could only sigh at this beggar who had dared to offend the vice president of Qianda Group. Showing no fear and appearing as if nothing had happened, drifting off to sleep. Fool! This beggar is nothing but an imbecile. Only a fool would be so unafraid of trouble. Were it up to them, sleep would be the least of their concerns. One could surmise that they would be trembling in terror, unable to find rest for days and nights on end, amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. The vehicle finally penetrated the heart of Kyoto. Shortly after entering the city, the young man named Li Hu approached the bus driver. Exuding an air of arrogance as he commanded, "Pull over the vehicle at the roadside." Understood, the bus driver responded with a vigorous nod. It is important to note that parking is strictly prohibited along the city streets. However, the bus driver dared not defy Li Hu. After all, their bus company was a subsidiary of the Qianda Group, meaning Li Hu was, in essence, his superior. He had no choice but to comply with Li Hu's instructions, swiftly bringing the bus to a halt by the roadside. Not a single person on the bus dared to voice a rebuttal against Li Hu's demand to stop. They dared not provoke Li Hu, for they considered themselves wise, unlike the foolish beggar who, fully aware of the consequences, still chose to provoke him. Damn it, the young man muttered. If you have the guts, don't run away. Wait for me in the car. As the vehicle came to a halt, Li Hu cast a glance in Long Chen's direction and alighted from the car. The bus had been parked by the roadside for nearly 10 minutes when two Land Rover vehicles approached and came to a stop beside Li Hu. As the doors swung open, 7 or 8 menacing figures descended from the vehicles. The moment these formidable men disembarked, they nodded and bowed to Li Hu, who exchanged a few words with them. Subsequently, Li Hu, accompanied by these intimidating figures, made his way toward the bus. The passengers on the bus, upon witnessing this scene, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically as fear washed over them, anxious about the impending fallout. The beggar was truly finished. Given Li Hu's influence in the capital, even if he were to maim the beggar, it was unlikely to stir significant repercussions. Among the bus passengers, a young woman, stylishly dressed, cast a disdainful glance at Long Chen before turning her attention to Li Hu. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, as if in her eyes. Li Hu was a heroic figure while Long Chen appeared a coward. Young man, it would be wise to kneel and apologize. It might just save your life. Otherwise, the odds are grim for you today. Do not be overly arrogant, young one. Who are you? A mere beggar. While Li Hu is the esteemed vice president of Qianda Group, crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. An elderly man, aged around 60 or 70, spoke gravely to Long Chun. There is no shame in kneeling to plead for mercy, as long as it ensures your survival. Do you see that burly, fearsome man following Li Hu? His name is Zhang Shui, a warrior. A warrior? How could a lowly beggar like you afford to offend such a person? Warrior. Upon hearing this term, the expressions of those in the vehicle changed dramatically. A warrior embodies strength. Even the most basic of warriors are not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. It is rumored that some warriors can slay a person with a single strike. The massive palm print found in the Thunderbolt Forbidden Zone may very well have been left by an exceptionally powerful warrior. Faced with a warrior, how could they not tremble with fear? They were utterly terrified, to the point of neglecting even the derision of a beggar. A warrior? Is it truly formidable? Regardless of the prowess of a warrior, one thing I am certain of is that it pales in comparison to my own might. Long Chen scoffed disdainfully. Before a true dragon, not only warriors but even immortals must bow in homage. It seems that merely a few hours prior, he had annihilated a warrior and severely injured another. Such arrogance. Utterly preposterous. He remains oblivious even as death looms near. The onlookers surmised that this beggar was entirely ignorant of the true nature of warriors, which emboldened him to boast so shamelessly. What is a warrior? To an ordinary person, a warrior is akin to an immortal. They understood that the beggar was doomed today. Alas, the elderly man sighed to himself, choosing not to say more. He felt that Long Chun was overly youthful and impetuous, unaware of the wisdom and humility, and would undoubtedly face consequences for his arrogance. You foul beggar! I never imagined your audacity was so extraordinary. Today, I shall witness how you meet your fate. Do you wish to pursue me? How absurd! A lazy toad dreaming of devouring a swan. The exquisite beauty disdainfully remarked. It was revolting to her that someone as exceptional as herself had caught the attention of a beggar, and the thought of him pursuing her made her feel nauseated. More importantly, the beggar's audacity was beyond ordinary. She was eager to see how this detestable beggar, this lazy toad, would ultimately fare. Soon, Li Hu boarded the bus. His eyes surveyed the interior of the bus, as if he were looking down upon the masses, exuding an air of dominance. Yet, none among the passengers dared to meet his gaze. All lowered their heads, unwilling to look at Li Hu. You, filthy beggar, get down here. I have something to discuss with you, Li Hu commanded, fixing his gaze upon Long Chun with an authoritative demeanor. Oh, Long Chun replied with a smile, and promptly descended from the vehicle. Once the two had exited, the bus erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Damn, I bet this wretched beggar is just putting on a brave front. He'll surely beg for mercy soon enough. Kneeling in supplication? Too late. Even if he does kneel, Li Hu would never let him off the hook. Today, his life is forfeit. Next year on this day will be a memorial for this loathsome beggar. Indeed, in the eyes of the onlookers, the beggar is destined to die today. In other words, to them, Li Hu was a taboo, a forbidden figure to these ordinary souls, one who could bring death with but a touch. Little did they realize that Long Chun was not merely a man. He was a dragon, a true dragon. As Long Chun stepped down, he was immediately encircled by a group of 7 or 8 menacing figures, each glaring at him with a ferocity that suggested they wished to devour him whole. It was likely that any ordinary person encountering such a scene would be paralyzed with fear. However, Long Chun's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he were oblivious to the imposing presence of these fierce individuals. Filthy beggar, you were quite arrogant on the bus, weren't you? Tell me to get lost again if you dare. Do you believe I won't take your life today? Li Hu declared from his elevated position. His presence exudes formidable power, subtly emanating an air of latent menace. He truly harbors murderous intent, seeking to eradicate Long Chun. It is hardly surprising, for a man of his stature. Extinguishing the life of a mere beggar poses no challenge whatsoever. Brother Hu, is this the so-called practitioner you mentioned on the phone? Observing his cowardly demeanor, one cannot help but question his prowess. I would rather liken him to a soft dumpling. Surrounded by us, he is rendered speechless by fear. Beside Li Hu stands a man in his mid-30s, who scrutinizes Long Chun with a condescending gaze. Upon witnessing Long Chun's silence in the face of Li Hu's scorn, he chuckles derisively and remarks, Brother Hu, allow me to handle this brat. It matters not if he is a coward or a true practitioner. Today, I shall ensure he is left in tatters. To provoke Brother Hu is to invite one's own demise. He is none other than Zhang Shui, a martial artist. Surrounding him are 7 or 8 formidable and intimidating men, all of whom are his subordinates. Although the remaining robust figures are not martial artists, they are well-trained individuals. significantly stronger than the average person, capable of holding their own against 3 adversaries. Perhaps I misjudged. However, this young man does possess some strength. Li Hu cast a disdainful glance at Long Chun, squinting as he spoke. When Long Chun removed his hand from Li Hu's shoulder earlier, it felt as though his hand had been clamped by a vice, leading him to believe that Long Chin had undergone training. Yet, to his surprise, upon calling for assistance, Long Chin appeared utterly unfazed. Rest assured, Brother Hu, I will handle this young man, Zhang Shui said with a smile. He then approached Long Chun, looking down at him and declaring, Young man, you have offended our Brother Hu. How do you propose we resolve this matter? If you do not quell Brother Hu's fury today, do you believe I will not extinguish your flame and make you a guiding lantern in the sky? The implication was clear. Zhang Shui was threatening Long Chun, or more accurately, the true dragon within him. How should we resolve this? Long Chun replied, his expression unwavering. Young man, you are quite perceptive. This is commendable. At least you have preserved your life, Zhang Shui noted, recognizing the beggar's submission with a satisfied nod. With narrowed eyes, he continued, You shall sever your own arms and kneel to apologize to Brother Hu. If you do so, we shall consider this matter settled. As for the exquisite beauty in the vehicle, our Brother Hu has taken a liking to her and intends to take her away. Oh, Long Chen acknowledged with a nod. Brother Hu, what do you think of this arrangement? Seeing the beggar acquiesce, Zhang Shui turned to Li Hu, eagerly seeking his approval. Very well. He is merely a filthy beggar. Eliminating him would only bring misfortune. Since he has wisely chosen to sever his own arms and kneel in apology, I shall reluctantly spare him this time, Li Hu declared, exuding the arrogance of a monarch. Enough, young man. Brother Hu has agreed to spare you. Now, sever your own arms and kneel, Zhang Shui commanded, stepping forward with an imposing demeanor. At this moment, Li Hu positioned himself at the forefront, seemingly anticipating Long Chen's act of self-mutilation and ready to receive his submission. Meanwhile, the passengers from the bus had mostly disembarked, gathering a short distance away, approximately 10 meters. Upon witnessing Long Chun's submission and imminent self-harm, they could not suppress their laughter. They believed that Long Chun was exceptionally tough and proud. Little did they know that this iron-willed beggar was willing to kneel or even sever his own arms to survive. What a coward! How utterly pathetic! With such a demeanor, he dared to pursue my affection? What a delusional fool! A beggar indeed! How could he ever dream of feasting on swan meat? Among the crowd, an exquisite beauty witnessed this scene and could not help but scoff. She had thought the beggar was a man of unyielding spirit, only to discover he was a spineless wretch. Initially, she had been curious to see how Long Chun would dig his own grave, but to her astonishment, it was all over before it even began. Humph! To dare offend Li Hu with such audacity? Truly unaware of his own mortality, the beautiful woman sneered. Yet, just after she uttered those words, the sight of the beggar left her utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Is he not going to immediately sever his own arms and kneel? Li Hu, noticing that Long Chun stood resolutely, unmoved by the situation, felt a surge of irritation. Did I ever say that I would sever my own arms and kneel? Long Chun replied nonchalantly. I meant for you all to sever your own arms and kneel to admit your mistakes. I am merely standing here, awaiting your actions. What? What did this beggar just say? He demanded that the esteemed warrior and vice president of Qinda Group, Li Hu, sever his own arms and kneel before him to confess his wrongdoing? Who does he think he is? The head of the Qin family? The onlookers could not help but ponder, this wretched beggar is not only a fool but a fool whose mind is muddled. He clearly has a chance at life, yet insists on courting death. Is it merely a severed arm? Is it simply kneeling? If it were them, they would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Insanity. This beggar is undoubtedly mad. Forcing a warrior to kneel. Forcing Li Hu, the vice president of Qinda Group, to kneel. Does he truly wish for his demise? A young woman among the spectators scoffed. A fool like this deserves to be immortalized in history. A middle-aged man could not refrain from sighing. The crowd merely observed. Yet even so, they felt a twinge of fear. It was solely due to the beggar's reckless audacity. What did you say? Zhang Shui exclaimed in fury. A mere beggar. He could effortlessly crush an ant, yet he would willingly sever his own arms and kneel in contrition? In my eyes, you are no different from mere insects. I had no intention of engaging with you, but alas, the swarm of insects provoked me. It is akin to a multitude of flies buzzing incessantly before me, utterly exasperating. Do you comprehend? Today, I present you with 2 choices. Either sever your own arms and kneel in supplication, or face death. The aura emanating from Long Chun suddenly intensified, resembling the overwhelming presence of an ancient beast, causing the crowd to struggle for breath. In the eyes of the true dragon, they held no distinction from insignificant ants. Yet, when faced with a multitude of such pests, annoyance is inevitable. Before the imposing figures of the 8 strong men, Li Hu's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, wishing to rend Long Chun to shreds. Li Hu had initially braced himself to accept Long Chun's demand for self-mutilation and kneeling in apology. However, he realized that Long Chun was merely toying with him. To demand he sever his own limbs and beg a beggar for forgiveness? Such humiliation. For Li Hu, this was an affront. Very well. You, insolent beggar, possess quite the spirit, he seethed, forcing himself to suppress the rage bubbling within. But do you not understand that sometimes such spirit comes at a price? Today, I shall witness just how steadfast you truly are. Ants. Very well. I shall see who the real insects are. Zhang Shui, you are to immediately incapacitate this insolent beggar. Is he not quite arrogant? Damn it. I shall see what merit he possesses to be so audacious with me. Li Hu's frustration boiled over. Brother Hu understood. Leave this brat to me, Zhang Shui replied, bowing slightly. I particularly enjoy dealing with tough nuts, rest assured. Before we utterly annihilate him, I will ensure he kneels and apologizes to you. Brat, it seems you truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. You spurn the path to survival and choose the road to demise. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Remember this, the one who will end you is Zhang Shui. In your next life, be more discerning about who you offend, for some individuals are beyond your kin. Zhang Shui proclaimed, looking down at Long Chun. It appears you have chosen not to sever your own arms and kneel, so prepare to meet your end. Long Chun's expression was as frigid as ice, his tone devoid of warmth. Arrogance, utter madness, a beggar daring to threaten a martial artist? How preposterous! The crowd looked upon Long Chun with scorn, dismissing his words as inconsequential. 3. The crowd paused, bewildered by Long Chun's sudden proclamation. You shall be the 3rd martial artist to fall beneath my hand today. Defeating 3 martial artists in a single day? Did he truly believe that he was facing death, prompting him to utter such reckless words? A warrior is the embodiment of strength. How could a mere beggar be compared? The notion of defeating 3 warriors in a single day is nothing but absurdity. And you are the weakest among them. Fool, an absolute fool. Do you think warriors are as easily dealt with as cabbages, to be cut down at will? The crowd could hardly contain themselves, spitting blood in outrage at this beggar. Damn it, brothers, let's finish this wretch. Zhang Shui glared at Long Chun with a menacing expression, dismissing his nonsensical ramblings as mere last words before demise. No sooner had Zhang Shui spoken than the 7 or 8 burly men surrounding Long Chun charged at him. It is worth noting that these men were not ordinary individuals. They were skilled fighters. Although they lagged behind true warriors, they surpassed the average person by a significant margin. In the presence of these formidable men, even a beginner in martial arts would think twice before provoking them. Kid, let us see if you live or die today. Zhang Shui sneered. In his eyes, having his subordinates eliminate Long Chun would be as effortless as crushing an ant. He laughed, a laugh brimming with arrogance. To offend Brother Hu, the consequence of such an affront is death. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. He could no longer muster a sound of laughter. His mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon Chin unleashed a series of straightforward punches, and the 7 or 8 burly men seemed unable to evade, one after another being sent flying by his fists. It was brutally simple. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the once menacing group lay defeated on the ground, some with broken bones, others spitting blood, eliciting a sense of dread among the surrounding passengers. They were utterly weak. Now it was his turn. Dragon Chin effortlessly dispatched the burly men as if they were mere ants, his expression unflinching as he stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was taken aback momentarily but quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Dragon Chin from head to toe, stating each word deliberately. I must admit, I somewhat underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist, but you have only managed to surprise me. No matter how skilled you are still merely a mortal. I, on the other hand, am a warrior. It would take little effort for me to obliterate you. With that, Zhang Shui advanced, taking measured steps towards Dragon Chin. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, he left deep impressions in the ground, each imprint about a centimeter deep, the resounding noise deafening. Merely walking, He created a series of profound footprints. This was the essence of a warrior. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, instinctively retreating several paces. They had never witnessed such a scene. They marveled at the sheer might of a warrior, which surpassed the realm of mere mortals. Oh my goodness! How immense must Zhang Xue's strength be? A petite woman gasped. He is leaving such deep impressions in the ground. If he were to step on a person, wouldn't he create a gaping wound? Another young man exclaimed in shock. This foolish beggar is truly brainless, continuing to provoke in the face of such overwhelming power. I fear he may not leave behind a complete corpse. The crowd was nearly paralyzed with fear, most of them ordinary individuals unaccustomed to such displays, momentarily believing Zhang Xue to be a monster. Those with faint hearts dared not approach, retreating to the back in fear of being collateral damage. Coward! You wretched toad! Why do you not kneel and apologize? Do you truly wish to perish? The exquisite beauty, upon witnessing Zhang Xue's monstrous presence, could not help but glance at Dragon Chun, who remained unmoved, showing no signs of surrender. Was he truly planning to confront this head-on? Could a warrior be compared to an ordinary person? Though he had effortlessly defeated Zhang Xue's subordinates, it was inconceivable that he could contend with Zhang Xue himself. Enough! The exquisite beauty cast a disdainful glance at Long Chun and murmured to herself, "Today, I shall extend my assistance to you." Despite her aversion towards Long Chun, she could not overlook the fact that this beggar was a victim of the offense committed by Li Hu. In her heart, she felt a twinge of pity for this unfortunate soul, which could be described as an act of charity. Yet, her disdain for Long Chun persisted. It was akin to a beggar requesting alms. While one may offer food, the underlying feelings of contempt remain unchanged. With this thought weighing on her, the exquisite beauty forced herself to suppress her revulsion and stepped forward, articulating each word with conviction. "You cannot harm him." She advanced to stand in front of Long Chun, shielding him from the aggressive Zhang Xue. It was evident that, despite her bravado, she felt a tinge of trepidation in the face of Zhang Xue's intimidating presence. "Who are you?" Zhang Xue's eyes gleamed momentarily, yet he did not halt his advance. He scrutinized the exquisite beauty with a narrowed gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, I see. You are the woman favored by Brother Hu. Since you are his woman, I shall show you some leniency. If you spend the night with Brother Hu, I shall ensure this fellow remains whole." "What do you say?" Zhang Xue could not help but acknowledge that the enchanting beauty before him was indeed a sight to behold, rivaling even the renowned beauties of the capital. "You." The exquisite beauty was infuriated, her delicate finger pointing accusingly at Zhang Xue as she exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Do you even know who I am? I may not know your identity, but I am aware that you will not leave here today. Brother Hu has taken a liking to you, and consider it an honor," Zhang Xue replied, his eyes narrowing. "It would be wise for you to step aside. You are Brother Hu's woman, and I would rather not harm you. However, should you insist on standing in my way, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhang Xue pressed forward, closing the distance between them. The exquisite beauty, though merely an ordinary person, stood resolutely in defiance, even as fear coursed through her. "I am Wu Shuiying of the Wu family in the capital," she declared, taking a deep breath. "Are you seeking to provoke the Wu family? If you possess any sense, you will leave this place at once, and I will act as though nothing has transpired." The Wu family of the capital, one of the 4 prominent families. It was even more formidable than the Qin family. No wonder the exquisite beauty exuded confidence. She was indeed a scion of one of the 4 great families. The 4 great families of the capital were the Long, Wu, Zhou, and Jiang clans. However, even among these illustrious families, there were disparities in strength. The Long family ranked the lowest, while the Jiang family held the foremost position. "You are the eldest daughter of the 3rd branch of the Wu family?" Zhang Xue furrowed his brow. Yet, it did not take long for him to recall something, and he scoffed disdainfully. "The 3rd branch of the Wu family has long since become a collateral line. Do you truly believe yourself to be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Wu family? If you were the eldest daughter of the Wu family, I might have regarded you with some trepidation. However, as a mere distant relative of the Wu clan, do you truly believe you can intimidate me using their name? You are woefully naive. While I may consider releasing you, relinquishing this young man is out of the question. Families of great repute, such as the 4 illustrious clans of the capital, boast a lineage that spans centuries. Even among the direct descendants, there are numerous individuals, let alone the collateral branches. The lineage of Wu Shuiying is but a side branch of the Wu family. Wu Shuiying's great-grandfather was a brother to the great-grandfather of the direct line. Yet, by the time of Wu Shuiying, her branch had gradually diminished in stature, possessing no real influence within the Wu family, merely managing a few family enterprises. As for Wu Shuiying's parents, they are merely mid-level executives in a small company under the Wu family's umbrella. Stop right there, the enchanting beauty exclaimed, her voice quivering with anxiety. But Zhang Shuai paid her no heed, continuing to advance step by step, each footprint striking terror in the hearts of onlookers. Such horror! You had best step aside. At that moment, an unexpectedly icy voice emanated from behind the stunning beauty, Wu Shuiying. It was Long Chun, who placed a hand upon Wu Shuiying's shoulder and forcefully pushed her aside. Do you even realize I am trying to save you, you wretched toad? Wu Shuiying retorted, seething with indignation. I don't require your assistance, Long Chun replied coldly, striding towards Zhang Shuai. I don't need your help. Wu Shuiying seethed, her ample bosom heaving with rage. If her glare could kill, Long Chun would have perished hundreds of times over. How dare he reject her pity, her benevolence? As if he were a beggar refusing a morsel of food? Did he not comprehend that his life was at stake? Very well, you wretched toad. I shall witness how you meet your demise. You don't need my assistance. Without it, you are merely on a path to death, Wu Shuiying spat. Her teeth clenched in fury. Today, she, the esteemed third miss of the Wu family, had been belittled by a mere beggar. Such humiliation. For Wu Shuiying, this was an affront, being scorned by a beggar. In a fit of anger, she decided to disregard the situation, intent on observing how this beggar would perish. Young man, the force behind this punch of mine weighs a staggering 800 pounds. Even a bull could be felled by my strike. Today, I shall witness how you withstand my blow. Zhang Shuai approached Long Chun, his footsteps echoing ominously, and launched a punch aimed directly at Long Chun's head. Though I may only be at the pinnacle of the initial stage of martial arts, it is more than sufficient to end your life. You, prepare to meet your end. As soon as his words fell, a fist was already swung forth. A formidable force emanated from Zhang Shuai's fist, to such an extent that the very air seemed to solidify under its might, producing a series of explosive sounds. Had that punch landed upon a human head, it would likely have shattered it, sending brain matter splattering everywhere. The pinnacle of early Ming strength. Long Chun remarked coolly. Do you realize that warriors at the late stage of dark strength have met their demise at my hands? As he spoke, he advanced to meet the blow with a punch of his own. Fist met fist, a collision of sheer force. With a resounding crash, Long Chun's fist collided with Zhang Shuai's. Yet, despite Zhang Shuai's claim of possessing an 800-gene punch, he did not send Long Chun flying. Instead, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing, followed by a thunderous boom as Zhang Shuai was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite with its string severed. Blood spewing from his mouth as he flew 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. Silence ensued. The onlookers stood in stunned disbelief at the outcome they had long anticipated. Zhang Shuai had been sent flying. A dignified warrior of early Ming strength was dispatched by a mere beggar with a single punch? Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. How could such a lowly beggar possess such extraordinary power? This toad of a man had knocked Zhang Shuai away with a single blow? The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, was left speechless. The beggar whom she had always looked down upon, scorned, and ridiculed had just sent Zhang Shuai flying with one punch. Moreover, it appeared that Zhang Shuai's arm had been broken. Wu Shuiying's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. It was not merely a case of poor vision. It was a complete blindness to reality. The very beggar they had once derided, scorned, and detested had, right before their eyes, dispatched a warrior with a single punch. It must be noted that the one who was sent flying was not some insignificant nobody, but a revered warrior, though reluctant to acknowledge it. The crowd could not escape the undeniable truth. Their gazes toward Long Chun underwent a profound transformation. The disdain, contempt, and aversion that had previously colored their perceptions vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. Yes, a mere beggar had instilled fear in them, a fear unlike any they had ever experienced. Suddenly, they recalled Long Chun's earlier boastful declaration, 3. You will be the third warrior to fall beneath my hand today, and you are the weakest among the 3. These words resonated in their minds like a series of thunderclaps. They had initially dismissed Long Chun's claims as mere bluster, the desperate utterances of a man facing his end. But now, witnessing Zhang Shuai's fate and observing Long Chun's composed demeanor, their disbelief began to waver. It was as if defeating a warrior held no significance at all. akin to performing an utterly commonplace task. Could it be that the three statements uttered by this beggar were indeed true? This thought surged within the minds of the onlookers, instilling a profound sense of fear. If what the beggar claimed were accurate, how formidable must he be? Could it be that this beggar is, in fact, a martial artist? He must surely possess martial prowess. After all, how could one possibly send a peak practitioner of the initial stage of Mingjin flying with a single punch? Unless they themselves were a warrior? The realization sent chills down the spines of those present, as they felt beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Just an hour ago, they were mocking and belittling a martial artist. "It's your turn," Long Chen declared, having just sent Zhang Shui flying with a punch. As he turned his gaze towards Li Hu, the vice president of Qinda Group, he approached Li Hu step by step, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling an immediate sense of dread in all who beheld him. "You cannot harm me. My brother is the president of the Qinda Group and a warrior at the initial stage of the hidden strength. If you lay a single finger upon me today, my brother will undoubtedly seek retribution." Li Hu gazed at Zhang Shui, who lay on the ground, teetering between life and death, and an overwhelming fear surged within him. He was acutely aware of Zhang Shui's prowess, on the verge of entering the mid-stage of bright strength. Yet, this seemingly destitute beggar had managed to send Zhang Shui flying with a single punch, inflicting grave injuries upon him, leaving his fate uncertain. What kind of cultivation could he possibly possess? Could it be that he has attained the mid-stage of Mingjing? Contemplating this, Li Hu felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The initial stage of Anjing? In my eyes, those esteemed martial artists you hold in such high regard are nothing more than insignificant ants. As Long Chen walked, he casually uttered these words. Ants. Indeed. In the eyes of a true dragon, there is no distinction between martial artists and mortals. They are all mere ants. In the days when the true dragon reigned supreme, even the mightiest of celestial beings were unworthy to shine his shoes, let alone the insignificant martial artists. Martial artists are but ants. Well, you truly have reached the height of arrogance. Do you think that because you severely injured Zhang Shui with a single punch, I would fear you? The moment Li Hu recalled that his brother was at the initial stage of Anjing, he regained his composure. No longer intimidated by Long Chen, he looked down with a sense of superiority and declared, "Let me tell you, it is you who should be afraid, since you are so oblivious to your own peril. I shall accommodate you. I will summon my brother right now, and then we shall see how you continue to flaunt your bravado." He had just finished speaking when he immediately made a phone call. After exchanging a few brief sentences, he swiftly hung up. "You can wait for death," Li Hu said with narrowed eyes, seemingly unconcerned about the advancing Long Chen. "Oh." Long Chen nodded, having approached Li Hu. With a resounding crash, Long Chen kicked out with astonishing force, sending Li Hu flying through the air. Before Li Hu could even touch the ground, Long Chen delivered another kick, propelling him skyward as if he were playing football. Li Hu soared over 10 meters high, his chest caved in, blood spewing from his mouth, before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a deep imprint in the earth. "You!" Li Hu gasped, blood spilling from his lips, his eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that Long Chen dared to lay hands on him, unafraid of his brother, who was at the initial stage of dark energy? It seems you've called for help," Long Chen said, stepping over to Li Hu and placing a foot on his head, looking down with disdain. "Since it has come to this, I shall spare your life for now, so you can witness how I crush an ant." Indeed, exterminating a being at the initial stage of dark energy was as effortless for Long Chen as squashing an ant. "You foolish beggar. You are courting death." The stunning beauty, Wu Shuiying, was furious. She had never expected Long Chen to injure Zhang Shui, and she had to admit she had misjudged him. But no matter how formidable he might be, could he truly challenge someone at the dark energy level? Furthermore, Long Chen audaciously referred to those at that level as mere ants. This was nothing short of suicidal. When Li Hu's brother arrived and saw his sibling reduced to a cripple, how could he possibly let Long Chen go? She didn't believe Long Chen had the strength to contend with someone at the dark energy level. A mere boy of 16 or 17, still in school, even if he were a martial artist, could only reach the bright energy stage at most. It was impossible for him to possess dark energy. Absolutely impossible. Thus, Long Chen was certainly doomed when facing Li Hu's brother. Enough. The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, bit her lip, hesitating. "I'll help you today. I fear that if I don't, you might truly perish." Although she was somewhat incensed by Long Chen's earlier dismissal of her, she couldn't bear to watch him die before her eyes. After some thought, she took out her phone hesitating briefly before dialing a number. "Hello? Is this Mr. Wu?" A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. "Uncle Wu, it's Shuiying." The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying's eyes dimmed momentarily, as she couldn't help but ponder. If only the family's distinguished daughter were involved, Wu Bo would have undoubtedly saved her number in his phone. Alas, who can blame us for not being the direct line? Wu Shuiying sighed internally. "Oh, it turns out to be the third young lady." On the other end of the line, the middle-aged man chuckled. "Is there something you wish to discuss, third young lady? If there is, please feel free to share. Miss Xuefei instructed me to look after you closely." Wu Xuefei, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Wu family in the capital, is one of the four great beauties of the city, the true darling of the entire region. Indeed, that is the case. I shall forever remain in the shadow of Wu Xuefei, yet what can I do about it? The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying felt a twinge of reluctance, pursing her lips, but choosing not to dwell on the topic further. She was merely a side branch of the family. No matter how striking her appearance, what difference did it make? At best, she would be a mere ornament. While Wu Xuefei was the genuine heiress of the Wu family, a status she could never attain. "Uncle Wu, here's the situation." The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying quickly recounted the details to Uncle Wu on the other end of the line, smiling as she inquired, "Could you assist me?" "Third young lady, are you saying your friend has offended the vice president of the Chanda Group? And that Li who has been severely injured?" Uncle Wu furrowed his brow, his tone growing serious. "Yes, I know this puts you in a difficult position, but could you help me?" Wu Shuiying bit her lip. If not out of desperation, she would have never called this number. She understood that had it been Wu Xuefei, Uncle Wu would have complied without hesitation. "Well, third young lady, as you know, the Li brothers are closely tied to the Qin family, and Li Hu's brother is a trusted aide to that family. If it's merely due to your friend offending the Li brothers." Uncle Wu paused momentarily before continuing, "Let us do this. I will send someone to bring you home. As for your friend, I can only do my best." "Thank you, Uncle Wu," sighed the exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying. "This is merely my duty," Uncle Wu replied with a smile. Soon, Wu Shuiying ended the call. With a sense of pride, she glanced at the distant Long Chun, disdainfully remarking like a queen on high, "Poor beggar. In the end, you still need me to save you? No matter how formidable you are. Can you compare to someone with hidden strength? Were it not for my intervention, you would be awaiting your demise." Even though Long Chun had defeated Zhang Shui, Wu Shuiying still looked down upon him. A beggar. No matter how powerful, still just a beggar. And I, Wu Shuiying, am the third young lady of the Wu family. Though a side branch, I am still far more noble than this beggar. It is indeed noble. Time gradually slips away, as the crowd awaits the arrival of the fabled being possessing the prowess of hidden strength. The passengers on the bus are but ordinary individuals, who, in their daily lives, have seldom encountered any martial artists, let alone a being of such formidable hidden capabilities. They not only eagerly anticipate the arrival of the profound strength of the Dark Realm, but they also yearn for this formidable presence to swiftly emerge and mercilessly vanquish that insufferable beggar. How audacious! This wretched beggar dares to disregard the martial artists of the world, openly declaring them to be mere ants. How outrageous! A mere beggar exhibiting such arrogance? Even they find it difficult to tolerate. What does it matter if you can send Zhang Shui, at the pinnacle of the initial bright realm, flying with a single punch? Before the might of one who has attained the dark realm, you are but an insignificant insect. Indeed, they believe that Long Chun is but an insignificant ant. After nearly 20 minutes had passed, a military off-road vehicle finally approached from a distance, adorned with military plates. This was indeed a vehicle of the army. "Damn, you're finished. My brother is coming. Kid, just wait for your demise. Even if you kneel before me and plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Today, I must ensure your end." Originally lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, Li Hu, upon seeing the military vehicle come to a halt nearby, instantly became exceedingly excited, pointing an accusing finger at Long Chun and declaring, "You have wounded me. I shall make you pay with your life." He was utterly transformed from his previous timid demeanor, once again adopting the arrogant posture he had initially displayed. After expressing himself, he gritted his teeth against the pain and rose from the ground, making his way towards the military off-road vehicle. "Brother Liang, you've finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have met my end." Li Hu called out pitifully to a middle-aged man who had just alighted from the vehicle. "It's him. This scoundrel nearly caused my demise. Brother Liang, you must avenge me today and ensure he pays for his actions." Li Hu pointed an accusatory finger at Long Chun, declaring, "These injuries are all his doing. Brother Liang, you must eliminate him swiftly. I want him to suffer in ways unimaginable. And that woman too. She must be taken away tonight. I intend to have my way with her." Li Hu's gaze then fell upon the exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, his desire evident. "How outrageous. Someone in Kyoto dared to inflict such harm upon you. Does he wish to court death?" The middle-aged man, possessing a square jaw and an imposing presence, descended from the vehicle, his fury ignited by Li Hu's words. "Brother, what has happened to you?" In his eagerness for revenge, Li Hu had not observed Brother Liang closely. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed the numerous bandages that adorned his body, and one arm was suspended in a sling. "Is your arm broken?" "No, surely not." "Brother Liang, did someone assault you? Who could have injured an individual of your prowess?" "I'm unscathed, merely encountered a formidable master in a brief exchange," the middle-aged man replied ambiguously, as if lost in thought. "Little Hu, let us not dwell on that," he added, furrowing his brow. "Today, I shall discover who has done this to my brother." A powerful aura emanated from the middle-aged man, characteristic of one at the dark energy stage, overwhelming those present and instilling a sense of dread that compelled some to the brink of kneeling. Such was the might of one at the dark energy stage. Pathetic beggar. Just wait and see how you can continue your bravado. The strength of the dark energy stage is beyond your comprehension. I fear that this formidable master will end you with a mere swipe of his hand, a young woman in the crowd scoffed. She was not alone in her sentiments. The surrounding onlookers shared a similar disdain. They believe that a beggar facing the existence of the dark energy phase is undoubtedly doomed. Alas, one should not court death. A modicum of skill can lead to hubris, causing one to forget their own identity. Truly, one cannot fathom the vastness of the heavens and the earth. How could the Li brothers be offended by a mere beggar? Another man scoffed. However, just as the middle-aged man approached Long Chen step by step, another vehicle approached from a distance, halting directly in front of him and obstructing his path. "Senior Li, I implore you to spare this young brother and our third young lady," a man in a suit, around 34 or 35, alighted from the car. Upon seeing Wu Shuiying not far off and Long Chun standing in a pool of blood, he quickly intervened, smiling ingratiatingly. "Get lost." The middle-aged man uttered a single word. The suit-clad man's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing this. Yet, faced with the middle-aged man's dark energy prowess, he reluctantly stepped aside, allowing the dark energy practitioner to pass by. The man in the suit, named Zhang Tao, was a subordinate of Wu Bo, the steward of the Wu family in the capital, possessing only the peak of bright energy cultivation. He was but a hair's breadth away from the initial stage of dark energy. Yet, this slight difference in strength was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Without crossing it, one could never be deemed a true powerhouse. In the eyes of formidable dark energy beings, bright energy practitioners are but ants. Yes, ants. "Zhang, can you please save my friend?" The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying could not help but step forward, frowning as she addressed Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao assessed Wu Shuiying from head to toe, and upon confirming her safety, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Bo had sent him to escort the third young lady home. If anything were to happen to her, he would find it difficult to explain to Wu Bo. "Young lady, it has already been quite a challenge to bring you back today. As for your friend, I truly find myself powerless. Even if Wu Bo were to come in person, he likely could not retrieve your friend. Senior Li is a confidant of a prominent figure from the Qin family, and even Wu Bo must show a modicum of respect to Senior Li. Young lady, you must cease your insistence. Frankly speaking, your friend has brought this upon himself. Just look at Li Hu's injuries. Even if they are not fatal, he is likely to be left disabled for the rest of his life. With such ruthlessness, how could Senior Li possibly spare him? Moreover, even if I were to intervene forcefully, I would stand no chance against Senior Li. He is a being of dark energy, while I am merely at the pinnacle of bright energy." Zhang Tao understood very well that if he were to act forcefully today to protect Wu Shuiying's friend, he might not even be able to take Wu Shuiying away with him, and would ultimately have to rely on Wu Bo to intervene personally. The power of the Li brothers was formidable, far beyond the reach of a mere side branch member of the Wu family. "I understand," the exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying said, her expression slightly troubled. She had originally intended to assist Long Chun, but little did she expect that without contacting Wu Bo, she might have been unable to safeguard her own interests today. Wu Shuiying realized that given her standing within the Wu family, it was impossible for her to protect Long Chun. It simply was not worth it. Indeed, To offend the Li brothers for the sake of a friend was not a worthy cause. At this moment, Long Chun interjected, regardless of who you bring today. Even if a master of the transformation realm arrives, I reiterate, sever your own arms and kneel, or face death. Choose one. Such arrogance. Indeed, it was an outrageous display of hubris. He seemed to believe himself the supreme ruler of the world, disregarding even the powerful transformation realm masters. And he, a mere beggar, had no standing to comment on such masters. In truth, a master of the transformation realm could easily extinguish his life with a single slap. No, even someone at the dark energy stage could effortlessly bring about his demise with a mere gesture. He is doomed. How audacious to act so arrogantly before a master of the hidden strength stage. Is he not courting death? Third miss, your friend is beyond salvation from our Wu family. After Zhang Tao spoke, he pulled Wu Shuiying aside, intending to distance himself from Long Chun and convey to the Li brothers that his only concern now was Wu Shuiying's safety, indifferent to Long Chen's fate. The Li brothers' net worth exceeds hundreds of billions, and their eldest, a master of the hidden strength stage, is closely associated with the Chen family. Even the illustrious Wu family would prefer not to offend the Li brothers over a trivial individual. Zhang Tao understood that Long Chen's demise was inevitable today. Initially, he had hoped to spare Long Chen's life. Even if it meant leaving him severely injured, at least he could retain a breath of life. However, this oblivious fool, Long Chen, dared to act so recklessly before Elder Li, essentially sealing his own fate. Indeed, he was courting death, eliminating even the slightest chance of survival. What are you doing, you pathetic toad? Do you wish to perish? The stunning Wu Shuiying was infuriated, having made every effort to protect this beggar. Yet he continued to behave recklessly. How could she not be enraged? At this moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to consume this foolish beggar whole. Damn it! You insolent wretch! You're at death's door, and still brash. Li Hu cursed vehemently. Liang, quickly eliminate this brat. He nearly took my life, and shows you no respect. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. How dare he speak so carelessly about a master of the transformation stage? Liang, act swiftly. End this insufferable wretch, and avenge me. Li Hu suddenly noticed that since Liang had approached, he stood there in silence, frowning as he nudged Liang, but found him utterly unresponsive. Do you think your brother dares to lay a hand on me? Long Chen scoffed dismissively. Damn. For Liang to eliminate you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Li Hu stepped forward, his demeanor haughty, as if in his eyes. Long Chun was already a corpse. Indeed, a corpse. Kneel. At that moment, the middle-aged man of hidden strength finally spoke, his voice booming with authority. Damn it, insolent wretch. You should kneel at once. Did you not hear Liang command you to kneel? Will you kneel or not? Li Hu proclaimed from his elevated position. I will not kneel. You will die for this, Long Chun replied defiantly. I command you to kneel, Li Hu. The middle-aged man stated, each word deliberate and forceful. Huh, what did you say, Liang? Li Hu, initially poised to say more, was taken aback by Liang's command, turning to stare wide-eyed in disbelief. I said you shall kneel before Elder Long. The middle-aged man, proficient in hidden strength, spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Brother Liang, are you suggesting that I make this little beggar kneel? Li Hu confirmed, bewildered. To have him kneel before a beggar? Has Brother Liang lost his senses? How can one refer to such a diminutive beggar as a predecessor? Li Hu found himself at a loss, pondering what had come over Brother Liang today. Just as Li Hu finished speaking, the middle-aged man, empowered by his formidable skills, delivered a swift kick, sending Li Hu sprawling to the ground, and bellowed, How dare you insult Elder Long? Immediately kneel and apologize. With a loud thud, the middle-aged man fell to his knees. Indeed, he knelt before a mere beggar. Elder Long, it is my failure in disciplining my younger brother. If he has offended you, I beseech you to spare his life. He bowed repeatedly. He genuinely did. A figure of such stature, skilled in hidden strength, was groveling before a beggar. The onlookers were wide-eyed, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. He knelt down. He truly knelt. A formidable presence, seeking mercy from a small beggar. Li Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon his elder brother. Since childhood, he had idolized his brother, viewing him as a beacon of aspiration. After his brother became a martial artist, Li Hu's admiration only deepened. Yet today, the brother he revered had knelt before someone he had once scorned. And that too after being soundly beaten by the beggar. Li Hu felt a surge of indignation rise within him, and he shouted at his brother, Brother Liang. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling before him? Don't you realize he nearly beat me to death? Why? Why on earth are you kneeling before my enemy? Brother Liang, stand up and vanquish him. I demand that you destroy him. Li Hu's eyes turned crimson, filled with hatred, as he glared menacingly at Long Chun, seething with a fury that wished nothing less than to see him utterly annihilated. He was perplexed, utterly bewildered. Why? Liang Gu intended to kneel before Long Chun and offer him an apology. What do you know? I am saving you. Li Hu, I ask you, will you kneel before Senior Long or not? The middle-aged man, possessing the strength of the Anjin stage, knelt upon the ground, enunciating each word with precision. I refuse to kneel, Li Hu declared emphatically. With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man of Anjin cultivation stood abruptly, advancing towards Li Hu, seizing both of Li Hu's arms. He forcefully twisted them at a 90-degree angle, snapping them in two, exposing ghastly white bones amidst the gruesome flesh. Li Hu screamed in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at his brother, the one who had always protected him since childhood, now the very one who had shattered his arms. He could hardly believe it. This was his own brother. Why? Why would you treat me this way? Li Hu gritted his teeth as he confronted his sibling. He harbored a profound hatred, a hatred directed towards his own brother, and an even greater animosity towards Long Chun. Kneel down. The middle-aged man, possessing the strength of the dark energy realm, did not respond to Li Hu's inquiry. Instead, he forcefully kicked Li Hu to the ground. Subsequently, he himself knelt before Long Chun, bowing his head in deep reverence. Senior Long, I have incapacitated my brother's arm, and he has already knelt to admit his fault before you. I implore you to grant me a favor and spare my brother. The middle-aged man articulated each word with gravity. Grant you a favor? You are not worthy. Long Chun uttered these words calmly, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Indeed, you are not worthy. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. A figure of such formidable strength had not only knelt, but had also pleaded for mercy. Yet this beggar merely retorted with the words, "You are not worthy?" How could the onlookers not be astounded? Who exactly was this beggar? How could he, with such unremarkable merits, compel an existence at the dark energy stage to bow so low? Indeed, I am unworthy. The middle-aged man, possessing the prowess of the dark energy stage, nodded vehemently. Is this a jest? The dignity of a formidable dark energy practitioner is being trampled upon so brazenly. Liang, what on earth are you doing? He is merely a beggar. What is it that you fear so profoundly? I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. I do not seek mercy, nor will I kneel. Li Hu, with eyes ablaze, bellowed fiercely. He struggled to rise, but the middle-aged man, possessing the mastery of the dark energy realm, firmly restrained him, rendering him utterly incapable of standing. Do you wish to know why? Allow me to enlighten you. The middle-aged man, pointing at Long Chun, articulated each word with precision. He is the esteemed elder who inflicted grievous injuries upon me. Are you comprehending this now? Indeed, it was merely a few hours prior that Elder Long left me severely wounded. Had it not been for his mercy, you would likely never see your brother again. Do you understand? This middle-aged man of dark energy mastery is none other than Li Liang. Yes, he is the very bodyguard in a suit who nearly met his demise at the hands of Long Chun within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. A mere watchdog for the Chun family of Kyoto, Li Liang not only holds a position within the military, but also serves as the honorary president of Qianda Group. His wealth substantial. However, this fortune is entirely bestowed upon him by the Chun family. Li Hu stood agape, utterly stunned, rendered speechless. This wretched beggar nearly brought an end to Brother Liang? Is it this beggar who inflicted all these wounds on him? Li Hu was so terrified that cold sweat broke out along his spine, and he collapsed to the ground in utter shock. This was sheer terror. Li Hu was genuinely frightened. Not only him, but everyone present was equally shaken, even though they had mentally prepared themselves. Suspecting that this seemingly insignificant beggar was not to be underestimated, who could have anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary capabilities? So formidable that he could effortlessly maim someone at the level of dark energy. What manner of being is this beggar? Suddenly, the crowd recalled the boastful words the beggar had spoken earlier. He claimed to have defeated 3 martial artists today. Could it be that this Li Liang, who possesses dark energy, was one of them? It must be so, as Li Liang had just confirmed it moments ago. They could hardly believe it. What if the words of this little beggar were indeed true? How formidable must he be? The warriors of the world are naught but ants. What audacity it takes to declare that the martial artists of this realm are mere insects. Even the masters of transformation are but insignificant creatures in his eyes. I am truly blind, For this youth is a dragon among men. A young woman among the crowd could not suppress her sigh. How splendid it would be if he were my boyfriend. Just an hour prior, she had looked down upon Long Chun with disdain, yet now, she yearns to be his girlfriend. How absurd. Moreover, she is not alone in her sentiments. Many women share her thoughts. Third miss. Is your friend perhaps an existence of the dark strength phase? To have defeated Li Liang, he must at least possess the pinnacle of initial dark strength. Zhang Tao remarked, furrowing his brow. He truly could not have imagined that the little beggar, whom he had previously been reluctant to help, possessed such remarkable strength. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he had already attained the initial stage of hidden energy cultivation. His mind momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. A master of such caliber must be befriended. One cannot afford to miss such an opportunity, Zhang Tao silently resolved. Indeed, he has already developed a desire to win over Long Chun, whose formidable strength has prompted the Wu family to seek an alliance. The stunning beauty, who initially dismissed him as a mere toad or a beggar, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she reluctantly acknowledged that the insignificant beggar she looked down upon had once again astonished her. Who exactly is he? The exquisite beauty. Wu Shuiying pondered to herself. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining hulking figures, along with Zhang Shui, who had been brought to their knees by Long Chun, were left in a state of shock upon realizing his immense power. One by one, they knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. Indeed, they knelt and bowed their heads in reverence. How could they refrain from kneeling? How could they fail to prostrate themselves? Even formidable beings in the realm of hidden power have bowed down. What significance do they hold? Begone. Long Chun uttered these words with an air of indifference. Each individual severed their own arms, compelled to depart. Indeed, we shall take our leave. Zhang Shui and the others nodded resolutely, steeling themselves to brutally break their own arms. Yes, to shatter their own limbs. How gruesome. Yet, they had no alternative, for failing to do so might very well spell their doom today. If even Li Liang was an insurmountable foe, how could they possibly prevail? In their hearts, they harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Long Chun. Yet their animosity is even greater towards Li Hu. Were it not for Li Hu's egregious lack of foresight, how could they have possibly offended an entity like Long Chun? How could they have severed their own limbs in such a manner? They seethed with hatred, wishing nothing more than to see Li Hu subjected to 1,000 tortures. After a moment of hesitation, Li Liang rose from the ground and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Esteemed Elder Long, it is my failure to discipline my younger brother that has brought this upon us. I willingly offer to sever my own arms as a form of atonement to you." After he finished speaking, he forcefully slammed his remaining usable arm down onto the ground, resulting in a sharp crack as Li Liang's arm broke. Coupled with the earlier incident in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, where Long Chun had shattered one of his arms, Li Liang was now completely incapacitated, a mere shell of his former self. Enough. Long Chun appraised Li Liang with a dispassionate glance and said, "You two may leave. Should there be another occurrence, I shall exterminate you." "Thank you, Senior Long," Li Liang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He then signaled to Li Hu, and they promptly prepared to depart. However, just as Li Liang was about to distance himself, he seemed to recall something and turned back towards Long Chun, respectfully stating, "Senior Long, might I request you to accompany me to the Chun family in Kyoto? Ever since Elder Chun met you, he has been eager to befriend you. I hope you can extend him the courtesy and grant the Chun family this favor. Elder Chun genuinely wishes to cultivate a friendship with you." Since their parting in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, Elder Chun had been unable to forget Long Chun and yearned for companionship. To avoid offending Long Chun, he had even issued a strict order forbidding Li Liang and Chen Wuer from disclosing anything that transpired within the Forbidden Zone. Now that Li Liang had encountered Long Chun again, he couldn't resist the urge to forge an alliance. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, Long Chun coldly rejected him. "The Wu family of Kyoto, Elder Chun, I have already stated that he is unworthy of being my friend," Long Chun replied with indifference. Li Liang hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something further, but ultimately chose silence, fearing Long Chun's wrath. He merely nodded and departed with Li Hu. Even as they left, Li Hu dared not cast a glance at Long Chun. He is truly afraid. He is genuinely fearful of Long Chun, this beggar. He finally came to believe that Long Chun intended to eliminate him, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. How could it be merely simple? It was, in fact, exceedingly effortless. Chun Lao, the true power behind the Chun family in the capital, was to forge a friendship with this insignificant beggar? Moreover, this beggar had the audacity to declare that Chun Lao was unworthy of being his friend? Most astonishingly, Li Liang tacitly acquiesced to this notion. The weight of such information was truly overwhelming. Who exactly is he? Even the venerable elder Chen seeks his companionship? Although the passengers aboard the bus are merely ordinary individuals, they possess some knowledge of the esteemed Chun family of Kyoto. They are particularly aware that Elder Chun is a luminary within the military. Yet, despite his illustrious status, he lacks the standing to befriend this lowly beggar. As the crowd reflects on their previous derision, disdain, and scorn directed towards Long Chun, they cannot help but strike themselves across the face in remorse. They were overwhelmed with shame, wishing desperately for a crevice in the ground to hide themselves. Truly, we were blind to the greatness before us. Our error was egregious. The bus driver could not help but sigh, exclaiming, "He is indeed a formidable dragon crossing the river. Only a true dragon dares to traverse. Little brother, I did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. Despite your tender years, you possess such formidable strength that even the esteemed Elder Chun of the illustrious Wu family in Kyoto seeks your friendship." At this moment, Zhang Tao could not restrain himself and approached Long Chun, smiling as he said, "Previously, I misjudged your capabilities. I hope you will not hold it against me. Our esteemed steward, Wu Bo of the Kyoto Wu family, delights in befriending those who are strong yet unassuming. Might I have the honor of escorting you to the Wu residence for an audience with Wu Bo?" Regardless of the circumstances, he was eager to cultivate a connection with Long Chun. To have such a powerful ally serve the Wu family would be most advantageous. Wu Bo, known as Wu Wentong, holds a position just beneath the family head and the elders. He possesses considerable authority, surpassing that of some elders. Due to the deep trust placed in him by the family head, he is indeed a man of genuine influence. Wu Bo, the Wu family of Kyoto, one of the four great families of Kyoto. Long Chun furrowed his brow. Indeed, the four great families of Kyoto, Zhang Tao replied, brimming with arrogance. "Oh," Long Chun replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. "If he wishes to befriend me, he should come in person. I shall then consider whether he is worthy of my friendship." "Little brother, do you realize what you're saying? Your airs are rather excessive, are they not?" Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes, incredulous. Who does he think he is? For the esteemed Wu family of Kyoto to personally come forth, and yet he merely contemplates whether he is worthy of befriending him? Does he truly believe himself invincible? What does it matter how formidable he is? Can he rival the Wu family? Engaging with you is merely an appreciation of talent. The Wu family is not a mere shadow of the Qin family. Within its ranks exists a master of transformation, rightfully one of the four illustrious families. While the Chun family may harbor some trepidation towards Long Chun, the Wu family is unperturbed. "Very well, young brother, have the audacity to leave your name." Zhang Tao evidently harbors a grudge against Long Chun. He may harbor fear towards Long Chun, yet the Wu family of Kyoto remains unperturbed. Long Chun remarked indifferently. Zhang Tao nodded, casting a disdainful glance at Long Chun before taking Wu Shuang by the hand and departing from the scene. Inquiring about names is but a prelude to harboring animosity towards Long Chun. It is anticipated that the Wu family will seek to reclaim their dignity on another day. In his perspective, Long Chun's disdain towards Wu Bo is tantamount to opposing the Wu family. As the exquisite beauty prepared to depart, she cast a lingering gaze at Long Chun, as if hesitating to speak. Ultimately, however, she chose silence and left alongside Zhang Tao. "Wait, Long Chun. Could it be the forsaken scion of the Long family, the prodigy that the Wang family has sworn to annihilate? Indeed, he has not ventured into the thunder-forbidden zone. Why should I stoop to his level? What if he possesses the initial stage of dark energy? What if he is no longer a waste? Sooner or later, the Wang family will undoubtedly eradicate this prodigy." After the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance, Zhang Tao suddenly recalled something, muttering to himself. Once the exquisite beauties, Wu Shuang and her companion, had departed, the bus resumed its journey. Yet, within the confines of the bus, no one dared to look down upon Long Chun any longer. They held their breath, fearful of disturbing him. In the eyes of the onlookers, Long Chun had ascended to an unattainable height. Not merely unattainable, he had become akin to a deity. Some of them yearned to befriend Long Chun. Yet, the mere thought that even esteemed figures like Elder Chun lacked the privilege to count Long Chun among their acquaintances left them feeling insignificant. To approach him without due consideration would surely invite only humiliation. Ultimately, they could do nothing but gaze up at Long Chun in awe. Indeed, apart from revering Long Chun, They were powerless to act. Before long, the bus arrived in the heart of the capital. As Long Chun emerged from the station, he paused at the entrance. Now that he had successfully transformed into a dragon, his foremost intention upon returning to the city was vengeance. Yes, vengeance. Long Yu, his half-brother, was the one who had brutally taken Long Chen's life and disposed of him beneath the Shanghai Pass, crafting a fade of suicide. Long Chun, you have sullied my beloved Jiang Chuan. Your only fate is death. Do you comprehend? Today, I shall send you to the underworld to reunite with your wretched mother. Jiang Chuan is solely mine. You are unworthy of her. Do you understand? You are renowned in Kyoto as a fool, a monster, the discarded son of the Long family. Do you dare to covet the position of the Long family patriarch? Dream on. Die. The words echoed in Long Chen's mind, vividly recalling every taunt hurled at him by Long Yu from that fateful day. It was Long Yu who had commanded his men to beat him to death. In that moment, he had felt like a fool, powerless to resist, awaiting the inevitable end. But now, Long Chun had returned, transformed into a dragon, no longer a fool. He seeks vengeance. Let the one who once took his life, Long Yu, find no solace in life or death. Long Yu, I wonder what expression will grace your face if we were to meet again. Today, I, Long Chun, have returned, and you, Long Yu, shall await my retribution. A true dragon must not be humiliated. Such disgrace warrants death. The pain you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold today. Within Long Chen's eyes, a surge of fury ignited. The air around him seemed to thicken with tension. Contemplating this, Long Chun plucked a single hair from his head, cradling it within his palm. He then pressed his hands together, channeling powerful dragon energy into the hair. Dragon-seeking technique. Go forth. Long Chen's eyes flew open as he cast the hair into the sky. In that instant, the hair appeared to come alive, swirling like a small dragon in the air. The agile strand danced through the atmosphere before darting in a specific direction, as if it sensed something. Following its trajectory, Long Chun pursued closely behind. Now transformed into a true dragon, he had acquired all of the dragon's memories, and this dragon-seeking technique was a spell contained within those memories, designed for tracking the presence of others. As long as he could sense their aura, he could locate them, regardless of their whereabouts. Even in a metropolis like Kyoto, with millions of inhabitants, Long Chun could pinpoint Long Yu's location among the throngs. This is divine magic. However, it bears a limitation. It can only be cast upon those of lesser cultivation. As Long Chun stood there, a mother and daughter nearby observed him, noting his stillness as if he were a mere wooden statue. Dressed in tattered clothing, they could not help but scoff. Look, darling, a man must have wealth. Just look at this poor wretch, standing there like a beggar, likely fretting over money. The speaker, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, pointed disdainfully at Long Chun. Her eyes filled with contempt, as though he were nothing more than a fly. Mom, I understand. When I look for a boyfriend, it must be someone wealthy. I wouldn't even glance at a beggar like him. Let us go. I find him rather distasteful. The young, beautiful woman cast a fleeting glance at Long Chun before eagerly tugging her mother away. Yet, at that moment, Long Chun moved. Like a flash of lightning, he surged forward, covering more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Yes, in just 1 second. The mother and daughter, who had just scorned him, stood frozen in shock. Having witnessed him dart away, they felt only a gust of wind pass by, and then he appeared several hundred meters away. Goodness, a master. He is undoubtedly a master. To behold a master at the station is indeed a remarkable experience. In a mere second, he dashed 100 meters, surpassing any Olympic champion by unfathomable margins. Indeed, he must be a true master. Perhaps he is a hidden martial artist of extraordinary skill. I have a relative who practices martial arts. Yet he pales in comparison to such prowess. I surmise that the wooden figure I witnessed just now is a formidable presence even among martial artists. It is rumored that the martial arts master Li Zixing can run 80 meters in a second, a feat that transcends human limits. Yet this individual, 100 meters in a second. Could it be that he eclipses even Master Li Zixing? Legends speak of exceptionally powerful martial artists who can walk upon water. My goodness, he truly walks upon water. Quick, my phone. I must capture this moment. The surrounding crowd, equally astonished by Long Chen's presence, gasped as they witnessed his lightning-fast departure. However, their astonishment deepened in the next instant. Not far from the station lay a moat, and Long Chun leapt onto its surface, walking upon the water. Indeed, he traversed the water's surface as if gliding on a reed across the river, effortlessly defying the current. and vanished at the far end of the moat. To accomplish such a feat, what kind of existence must one be? Historically, the Zen master Bodhidharma once traversed a vast river on a single reed, covering hundreds of miles. Yet today, the man before us stands upon the water's surface without even a reed, surpassing Bodhidharma's legendary abilities. A seemingly inconspicuous young man clad in ragged attire is, astonishingly, a hidden supermaster capable of walking upon water. How could they not be astonished? Mother, I desire him to be my boyfriend. The young woman who had previously mocked Long Chun was now rendered speechless. My daughter, I was mistaken. When seeking a boyfriend, one must not only consider wealth, but also strength. The middle-aged woman lamented, her face reflecting deep regret. She could never have anticipated that the beggar she had ridiculed earlier was, in fact, a formidable master. Regret. Truly, an overwhelming sense of regret. Soon, a video surfaced online of a man walking on water, igniting a frenzy. The filming was from too great a distance to discern the man's features, yet it was evident that a young man stood upon the water's surface. Yes, he was indeed walking on water. In an instant, the entire nation of China erupted in excitement. Some speculated that the man in the video might be a celestial being from the thunder-forbidden zone. Others claimed that such a feat could only be achieved by someone with peak dark energy cultivation, as only those at that level could possibly walk upon water. Regardless, one thing was certain. The man in the video was undeniably powerful. My goodness, the legendary Bodhidharma's crossing of the river with a reed was nothing compared to this. This elder must possess a cultivation level that rivals Bodhidharma himself. A celestial being. Surely, this figure walking on water is none other than the reincarnation of Bodhidharma. A great figure of the Buddhist order reincarnated. I, a humble monk, pay my respects to Bodhidharma. Across China, it was widely believed that this individual walking on water was undoubtedly Bodhidharma reincarnated. Even a revered monk from the Buddhist community vowed to seek out this incarnation of Bodhidharma. Meanwhile, Long Chun remained blissfully unaware of the online uproar. At that moment, he had arrived at the bustling city center. Following the guidance of the dragon-seeking technique, Long Chun swiftly located Long Yu at the Imperial Hotel. The Imperial Hotel is the pinnacle of luxury in Kyoto, a 6-star establishment. Furthermore, it serves as an upscale entertainment venue, combining KTV, bars, and luxurious accommodations. Rumor has it that an evening spent here would cost no less than 100,000, making it an unattainable luxury for ordinary families. This 6-star hotel caters exclusively to the affluent. Only the rich and powerful frequent this establishment. It is said that the owner of the Imperial Hotel is the leader of the underground forces in Kyoto, reputed to command a legion of 100,000 followers, making the entire city tremble at his slightest whim. More importantly, the owner is backed by the Zhou family of Kyoto. The Zhou family of Kyoto, one of the 4 distinguished families of Kyoto, it stands as the pinnacle of aristocracy in the city. It is rare for ordinary individuals to cause trouble here. In other words, they would not dare to do so. To provoke the Zhou family is tantamount to courting death. Even the offspring of the other prominent families would think twice before causing a ruckus at the Imperial Hotel. Before long, Long Chun arrived at the grand entrance of the Imperial Hotel. He cast a glance and prepared to step inside. However, just as he took his first step, he was intercepted by a security guard clad in a black suit. "Sir, please halt. You cannot enter." The guard scrutinized Long Chun from head to toe and disdainfully remarked, "The Imperial Hotel is a 6-star establishment, and proper attire is required for entry. Your clothing does not meet our standards. I must ask you to leave immediately." The security guard believed he had expressed himself quite politely, yet to his eyes, Long Chun, dressed in what could only be described as ragged attire, resembled a beggar. It was a miracle he had not been expelled at once. At that moment, a couple strolled past Long Chun, dressed merely in casual attire. They strode confidently into the establishment, unimpeded by the security personnel at the entrance. How were they allowed entry? Long Chun raised his hand, pointing at the man and woman who had just entered, articulating his inquiry clearly. At that moment, the pair halted, evidently having overheard Long Chun's words. They turned to scrutinize him, their expressions tinged with disdain. A mere beggar. A filthy beggar. How could he presume to compare himself to us? Look at your shabby appearance. Do you truly believe you have the right to enter the Imperial Hotel? Let me inform you, not just anyone can gain access to such a place. A young, beautiful woman among them remarked with a sneer, "You would do well to leave at once. Spare yourself the humiliation." The young lady was striking, her legs adorned in sheer black stockings, exuding an allure that sparked the imagination. Yasi, why are you even wasting your breath on a beggar? We should hurry inside. Another man interjected impatiently. To him, speaking to a lowly beggar was utterly revolting. How could a beggar even be considered in their company? Sir, I must insist that you vacate this area immediately, or we shall be compelled to take more serious measures, the security guard warned as he observed Long Chen's indifference. His tone growing markedly stern. The guard's demeanor suggested that if Long Chen continued to linger, they would be forced to take action. I have stated my intention. I wish to enter, Long Chen replied calmly. Kid, are you deliberately seeking trouble? The guard retorted, now clearly ready for confrontation. Just then, Long Chen produced an item and presented it, stating coolly, May I enter now? It was a gilded black card. Upon seeing the card, the security guard was momentarily frozen. Not only he, but the earlier mocking man and woman were also taken aback. A gilded black card? A supreme card? How could a mere beggar possess such a prestigious item? Impossible. You may proceed, the guard stammered, still in disbelief. Long Chen nodded and entered. This time the guard dared not obstruct him. To do so would be akin to courting disaster. It should be noted that only 4 such supreme cards had been issued by the Imperial Hotel, all held by individuals of significant status, such as Elder Chun or the head of the Zhou family. Yet today, one had appeared in the possession of a lowly beggar, rendering the situation utterly incredulous. Could it be that this beggar held a status comparable to that of Elder Chun and others? Young master, might we have the pleasure of your acquaintance? As Long Chun walked away, the man and woman who had previously mocked him returned to their senses. The woman immediately pursued Long Chun, calling out to him with a smile. You mustn't. Long Chun replied indifferently, leaving the scene and vanishing from their sight. You mustn't. This phrase echoed in the young woman's mind, and when she finally regained her composure, she realized Long Chen had already disappeared. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, How infuriating. It's my first time initiating a conversation, and you reject me like this? A dignified daughter of heaven turned down by a beggar? She felt a surge of anger. Yasi, even if this little beggar possesses a supreme card, what difference does it make? Let's go, the man beside her said. Clearly vexed, his companion approached to strike up a conversation with the young beggar. He felt profoundly insulted by the little beggar. Indeed, it was a humiliation. The young woman nodded in agreement and followed the man inside. Within the luxurious confines of the Imperial Hotel, the staff was exclusively composed of stunning women. Adorned in vibrant red kipayos, slit provocatively high, tantalizingly close to the upper thighs, captivating the gaze of any man who chanced upon them. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Shortly after Long Chun entered the Imperial Hotel, a youthful and exquisite waitress approached him. I wish to go to the top floor, Long Chun stated, appraising the beautiful young waitress from head to toe before delivering his request in a nonchalant manner. According to the guidance of the dragon-seeking strategy, the location of Long Yu was purported to be on the top floor of the Imperial Hotel. Only upon reaching that pinnacle could one truly ascertain its precise whereabouts. Certainly. Please follow me, the young and beautiful waitress replied, undeterred by Long Chen's beggar-like appearance. Earlier, when Long Chun displayed his prestigious black card at the hotel entrance, she had observed him from a distance. In her eyes, he was likely a distinguished scion of wealth, and his choice of attire was perhaps a peculiar preference. Much like the affluent Mayu of Kyoto, who, despite his immense fortune, favored donning inexpensive cloth shoes to work. Thank you. Long Chen nodded appreciatively. Soon, the young waitress led him to the top floor of the Imperial Hotel, where the decor surpassed the grandeur of the lobby by leaps and bounds. Even the corridors adorned with artwork by renowned celebrities. Upon reaching the top, Long Chun gestured for the waitress to depart, making his way toward a private room. Though the beautiful waitress was eager to continue her service, she could only depart with a hint of disappointment upon witnessing Long Chen's demeanor. Indeed, he must be a wealthy individual masquerading as a pauper. Who but a tycoon would ascend to the top floor for leisure? The young waitress mused, feeling a twinge of regret. What a pity. I have missed the opportunity to attend to such a distinguished young master wielding a supreme black card. The top floor of the Imperial Hotel enforced a minimum spending standard, commencing at no less than $1 million. Even among the elite, not everyone could gain access to the top floor for indulgence. The supreme black card. Complimentary consumption. Yes, everything within the Imperial Hotel was free of charge. Before long, Long Chun arrived at the entrance of a private room, marked with the character Heaven. This chamber was the most opulent in the entire Imperial Hotel. Not merely reserved for those with wealth, It could only be booked by individuals of significant status and influence in Kyoto. It was rumored that even the head of a modest family in Kyoto had been denied access when attempting to reserve this room to host the mayor of the city. Longyu. Within the confines of this chamber, Long Chun forcefully kicked the door, producing a resounding crash as the solid mahogany door was violently flung open, leaving a 3-inch deep imprint from his foot. It is worth noting that mahogany possesses a hardness surpassing that of steel, rendering this act quite alarming. As the door swung wide, Long Chun stepped inside, surveying the room with keen eyes, where he beheld approximately 20 young men and women. The men leered with lascivious intent, entwined with the women, among whom a few were notably attractive. Upon Long Chun's entrance, a palpable silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards the doorway. "Who the hell are you? Who permitted your entrance?" A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s and adorned in attire worth no less than $1 million, emerged from the throng. He scrutinized Long Chun, his brow furrowing as he spat. "If you know what's good for you, you'd best leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind." In his eyes, Long Chun resembled nothing more than a beggar, clad in tattered garments and exuding an aura of vulgarity. "I am here to seek someone," Long Chun replied coolly. "You claim to be searching for someone? Have you lost your mind? Is your friend present here?" The young man could not suppress a laugh, preparing to eject Long Chun forcefully. Those gathered were either scions of the 4 great families or individuals of high standing within the capital. How could such a person have any association with a mere beggar? "Ligu, get this brat out of here." A beggar with the audacity to enter this place must possess the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. What are the security personnel at Imperial Hotel doing, allowing anyone to waltz in? Among the group, a strikingly beautiful woman, impeccably dressed, spoke with disdain. Just then, a stunning beauty emerged from the crowd. "Long Chun, how did you know I was here?" The speaker, a woman of about 23 or 24, expressed surprise as she stepped forward to address Long Chun. "Shuiying, is this your friend?" The young man who had previously attempted to expel Long Chun furrowed his brow and inquired of the exquisite beauty. "He is my friend," the stunning woman, Wu Shuiying, hesitated momentarily before affirming. With that, Wu Shuiying stepped forward and pulled Long Chun into the private room. "Long Chun, what brings you here?" she whispered, grasping his arm. "I came to find someone," Long Chun replied with a smile. "Find someone? What friends could a filthy beggar like you possibly have here?" Wu Shuiying expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Do not presume that being a martial artist makes you remarkable. The individuals here are not ones you can provoke. I see you merely followed me here." In Wu Shuiying's perspective, Long Chun harbored feelings for her, pursuing her all the way to this place. And his claim of searching for someone was nothing more than a pretext. "Never mind." Wu Shuiying seemed to have thought of something, whispering to Long Chun, "Once the banquet concludes, I shall escort you out of here. However, Long Chun, I must caution you. Although you assisted me earlier, it does not imply any possibility between us. You should abandon such hopes." Today marked the birthday celebration of a friend of Wu Shuiying's, and upon arriving in Kyoto, she made her way here. Despite the significant surprise Long Chun had given her earlier, she recognized him as a martial artist. Yet, she did not believe he could offend the wealthy young elites and socialites within the private room. Thus, Wu Shuiying thought it best to let Long Chun enter, preventing any potential conflict that could arise from him offending those influential figures. Ugh, Long Chun found himself somewhat amused. This woman truly possessed an inflated sense of self-importance. Did the prestigious True Dragon Society truly have an interest in her? "He is a friend of mine, named Long Chun," Wu Shuiying said softly as she introduced him to the crowd inside the room after her warning. The atmosphere in the private room grew peculiar as everyone regarded Long Chun with disdainful eyes, as if he were an unsightly fly. "Shuiying, your taste in friends seems rather lacking, doesn't it? Him? In such tattered clothing, I can hardly fathom how you became acquainted with him." A young woman in her 20s scrutinized Long Chun and then looked at Wu Shuiying, asking sarcastically, "Shuiying, is there something more between you two? Otherwise, how could he have followed you to my birthday banquet?" The speaker was Wang Xiaoxiao, the birthday girl, the daughter of a publicly listed company's owner and a distant relative of the Wang family in Kyoto. She and Wu Shuiying were known to be very good friends. "Xiaoxiao, you've misunderstood. Long Chun and I are merely ordinary friends," the exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying clarified. Were it not to prevent Long Chun from offending these powerful individuals, she would not have wanted to acknowledge her association with him. In her eyes, they were not even friends. Well then, the young man who had earlier sought to dismiss Long Chun smiled at Wu Shuiying, saying, "Since he is Snow Ying's friend, let him stay." With that, the young man approached Long Chun, placing a hand on his shoulder, looking down at him, and said, "Kid, I have a word of warning for you. Wu Shuiying, you are not someone he can aspire to. I hope you possess a modicum of self-awareness and keep your distance from her in the future. Do you understand?" The young man's name is Ma Qing, a scion of a respectable family in Kyoto, and within the realm of this birthday banquet, he holds a position of considerable esteem, with others subtly deferring to him. "Young man, if you have any sense, you should leave this place at once. Your presence is decidedly unwelcome. Do you comprehend? Were it not for Shuiying's sake, we would have expelled you long ago. You truly lack self-awareness. You pitiful beggar. To have found your way here is akin to courting disaster. Do you know who is coming today? Young Master Long, the legitimate heir of the four great families of Kyoto, Long Yu. I must inform you that Wu Shuiying is a woman acknowledged by young Master Long. Should he learn of your acquaintance with her, I fear you may find it difficult to leave this venue unscathed. Young man, if you wish to remain, you would do well to behave yourself. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Someone of your standing has no right to partake in our gathering. Do you understand?" Instantly, the room erupted with a cacophony of voices, both men and women alike, casting derisive remarks toward Long Chun. Their disdain was palpable, imbued with a condescending air, as if Long Chun were but an insignificant insect in their eyes. "Enough," Wu Shuiying interjected, unable to bear the mockery any longer. She stepped forward, addressing the assembly with palpable discontent. "Stop it. He is my friend. Shuiying, do not be upset. We are all looking out for your best interests." Ma Qing chimed in with a smile. "You know well young Master Long's temperament, and you are his woman. If he discovers you have such a friend, it may provoke his displeasure." At this juncture, Ma Qing deliberately cast a glance at Long Chun, observing with satisfaction that Long Chun showed no signs of rebuttal against the ridicule directed at him. In his eyes, Long Chun was simply too intimidated to speak out. The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, paled at these words, wanting to argue against Ma Qing, but ultimately silenced. She longed to declare that she was not Long Yu's woman, yet the words remained unspoken. The truth weighed heavily upon her. The Wu family had bound her to Long Yu. Yes, just a few hours prior. The esteemed butler of the Wu family had delivered her to Long Yu. The reason? Merely that Long Yu had taken a fancy to her. They had not sought her consent, but had simply offered her up as if she were a mere pawn. In families as prominent as the Wus, collateral relatives possessed little freedom in matters of marriage. If it were merely an alliance, it might have been more palatable, but the fear lies in scenarios such as these, where, for the sake of certain interests, family members deemed inconsequential are surrendered to the whims of wealthy heirs. Young man, considering your relatively docile demeanor and your friendship with Shuiying, I shall extend a helping hand today. There is a security position available at our company for you. It is far better than living as a beggar. As for the monthly salary, I shall offer you 10,000. What do you think? 10,000 for a security guard position is indeed a lucrative opportunity, Ma Qing remarked with an air of superiority, smiling down at Long Chun. In his eyes, Long Chun would undoubtedly acquiesce immediately. 10,000 yuan for a security job is likely one of the highest salaries in all of Kyoto. While Ma Qing appeared to be assisting Long Chun, he was, in fact, mocking him, reminding Long Chun of his inferiority compared to Wu Shuiying. "Do you realize? In my eyes, you are nothing but a fool." Long Chun spat out these words, and with that utterance, the entire private room fell silent. Long Chun strode forward, approaching Ma Qing, and forcefully slapped his face a few times, enunciating each word. "You wretched creature, do you believe that I could crush you with a single hand?" Shock. The onlookers were merely astonished. Even Ma Qing, the scion of the prominent Ma family in Kyoto, stared wide-eyed at Long Chun in disbelief. Who in the world would dare speak to him in such a manner? This fool must be seeking his own demise. Madness. This beggar has lost his mind. Ma Qing was the eldest son of a respectable family, with his father being a high-ranking official in the city. Such a person could not be offended by a mere beggar. Even Wu Shuiying would not dare to cross Ma Qing. Yet this reckless beggar had managed to provoke him gravely. He was doomed. While the crowd remained in shock, Long Chun made another move. He approached Wu Shuiying, looking down at her and asking, "Are you Long Yu's woman?" "No, I am not. It was Wu Bo who delivered me to Long Yu. I did not agree to it. But I had no choice. I had no choice." Wu Shuiying's eyes welled up as she spoke, her voice trembling. She understood that she could not escape Long Yu's clutches that night. Long Chun nodded, speaking deliberately. "Since you do not consent, You are not Long U.S. woman. As long as I am here, Long Yu cannot lay a finger on you. For I have come here specifically to confront Long Yu. You are here to confront Long Yu. To settle accounts with him? You cannot contend with Long Yu. Long Chen, you should leave this place. Wu Shuiying's complexion changed drastically, fearing that Long Chen intended to clash with Long Yu on her behalf. I have said it. I am here to settle accounts with Long Yu, Long Chen reiterated. The entire private room fell silent once more. The crowd gazed at Long Chen in astonishment. Believing this young man was courting death, not only had he offended Ma Qing, but he was also vying for a woman from Long Yu. In the entire private room, every man gazed longingly at the exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying. Moreover, it was evident to all that this stunning enchantress was still a maiden, which only heightened their desire. Yet, they dared not entertain any thoughts, for just a few hours prior, Wu Shuiying had been presented as a gift to Long Yu by the Wu family. They do not dare to offend Long Yu. Indeed, they do not. Arrogant. It is simply lawless. Damn it. You dare to speak to me in such a manner. Do you have any idea who I am? A glint of fierce light flashed in Ma Qing's eyes as he said, quite irritated, very well. You dare to address me in this way. I admire your courage. But today you shall not leave this place. Today you must die? For you have not only offended me, but also young Master Long. How dare you think you can lay a finger on young Master Long's woman? He is certainly no ordinary individual, having diligently honed his martial skills from a young age. While he may not rival the scions of illustrious families, he undoubtedly surpasses the common man by a considerable margin. To him, even a mere beggar is so inconsequential that he could effortlessly extinguish their life with the slightest pressure of a finger. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to slap his face or speak to him in such a manner. Long Chen is the first, and, in his estimation, the last. Today, Long Chen must die. When Ma Qing's anger erupted, everyone in the private room felt the chilling aura emanating from him. How dare you, brat? Do you think you can offend Long Xiao? Moreover, you seek to vie for women with him. You are truly oblivious to the peril you invite. A man, appearing to be in his early 20s, stepped forward, blocking Long Chen's path, speaking with fierce intent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as several men surrounded Long Chen. It was evident that at the slightest provocation from Ma Qing, they would rush to his aid. To them, Long Chen's arrogance was intolerable. Not only did he oppose Long Xiao on their turf, but he also dared to offend Ma Xiao. Truly, he was courting death. Shuang, what on earth is your friend doing? Long Xiao exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain her ire. Does he even comprehend his standing? How dare he comment on Ma Xiao and Long Xiao? Hurry and take your friend away. My birthday celebration does not welcome him. He cannot leave, Ma Qing declared, enunciating each word with cold precision. Wang Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically as she turned urgently to Wu Shuiying. Wu Shuiying, look, Ma Xiao is genuinely enraged. Your friend is finished today. I advise you to have him kneel and apologize to Ma Xiao. If he is in a good mood, perhaps Ma Xiao might let him go. At that moment, Long Chen stepped forward, saying not a word. What is this? Boy, do you wish to fight me? Ma Qing sneered, unable to contain his malicious laughter. Excellent. Your courage is commendable, but do you understand that your bravery is ill-matched with your strength? Possessing only audacity without the power to back it up will only hasten your demise. A mere insignificant insect dares to repeatedly challenge his authority. This was intolerable. No matter the cost, this boy must perish today. With that thought, Ma Qing clenched his fist tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the charged atmosphere. He stepped forward with the grace of a leaping cheetah, launching himself with remarkable speed. In an instant, he arrived before Long Chen. Die! Ma Qing shouted, his fist hurtling towards Long Chen's head with a force that tore through the air, resonating like a deafening explosion. His punch exuded formidable power. Even a massive boulder would likely crumble beneath its force, let alone a human skull. You're doomed, you little brat, sneered Ma Xiao, a budding martial artist on the cusp of reaching the Mingjing stage. He could split iron in two, let alone take your insignificant life. Today, you shall meet your end. A young man chuckled derisively. How deluded! How could a mere beggar possibly compare to the heir of a great family? Coming here is nothing short of self-humiliation. His fate awaits him. Only death, a beautifully adorned woman scoffed. Wu Shuiying truly must have been blind to overlook the esteemed young master of the Long family in favor of an inconspicuous beggar. It was baffling to comprehend her thoughts. Did she truly believe that a beggar could surpass the young master of one of the four great families? A young, beautiful girl expressed her disdain. Long Xiao? In all of Kyoto, which woman doesn't he aspire to marry Long Xiao? Once you enter the Long family, you soar to greatness. Moreover, Wu Shuiying is merely a collateral descendant of the Wu family. If she were to marry Long Xiao, her standing within the Wu family would undoubtedly rise. They fail to comprehend, truly fail to grasp the thoughts of Wu Shuiying. To place hope upon a mere beggar? A budding warrior. Are you aware that I have vanquished even those skilled in the dark arts? Long Chun articulated each word with gravity. Since you wish for death, today I shall grant it to you. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Fist against fist, it was a clash of sheer brutality. The onlookers scoffed, well aware of Ma Xiao's prowess. Long Chun's audacity to confront Ma Xiao head-on was tantamount to courting death. It was anticipated that with a single blow, Ma Xiao could easily shatter Long Chen's arm. In their eyes, Long Chun's counterattack was akin to throwing an egg against a stone, a futile endeavor leading to his demise. With a thunderous crash, the two fists collided. Accompanying the impact was the ominous sound of cracking bones. Shuiying, I warned you that your friend ought to kneel and apologize to Ma Xiao. Otherwise, he will surely not leave this place today. Look, that was Ma Xiao's punch. And your friend's arm is already shattered. If Ma Xiao were to deliver 2 more blows, I fear for your friend's very life. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked with a mocking glance at Wu Shuiying. Yet, before she could finish her taunt, she fell silent. At that moment, the smiles on the faces of the crowd vanished, replaced by a palpable shock. Yes, sheer astonishment. There stood Long Chun, unscathed, utterly unmoved. Meanwhile, their esteemed Ma Xiao was sent flying. At that instant, Ma Xiao's arm was grotesquely bent at a 90-degree angle. It was broken. The entire room fell into a suffocating silence. They were incredulous. It was not Long Chun who had been sent flying, but rather Ma Xiao, who had even lost an arm. The shock was overwhelming. It must be noted that Ma Xiao was a prospective martial artist. A distinguished figure of such caliber had been so easily vanquished. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. Do not even mention yourself. Even the esteemed elder of the Wang family is not exempt from my wrath. Do you truly believe you are significantly more powerful than the elder of the Wang family? Long Chen approached Ma Qing step by step. The sound of his footsteps echoed in Ma Qing's ears, reminiscent of the arrival of the Grim Reaper. What do you intend to do? I am the eldest son of the Ma family in Kyoto, and a friend of Long Xiao. You have wounded me. Whoever comes today will not be able to protect you. You are certainly doomed. Ma Qing's voice trembled with fear as he cautiously retreated with his remaining hand. He was genuinely frightened. The various young masters and young ladies in the private room hesitated, realizing that a single punch could send Ma Xiao flying. Were they truly a match for Long Chen? They wished to intervene, but were paralyzed by fear, caught in a dilemma. You're finished. Today marks your end. Do you know who you have offended? The illustrious young master of the Ma family. Do you wish to have no place to hide in Kyoto? Kneel immediately and apologize to Ma Xiao, or even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, he could not save you. A striking young woman, in her 20s, spat at Long Chun. Damn, now I understand who he is. He is the infamous prodigy of Kyoto, Long Chun, the forsaken son of the Long family, a born calamity. I never expected such a fool to have the audacity to oppose Ma Xiao, let alone challenge the true young Master Long. Do you really think you are the young master of the Long family? Naive, utterly naive. A young man scrutinized Long Chun, as if recollecting something, and unleashed a torrent of insults. Once the young man spoke, the others in the room began to recall the truth, murmuring amongst themselves. Oh, Long Chun. No wonder that name sounds familiar. Arrogance. The elder of the Wang family is a master of the late stage of hidden strength. How could you possibly provoke him? It was clearly you who lured the elder of the Wang family into the thunderous forbidden zone, where the heavenly thunder annihilated him. And the storm clouds above the forbidden zone were summoned by the elder's demise. Kid, do not flatter yourself. With just a single finger, the elder of the Wang family could extinguish you. Damn, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, the infamous wastrel of Kyoto. Kneel. Immediately kneel and admit your fault to Ma Xiao, or face death. I truly do not understand why Wu Shuiying has taken a liking to you, this prodigy. The entire city knows of this infamous figure. Renowned for his notorious reputation, Dragon Chun, often regarded as a fool and a waste, faced the scorn of many, including Jiang Churen, one of the 4 renowned beauties of Kyoto, who had severed their engagement due to his infamous title. However, regardless of the ceaseless chatter surrounding him, Dragon Chin remained undeterred, resolutely advancing until he stood before Ma Qing. casting a lofty gaze upon him. "What do you truly intend to do?" Ma Qing exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. "I am genuinely afraid." He feared that Long Chun would continue his assault. At that point, it would likely not be as simple as merely being injured. A madman. Long Chun was nothing short of a lunatic. "Immediately call Long Yu and instruct him to come here." "At once," Long Chun declared, looking down with an air of authority. His purpose for coming here today was to seek revenge on Long Yu. However, he did not anticipate that Long Yu was not present at all. What remained here were merely his lackeys. He was infuriated. "What did you say?" Ma Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He could hardly believe it. Was this young man out of his mind, asking him to call Long Yu? Once Long Yu arrived, this fellow was undoubtedly doomed. A prodigy, a fool, vying for a woman with Long Yu. Did he truly believe Long Yu would allow him to live? "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" Long Chun furrowed his brow and said, "No, I will do it right away." Ma Qing trembled as he fumbled for his phone, promptly dialing Long Yu's number. After exchanging a few words, he hung up. Previously, Long Yu had merely stepped out for a moment, seemingly to another private room for a toast. Now, having completed the call, it was likely that young Master Long would return shortly. Once he did, this young man would be undeniably doomed. With this thought, Ma Qing felt a surge of confidence. When they first arrived here, they witnessed firsthand how even the owner behind the Empire Hotel had to bow and scrape before young Master Long. Their presence in this prestigious room for dining was solely due to young Master Long's influence. Otherwise, given their status, it would have been utterly impossible for them to dine here. "Sever your other arm and kneel, awaiting your master's arrival." Long Chun observed Ma Qing finishing his phone call and nodded, articulating each word with precision. "Sever your other arm, kneel, and await your master." Your master? That would be Long Yu. In Long Chen's eyes, Ma Qi was merely a dog belonging to Long Yu. "Damn it, kid, don't push your luck." A young aristocrat, unable to bear the scene any longer, shouted angrily at Long Chun. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Long Chun merely cast a glance in his direction, and the young aristocrat, frightened, fell silent. They hold disdain for Long Chun, yet they cannot deny that they are no match for him. Wu Shuiying, you must persuade your friend to cease his reckless actions before it is too late. Is he truly willing to sever his own arm and kneel? Do you grasp the significance of Ma Qing's status? Setting aside the inevitable retribution from the Ma family, once young Master Long returns, I doubt he will show any mercy towards your friend, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she directed her ire at Wu Shuiying. "I cannot persuade him." Wu Shuiying sighed. She genuinely felt powerless in this situation, for Long Chun would never heed her counsel. "Very well, do not attempt to intervene. Just wait and see what unfolds," Wang Xiaoxiao retorted through gritted teeth. At that moment, she no longer considered Wu Shuiying a friend. Rather, she viewed her more as a foe. "What? Do you require me to repeat myself?" Long Chen interjected once again. His presence was formidable. Merely casting a glance at Ma Qing, he declared, "All right, I will sever it." With gritted teeth, Ma Qing summoned all his strength and forcefully brought his remaining arm down towards the ground. The sound of a sharp crack resonated. His arm was severed. He was in excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Enduring the torment with sheer will, he fell to his knees upon the ground. Kneeling, the esteemed Master Ma had truly knelt on the floor. "Miss Wu, look at your friend. What has he done?" At this point, it would be impossible for anyone to survive. "Your friend is undoubtedly doomed," a young man lamented. "Let Master Ma sever a limb and kneel. If he survives, who else could? When young Master Long returns, can this Long Chun possibly walk out of this door alive? It is utterly inconceivable." Given the bond between Master Long and Master Ma, Long Chun would certainly not escape unscathed. Indeed, another man chimed in. "Miss Wu, do you recall that a few months prior, a young scion from a middling family in Kyoto offended Master Ma? Subsequently, Master Ma sought out young Master Long. Do you know what transpired? With just a single word from young Master Long, that young man from the middling family met his demise. Yes, young Master Long dispatched someone to eliminate him, yet that family did not dare to utter a word in protest." The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, was visibly shaken by these words, her silver teeth biting into her lip as she glanced towards Long Chun, seemingly torn by indecision. She had some knowledge of Long Yu's exploits, but she never anticipated such overwhelming dominance. Deep within, she recognized that once Long Yu returned, Long Chen's life was genuinely at stake. "Very well, wretched beggar, I shall assist you one last time, Wu Shuiying thought, pulling out her phone to make a call. Wu Bo? She whispered. Third miss, are you not with young Master Long? Is there something amiss? Came the voice of a man from the other end. Wu Bo, the head steward of the Wu family. Wu Bo, could you possibly lend me a hand? A friend of mine has offended young Master Long, and I implore you to save him, Wu Shuiying replied, striving to maintain her composure. Soon, silence enveloped the line. After a brief pause of nearly 3 seconds, a furious voice erupted from the phone. Third miss, what have you done to provoke your friend into offending young Master Long? Are you dissatisfied with the family's decision to betroth you to him? Wu Bo exclaimed angrily. Immediately sever all ties with this friend of yours, and do not attempt to incite young Master Long's wrath. I understand, Wu Shuiying responded, her spirit dampened. Third miss, our Wu family's influence surpasses that of the Long family to some extent. However, it is not worth offending the eldest son of the Long family for the sake of your friend. Do you comprehend? Moreover, our Wu family has recently engaged in collaborations with the Long family. I would prefer not to witness any discord between you and young Master Long. Wu Bo's tone turned resolute. Wu Shuiying attempted to articulate further, only to find the call abruptly terminated. Indeed, Wu Bo had hung up. Wu Shuiying, spare yourself the effort. You are merely a collateral descendant of the Wu family. Whatever you say or do will bear little consequence. The Wu family would never offend young Master Long for your sake. Wang Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff. Your friend is courting disaster. No one can save him. Wang Xiaoxiao? Wu Shuiying's tone became noticeably firmer. What's wrong? Are you angry? What can you do to me? Let me remind you. You are merely a distant relative of the Wu family. What power do you hold over me? Wang Xiaoxiao retorted with an air of superiority. Wu Shuiying was visibly infuriated. What about me? I suggest you think about how to explain yourself when young Master Long returns. Wang Xiaoxiao declared from her elevated position. This fool not only severely injured young Master Ma, but also dared to vie for a woman with young Master Long. How reckless. Pure recklessness. Wu Shuiying fell silent, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness regarding her fate. Her family had relinquished her to an undesirable man for the sake of profit. Why? Simply because of her beauty? Because she was a mere ornament. She felt an overwhelming sense of discontent, yet found herself powerless to alter her circumstances. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Wu Shuiying's gaze suddenly shifted to Long Chun, the man she had once looked down upon and mocked. It was Long Chun. He had told her that as long as she was unwilling, no one could compel her, not even Long Yu would lay a finger on her. Those words had seemed absurd and childish at the time, yet now, for reasons she could not fathom, they resonated with her in a strangely beautiful way. Don't you dare die, you beggar. I haven't berated you enough yet, Wu Shuiying exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She herself was perplexed. Why didn't she despise Long Chun as she once did? Why didn't she find him repulsive anymore? Was it possible that her reluctance for him to perish stemmed from his previous assistance? Yes, that must be it. With a loud crash, the door to the private room swung open, kicked in by an intruder. A young man, around 16 or 17, entered with striking features, radiating an air of haughty aloofness that set him apart from others. He is Long Yu, the legitimate eldest son of the Long family. He is the sole heir of the Long family, a figure who stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the entire capital. It is rumored that the enterprises under Long Xiao's command are worth no less than billions, and he has even made it onto the Forbes list of young billionaires. Moreover, having practiced martial arts since childhood, it is said that Long Xiao's skills are on par with those of a peak Ming-level warrior, making him a leading figure among the younger generation of the Long family. Upon entering the room, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly fixed his gaze upon Long Chun, slightly furrowing his brows as he coldly inquired, "What has transpired? Long Xiao, you have finally arrived. This brat not only stole your woman, Wu Shuiying, but also severely injured Ma Qing. He claims he has come today to settle the score with you." A young man in the room stepped forward, bowing and scraping before Long Yu. "Long Xiao, you must take a stand for me." Ma Qing, seeing Long Yu finally arrive, scrambled to his feet and lamented. "Not only did he injure me, but he also disregarded your authority, attempting to take your woman from you. He even stated that, regardless of your status, if Wu Shuiying is unwilling, you cannot compel her in any way." With Long Yu's arrival, Ma Qing switched to a different demeanor. The other men and women in the room, upon seeing Long Yu return, approached him to greet him, each recounting the events that had transpired. "Wu Shuiying, Your time is up. Long Xiao is back. Let's see how you explain yourself. Long Xiao sneered at Wu Shuiying with disdain. She aspired to climb the social ladder by aligning herself with Long Yu, dreaming of transforming her fortunes, yet Long Yu seemed completely indifferent to her. Her envy towards Wu Shuiying was palpable. Yes, it was jealousy. At that moment, Long Yu turned his gaze toward Wu Shuiying. She remained silent, yet her eyes did not waver. Instead, they held his gaze. This was the first time she had faced Long Yu directly. You are quite something, Long Yu remarked, his brow slightly furrowing as he uttered those 3 words. Rage. Yes, just 3 words, yet they were imbued with immense fury. Wu Shuiying's expression shifted drastically as she pleaded. I beg you, spare him. Please let him go. I promise to be your woman. Get lost. You plead for his worthless life. Long Yu replied coldly. Having said that, Long Yu's gaze shifted back to Long Chun. He smiled. Yes, Long Yu smiled, a smile filled with disdain. When you were born, the heavens spared you from lightning. Now, I will strike you down, yet you miraculously survive. Your life truly is remarkable. Long Yu articulated each word with precision. He certainly would not perceive Long Chun as anything resurrected. He speculated that it was highly likely his subordinates had failed in their task and had not succeeded in eliminating Long Chen. Is this mutt yours? Long Yu asked condescendingly. Do you understand that one must consider the owner when striking a dog? Kneel, bow your head and admit your fault. Long Yu was exceedingly proud. In all of Kyoto, there were hardly a few who could capture his attention. Even those of middling families, like Ma Qing, appeared to him as mere dogs. As for Long Chun, in his eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant ant, easily crushed with a mere flick of his hand. His tone was remarkably unassuming, yet laden with a formidable authority. Even the other young masters and young ladies present in the private room could not help but change their expressions drastically. Under Long Yu's overwhelming wrath, they felt an almost irresistible urge to kneel immediately. This was the deterrent force cultivated through years of holding power, much like ancient emperors, who could pronounce life or death with a seemingly mundane statement. However, to everyone's astonishment, Long Chun remained utterly silent beneath Long Yu's immense pressure. Indeed, in front of all, he chose to disregard Long Yu entirely. In Long Chen's eyes, Long Yu existed as if he were mere air, an inconsequential presence. What? Did you not hear me speak? I commanded you to kneel. Do you not comprehend? Kneel at once or face death. Long Yu furrowed his brow in his perception. Long Chun was nothing more than an insignificant insect, more specifically, a bug that had yet to be entirely crushed. With merely a word, he could dictate Long Chen's demise. Yet at this moment, this diminutive insect dared to challenge his authority before everyone. Die. Yes. If you survive the first crushing, then I shall crush you again. To Long Yu, it was that straightforward. You little brat, how audacious. You dare to ignore young Master Long? You are truly courting death. Ma Qing could not restrain himself and erupted in a torrent of curses. He believed that Long Chun was doomed. In all of Kyoto, no one had ever dared to disregard young Master Long in such a manner. Yet this insignificant beggar, an imbecile, a prodigy, exhibited such arrogance, showing no respect for young Master Long. This situation could not possibly end well. Long Chun must perish. Wu Shuiying, I must admit, your friend possesses remarkable audacity. You truly have an eye for talent. However, what use is mere boldness? In the face of young Master Long's overwhelming strength, the bolder one is, the swifter their demise. Do you not comprehend this? Wang Xiao remarked with a smile. You have successfully provoked young Master Long. Perhaps you should ponder how to appease him. Just wait until young Master Long eliminates this arrogant little whelp, and then what will you do? Contempt. Yes, former confidants, once close friends, offered no consolation to Wu Shuiying. Instead, they reveled in her misfortune. Throughout the private room, the other young masters and young ladies mocked her, ridiculing her for her overreaching ambition to oppose young Master Long. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Inciting a mere abandoned scion to confront the true heir? A fool's errand. They believed that Long Chun and Wu Shuiying were courting disaster. How could the esteemed heir of the Long family, Long Yu, possibly tolerate the audacity of Long Chun and his companion? Only death awaited them. Very well. Long Yu chuckled, surveying Long Chun from head to toe, and pronounced with deliberate clarity, You possess remarkable courage. Who would have imagined that the former fool would dare to disregard my existence? Yet, Long Chun remained unperturbed. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly, fearful of inciting the wrath of the young master. All eyes in the room were fixed on Long Chun, disbelief etched upon their faces at his audacity to provoke Long Yu. A fool, truly a waste, an imbecile, who had blocked even his last chance for survival. Excellent. Long Yu's gaze darkened as he pointed at Wu Shuiying and commanded sharply, "Come here." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically. She glanced at Long Chun, who remained silent, and with her head bowed, she bit her lip, reluctantly making her way toward Long Yu. She did not wish to go, yet she feared even more for Long Chun's safety, should she defy Long Yu and bring about his demise. Long Chun. Long Yu seized Wu Shuiying's delicate face, contemptuously addressing Long Chun. "Did you not profess your affection for her? You claimed that no one in this world could lay a hand on her. Today, I shall touch her, and what will you do about it? Let me assure you, not only will I touch her, but I will also possess her right before your eyes. What can you possibly do to stop me?" Long Yu articulated each word with malice, and as he finished, he began to tear at Wu Shuiying's clothing. Her eyes filled with tears, Wu Shuiying struggled. Yet she was no match for Long Yu's strength. At that moment, the eyes of everyone in the room gleamed with anticipation. What did beauty matter if it was to be forcibly claimed before all? Wu Shuiying, this was your just desserts. Wang Xiaoxiao sneered. Look at the kind of scoundrel you've chosen. You stand there, utterly powerless, not even daring to utter a sound while you are being violated. It was not only Wang Xiaoxiao who thought this. Everyone in the room shared the sentiment. They believed Long Chun had cowered. He remained silent as Wu Shuiying faced her fate, merely standing there like a fool. But just then, Long Chun spoke up. "Long Yu, I had been contemplating whether to extinguish your life or render you a cripple. Now, I have made my decision. I shall spare your wretched life. I intend to show the entirety of the Long family what they deem to be their esteemed heir truly is. I will make Long Xingtian and Long Yuming aware that their choices of the past were gravely mistaken. I want the world to know, for the next 10,000 years, this realm shall recognize me as its sovereign. I am Long Chun." Long Chun slightly raised his head, casting a calm glance at Long Yu as he spoke. Once his words spread, the entire private room erupted in fervor. A lunatic. He is nothing short of a deranged madman. Does he have a death wish? Yearning for an expedited demise? This is utterly reckless. It is not merely a provocation directed at Long Yu, but rather an affront to the entire Long family. He is mocking and looking down upon the entire Long family, including the venerable patriarch Long Xingtian, whom he also ridicules and disdains. Their minds, for a fleeting moment, seem to short-circuit, paralyzed by disbelief. Arrogance. How could it be merely arrogance? From this day forth, for a millennium, he would be revered. Who did he think he was? I declared it. Without my consent, no one in this world dares to lay a finger on Wu Shuiying. Since you have provoked me, today I shall settle both old and new grievances with you. Just as Long Yu was about to tear open Wu Shuiying's attire, Long Chun uttered a single phrase and vanished from his spot. In the next heartbeat, Long Chun materialized before Long Yu. Indeed, it was as if he had teleported across the span of several meters in an instant. You dare to lay a hand on my people? Die! Long Chun unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Long Yu was sent hurtling backward. To be precise, his head propelled his entire body away. You dare to touch my people? The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, had resigned herself, closing her eyes in anticipation of the humiliation about to befall her from Long Yu. Yet, to her astonishment, just as she shut her eyes, she heard a familiar voice and sensed that the grip of Long Yu around her seemed to vanish. What happened? Slowly, the stunning Wu Shuiying opened her eyes, and soon she beheld a colossal figure standing before her, Long Chun. As for Long Yu, he had been flung several meters away, sprawled on the ground. Had Long Chun sent Long Yu flying? Had Long Chun come to her rescue? Wu Shuiying's eyes welled with unshed tears, yet inexplicably, gazing at Long Chun before her, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Indeed, she had to admit that the beggar she had once scorned and ridiculed had bestowed upon her this feeling of safety. I said it. No one in this world can force you. Long Chun stepped forward earnestly. I understand. Thank you. For some unknown reason. The lovely face of Wu Shuiying flushed suddenly as she vigorously nodded at Long Chun. You must be cautious. Wu Shuiying hesitated but ultimately chose to warn Long Chun. Regardless, Long Yu is the legitimate heir of the Long family. Now that Long Chun has harmed Long Yu, how could this possibly end well? It is likely that the Long family will not let Long Chun off the hook. Merely an ant. If he is wasted, so be it. You need not worry. Long Chun replied nonchalantly, before striding toward Long Yu's direction. The earlier shocking scene was too overwhelming, leaving the young gentlemen and ladies from various esteemed families in the private room in a state of stunned disbelief. When they finally regained their senses, their eyes were wide open, fixed on Long Chun as if they were witnessing a ghost. Indeed, Long Chun was a specter. It is utterly terrifying. With just a single blow, Dragon Xiao was sent flying. One must understand that Dragon Xiao possesses the formidable strength of the Mingjing stage. The sheer fact that he was launched away is nothing short of shocking. I was mistaken. I misjudged you. I never anticipated that you were not only not a fool, but had also attained the status of a martial artist. You are quite impressive, concealing your true prowess so deeply. Dragon Yu's nasal bone was fractured, his mouth filled with blood and shattered teeth, yet he rose from the ground anew, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed a venomous gaze upon Long Chun. Each word dripped with menace. But you are still far from surpassing me. Today, I shall personally shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces. This is the consequence of your repeated challenges against the dragon family. To Dragon Yu, the force of that punch merely inflicted superficial harm. He believed that defeating him with such a meager display of power was utterly impossible. The earlier incident of being struck away was merely a result of Long Chun's sneak attack and his own carelessness. In his eyes, annihilating Long Chun was a trivial task. Upon finishing his words, Dragon Yu stepped forward with determination. A fierce roar erupted from his lips, as he adopted a stance akin to an archer drawing a bow. With each step, his feet left deep imprints on the marble floor, an indication of his terrifying strength. Behold the dragon family's ultimate technique, the Dragon Claw. Every movement of Dragon Yu emanated an overwhelming aura, his hands curling into claw-like shapes, a potent stream of energy swirling between them, subtly forming a white whirlwind. With that, Dragon Yu lunged toward Long Chun's heart, aiming for a lethal strike. He sought to annihilate Long Chun with a single strike. The Dragon Claw technique is a closely guarded secret of the dragon family, possessing not only immense power, but also a venomous ferocity. Once unleashed, it guarantees either death or grievous injury. Long Yu relied on the might of the Dragon Claw technique to dominate within the pinnacle of Mingjing, having vanquished countless adversaries at that level. In his eyes, the moment he executed this technique, Long Chun was already as good as dead. With a thunderous crash, the strike landed. Indeed, Long Yu's claw had grasped the very position of Long Chun's heart. He could not help but reveal a smile, secretly channeling his strength. Intent on extracting Long Chun's heart in one decisive strike, ensuring that Long Chun would meet a fate without burial. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Long Yu exclaimed. He felt a sharp pain in his fingers. Indeed, they are broken. His finger is severed. The place where his fingers grasped was as unyielding as steel, resulting in a brutal fracture of his digit. No, even steel, beneath the might of his formidable dragon claws, would be rendered mere scrap. This was indeed harder than steel. Is this truly the form of a human body? His formidable dragon claw hand. The invincible dragon claw hand, when attempting to extract the heart of an ant, not only failed to pierce its skin but also suffered the humiliation of having its fingers shattered. Do you understand? That punch I just delivered required merely a fraction of my strength. Long Chun cast a glance at Long Yu, who was clutching his chest with trembling fingers, and calmly uttered a sentence. Today, I shall see just how many of my punches you can withstand. Before Long Yu could react, Long Chun unleashed a powerful blow. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yu's entire body soared through the air like a fly swatted away, hurtling across the room. Yet, before he could even touch the ground, Long Chun pursued him relentlessly, delivering punch after punch. With this strike, I exerted 2 parts of my strength. With this strike, I exerted 3 parts of my strength. This punch, I used all my strength. Under the relentless barrage of Long Chun's fists, Long Yu was sent flying, as if he were a volleyball, tossed back and forth in the air. It was only after Long Chun delivered his final, crushing blow to Long Yu's dantian that he ceased his assault. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, Long Yu's body was forcefully propelled toward the ground, embedding him deep into the earth, leaving a human-shaped imprint over half a meter deep. Where was the arrogance of Long Yu now? Not only was he rendered crippled, with multiple fractures throughout his body, but his dantian was shattered, and his cultivation obliterated. Yes, this foolish, contemptible genius had been reduced to nothing by the very one he looked down upon. Now he realized that Long Chun was not someone he could ever hope to defeat. In merely 5 or 6 punches, he was utterly incapacitated. How terrifying. Regret. But it was too late. The entire private room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to breathe. It was terrifying, far too terrifying. The esteemed eldest son of the Long family, Long Yu, was rendered powerless? Indeed, rendered powerless. And with shallow breaths, he was on the brink of death. The eldest son of the Long family was about to perish. It seemed this young man truly intended to make an enemy of the entire Long family. Moreover, it appeared that prior to this, the royal family of Kyoto had already vowed to annihilate Long Chun. This was remarkable. This young man was indeed seeking his own demise. Thud, thud, thud. Long Chun strode toward the fallen Long Yu in the deep pit, each step echoing like the harbinger of doom. Long Chun, what do you intend to do? You have crippled me, and now you seek to kill me? Do you not realize that if you take my life today, you will be sealing your own fate? The Long family will surely eradicate you. This abomination. Long Yu, lying in the human-shaped pit, fixed his gaze on Long Chun, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and spoke each word with great effort. His entire body was a gruesome spectacle. Not only were his powers utterly shattered, but he was left a mere shell of a man, with his spine, limbs, and ribs all suffering from catastrophic fractures. He had irrevocably become a cripple. Not to mention the cessation of his cultivation, it seemed he would likely spend the remainder of his days confined to a wheelchair. Just a moment prior, he had been a vibrant young master, yet in the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a state of utter disability. This was the consequence of incurring Dragon Chen's wrath. Indeed, the true dragon must not be insulted. To insult him is to pay a price in blood. Kill you? Dragon Chen stepped before Long Yu, placing his foot upon his face, looking down with disdain. No, I shall not end your life. I will spare your wretched existence. I want you to witness how your once mighty Long family meets its demise at my hands. Years ago, the Long family wrongfully accused me of being a monster descended upon the world and murdered my mother. And you plotted my death. How could I ever let you and the entire Long family escape unscathed? Today, as the innate monster I am, I declare to you, to the entirety of the Long family, I shall one day obliterate your clan in honor of my mother's memory. Not a single one shall survive. His voice was not particularly loud, yet within the confines of the private room, it resonated like thunder, nearly deafening. Regardless of gender, everyone gazed at Long Chun in astonishment. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly intent on annihilating an entire clan? Was he prepared to extinguish the Long family to honor his mother in death? Such arrogance was unparalleled. Who does he think he is? A master of transformation? Even a master of transformation could never eradicate the Long family. Such an act of annihilation has not occurred in China for over a century. Arrogance. To claim you can obliterate the entire Long family is sheer hubris. Do you believe that by defeating me, you attain invincibility? Let me enlighten you. My strength within the Long family is hardly noteworthy. Long Yu scoffed, stating that within the Long family, there are no fewer than 10 individuals at the dark energy stage. Even at the peak of dark energy, there are 4. As for masters of transformation, there are 2. I ask you, how do you intend to extinguish the Long family? With your meager cultivation, a master of transformation could crush you effortlessly with a single hand. You foolishly seek to annihilate the Long family. I truly wonder who will meet their demise first. You or the Long family. Warriors at the peak of dark energy are already a rare breed in the city, let alone masters of transformation. Each master of transformation is a national treasure, a figure of paramount significance. They possess the ability to single-handedly confront thousands and can sever the heads of enemy generals amidst vast armies. They are, in essence, celestial beings, demigods. Yes, demigods, transcending mortal limitations. The Long family boasts 2 such national treasures, along with 4 individuals at the peak of dark energy. What formidable strength exists that could eradicate their lineage? Even a master of transformation would find such a feat insurmountable, unless they were at the peak of dark energy. In the private room, the young masters and mistresses from various esteemed families could not help but display astonished expressions upon hearing this. While they were aware that the Long family was one of the 4 great families, their understanding of the Long family's true strength was limited. Now, with Long Yu's revelations, they were utterly shocked. For families of their stature, having even 1 or 2 individuals at the dark energy stage is a rarity. Yet, the Long family possesses 10, along with 2 masters of transformation. How could they not be astonished? Simultaneously, their disdain for Long Chen's audacious claim to annihilate the Long family deepened. To them, it was nothing more than a farcical jest, a futile endeavor akin to striking a rock with an egg. A master of transformation? Long Chen laughed, declaring, in my eyes, a master of transformation is akin to an insignificant insect. Even with 10 masters of transformation in your Long family, I declare their demise. It is that simple. A true dragon, one that swallows the heavens and devours the earth. Even celestial beings can be consumed by a true dragon, allowing it to absorb their cultivation and vitality to elevate its own power, let alone a mere master of transformation. Very well, Long Yu replied, his face solemn. Gasping for breath, the entirety of the Long family awaits your attempt to annihilate us. It seems you remain quite arrogant, do you not? Long Chen chuckled softly before he forcefully brought his foot down upon Long Yu's face. With a resounding thud, Long Yu's anguished screams erupted, his visage contorted grotesquely, the left side of his face caving in, presenting a horrifying sight. Relay a message to the Long family. I, Long Chen, shall pay a visit in due time. He articulated each word with precision. No sooner had he uttered this declaration than Long Yu, overwhelmed by pain, succumbed to unconsciousness. The individuals in the private room were struck with trepidation, and upon glancing at Long Yu, they realized he had been rendered almost unrecognizable. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. Yet, how could they fathom the manner in which the Long family and Long Yu had treated Long Chen? Without cause, there can be no consequence. With cause, there must be an outcome. Young man, have you perhaps gone too far? At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped into the room, surveying Long Chen from head to toe before shifting his gaze to Long Yu. Upon witnessing Long Yu's disfigured state, he could not help but furrow his brow and, from a position of superiority, interrogated Long Chen. Following the entrance of the middle-aged man, an elderly gentleman with white hair entered silently, trailing closely behind him. The onlookers soon discerned the middle-aged man's countenance, and each was filled with a profound sense of dread. They recognized the middle-aged man as Zhou Haojia, the proprietor of the Dihao Hotel. Rumor has it that he is the leader of the underground forces in the capital, thriving on the influence of the Zhou family. They are aware that Long Chen's doom has arrived. How could the proprietor of the Dihao Hotel allow this scoundrel, Long Chen, to create chaos here? They still remember the incident from last year when a formidable figure at the peak of the Mingjing realm caused a commotion at the Dihao Hotel. Ultimately, his fate was sealed, his arms severed, and his cultivation rendered utterly useless. This, they surmise, may well be the destiny awaiting Long Chen. Is it over? Long Chen chuckled, looking down with an air of superiority. Perhaps, but what can you do to me? Such arrogance. How audacious. Few in all of Kyoto would dare converse with Zhou Haojia in such a manner. You truly are insufferably arrogant, Zhou Haojia remarked with a smile. Yet, regardless of your bravado, you must adhere to my rules here. No troublemaking allowed. And now, you've left Long Yu in a terrible state. How am I to explain this to the Long family? You've broken my rules and remained so audacious. You possess quite the audacity. Initially, I contemplated binding you and delivering you to the Long family. But with your insolence, you might as well meet your demise. As the leader of the underground forces in Kyoto, Zhou Haojia was well aware of Long Chen's notoriety. A prodigy, a fool, a waste. A discarded heir, Long Chen was known throughout Kyoto as the thunderous demon. Yet, this demon before him was somewhat different from the tales. Not only was he not a fool, but he was also a martial artist, one capable of defeating Long Yu, the young master of the Long family. It is crucial to note that Long Yu's prowess resided at the peak of the Mingjing realm. This indicated that Long Chen's strength must be at least on par with that level. Dark energy? No, absolutely impossible. Zhou Haojia dismissed the thought immediately. Although there are those of merely 16 or 17 years possessing dark energy, such individuals are undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. It was evident that Long Chen could not be such a prodigy. Regardless of what Long Chen represented today, Zhou Haojia felt compelled to eliminate him. Firstly, to establish authority at the Dihao Hotel, and secondly, to provide an explanation to the Long family. Elder Qian, Zhou Haojia turned, addressing the white-haired elder with deep respect. I implore you to take action and eliminate this brat. The elder nodded and stepped forward to confront Long Chen directly. Young man, I must acknowledge your exceptional talent for cultivation. At such a tender age, you have already reached the peak of the Mingjing realm, the elder declared with an imposing presence. However, today you have violated the hotel's regulations and severely injured the young master of the Long family. Thus, You cannot blame me for taking action. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with you, the demon whom all seek to eradicate." With that, the elder made his move. "Die!" he bellowed, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow. A formidable white aura enveloped the elder, amplifying with each step he took. By the time he reached Long Chun, the intense white aura had reached its zenith. True Qi. The energy surrounding the elder was none other than true Qi. In the realm of hidden strength, under the formidable influence of the elderly man with white hair, the marble floor of the private room began to crack inch by inch, ultimately shattering into fragments. Yes, it was merely the powerful energy exerted from afar that obliterated the entire marble flooring. Fire Cloud Palm. The white-haired elder struck with his palm, aiming directly at Long Chen's heart. A faint spark ignited atop his hand, radiating intense heat. Simultaneously, the formidable energy enveloping the elder surged forth, pressing towards Long Chun with relentless force. "You wish to extinguish me?" Long Chen chuckled, asserting that countless individuals aspired to his demise. Yet he could not help but declare that this one was the weakest among them. True Dragon, one of the most potent existences in the universe, undying and indestructible. How could he possibly be vanquished by one of mere initial stage hidden strength? Thunder comes. Long Chen stepped forward, delivering a punch towards the elder's palm. A delicate silver arc danced around his formidable fist, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. Thunder. Indeed, the power of heavenly lightning. Within what appeared to be a simple punch lay not only unmatched strength, but also the devastating force of celestial thunder. With a resounding bang, Long Chun remained unmoved, while the seemingly invincible elder was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps. After executing that strike, the elder did not attempt further action. His eyes were filled with profound fear and astonishment. The hand that had clashed with Long Chun was now tucked behind him, trembling inexplicably. Indeed, it trembled. The elder's name was Qian Feng, 72 years of age, a martial artist hired at great expense by Zhou Haojie. Yes, a peak practitioner of the initial stage of hidden strength. Qian Feng had been a renowned martial arts master decades ago, but due to limitations in talent, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage 10 years prior and had been unable to advance since. Despite merely being a peak initial stage practitioner, his extensive combat experience allowed him to defeat even those in the middle stage of hidden strength. Such a formidable figure was exceedingly rare in the entire capital. In other words, Qian Feng was the steadfast pillar of the Empire Hotel. "Old Qian, what troubles you? Quickly eliminate him. Why do you still hesitate to act?" Zhou Haojie, observing Qian Feng's inaction after the strike, furrowed his brow and urged him on. "Old Qian, what is amiss with you?" Regardless of how Zhou Haojie called out to Qian Feng, the elder seemed oblivious, disregarding Zhou's pleas. "Mr. Chun, I advise you to swiftly apologize to young Master Long, otherwise even I will be unable to protect you." Under the persistent urging of Zhou Haojie, Qian Feng finally spoke. "What did you say? You want me to apologize to this prodigy? Are you jesting with me?" Zhou Haojie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qian Feng disregarded Zhou Haojie's outburst and stepped forward, addressing Long Chun with deliberate clarity. "Young Master Long, I sincerely apologize for my previous transgressions and hope for your forgiveness." Having said that, he retreated to the side. Indeed, he is no longer inclined to concern himself with this matter. He is filled with trepidation. How could he not be? Just moments ago, he felt the formidable power of lightning in Long Chen's punch. Yes, it was indeed the force of lightning. Such overwhelming power rendered one of his arms useless in an instant. Moreover, he sensed that Long Chun had shown him mercy. Had he unleashed his full strength, he feared the outcome would have been dire. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing beads of cold sweat to break out across his body. Thankfully, he had not offended the young man to the point of no return. Otherwise, today he might have met his demise here. The ability to wield lightning, possessing a strength at least 6 or 7 times greater than his own, clearly indicated that he was a master of transformation. Yes, a master of transformation at that. A mere 17 years of age. It was rumored that the elder of the Wang family was struck dead by lightning, and he feared to ponder further, for the implications grew increasingly terrifying. "Old Qian, what has happened to you? Are you hesitating because of his status as a castaway of the Long family? What are you truly wavering about?" Zhou Haojie, witnessing Qian Feng retreating to the side with an air of indifference towards the situation, could no longer contain his fury. Yet, alas, Qian Feng, being a master of the hidden strength stage, could not be commanded by him. Even in ordinary circumstances, he had to treat Qian Feng with utmost respect. Fine, old Qian, you may consider his status, but I shall not. I have no such qualms, Zhou Haojie declared, pulling out a firearm and aiming it directly at Long Chun. Kid, I must concede, you possess remarkable skills to withstand old Qian's strike. Compelling him to reconsider his actions due to your identity, Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth. But old Qian's concerns do not extend to me. Today, I must see you dead. I am eager to discover how you might evade the bullet in my hand. A gun. Yes. A real, tangible weapon. Put it down. Mr. Zhou, I implore you to lower that handgun immediately, or you will live to regret it. Qian Feng's expression changed dramatically as he urgently intervened. To command lightning. A master of transformation. Such an existence is not something Zhou Haojie could afford to provoke. Even the Zhou family of the capital would think twice before offending a master of transformation. The entire capital was mistaken. Gravely mistaken. The rumored prodigy, the so-called worthless one, was a fabrication. A genius. This was a genius among geniuses. Long family. Zhang family. Do you truly comprehend Long Chen's real strength? A youthful master at merely 17. If you were to realize this, you would undoubtedly come to regret it. 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. How absurd. In Long Chun, Qian Feng saw not only strength, but also immense potential. Yes, a master at the tender age of 17, what might he become as he matures? Beyond the realm of transformation. Old Qian, there is no need for further words. Today, I must eliminate this wretch. With a fierce expression, Zhou Haojie swiftly turned his gaze towards Long Chun and declared die. With a resounding bang, Zhou Haojie pulled the trigger, and a fiery serpent erupted from the pistol, hurtling directly towards Long Chen's head. Long Chun, Wu Shuiying's eyes brimmed with tears as she could not restrain herself from calling out, yearning to rush forward. But it was too late. The bullet had already been unleashed. In but a heartbeat, it seemed Long Chun would fall into a pool of blood. Oh, Long Chun, forgive me. It is I who has brought you to this fate. The image of Long Chun lying in a crimson puddle overwhelmed Wu Shuiying, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Today she wept. Yes, for Long Chun, that once contemptible toad in her eyes. Wu Shuiying, cease your weeping. Allow me to remind you that when Long Xiao awakens, you should ponder your own fate. Today, it is not only Long Chun who faces death, but you as well. Wang Xiao mocked. You, in the prime of your youth, have chosen to fixate on a mere beggar, a discarded pawn. Now look where it has led you. You can hardly safeguard your own life. In Wang Xiao's view, Long Chun was undoubtedly doomed. How could one who had offended the leader of the entire underground force of Kyoto possibly escape death? A single shot would suffice to extinguish him. Not only was she of this opinion, but all present in the private room shared the same sentiment. Yet, at that very moment, their smiles froze, each of them appearing as if they had encountered a ghost, gazing intently in one direction. A gun. Do you truly believe that could kill me? Long Chun chuckled softly, articulating each word with conviction. You are far too naive. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what absolute power truly is. In the face of the formidable handgun, Long Chun merely extended 2 fingers. Indeed, he remained remarkably unperturbed. A flash of fire surged forth. With a resounding crack, Long Chun resembled the formidable fire cloud evil god from cinematic lore. With nothing but 2 fingers, he effortlessly pinched the bullet hurtling towards him, stopping it dead in its tracks. With a soft thud, the deformed bullet fell to the ground. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Not only had he caught the bullet barehanded, but he had also deformed the steel projectile? Good heavens! Their minds seemed to short-circuit in that moment. Such a feat could scarcely be accomplished, even by those at the peak of martial prowess, could it? A master of transformation. Undoubtedly, a master of transformation. Qian Feng believed he would never reach such heights. Incredible. Utterly incredible. You. Zhou Haojie stood frozen, his handgun aimed at Long Chun, rendered speechless. Had he ever witnessed the existence of one who could catch bullets barehanded? He was somewhat taken aback. I refuse to believe that I cannot hit you. Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger once more, unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at Long Chun. Yet, not a single bullet found its mark. All were effortlessly pinched between Long Chun's 2 fingers. Indeed, 2 fingers. I offered you a chance. You could have walked away. But since you did not cherish that opportunity, do not blame me. Long Chun enunciated each word with conviction. Die. With that, he boldly advanced towards the bullets, step by step, approaching Zhou Haojie. Yes, he faced the bullets head-on. To the eyes of mere mortals, these bullets appeared overwhelmingly powerful, yet to Long Chun, they were as inconsequential as a drizzle. Unable to approach his form, with a resounding thud, under Long Chen's formidable presence, Zhou Haojie, the leader of the underground forces in Kyoto, trembled in fear, his grip slackened, and the gun clattered to the ground. Following that, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Ignoring the hail of bullets, he strode forward unflinchingly through the storm of gunfire. How can he not be afraid? Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, he was still filled with trepidation. With a resounding bang, Long Chen approached Zhou Haojie and struck him with a single, powerful slap across the face. The sheer force sent Zhou Haojie flying, spinning through the air for 4 or 5 rotations before he crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Haojie's face resembled that of a swollen pig. Not only were his teeth shattered, but his skull bore multiple fractures as well. Die! Long Chun took another step forward, and with a single stomp, the marble floor beneath him crumbled into dust, creating a deep crater with his foot. Master Long, Qian Feng gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to obstruct Long Chun. For my sake, please spare Mr. Zhou. You, what are you? Long Chen paused briefly before dismissively uttering those words. You, what are you? This was the first time Qian Feng had encountered someone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. A prominent figure at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the hidden strength realm was publicly humiliated. If word spread, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Indeed, I am nothing. Qian Feng dared not retort and could only offer a bitter smile. But I implore Master Long to show mercy and not stoop to the level of us juniors. Junior. The crowd in the private room was left in a daze, unable to comprehend why old Master Qian would adopt such a submissive stance. Zhou Haojie, are you not going to apologize to Master Long and seek his forgiveness? Qian Feng then turned sharply to the fallen Zhou Haojie, who resembled a pig. Old Master Qian, why don't you take action? Can you truly not handle a mere discarded pawn? Zhou Haojie protested, unwilling to accept his fate. Preposterous. Qian Feng retorted angrily. Zhou Haojie, if you continue to provoke Master Long, not only I, but even the Zhou family will be unable to protect you. Master Long is a master of the transformation strength realm. Not only you, but even I, could be crushed by him with just a single finger. The words master of the transformation strength realm echoed like thunder in the minds of those present. A mere 17-year-old master of such a formidable realm. How could they not be astonished? Mr. Qian, is what you say indeed true? Zhou Haojie stood there, transfixed. Indeed, Qian Feng nodded. With a resounding thud, Zhou Haojie knelt upon the ground. Yes, this was the formidable leader of the underground forces in Kyoto, kneeling, a master of transformation. Although Zhou Haojie held the esteemed position of the underground overlord in Kyoto, commanding reverence such that a mere stomp of his foot could shake the city, he had never encountered a master of transformation, let alone laid eyes upon one. Indeed, his status simply did not suffice. The disparity between a mere underground leader and a master of transformation is akin to that of the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of a master of transformation, Zhou Haojie is nothing more than an insignificant insect. The Zhou family, from which Zhou Haojie hailed, boasted the presence of 2 masters of transformation to maintain their dominance. Yet, as a peripheral member of the Zhou clan, Zhou Haojie had only heard whispers of these legendary figures. The distinction between those in the dark energy stage and masters of transformation is profound. One resides in the celestial realm, while the other dwells in the mortal realm. The master of transformation is akin to a deity, while those in the dark energy stage are but mere mortals. Yet today, he had the extraordinary fortune to witness a mere 17-year-old master. Indeed, he had seen it with his own eyes, as the young master deftly evaded bullet after bullet fired from his hand. How could he not be afraid? A master of the transformation realm. Such an existence is not something he, or even the esteemed 4 great families such as the Zhou and Long clans, would dare to offend lightly. To incur their wrath is to pay a hefty price. Presently, Long Chen's identity as a master of the transformation realm has been unequivocally affirmed by Elder Qian, leaving no room for doubt. Zhou Haojie understood that offending a master of such caliber meant certain death. No one could save him. Mr. Long, I am but a petty man, blind to the greatness of a master. I have previously caused offense, and I beseech you to forgive my ignorance and folly. I implore you, spare my life. Zhou Haojie's head bowed fervently to the ground, striking it repeatedly, causing his forehead to bleed profusely. Yet, he dared not cease. Without Long Chen's command, he was compelled to continue. At that moment, all dignity was rendered insignificant. Survival was his sole desire. As for dignity, it held no value. Begging for mercy? Long Chen scoffed, his disdain evident. Is it not a tad late for such a plea? The true dragon cannot be humiliated. To insult it is to pay the price in blood. Do not think that Zhou Haojie is the only one who will suffer. Even the Zhou family would face annihilation if the true dragon decreed it. Indeed, in Long Chen's eyes, it would merely be a matter of a snap of the fingers. Mr. Long, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. Mistakes come with consequences. What if I were to offer this? Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth and ceased his prostrations. Retrieving a handgun from the ground, and in a sudden surge, fired several shots into his own chest. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets tore through him, blood oozing from gaping wounds, leaving him looking like a grotesque figure drenched in crimson. He shot himself. In that instant, the guests in the private room were rendered speechless. Such brutality. Yet, they were even more astounded that the formidable leader of the underground forces in the capital would kneel and bow to a mere beggar, even resorting to self-harm to seek the beggar's forgiveness. Indeed, the once mocked beggar, Long Chun, had repeatedly slapped their faces, leaving them in a state of shock. No, this cannot be. Wang Xiaoxiao gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Am I blind? How could this wretched friend of Wu Shuiying possibly be a master of the transformation realm? How could he compel Zhou Haojie to kneel and inflict harm upon himself? Certainly, her vision must be flawed. Surely, she had misjudged. Yet, she could not deceive herself. For the truth lay before her. Wang Xiaoxiao was not alone in her thoughts. The young masters and ladies in the room shared her incredulity. Had they misheard? Were their eyes deceived? Long Chun. Wu Shuiying smiled, her gaze towards Long Chen shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. She understood that she had erred profoundly, gravely mistaken. At last, she comprehended the truth in Long Chen's words. He had indeed come here to settle accounts with Long Yu. It was genuine. At that moment, she had thought that Long Chun had come in search of her. Reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly ludicrous. Long Chun was never seeking her. He had stated that no one in this world could compel her. He accomplished it. This is indeed true. What Long Chun said is genuine. It is merely that she had always regarded it as false. Upon this realization, Wu Shuiying's face flushed with embarrassment. The mockery and disdain she once held now seemed utterly ludicrous in retrospect. A toad? A master of transformation. She has finally come to understand that she herself is the toad, while Long Chun stands as the exalted master of transformation. Enough. Long Chun proclaimed from his lofty position. I shall grant you both a single opportunity. Each of you shall sever one of your own arms and compensate 30 million. Then this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Indeed, Long Chun was referring to both individuals, including Qian Feng. Understood. Qian Feng was the first to respond. His expression darkened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he forcefully brought his left arm down upon the marble floor. With a resounding crack, his arm was severed. Both of his arms are severed. He knew that if he did not sever his arm today, he might never escape this room. If there were anyone to blame, it would be Zhou Haojie. Had it not been for him, how could Qian Feng have dared to confront a master of the transformation technique? Very well, young Master Long. I shall proceed to amputate my arm. With that, Zhou Haojie raised his pistol and fired 7 or 8 shots into his own arm. At this point, his entire limb was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh and blood, the bone shattered. If not treated promptly, this arm would surely be rendered useless. Depart. Long Chen nodded and uttered this single command. Zhou Haojie and Qian Feng, as if granted a reprieve, promptly stepped out. The two of them could not bear to remain in the private room for even a second longer. As for Long Yu's fate, they chose to turn a blind eye. Approximately a minute after they exited, a man resembling a hotel manager entered, respectfully presenting a gold card to Long Chun before promptly leaving. 60 million. Indeed. This was the compensation amount that the two were required to pay. Throughout the entire ordeal, the hotel manager dared not utter a single word. They had inflicted harm, yet were now liable for compensation. The young ladies and gentlemen from various esteemed families present in the room had witnessed many things. Yet they had never encountered someone as formidable as Long Chun. After receiving the compensation, Long Chun surveyed each individual in the room, but none dared to meet his gaze. The previously boisterous Ma Qing, upon locking eyes with Long Chun, felt his legs weaken and fell to the floor in submission. Long Chun let out a disdainful laugh and turned to leave. Just then, a voice rang out, "Please wait." I admire you. May I be your woman? The speaker was none other than Wang Xiaoxiao. Just a moment prior, she had been mocking Long Chun, and now she professed her affection for him. It must be said that Wang Xiaoxiao's transformation was rather abrupt, swifter than turning a page. Xiaoxiao, how can you possibly like him? What about me? Ma Qing's expression changed dramatically as he immediately glanced towards Long Chun. Seeing Long Chun halt his steps, he promptly shut his mouth. He harbors affection for Wang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, he would not be here celebrating her birthday. The young heirs and heiresses from various families in the private room are certainly aware of his pursuit of Wang Xiaoxiao. Yet, in this moment, he finds himself rendered speechless, not daring to utter a single word. Indeed, he dared not vie with Long Chun for a woman. Is Long Yu not formidable? Yet he has been rendered crippled. Is Zhou Haojia not powerful? He has been reduced to a mere sieve. Most importantly, he witnessed with his own eyes a being at the dark energy stage kneel before Long Chun. How could he not be afraid? If Long Chun were to crush him, he would likely not even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. Thus, even when the woman he admired professed her feelings for Long Chun in front of the prominent young masters and ladies of various esteemed families, he could only watch in silence, not daring to utter a single word. It was not cowardice, it was a matter of survival. Just you? Wang Xiaoxiao scrutinized Ma Qing with a disdainful expression, declaring, "You are not even worth a single hair of young Master Long. You look so pathetic, and yet you dare to pursue me? Bah, my man must at least be a great hero like young Master Long. You had better hurry and get lost. Your presence is an eyesore." With that, she forcefully shoved Ma Qing aside and hurried towards Long Chun. "Young Master Long, I am well aware that a man of your caliber undoubtedly has more than one woman. However, I would gladly be one of them, willing to do anything you desire." Wang Xiaoxiao approached Long Chun with an almost submissive demeanor, akin to a lustful female dog. She would likely acquiesce to anything he asked, even if it meant her own demise. Meanwhile, Ma Qing stood there, ashen-faced, yet he dared not utter a word. The woman he ardently pursued, at that moment, in his presence, allowed another man to plead for her affection. Where is his dignity, especially in the presence of the young masters and young ladies from prestigious families? If word of today's events were to spread, he would undoubtedly become the greatest laughingstock in all of Kyoto. Yet, even in such a predicament, he dares not utter a single word. When weighed against dignity and face, life holds far greater significance. He yearned for life, rejecting the notion of death or seeking its embrace. The entire room was fixated on Long Chun and Wang Xiaoxiao, with Wu Shuiying among them. Wu Shuiying bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet hesitated, contemplating before remaining silent, her gaze fixed on Long Chun as if awaiting a particular answer. "Get lost." In the midst of everyone's scrutiny, Long Chun spat out a single word: "Get lost." Yes, Long Chun was dismissing Wang Xiaoxiao. In truth, Wang Xiaoxiao was not unattractive. Her beauty was merely a notch below that of Wu Shuiying. To the eyes of Kyoto, she could easily be deemed a stunning beauty, scoring a solid 95. In the past, countless affluent suitors had pursued her, including scions from the four prominent families, yet she had shown no interest in any of them. Yet now, Wang Xiaoxiao was actively pursuing a discarded heir, and he had the audacity to refuse her. Not merely a refusal, but a command to get lost. "You cannot treat me this way. I have feelings for you. You must accept me." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes glistened with tears as she implored, "My family is quite wealthy. Although we cannot compare to the fortunes of the four great families, we possess assets worth hundreds of billions. If you agree to be my man, I assure you that our family's wealth will become yours to squander. I do not care. I truly do not mind if you have other women. As long as you accept me, everything I own will be yours. I will do whatever you ask. I will obey you entirely." Wang Xiaoxiao was utterly infatuated with Long Chun. To be precise, she was enamored with his formidable power. A youthful master, a mere 17-year-old expert in the martial arts. There could hardly be a more powerful man in the world. Setting aside the legitimacy of Long Chun's status as a master, the fact that he could defeat those in the dark energy phase with a single punch was already astonishing. Initially, Wang Xiaoxiao struggled to believe it. However, once she grasped the reality, she found herself completely captivated by Long Chun. Young, powerful, most importantly, her family had long suffered due to the absence of a formidable warrior to assert dominance, making them vulnerable to the bullying of Kyoto's elite families. With Long Chun by their side, her family's standing in Kyoto would undoubtedly rise. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiaoxiao cast aside her pride, determined to keep Long Chun by her side. You are not worthy of me. Long Chen replied coolly, leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Long Chen had no interest in a materialistic woman like Wang Xiaoxiao. When he stood at the pinnacle of the universe, what kind of beauty had he not encountered? He had shared his bed with the holy maidens of various sacred lands, all of whom had willingly offered themselves to him. Wasn't the heavenly realm powerful? Wasn't the 9 heavens, Xian knew, beautiful? Long Chen had succumbed to slumber. Moreover, she was merely Long Chen's maid, one who typically warmed his bed. Is Yu Tian truly formidable? Is she not breathtakingly beautiful? It is said that she is the progenitor of the 9-tailed fox clan, also known as the Moon Ancestor, a harbinger of chaos. She is renowned throughout the cosmos as the epitome of beauty. Countless powerful beings across the universe have been captivated by her allure. It is rumored that a mighty individual, enraged by her rejection of his affections, unleashed destruction upon the heavens and the earth. Indeed, such a bewitching temptress who could bring calamity to nations. The true dragon, Long Chen, nearly succumbed to her charms. Yes, just a hair's breadth away. Thus, women like Wang Xiaoxiao could hardly capture Long Chen's attention. No, I will not leave. I am your woman. I desire you to take me, she implored fervently. Right here. Please, don't men enjoy a thrill? I beseech you to take me before all these witnesses. Wang Xiaoxiao appeared almost deranged, stripping off her garments and lunging toward Long Chen. Madness. Truly madness. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Wang Xiaoxiao, as if they were witnessing her for the first time. How audacious! Long Chen retorted coldly. He extended a foot and sent the charging Wang Xiaoxiao flying, striking her squarely in the face. Her head swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. My patience has its limits. Should you dare to pursue me again with such shamelessness, I shall obliterate you, he declared before departing. In that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to awaken from her frenzy, refraining from chasing after him. I truly care for you, Long Chen. Please do not treat me this way, she murmured to herself, as if in a trance. Xiaoxiao, you must give up. Long Chen is beyond your reach. Your actions only bring you humiliation. Do you not realize this? A beautifully adorned woman in the private room approached, attempting to console her. No, I want Long Chen. I must have him. Wang Xiaoxiao wept, her cries echoing in the air. Yet, Long Chen was destined to remain unattainable for her. After his departure, the once lively private room lay in disarray, resembling a desolate ruin. Even after Long Chen had left, the guests remained in a daze, particularly drawn to the sight of Long Yu, sprawled on the ground. A grotesque figure. Save young Master Long. Quickly save him. Someone shouted, and chaos ensued in the room. Meanwhile, in a prestigious hospital in Kyoto, 2 men lay in a high-end VIP ward. One of the men resembled a mummy, his entire body swathed in bandages. The 2 individuals in question are Zhou Haojie and Qian Feng. Upon leaving the private room, they promptly made their way to the hospital for treatment. Among them, Zhou Haojie sustained the gravest injuries, with multiple bullets having struck his internal organs. Had it not been for the immediate medical intervention, he likely would not have survived to this day. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Zhou Haojie's spine. Old Qian, are you truly certain that Long Chen possesses the prowess of a master in the art of transformation? Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth and inquired of Qian Feng, who was nearby, both arms wrapped in bandages. He is filled with resentment. Not only did he narrowly escape death, but he also had to pay a staggering 60 million. Should this incident come to light, his standing in Kyoto would surely plummet. He is a master of the transformation stage. There should be no doubt about that. Qian Feng lowered his gaze to his 2 arms and solemnly inquired, are you aware of the elder of the Wang family? Yes, I am. What of it? Zhou Haojie responded, somewhat perplexed. The elder of the Wang family perished alongside Lei Yun in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This news has spread throughout Kyoto in recent days. Why do you ask? No, I am well aware of Wang Ren's cultivation, which is at the pinnacle of the late dark stage. With such prowess, it is impossible for him to perish alongside the heavenly thunder in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Feng, still shaken, continued. The elder of the Wang family did not die alongside the heavenly thunder. He was vanquished by Long Chen. Do you understand? It was Long Chen who personally annihilated Elder Wang Ren of the Wang family. What did you say? Zhou Haojie exclaimed in shock. Are you saying Long Chen eliminated Elder Wang Ren? Indeed. Qian Feng nodded. Do you know why I refrained from engaging Long Chen after our first encounter? It was because he rendered one of my arms useless with a single punch. In that blow, I felt an overwhelming force of thunder. Yes, it was the power of thunder. Just moments ago, The doctor treating my right arm asked if it had been struck by lightning. My right arm is ruined. It was struck by lightning. Think carefully about how Wang Ren met his demise. He was struck down by lightning. Qian Feng articulated each word with conviction. I am certain that if Long Chun intended to kill me, a bolt of lightning would come, and I would share the same fate as Wang Ren. Yes, Long Chun is capable of wielding thunderous celestial arts. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with profound fear. Indeed, even in the absence of Long Chun, he remained apprehensive. He feared the immense power, feared those capable of wielding thunder and lightning. Are you suggesting that Long Chun can command lightning? Zhou Haojie trembled involuntarily, his voice quivering with dread. Could it be that he is a practitioner of the Heavenly Master sect, capable of performing the Five Thunder Immortal technique? A master of the transformation realm who can wield such a technique. At this point, Zhou Haojie dared not continue, for he was overwhelmed by fear. The mere thought of having offended such a being left him feeling quite restless, unable to find peace in either sleep or sustenance. An entity of his caliber is certainly beyond our capacity to provoke. Should we encounter him again, it would be wise to take a detour and maintain a respectful distance. 10 miles back, we shall regard him with deference, Qian Feng declared solemnly. I understand, old Qian, Zhou Haojie replied, fully convinced. Regarding the matter of Long Chun vanquishing Wang Ren, you must not let a whisper of it escape your lips. These are merely my conjectures. Qian Feng continued. I suspect the true reason behind the disappearance of the Thunder Forbidden Zone is intimately connected to Long Chun. You mean to say? Zhou Haojie stuttered, visibly shaken. Indeed. Qian Feng articulated each word with precision. The one who truly obliterated the thundercloud is Long Chun. Damn, Long Chun is not merely formidable. He is astonishingly powerful. Having eradicated the thundercloud, Zhou Haojie finally comprehended that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Had it not been for old Qian's timely intervention, he feared he would have perished already. At the ancient residence of the Jiang family, bright and early, Zhou Qingqing arrived at the Jiang household. In the days since Jiang Charan learned of Long Chen's survival, she had become increasingly withdrawn, behaving like a mere automaton, either isolating herself in her room or staring vacantly into space. Training. Nothing but training. She seemed consumed by an obsessive fervor. Charan, you have hardly stepped outside in ages. All you do is train. Surely, you cannot train every single day. How about we venture out today, just as an excuse for some shopping? Zhou Qingqing entered Jiang Charan's room to find her staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror and approached her with a smile. Since discovering Long Chen's continued existence, Jiang Charan had entered a frenzied state of cultivation, more alarming than her previous stupor. Zhou Qingqing feared that if this continued, Jiang Charan might lose herself to madness, and thus felt compelled to coax her outside. Firstly, to refresh her spirit. Secondly, to reconnect her with the world beyond. My dear Miss Jiang, you truly are a source of worry, Zhou Qingqing remarked after a moment of silence, noting Jiang Charan's lack of response. Do you truly wish to confine yourself to this room until old age claims you? Have you considered that the more you isolate yourself, the more Long Chun, that scoundrel, will roam free? Jiang Charan remained silent, her expression now one of hatred. Yes, hatred. You must regain your strength to ensure Long Chun pays for his transgressions. You cannot continue down this path. An endless cycle of cultivation will not resolve your issues. Zhou Qingqing sighed. I know you seek vengeance, to exact retribution against Long Chun using your own strength. But you cannot lose yourself in the process, can you? Zhou Qingqing insisted. Today, you must come out with me. Even if you do not wish to go, it is non-negotiable. After Zhou Qingqing finished speaking, she stepped forward, grasping Jiang Charan's hand and leading her towards the door. Fortunately, Jiang Charan did not resist, which relieved Zhou Qingqing greatly. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family had finally ventured outside. The entire Jiang household was stirred. It was well known that this ice princess had remained confined ever since the incident of assault, isolating herself from everyone. Upon learning that their daughter had finally stepped beyond the confines of their estate, Jiang Charan's parents were overjoyed. They promptly arranged for a protector, a formidable presence skilled in dark energy, to accompany the young lady for her safety. Long Chun, wait a moment. Can you slow down? Wait for me. The stunning beauty Wu Shuiying exclaimed with dissatisfaction. After Long Chun departed from the Imperial Hotel, Wu Shuiying immediately pursued him. However, Long Chun's speed was too swift for her to keep up, and she could only watch his silhouette from a distance. I've already stated that I am not here to seek you out, Long Chun remarked. unable to suppress a frown upon hearing her voice. He halted, turned, and glanced at Wu Shuiying, speaking coolly. What do you want by following me? So cold. Indifferent. Yes, indifferent. Wu Shuiying sensed an unparalleled chill, specifically, a coldness that was devoid of warmth. A breathtaking beauty attempting to engage a ragged man was met with such indifference. It was a scenario few would believe if spoken of. Yet, this was the stark reality before her. I know you are not here to find me, Wu Shuiying said, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. I pursued you to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your intervention today, I fear. She faltered, unable to continue. Had Long Chun not incapacitated Long Yu, she would likely have become nothing more than his plaything from that day forth. Indeed, a mere toy, as the Chun family had intended her as a gift for Long Yu. Long Chun nodded. It was merely a spontaneous act. You need not take it to heart. To be honest, he had not given much thought to assisting Wu Shuiying. It was simply a momentary impulse, a casual act. Regardless, I still wish to thank you. Wu Shuiying insisted earnestly. To Long Chun, it was merely a trifling deed, yet this seemingly insignificant act altered the course of Wu Shuiying's life entirely. Indeed, her entire life. How could she not feel immense gratitude towards Long Chun? Long Chun, are you free this evening? I would like to invite you for a meal, Wu Shuiying said. Her cheeks flushed as she softly addressed him. All right, Long Chun contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Firstly, he was indeed hungry. Secondly, allowing Wu Shuiying to treat him to a meal would serve to resolve a lingering debt of gratitude. He wished to sever all ties with this woman. As time was slipping away, he suggested they seek a different place to dine, expressing that he could not afford her here. Wu Shuiying pouted slightly and gestured towards the Dihao Hotel. After speaking, she took hold of Long Chen's hand and began to walk away. Oh, before we eat, we need to buy some clothes, she murmured as they walked. Thus, she led Long Chun towards a large shopping mall. The Jiuzhou Mall, one of the largest in Kyoto, offered an extensive array of merchandise. Anything that could be sold could be found within its walls. Their advertising slogan boldly asserts that there is nothing they cannot sell, only what one cannot conceive. This succinct phrase reveals the formidable nature of the Jiuzhou Mall. The vast establishment boasts a total of 18 floors, each distinctly categorized by price. The initial 10 levels cater to the average consumer, while the upper 8 are replete with an array of luxury goods. It is rumored that the 18th floor harbors world-class luxuries, where even a modest item may command millions, leaving ordinary individuals in awe and longing. Upon entering Jiuzhou Mall, Wu Shuiying and Long Chun immediately made their way to the 18th floor. They ventured into a casual wear boutique and browsed through several garments. Wu Shuiying, however, found herself dissatisfied until Long Chun, having tried on numerous outfits, finally donned a piece that caught her eye. This one, she exclaimed with satisfaction. After undergoing a transformation, Long Chun had shed his former, unattractive appearance, now resembling a figure on the cusp of greatness. His skin was softer than that of many women, and his features were exquisitely refined. There seemed to be an enchanting aura about him, irresistibly drawing the attention of nearby women. Madam, your boyfriend is truly handsome, remarked a saleswoman, her cheeks flushed after stealing glances at Long Chun. Initially indifferent to his shabby entrance, she now regretted her earlier dismissal. With a change of clothes, Long Chun radiated the charm of a leading man from a Korean drama, as if illuminated by a spotlight, captivating all who beheld him. Thank you. Wu Shuiying furtively glanced at Long Chun, her cheeks tinged with pink, and for reasons unknown, she refrained from clarifying their relationship to the saleswoman. All right, Long Chun, wait here. I'll go settle the bill. As she spoke, she followed the saleswoman to the register. 3 minutes passed, then 10. A full 10 minutes elapsed. Yet Wu Shuiying had not returned. Is it truly taking 10 minutes to pay? Long Chun pondered, unable to resist the urge to approach the checkout counter. Before he could get close, he noticed a commotion at the register, with Wu Shuiying in the midst of it. How dare you buy clothing without funds? Do you realize how much that outfit costs? 1 million. You've already torn off the label. It's non-refundable. A man in a suit, evidently the store manager, was berating a woman before him. Pay immediately, or you shall not leave today. I have never encountered such shamelessness. If you lack the means, do not ascend to the 18th floor. The items here are beyond your financial reach. Before the mall manager stood a young woman, Wu Shuiying. In the face of the manager's aggressive demeanor, Wu Shuiying remained silent, her complexion pale as she stood rooted to the spot, exuding an aura of helplessness and vulnerability. The circumstances leading to this moment were as follows. Wu Shuiying had initially approached the front desk to settle the payment for the garment worn by Long Chun. However, upon reaching the checkout, she was astounded to discover that the price tag of the attire was a staggering 1 million RMB. Indeed, an entire million. Although Wu Shuiying hailed from one of the 4 prominent families, she was merely a distant relative, with her usual allowance hovering around 20 to 30,000. A million was an incomprehensible sum for her. Consequently, she informed the front desk that she no longer wished to purchase the garment. Yet, the response she received was disheartening. A return was deemed impossible. Due to the removal of the brand tag, she was obligated to complete the purchase. Shortly thereafter, the manager of the Jiuzhou Mall arrived on the scene. Silence, are we? Do you believe that by remaining mute, you can evade the obligation of 1 million? The manager's gaze fell upon Long Chun, and he pointed a finger at him, stating, "Look here. This garment was custom-made by the renowned Italian tailor, Daffier. It was supposed to bear a signature tag, which would only be removed upon the confirmation of the purchase. Now, having torn off the tag, you refuse to complete the transaction. Do you think Jiuzhou Mall is easily trifled with? Today, unless you produce 1 million, you shall not leave this place." As the manager's words echoed, a group of 7 or 8 men clad in security uniforms advanced, encircling Long Chun and Wu Shuiying. Indeed, they are preventing Long Chun and Wu Shuiying from escaping. As soon as the manager of the mall gives the order, they will rush forward to apprehend the 2 individuals without hesitation. The might of the Jiuzhou Mall is not solely reflected in the variety and luxury of its merchandise. Rather, it is primarily due to its ownership by the Zhou family of Kyoto. Because of this, neither the elite of Kyoto nor individuals from all walks of life dare to cause trouble here. The mere mention of the 4 great families is enough to intimidate many. To stir up trouble in this place is tantamount to courting death. Even the other 3 families of the 4 great families do not dare to cause a scene here, let alone the descendants of other families or ordinary citizens. Yet today, the years of tranquility at Jiuzhou Mall have been shattered by an ignorant youth and a foolish woman. How could Jiuzhou Mall not be furious? They aim to make an example out of these 2 ignorant fools, both to chastise them and to demonstrate to the entire city of Kyoto the consequences of causing trouble at the Kyushu shopping mall. The manager of the mall has already devised a plan. Firstly, he intends to compel the individuals to pay a sum of 1 million. Secondly, should they refuse to comply, he will resort to rendering them incapacitated. The commotion at the front desk has attracted considerable attention, with several onlookers pausing to observe the unfolding drama. How pitiful. With no money, what business do they have on the 18th floor? The garments worth 1 million are certainly beyond the reach of these impoverished souls. They are doomed. Today, these 2 shall not escape this place. Offending the Kyushu shopping mall is tantamount to a death sentence. A striking young woman, around 23 or 24, looked on with disdain. How dare these beggars attempt to dine and dash at the Kyushu shopping mall? Do they believe their heads are harder than steel? The Kyushu shopping mall is a property of the Zhou family from Kyoto. How dare they create a disturbance here? Even we would not dare to provoke the Zhou family in the slightest, let alone these 2 fools. One of the young men smirked dismissively. The crowd gathered here is far from ordinary. They either hail from wealthy families, possess substantial business interests, or belong to prominent families and government officials. They are the true elites of Kyoto's upper society. Perhaps, in their eyes, these 2 insignificant beings have caught their attention, which should indeed be deemed a privilege for the 2 of them. I shall inquire once more, will you pay the sum of 1 million or not? The mall manager stepped forward, delivering his final ultimatum. I have no money. Wu Shuiying, taken aback, lowered her head and uttered those words. Very well. You lot, seize these 2. The mall manager immediately signaled to the surrounding security, who promptly surrounded Long Chun and Wu Shuiying. You are courting death. Long Chun's expression turned icy. Previously, he had remained silent, intending to ascertain the situation at hand. Once he comprehended the circumstances, he had planned to settle the 1 million for the clothing expenses. However, he did not anticipate that the manager of this Jiuzhou Mall would be so aggressive, not allowing him to speak before ordering action. Even a clay figurine has some spirit. Moreover, he is a true dragon. Long Chun appeared amiable, yet this was merely his disdain for engaging in trifles with mere ants. How could a true dragon be compared to ants? Had this incident occurred years prior, a mere utterance from a true dragon would have devoured this planet whole. Reason. In the face of absolute strength, reason holds no sway. Wait a moment. Just as Long Chun was about to act, a voice suddenly resonated from the crowd. The aura was formidable. The security personnel rushed forward, momentarily pausing their actions in surprise. From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a rotund figure. Beside him stood a strikingly adorned woman in her late 20s. An age-diverse pair. The glamorous woman intimately linked her arm with the middle-aged man, as if her entire being were to hang upon him. "Darling, what do you intend to do?" The woman appeared somewhat displeased with the man's sudden interjection, expressing her annoyance. "Are you perhaps interested in that little hussy? Tell me, do you fancy her?" "Be silent." The middle-aged man glared fiercely at the glamorous woman, and she immediately fell silent. "Manager Zhang, I am Li Dechuan, the general manager of the finance department at Qianda Group. I hope you can grant me a moment's courtesy, allowing me to speak with this beautiful lady before any further actions are taken," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Qianda Group, general manager of the finance department?" The moment these terms crossed the mall manager's mind, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. He recognized that Qianda Group is an enterprise of the Chun family in Kyoto. Although the Chun family is not on par with the Zhou family, the gap is marginal. As for the position of general manager of the finance department, it is a lucrative role with immense power. "So it is Mr. Li. Very well. Today I shall grant Mr. Li this favor." The mall manager nodded slightly, signaling the surrounding security personnel, who immediately withdrew. Li Dechuan expressed his gratitude with a nod towards the manager before making his way toward Wu Shuiying. His gaze was unabashedly fixated on her figure, as if he were intent on devouring her with his eyes. "Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? I am Li Dechuan, the general manager of the finance department at Qianda Group. What is your name?" he inquired with a smile as he approached her. However, Wu Shuiying completely ignored him, merely casting a fleeting glance before disdainfully averting her gaze. "Beautiful lady, I understand you are facing a dilemma that requires 1,000,000 to resolve. How about this? I shall provide you with the sum as a gesture of friendship," Li Dechuan said, narrowing his eyes slightly, but maintaining his composure. "I do not need it," Wu Shuiying replied coolly, uttering those 3 words with significant weight. By rejecting 1,000,000, she had made a formidable statement. "Do you understand what you are refusing?" Li Dechuan's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth and continued. "What you are rejecting is not merely 1,000,000, but your very life. Do you believe that if you do not pay this sum today, you can simply walk away?" "I am aware," Wu Shuiying responded calmly. "I do not need it." She seemed to recall something significant, adding, "Someone once said that without their permission, no one in this world can harm me in the slightest." For reasons unknown, Wu Shuiying held an extraordinary trust in that particular person and those words. Indeed, it was solely due to that statement that she chose to refuse. After voicing her decision, she deliberately glanced in Long Chen's direction. "Very well," Li Dechuan retorted with a sardonic smile, enunciating each word with palpable fury. "Today, we shall see how you manage without my 1,000,000. Mark my words, there will come a time when you will seek my assistance." He looked down upon Wu Shuiying with an air of superiority, as if bestowing 1,000,000 on her was a privilege she ought to cherish. "Unappreciative fool," remarked an older man in the crowd with a disdainful expression. "Mr. Li's intervention on behalf of this woman is a considerable risk, antagonizing the Jiuzhou Mall. And yet she shows no gratitude. Truly, she is unaware of her own insignificance. Only someone of Mr. Li's stature could afford to intervene. For us, even to inquire would be beyond our reach." At that moment, Li Dechuan turned and strode towards Long Chen. Upon reaching Long Chen's side, he cast a condescending glance at him and sneered. "You there, are you the boyfriend of that wretched woman? Depart from her at once. And not only will you leave here unscathed today, but this 500,000 will also be yours." With that, he promptly signed a check for 500,000 and extended it towards Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen was but an insignificant insect, while he himself was a lofty king, the disdain of a king. "Oh," Long Chen nodded slightly, yet he made no move to accept the check. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. Long Chen still did not reach for the check. "Very well," Li Dechuan's face grew increasingly strained as he articulated, "You possess quite the backbone." Having faced rejection twice, Li Dechuan was now agitated. Never before had anyone dared to refuse him so boldly, nor had anyone ever chosen to disregard him. Indeed, it was disregard. "Manager Zhang, I shall not concern myself with today's affairs. Handle it as you see fit." Li Dechuan turned away, gritting his teeth as he added, "I appreciate your willingness to grant me face, Manager Zhang. Should there be any future collaboration between Qianda Group and Jiuzhou Mall, feel free to approach me directly. I'm done with this." He is keen to observe how these two individuals of unwavering spirit endure under the formidable oppression of the Jojo shopping mall. Let us not speak of these mere ants. Even he himself would hesitate to provoke the mighty Jojo. The outcome is either death or a life of incapacitation. When that moment arrives, it is certain that these two will seek his favor. Indeed, he believed that once Long Chun and Wu Shuiying experienced a modicum of suffering, they would turn to him, beseeching his assistance. President Li chuckled, dismissing the matter as trivial, devoid of any concern for face. Since President Li chose to remain indifferent, it was now my turn to intervene. These two had transgressed the rules of my Jojo shopping mall, and it was imperative that I taught them a lesson. The mall manager smirked and signaled to the surrounding security personnel, commanding with a stern voice, "Seize these two reckless individuals." Before he could finish his words, an abrupt voice interrupted. "Please wait a moment." The voice, though not loud, was audible to everyone in the mall. The speaker was none other than Long Chun. He referred to Li Dechuan, who was gradually departing from this place, and asked him to wait a moment. Li Dechuan halted his steps and turned to face Long Chun. The king's disdain. In his eyes, Long Chun was incapable of enduring the situation. Just moments ago, he had displayed a semblance of defiance, unwilling to accept the check. Yet now, witnessing the approaching security personnel, Long Chun succumbed to fear and lowered his head. Indeed, in his perspective, Long Chun was now bowing down, seeking the check from him before vacating the premises. It must be said, your choice is indeed judicious. Li Dechuan squinted slightly and remarked, "You are a clever man." He smiled, though his expression bore a hint of disdain. However, it was not long before Li Dechuan's smile froze, transforming into astonishment. Dragon Chin approached him step by step, halting just half a meter away, and then pointed at Wu Shuiying, commanding from a position of superiority, "Apologize to her, or face death." Apologize. For Li Dechuan to apologize to Wu Shuiying, to apologize to a despicable person. This was not a plea for mercy but a demand for an apology. Li Dechuan was initially taken aback, but as he processed the absurdity, he could not help but laugh derisively. "Well, you are quite something. You are the first person bold enough to demand that I apologize. Do you realize how verbose you are?" Dragon Chin interjected coolly. "Do I need to repeat myself? Choose death or an apology." Insanity. This audacious young man dared to speak to Li Dechuan, a figure of great stature, in such a manner, demanding an apology from someone he deemed insignificant. It was utterly deranged. Did this young man not comprehend that he was flirting with death? How could he remain so arrogant? Choosing not to apologize, I see, Dragon Chin mused. Then prepare to die. As he spoke, he extended a hand, striking Li Dechuan's face with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Li Dechuan was rendered defenseless against the blow, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. He flew several meters before coming to a halt, his head swollen grotesquely. His teeth and jaw were shattered, and his mouth was a gruesome sight, occasionally spewing blood. It was not merely tragic. He was likely on the brink of death. One slap, such power. The entire mall fell into a stunned silence, as onlookers gaped in horror at Dragon Chun. This individual was indeed formidable. I will kill you." Li Dechuan spat, blood oozing from his mouth. As he attempted to rise, a loud thud echoed once more. He had just managed to lift himself up when he fell heavily back onto the floor. A single slap rendered him incapable of standing. In that moment, he resembled a dog, lying on the ground. Indeed, he was akin to a dying dog. "Do you still intend to strike?" At this juncture, Long Chun surveyed the scene and calmly uttered a statement. Initially, he had contemplated settling the payment of 1 million. But now he had changed his mind. Today he was determined to see what this insignificant manager of the Jojo shopping mall could possibly do to him. Even if the head of the Zhou family were to arrive, he would not hesitate to strike. Whoever dared to make a move would meet their demise. A true dragon must not be insulted. Those who dare to humiliate shall pay a bloody price. Eliminate him. The mall manager had indeed been intimidated by Long Chun's formidable presence at first. However, he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that the security personnel under his command were all retired soldiers, each possessing genuine skills, though they may not rival martial artists. A group of 10 or so could at least match the prowess of an early-stage Mingjing martial artist. With this thought in mind, the mall manager felt a surge of confidence. He issued a command, instructing the surrounding security guards to encircle Long Chun. A small team of about 10 formed, executing a coordinated attack strategy as they charged toward Long Chun. It is important to note that such a coordinated assault was a powerful tactic employed on the battlefield. Indeed, it was intended to kill. It was a matter of either death or disfigurement. They have murderous intent. Young man, if you were to perish today, do not blame us. You should only reproach yourself for underestimating your own capabilities by opposing the Zhou family of Kyoto. Even if we do not take action today, rest assured that someone will inevitably seek your demise. The security captain sneered, "You shall perish." Upon uttering these words, he lunged toward Long Chen's throat with a lethal grip. This security captain was a super soldier, the elite among elites, with strength that approached that of a martial artist. The Kyushu shopping mall had invested a substantial sum to secure his services. Such a formidable presence could instill fear even in those at the early stages of martial prowess. With a single move aimed at the throat, the captain believed Long Chen would either be dead or gravely injured. However, almost immediately, the captain's eyes narrowed in disbelief. His entire body stiffened, for Long Chen merely cast him a fleeting glance. That single gaze ignited an unprecedented terror within him. This fear was eerily familiar. Yes, he had witnessed such an aura emanating from his instructor back in the military. The thought of that butcher sent shivers down his spine. It must be an illusion. Surely, a mere child of 16 or 17 could not compare to an instructor. The captain dismissed his earlier fear as mere delusion. Resolving this, he tightened his grip, certain that Long Chen would surely meet his end. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that this was no mere illusion. For in that instant, he found himself collapsing to the ground. His arm was shattered, his body mangled, his chest caved in, and his internal organs shattered. In just 1 second, he had lost half of his life. Throughout the encounter, he had never seen Long Chen make a move. He only registered a blur before being overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Collapsing to the earth. Incredible. Utterly formidable. The security captain regretted his actions, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, the once menacing group of a dozen security personnel lay strewn across the ground. The seemingly robust ex-soldiers writhed in agony, each one either maimed or grievously injured. Some lay motionless, their fates unknown, whether they had succumbed to unconsciousness or death. This was true devastation. It was either death or ruin. In a mere 4 seconds, an elite combat team was annihilated, leaving behind only death or severe injury. It is worth noting that these security personnel had employed a superlative combat strategy, led by a remarkable special forces soldier. A team of 10 such individuals could typically decimate a force of over 100. Yet today, they were effortlessly vanquished by a single young man. The mall manager, taken aback, stumbled back several steps, nearly losing his balance. However, he quickly recalled that he represented the Zhou family and could not afford to retreat. The thought of the Zhou family instilled him with newfound confidence. Powerful. No matter how formidable you are, can you rival the Zhou family? What does it matter if you possess some martial skills? Even if you are a warrior, it means nothing in the face of the Zhou family, who are one of the 4 prominent families of the capital, boasting masters of the transformative arts. No matter how powerful you may be, can you surpass a master of the transformative arts? Below that level, you are mere insects. With this thought, the mall manager stepped forward, grinning maliciously. Kid, I must admit you are strong, but so what? You may be powerful, but I refuse to believe you can outmatch the Zhou family. You are merely a small warrior, while the Zhou family is a vast martial arts lineage, with countless warriors within its ranks. Before the Zhou family, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. And I am one of them. This Jiuzhou Mall belongs to the Zhou family, and I do not believe you dare to lay a finger on me. The mall manager spoke with unwavering confidence. Fool. Long Chen scoffed. The Zhou family. What do they amount to? With a single phone call, I can make you kneel and beg for mercy. Do you believe me? If the head of the Zhou family were here today, I would defeat him just the same. Preposterous. The mall manager retorted defiantly. Very well. Long Chen replied with a smile, pulling out his phone to make a call. Relay this message to the head of the Zhou family, within 5 minutes. The Jiuzhou Mall manager must sever one of his own arms and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, I will lay waste to the Zhou family and eradicate them entirely. With that, he hung up. Yet, Long Chen's call did not intimidate the mall manager. How absurd. It was utterly laughable. He was merely putting on a show. The mall manager chortled, eager to see how Long Chen would compel him to kneel. Not only did he find it ridiculous, but those around them also believed Long Chen was courting disaster. To annihilate the Zhou family. To instruct the head of the Zhou family to have the mall manager sever his arm and kneel in apology. Was he jesting? This fool was indeed courting his own demise. If the head of the Zhou family caught wind of this, he wouldn't simply ask for an apology. He would be the first to send someone to eliminate Long Chun. Moreover, how could someone of such a lowly status even hope to reach the level of the Zhou family's head? It is utterly impossible. The crowd believes that Long Chun did not make the call. He was merely putting on an act. How ridiculous. This lad truly has a penchant for self-destruction. Convey to the head of the Zhou family that I intend to annihilate them. How absurd. Is he jesting? A charming woman chuckled, fool. This boy is nothing but an idiot, merely a jester. In a prestigious hospital, Zhou Haojia, still in a severely injured state, received a phone call that sent a chill down his spine. He nearly lost his breath upon realizing it was Long Chun, declaring his intent to obliterate the Zhou family. How dare he, a master of the transformation realm at merely 17 years of age, even if he lacks the strength to destroy the Zhou family now. In 10 or 20 years, he will undoubtedly possess the power to do so. Zhou Haojia was truly frightened, genuinely terrified. To provoke such a harbinger of doom not only nearly cost him his life, but also jeopardized the entire Zhou family. Mr. Zhou, what on earth has happened? Inquiring from a nearby hospital bed, Qian Feng, puzzled, glanced at Zhou Haojia, his brow furrowed. Long Chun, it was this harbinger of doom who called me, Zhou Haojia lamented. His face a mask of despair. He said he would annihilate the Zhou family. I am finished. What did you say? Long Chun intends to destroy the Zhou family. Qian Feng's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. What is going on? Speak quickly. With Long Chun's prowess, even a direct assault on the Zhou family now would leave them gravely injured. In 10 years, he would undoubtedly have the capability to obliterate them. He was not jesting. With just a single punch, Long Chun had crippled him, rendering him incapacitated. Infused with the attributes of lightning, Qian Feng was all too aware of Long Chun's strength, truly invincible. Under the transformation realm, survival beneath Long Chun's hand was impossible. If the Zhou family were to learn that due to a mere Zhou Haojia, they had offended a master of the transformation realm, they would likely be the first to eliminate him. Mr. Qian, he told me to inform the family head that within 5 minutes, the manager of Jojo Mall must sever an arm and kneel to him in apology, or he would annihilate the Zhou family. Zhou Haojia conveyed with a hint of trepidation. Mr. Zhou, you must contact the family head immediately. Time is of the essence. Qian Feng exclaimed urgently. How could he not fret? Right. I must call. Zhou Haojia, initially paralyzed by fear, had forgotten to relay the message to the family head until Qian Feng's reminder jolted him into action. Beads of cold sweat formed as he realized the urgency of the situation. If he failed to act swiftly, the family head might very well eliminate him first. With that thought, Zhou Haojia promptly dialed the family head of the Zhou family. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes remained. He hoped to make it in time. Family head. The Zhou family has incurred the ire of a formidable master of transformation. The head of the Zhou family, on the other end of the phone, was nearly struck with terror, almost dropping his device. How could they have offended a master of such caliber? The patriarch of the Zhou family bellowed in bewilderment. Although the Zhou family does not fear such masters, it is infuriating to unknowingly provoke one. It was explained by Zhou Haojia, who recounted the entire sequence of events. Are you implying that Long Chun, the discarded scion of the Long family, is a master of transformation? The head of the Zhou family retorted incredulously. Indeed, Zhou Haojia affirmed with certainty. I understand now. The patriarch of the Zhou family nodded in acknowledgement. His tone, though seemingly calm, concealed a tempestuous heart. A natural prodigy. Is he truly a master of transformation? Churen, how did you emerge? You still appear rather glum, remarked Zhou Qingqing as she strolled into a nearby luxury watch store. Selecting a diamond-encrusted timepiece for Jiang Churen, she cheerfully inquired, what do you think of this watch? Come, try it on. She then placed the exquisite diamond watch on Jiang Churen's wrist. As expected, the watch complemented Jiang Churen's fair wrist, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. This is the one, Zhou Qingqing declared with a nod, before pulling Jiang Churen out of the watch store to continue their shopping elsewhere. Indeed, no payment was made. The esteemed young lady of the Zhou family would certainly not pay for items in her own family's mall. They were currently on the 18th floor of the Jojo shopping center. Zhou Qingqing chose to shop in her family's establishment for reasons of safety. The security was excellent, and being on familiar ground was far more convenient than in other malls. Churen, could you please smile just once? Zhou Qingqing pouted, a hint of discontent in her voice. Throughout their outing, Jiang Churen had not only refrained from speaking, but had not even smiled, which deeply troubled Zhou Qingqing. Miss Zhou, please do not press our young lady too hard. The fact that she is here to unwind is already a significant improvement compared to her previous state of constant training, remarked an elderly gentleman not far from Zhou Qingqing, smiling warmly. He was indeed a mid-stage practitioner of the hidden energy sent by the Jiang family to protect Jiang Chuan. His name was Jiang Sanmin, a second-generation expert of the Jiang family. All right then, Zhou Qingqing reluctantly nodded and led Jiang Chuan into a clothing store, while Jiang Sanmin closely followed them. What was happening? There seemed to be a disturbance at the Jiuzhou Mall. As Zhou Qingqing was selecting clothes, she overheard some gossip and couldn't help but furrow her brow, muttering to herself. Miss Zhou, it seems someone has had a conflict with the staff at Jiuzhou Mall. Jiang Sanmin explained. Let us go take a look, Zhou Qingqing said as she set down the garments and pulled Jiang Chuan towards the source of the commotion. Who would dare cause a ruckus at Jiuzhou Mall? This was indeed big news. It had been years since anyone had the audacity to cause trouble there. Jiang Sanmin frowned slightly but said nothing and promptly followed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed slowly. But where was the mall manager's self-inflicted injury and kneeling in apology? Nowhere to be seen. Kid, you really know how to put on a show? It's been nearly 4 minutes. Soon it will be the 5 minutes you mentioned, yet there's not a single sign of action. Didn't you say I should injure myself and kneel in apology? But look at me, I'm perfectly fine. The mall manager glanced at the time and contemptuously remarked, I'm quite curious to see how you expect me to injure myself and kneel in apology when the time comes. You will find out soon enough. Long Chen replied calmly. Good. Very good. The mall manager nodded, laughing maniacally. If the time comes and you still haven't injured yourself, I will report this matter to the Zhou family, and they will send experts to eliminate you. Let us see how cocky you are then. Long Chen smiled but remained silent. Long Chen, let us just pay the money. Wu Shuiying hesitated for a moment, stepping forward and softly saying, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Trust me, there's no need to fear the Zhou family. Long Chen, for reasons unknown, reached out and pinched Wu Shuiying's fair cheek, smiling as he said, with me around, no one can harm you. Wu Shuiying's small face instantly flushed. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Her heart raced, pounding like a startled deer. She desperately wanted to say, why are you touching my face? But the words wouldn't come out. Kid, there are only 30 seconds left. I suggest you kneel and apologize to Manager Zhang. Perhaps he might be merciful and spare your life. You should really stop putting on a brave front. Once the time is up and Manager Zhang reports this to the Zhou family, you might not even have a chance to survive. Young and reckless. You clearly have no idea what the 4 great families entail. If you truly offend the Zhou family, you are not far from death. In the eyes of the Zhou family, your life is as insignificant as that of an ant. As time gradually elapses, an unsettling silence prevails, prompting the esteemed dignitaries around to begin advising the oblivious youth. They perceive Long Chen's earlier assertions as mere bravado, to convey a message to the head of the Zhou family. Such a notion seems utterly implausible to them, for they cannot fathom that this young man could ever attain access to the echelon of the 4 great families. After a few attempts to persuade him, they realized that Long Chen remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of remorse. They concluded that he was merely overestimating his own capabilities and stubbornly holding on. Some chose to cease their efforts to convince him, while others began to mock him. Humph, a fool who does not know his own limits. How dare he offend the Zhou family? He must truly be unaware of the vastness of the world. A destitute little brat. Yet so brazen, one wonders what support he believes he has. Do you think that with merely your own strength, you can conquer the entire Zhou family? What a farce. A young woman, appearing to be around 23 or 24, scrutinized Long Chen disdainfully and scoffed. I see you are merely afraid of losing face in front of this little beauty, aren't you? Stupid men are always like this, eager to display their heroism and seek attention before attractive women. But do you understand the cost of such bravado? Allow me to enlighten you. It is death. The higher one stands in the ranks of Kyoto, the more one comprehends the terror of the 4 prominent families. The young woman deemed Long Chen's actions today as a reckless gamble with his life. You have only 10 seconds left, the mall manager smirked, pulling out his phone and waving it in the air, feigning to make a call. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he began the countdown, the final moment arrived with an eerie silence, prompting him to burst into laughter and hurl insults at Long Chen. Damn. I knew you were just putting on a show. Weren't you supposed to inform the head of the Zhou family? Very well, I shall assist you in that. With those words, he prepared to make the call. The onlookers wore disdainful smiles, having anticipated this outcome all along. How could a mere penniless wretch compel the head of the Zhou family? Yet, just then, the mall manager's phone rang. Indeed, his phone had not yet been dialed when it rang. The mall manager glanced down to see that the caller was the head of the Zhou family. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his insides. You fool. The clan leader has personally called. Your doom is imminent. Just wait. The Zhou family will soon dispatch powerful enforcers to eliminate you. The mall manager uttered a harsh warning before connecting the call. Clan leader, you have not yet finished speaking. He began, only to be met with a furious roar from the other end of the line. Zhang Sheng, you are to kneel before Long Chun and admit your wrongdoing, severing one of your own arms. If you do not quell Long Chen's fury, you shall never return to the Long family. No, you might as well die. Do you have any idea what calamity you have brought upon the Zhou family? A mere ant like you has provoked a master of transformation into a formidable rival. Are you tired of living? Let me make this clear. If Long Chen's wrath is not subdued today, I will send someone to end your life. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhang Sheng, the mall manager, was left in a state of utter shock. His phone fell to the ground, shattering upon impact, as he stood frozen in place, oblivious to everything around him. What happened? What is wrong with Manager Zhang? I don't know. I faintly heard the voice of the Zhou clan leader on the phone, and it seemed he was quite enraged. Could it be that Manager Zhang failed to manage the Jiuzhou Mall properly, thus ruining its long-standing reputation of being untouchable? And that angered the clan leader? That seems plausible. The surrounding dignitaries speculated about the phone call's content, yet none guessed correctly. With a resounding bang, the mall manager suddenly dropped to his knees, fervently bowing before Long Chun, the sound of his head striking the ground echoing loudly. Mr. Long, I was blind and failed to recognize your true worth. I beseech your forgiveness and implore you to spare my life. Having said this, he seemed to recall something and abruptly ceased his prostrations, instead forcefully smashing one of his arms against the marble floor. Bang, bang. With each strike, he continued relentlessly, stopping only after delivering 4 or 5 dozen blows. By then, his arm was completely shattered, blood and flesh mangled, revealing the stark white of bone beneath. He then resumed his fervent bowing, pleading for mercy. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, truly astounded by the scene unfolding before them. How could they have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? The manager of the mall mutilated his own arm and knelt to confess his mistakes. It was utterly unexpected. They finally came to a realization. It seems that Long Chen's words have indeed reached the ears of the head of the Zhou family, and it appears that he is frightened. To be precise, it is not merely fear, but at least in the eyes of the Zhou family patriarch. It is clear that offending Long Chun over a mere mall manager is simply not worth the trouble. Their minds began to short-circuit. What exactly is Long Chen's identity? Even the head of the Zhou family must tread carefully. At least you possess some self-awareness. Long Chen scoffed derisively. After uttering those words, he advanced step by step towards Li Dexuan. It appeared that Li Dexuan was still alive. What are you planning to do? Li Dexuan was filled with trepidation. He comprehended that the formidable figure before him was far beyond his capacity to provoke. Do you realize that it was I who inflicted the injury upon the vice president of your Qingda group? Are you aware that even the president of Qingda group must address me with utmost respect as a senior? What do you think you are? How dare you offend my woman? Long Chun articulated each word with precision. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated in Li Dexuan's mind. He seemed to have recalled something. I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you, Li Dexuan cried, overwhelmed by fear. What on earth is my father doing? Zhou Qingqing expressed her dissatisfaction, witnessing Long Chun causing trouble without any reprimand. She recognized the earlier roar as her father's voice and was perplexed by his unwavering protection of Long Chun. Qingqing, I shall annihilate this scoundrel. Jiang Churen's gaze had remained fixed on Long Chun since their first encounter, her eyes brimming with profound hatred and murderous intent. How could she not harbor resentment? It was this man before her who had ruined her life, yet he thrived without a care. She longed to eradicate him immediately. Uncle Jiang, please assist me in eliminating him. Jiang Churen gritted her teeth. My lady, do not rush. Jiang Sanmin hesitated. Since we have crossed paths today, I shall undoubtedly seek justice for you. Churen, rest assured, even if Uncle Jiang does not take his life, I will ensure he spends the rest of his days behind bars, Zhou Qingqing asserted, stepping forward with clarity in her words. Jiang Churen remained silent. But her eyes spoke volumes. She yearned to end Long Chen's life. Realizing your mistakes? Unfortunately, it is a tad late. Today, I demand your demise. Long Chen remarked with a semblance of a smile. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, akin to an ancient emperor surveying his prisoners. Mr. Long, if you could spare me, I shall comply with any demand you make. I will pay. How about 10 million? 20 million? 50 million? What do you say? Li Dexuan, resembling a beaten dog, prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation and crying out, "Not only will I pay money, but I will also offer a person. That woman shall be yours. She will belong to you from now on, as long as you spare my life. You can demand anything." He spoke of the alluring woman who had previously referred to him as her husband. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, he was willing to sacrifice even his wife. Long Chen, please spare him. At that moment, Wu Shuiying hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to plead with Long Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, she did not wish to witness Long Chen committing murder, especially when it was in response to her actions. Although she felt deeply touched, her concern for Long Chen's well-being outweighed everything else. When a woman develops feelings for a man, she constantly thinks of him, cares for him, and contemplates his needs. Since Shuiying has decided to let you go, I shall grant you a chance to live today, Long Chen declared from his elevated position. You say, as long as I can survive, anything will do, replied Li Dexuan, almost like a dog. Sever your 5 limbs. Long Chen coldly uttered 3 words. 5 limbs. What could that possibly mean? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but it didn't take long for someone to grasp the implication. 4 limbs plus a certain part, wasn't that the 5 limbs? Good heavens! This was a sentence of utter destruction. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he struck Li Dexuan's chest with a resounding smack. Before Li Dexuan could even react, the veins throughout his body were severed. Indeed, most crucially, his lineage was also cut off. He would never again be capable of intimate relations. My hands, my feet, I can feel nothing. It's over for me. In that moment, Li Dexuan was no different from a heap of mud. Motionless, he could only wail on the ground, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Long Chen, yet unable to express it. For to show any sign of defiance would mean his demise. At that instant, Manager Zhang knelt, and Li Dexuan was rendered incapacitated. The crowd was collectively engulfed in shock. They are aware of their grave error, a monumental mistake indeed. Long Chen is far from a pauper. He is evidently a person of significant influence. The crux of the matter is that they cannot afford to offend Long Chen. The fault lies with us. He is the true master, while we, blinded by our ignorance, have ridiculed someone of great stature. A young woman sighed. How wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. That proclamation, "My woman, dare you provoke?" is imbued with such commanding presence. An infatuated beauty exclaimed. He is the true dragon, and we are but insignificant insects, lacking vision, lamented an elder. They have submitted. And they are also frightened. Convey a message to the head of the Zhou family. He has performed admirably, and I have taken note of it. Long Chen turned to glance at Manager Zhang, who was still kowtowing, and uttered a phrase with indifference. His tone was as if he were conversing with the head of the Zhou family from a position of superiority. Yet, no one dared to refute him. Yes, I understand. I shall certainly convey your message, Manager Zhang replied while bowing his head. Let us depart. Long Chen turned around, taking Wu Shuiying by the hand as they left the scene. Wu Shuiying, her face flushed and head bowed, followed Long Chen closely, seemingly shy. After Long Chen's departure, the onlookers dispersed, leaving behind only a ground strewn with severed limbs and the anguished cries of the wounded. To be precise, there was not a single person capable of standing. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A master? How could I have offended a martial arts master of such caliber? Manager Zhang finally lifted his head, his face a mask of despair. A master must not be insulted. Insulting them comes at a steep price. He was filled with trepidation. The moment the master of the house uttered the words master of transformation, he was struck with fear. So much so that he refrained from mentioning Long Chen as a master just moments ago. Fortunately, he recognized the gravity of the situation, knelt down, and sacrificed an arm. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Li Dexuan. Pass this down. Immediately relay this message. From now on, Mr. Long will receive complimentary services whenever he visits us. Everything free of charge. Whatever he desires, he shall have, understood? Remember Mr. Long's face. Anyone who dares to offend him will face my wrath first, Li Dexuan bellowed. At that moment, department heads from various sections of the mall gathered. And upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, they nodded in agreement. Moreover, You are to deliver a card worth 50 million to Mr. Long right away, stating that it is my compensation. Remember, ensure it reaches Mr. Long, Manager Zhang articulated with precision. Understood. A young assistant quickly made his way to the finance department to retrieve the funds, then proceeded to deliver them to Long Chun. Manager Zhang was clearly fearful, choosing to buy peace with money. Subsequently, Long Chun strolled through the 18th floor of the Jojo Mall, purchasing everything he fancied, all without cost. By this time, not only had Long Chun transformed his attire from head to toe, but even Wu Shuiying had changed, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Just as they were about to leave, they were unexpectedly halted by a woman, someone Long Chun recognized all too well. Jiang Chuan. Long Chun narrowed his eyes and exclaimed. He gazed at the woman before him, momentarily lost in thought. The one who obstructed his path was none other than Jiang Chuan, the very woman who had called off their engagement. Jiang Chuan. Had it not been for the annulment, she would have been his future bride, as well as the daughter-in-law his mother had envisioned. Jiang Chuan remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed on Long Chun, observing him intently. After scrutinizing Long Chun, her attention shifted to Wu Shuiying. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Wu Shuiying, her brows subtly furrowed, seemingly in anger. Despite Long Chun's transformed and more appealing appearance, Jiang Chuan recognized him instantly. Even if he were reduced to ashes, she would still identify him. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. Even Wu Shuiying, standing beside Long Chun, chose to remain mute. Unbeknownst to her, she sensed a palpable hostility emanating from Jiang Chuan. Indeed, it was hostility. As a woman, her intuition told her this was animosity. Being a scion of one of the four great families, she was privy to certain matters between Long Chun and Jiang Chuan. Logically, Jiang Chuan should harbor resentment towards Long Chun, so why did she direct her hostility towards herself? Long Chun, let us depart, Wu Shuiying murmured hesitantly to Long Chun. Indeed, Long Chun replied, gently taking Wu Shuiying's hand as they attempted to bypass Jiang Chuan and the others. In his heart, Long Chun felt an unsettling calm regarding Jiang Chuan. It was neither hatred nor guilt. Concerning the circumstances of Jiang Chuan's tarnishment, he too was a victim. It had all begun because of. Now, upon their reunion, he could sense the intense hatred radiating from Jiang Chuan. He understood that she despised him, but had she ever considered his feelings? Her decision to annul their engagement had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Before Long Chun could distance himself significantly, unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan once again barred his path. She remained wordless, her eyes seething with resentment as if awaiting him to speak first. Long Chun, do you have nothing to say to Chuan? Zhou Qingqing stepped forward, looking down at him. As she spoke to Long Chun, she deliberately cast a glance at Wu Shuiying, who held his hand, for reasons she could not fathom. Witnessing Long Chun's intimate relationship with such a beautiful woman stirred her ire. It was anger on behalf of Jiang Chuan. Oh. Long Chun chuckled lightly and took measured steps toward Jiang Chuan. Upon seeing him approach, Jiang Chuan instinctively recoiled but quickly regained her composure, defiantly glaring at Long Chun, refusing to yield an inch. Boy, if you have something to say, do so here, she declared. At that moment, an elderly man obstructed Long Chun's passage, warning him, keep your distance from my young lady. His aura radiated the formidable presence of an early-stage peak master. With but a glance, Long Chun discerned the old man's cultivation level. The meager prowess of dark energy was hardly worthy of his attention. Yet, not wishing to deliberately trouble Jiang Chuan, he nodded and refrained from advancing further. Jiang Chuan, I can offer you another chance. If you have any regrets now and retract your earlier statement about breaking off our engagement, I would gladly marry you and make you my wife, Long Chun declared earnestly. Jiang Chuan was the first to compel the true dragon to rescind his decree, and also the first to reject the true dragon's engagement. Countless Sanuses throughout the universe yearned to wed the true dragon, yet he never even cast them a glance. How absurd. Are you lost in a dream? Is this truly what you wish to convey to Chuan? Do you harbor no remorse for her? Zhou Qingqing exclaimed, her anger flaring with indignation. Is this boy out of his mind? Chuan can hardly tolerate him. How could she ever marry him? Jiang Chuan, this is your final opportunity, Long Chun stated coolly. If you fail to seize this moment today, you will undoubtedly lament it in the days to come. What a joke. As if he's some coveted prize that everyone desires to marry. He is nothing more than a toad, a discarded pawn, a worthless fool. Long Chun, I have pondered deeply on where I might have erred, as you seek to obliterate me, to ruin my very existence. Yet, I have come to realize that I have committed no fault. I refuse to marry a fool, a waste of life. Am I in the wrong? Absolutely not. All I desire is a man of heroic stature. My aspirations are not misplaced. Jiang Chuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she uttered each word with conviction. But you, why? Why must you act in such a manner? Must you possess me at all costs? Cannot you simply release me? That night, every detail remains etched in my mind. It was you, you wretched scoundrel, who shattered my life. I once contemplated letting it all go, believing we owed each other nothing. Yet I find this impossible. I loathe you. I harbor a deep-seated hatred that demands recompense for your actions. Jiang Chuan wept. Her teeth clenched as she declared, May you perish. Only in your death will I find freedom from this hatred. For Long Chun, Jiang Chuan felt nothing but disdain, devoid of any other emotion. From a tender age, her family had informed her of her betrothed, a worthless fiancé, a fool, a monstrosity. She did not wish for such a fate. The name Long Chun had haunted her since her earliest memories, becoming a relentless nightmare. At long last, she found liberation in severing ties with that worthless individual. Yet, little did she anticipate that this would mark the commencement of her true nightmare. That night was tainted by the loathsome actions of Long Chun. Her hatred was profound, overwhelming. Oh heavens, why must you be so unjust? Oh, unfazed by Jiang Chuan's palpable malice, Long Chun responded coolly, Do you wish for this elder, whose prowess is at the pinnacle of the initial stage of dark energy, to eliminate me? I regret to inform you, but he is incapable of doing so. Long Chun spoke with indifference. Huh. Zhou Qingqing laughed, a derisive sound. Jiang Chuan remained silent, casting a glance at Jiang Sanmin. The eldest miss, I understand now. Jiang Sanmin nodded in agreement. He stepped forward, looking down at Long Chun, and declared, Boy, my name is Jiang Sanmin. Remember it well, for today, it is I who shall take your life. With that, Jiang Sanmin's body surged forth like a leopard, his hands poised to strike. The left hand was sharpened into a blade, pulsating with formidable genuine energy, its fierce edge menacing. The right hand formed a fist, exuding a powerful gust. In no time, he closed the distance to Long Chun, unleashing a dual assault with his knife hand and fist, coming at him from both sides. Such a vigorous onslaught would be beyond the capacity of even those at the mid-stage of the hidden energy realm to withstand. I told you, you are no match for me, yet you remain unconvinced. Long Chun chuckled, narrowing his eyes. Do you know Wang Run, the grand elder of the Wang family? He is dead, and I was the one who killed him. Do you truly believe you are stronger than he? In an instant, Jiang Sanmin's blade and fist struck Long Chun's body. With a resounding crash, a smile involuntarily crept across Jiang Sanmin's lips. He exudes confidence, believing that his dual strike will undoubtedly shatter the opponent into fragments. He did not believe in Long Chun's claim that he had killed Wang Ren. To him, it was merely bravado. Wang Ren had perished beneath the thunderclouds, a consensus shared by the entire capital. How could it possibly be that Long Chun was the one responsible? However, in no time, Jiang Sanmin's smile froze in place. What was happening? My hand. With a sharp crack, it became evident that Long Chun remained utterly unscathed, while Jiang Sanmin's hands were shattered. The moment he had struck Long Chun, he felt as if he had collided with an impenetrable boulder, followed by a searing pain in his hands. Little did he expect that they would be broken in such a manner. The recoil had caused the fracture. How formidable! Could it be that he was a master at the pinnacle of hidden strength? For reasons unknown, such a thought suddenly surfaced in Jiang Sanmin's mind. Upon realizing this, he could not help but feel an overwhelming terror. What exactly is your cultivation level? How can this be? Jiang Sanmin stammered. He was utterly terrified. Even a being at the pinnacle of the dark energy realm could not possess such formidable strength. Only a master of transformation could shed their mortal shell and enhance their physique. Could it be that? Jiang Sanmin found it hard to fathom. 17 years old. This young lad was merely 17. I have said it. Long Chun uttered coolly, You cannot defeat me. With that, he delivered a swift kick. The speed was akin to lightning, leaving no time for Jiang Sanmin to react before being struck. With a resounding bang, he soared through the air like a broken kite. The tremendous impact carved a gash several meters long into the hard marble floor. By the time Jiang Sanmin came to a halt, the ground lay in ruins. He found himself sprawled in a pool of blood, a massive footprint indented into his chest, a deep concavity marking the injury. Not only had his bones shattered, but his internal organs had also sustained severe damage. Silence reigned. The entire 18th floor of the Jiuzhou Mall fell into a hushed stillness. Such a commotion had startled many. It was not merely Zhou Qingqing and Jiang Chuan who were dumbfounded. The entire crowd in the Jiuzhou Mall stood in shock. How terrifying! A being at the early pinnacle of the dark energy realm had been so effortlessly dispatched. How could this be possible? Zhou Qingqing stood frozen in disbelief. The Jiang family had feared for Jiang Chuan's safety, dispatching a being at the early pinnacle of dark energy to accompany her. Yet this individual proved to be so woefully inadequate. Was Long Chun exceedingly powerful, or was the early pinnacle of dark energy so weak? How could this happen? Jiang Chuan's eyes brimmed with tears. She had believed today would be her day of vengeance, to extinguish Long Chun and free herself of the burdens within her heart. Yet, not only had Long Chun emerged unscathed, but he had also severely injured Jiang Bo with a single kick. This was utterly unfathomable. Useless. How could he have turned the tide? Even if he had, there was no way he could possess such strength. This was the realm of dark energy. Oh. Do you still wish to fight? Long Chun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Sanmin, who struggled to rise. He coldly remarked, "Today, I shall show you what true power looks like." His words were not solely directed at Jiang Sanmin, but also addressed to Jiang Chuan. After speaking, Long Chun extended a hand, and with a sudden motion, he forcefully pressed it down towards Jiang Sanmin. A powerful surge of golden dragon energy coiled around his palm, imbued with an immense reservoir of strength. As Long Chun's hand descended, this golden dragon energy transformed into a colossal handprint, reminiscent of the Buddha's palm in martial arts films, crashing down upon Jiang Sanmin. Boom, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming pressure of the mighty handprint, Jiang Sanmin, who was about to rise, found himself once again thrown to the ground, rendered as lifeless as a defeated dog, crashing heavily against the marble floor. Crack! His bones did not merely break, they were shattered. The immense force crushed Jiang Sanmin's bones into fragments, inch by inch. Rise! Jiang Sanmin gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength in a desperate attempt to struggle back to his feet. The floor trembled under the force of his struggle, cracking apart. 1 centimeter, 10 centimeters. 30 centimeters, he was almost upright, his body elevated a full 30 centimeters from the ground. But just then, Long Chun's palm descended with relentless force. With a resounding boom, Jiang Sanmin was instantly transformed into a bloody mess, his flesh and blood distorted as if he had been ground into a pulp. The ground beneath him caved into a depth of 1 meter, taking on the exact shape of a handprint. Had Long Chun delivered such a devastating blow? Was it the manifestation of true energy? An embodiment of martial mastery? Do you yield? Long Chun inquired, towering over him. He inquired about Jiang Sanmin. I am truly astounded. You are a master of transformation. How could I possibly not be in awe? Jiang Sanmin spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he spoke. At this moment, he had already lost half of his life. Merely 2 strikes had brought him to such a state. It is likely that with a third blow, he would be destined to report to the underworld. He reflected on the past, contemplating the lesson he intended to impart to Long Chun. To kill Long Chun would be utterly absurd, a demonstration of his own arrogance. To boast in the presence of a master of transformation was akin to courting death. He conveyed his message to the Jiang family. I want Jiang Chuan. Long Chun declared with an air of dominance. I shall have her as my concubine. Indeed. Jiang Sanmin responded, fully convinced. Do you harbor any dissent? Long Chun inquired, narrowing his eyes. I am in agreement, Jiang Sanmin quickly replied. Long Chun nodded in satisfaction and strode toward Jiang Chuan, unimpeded by anyone. Do you loathe me? Do you wish for my demise? Long Chun asked, his hand gripping Jiang Chuan's delicate chin, a cold smile gracing his lips. But you cannot kill me. Remember this. From this day forth, you are mine. Are you enraged? Do you disdain me, this so-called waste? Yet, what can you do? You are powerless against me, and even the Jiang family cannot contend with me. Mark my words. Should you wish to rebel, I am ever ready. I grant you 3 years. If you can defeat me in that time, I shall spare you. If not, you shall forever belong to me, my little concubine. A true dragon operates thusly. To bully another requires no justification. If one wishes to torment, they shall do so. What can be done? Jiang Chuan wept, unable to contain her sorrow any longer. I remember. She uttered these 4 words before falling silent. I will personally kill you. Jiang Chuan added. Let us depart, Long Chun said, dismissing Jiang Chuan as if she were inconsequential. He then took Wu Shuiying's tender hand and left the place. For reasons unknown, Jiang Chuan's expression darkened upon witnessing the closeness between Long Chun and Wu Shuiying. She failed to recognize this change within herself. concubine. In his eyes, was she truly so insignificant? Long Chun, you wretched fool. I despise you. Churin, Zhou Qingqing approached, filled with concern, grasping Jiang Churin's hand. Are you all right? I am fine. Jiang Churin replied calmly, shaking her head. Let us return. She then arranged for Jiang Sanmin to be taken to the hospital. Such severe injuries required immediate treatment to avert the threat to life. As for Jiang Churin and her companion, they returned home, devoid of any desire to continue their outing. Rumor has it that upon returning, Jiang Churin transformed into a different person altogether. She immersed herself in her cultivation, training with fervor, as if preparing to avenge a certain individual. Compared to before, her intensity had escalated, resembling a tireless automaton. Miss, you are mistaken. Truly mistaken. Your fiancé is not a waste. Our family, the Jiang family, has erred. Do you not realize that marrying your husband is, in fact, your most splendid destiny? Although I may hold a humble position, I still fervently hope that the young lady can find it in her heart to forgive her husband and fulfill the marriage vow made in years past. In a certain hospital, a being on the brink of death, possessing the pinnacle of initial dark energy, left such words for Jiang Churin. His name is Jiang Sanmin. After exiting the Jiuzhou shopping mall, Long Chun and Wu Shuiying proceeded to an upscale Western restaurant for dinner, a choice made by Wu Shuiying, who believed that dining here would convey her heartfelt gratitude. However, it was evident that this establishment catered to couples. Upon entering, they ordered a couple's set meal. Although Long Chun lacked understanding of romantic relationships, he sensed something remarkably enchanting while gazing at Wu Shuiying under the flickering candlelight. Truth be told, it was his first time visiting such a high-end restaurant. For instance, he was unfamiliar with the proper use of cutlery, prompting Wu Shuiying to patiently guide him, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. In this intimate atmosphere, they eventually concluded their dinner. After the meal, Long Chun intended to return home, but unable to resist Wu Shuiying's insistence, he acquiesced to her desire to watch a movie. They went to the nearest cinema to view a romantic film. The plot was rather lackluster, yet for reasons unknown, Wu Shuiying appeared thoroughly engrossed, occasionally engaging Long Chun in conversation. At midnight, Wu Shuiying reluctantly bid farewell to Long Chun. Long Chun, are you free this weekend? May I come to see you? She inquired, pouting her rosy lips. No, I'm not free, Long Chun replied coolly. He harbored no desire to entangle himself with this woman any further. Since the matter had reached its conclusion, it would be best to avoid future encounters. You scoundrel, Wu Shuiying remarked, visibly displeased, pouting her lips before storming off in a huff. Is this what it takes to provoke her? Women truly are perplexing creatures. After parting ways with Wu Shuiying, Long Chun returned home. His family resides in a modest dwelling situated in the impoverished area of the urban village in the northern district. Before the passing of his mother, he had lived here with her, and this humble abode encapsulated the entirety of his childhood. His abode is modest, encompassing merely around 20 square meters, accompanied by a quaint little courtyard. This is the sole inheritance bestowed upon him by his mother. Throughout the years, even though Long Chun has been deemed a failure and a fool, he has always cherished this possession, for it is a legacy from his mother. Mother, I am still alive. I am thriving, so you need not worry. Mother, do you know? I have become quite formidable now, indeed. Mother, I miss you dearly. Long Chun murmured to himself as he stepped into the small dwelling. He is the Dragon King, a true dragon. Yet, he is even more so Long Chun. He missed his mother, just as he did in his childhood when he sought her comfort after being bullied. He recalls that during his childhood, due to his frail physique and perceived foolishness, he was often subjected to bullying. Yet, each time his mother embraced him, the pain would dissipate. However, now his mother is no longer present. He can no longer embrace his mother. Long Chun, having been struck by lightning, was frail during his childhood. Were it not for his mother, who spared no expense in procuring costly medicinal herbs to nurture his health, he might not have survived to this day. Mother, I swear, one day I shall uncover the true culprit behind your untimely demise. The entire Long family shall pay dearly for their transgressions. I will ensure that Long Yuming's, that heartless scoundrel, kneels before your grave in penitent remorse. Power, I am in dire need of strength. As I stand now, I lack the capability to obliterate the Long family. Within a year, I must ascend to the Dragon Bone realm. It is only by attaining this level that I can possess a firm assurance of their annihilation. Should I fail to reach the Dragon Bone realm, I must at the very least achieve the pinnacle of the Dragon Blood stage. Long Chun understood that, given his current cultivation, extinguishing the Long family would be a formidable challenge. For on the surface, the Long family boasted 2 masters of the transformation realm, but in secrecy, they possessed a total of 4 such formidable beings. Most notably, one among them had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Without absolute certainty, Long Chun was reluctant to act rashly. Mother, rest assured, Jiang Churen will undoubtedly become your daughter-in-law. I vow to make this a reality. No one in this world can usurp the daughter-in-law you have chosen, Long Chun declared, each word imbued with unwavering resolve. He vividly recalls the moment of his mother's passing. She had always held on to the hope of his union with Jiang Churen, even urging him to solemnly promise her that he would marry her. She believed that once they were wed, she could depart this world in peace. A mother's heart is truly a poignant one. Even in her final moments, she remained deeply concerned for Long Chun. This profound sense of obligation is precisely why Long Chun is so resolute in his pursuit of Jiang Churen. For the sake of his mother's last wishes, he finds himself compelled to comply. Even if he harbors feelings of aversion towards her, he knows he must take her as his bride, as she is the daughter-in-law his mother envisioned. Cultivate. With these thoughts in mind, Long Chun retreated to his chamber to commence the practice of the true dragon devouring technique. Although the spiritual energy on earth is rather sparse, it still allows the true dragon devouring technique to absorb various energies and transform them into cultivation progress. Overall, despite the slow pace of his advancement, it is not excessively sluggish. At this rate, within a decade, he anticipates entering the dragon bone phase. To accelerate his cultivation speed, he must seek out more advanced energy. The Jiang family. On the following morning, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the Jiang household. The servants were filled with astonishment, for today, Jiang Churen had partaken in a meal. Indeed, she had dined. It is noteworthy that this young lady had long been on a hunger strike, typically requiring coercion to consume even a morsel. However, today, she had taken the initiative to eat. Mother, I wish to have bamboo shoots for lunch, Jiang Churen declared to her mother after finishing breakfast. Not only had she eaten, but she had also spoken voluntarily. A transformation. It was indeed a significant change. Very well. My dear, I shall prepare bamboo shoots for you at noon. Churen, if there is anything else you desire, please tell your mother. And I will accompany Aunt Zhang to procure the ingredients for you, Li Qin exclaimed joyfully. Despite her daughter's relentless dedication to cultivation, the mere fact that she was now willingly eating and engaging in conversation, no longer resembling a mere automaton, filled her heart with joy. On the subsequent morning, Long Chun set off for school. Though he is indeed a true dragon, he is also Long Chun. Attending school remains essential. One cannot disrupt the rhythm of life simply because one has acquired the dragon pearl and undergone transformation. Kyoto No. 1 High School. This institution stands as the largest and most prestigious in all of Kyoto, where students are either the CRME de la CRME of academia or scions of influential families. Yet, Long Chun is merely a pseudo-aristocrat. Indeed, a discarded pawn, a worthless fool. For this reason, he has been subjected to considerable bullying within the school. Even the children of commoners look down upon this swine aristocrat. What does swine signify? It denotes a creature that is dark, ugly, and foolish. Within the school, not a single soul holds Long Chun in esteem. In other words, he is akin to a floundering fish, an object of ridicule for all. Today, as Long Chun stepped through the gates of the school, numerous eyes were drawn to him, accompanied by whispers and pointed fingers. Oh, isn't that the swine aristocrat? How bold of him to attend school, chuckled one. The black swine has quite the nerve. Wasn't he caught peeping at teacher Zhao Yu in the restroom a few days ago? Who would have thought this worthless creature would yearn for love? They deemed him foolish for even attempting to seek affection. He is nothing more than a pig. We need not concern ourselves with him. Off we go. There's no merit in quarreling with a clown. Long Chun's reputation as the swine aristocrat is universally recognized. Every student in this school knows of him. As he entered the school, the mocking began anew. However, Long Chun paid little heed to the derision. A mere glance at his tormentors sufficed before he continued onward, perceiving these students as no different from ants, beneath his consideration. Zhao Yu, renowned as the goddess of Kyoto No. 1 High School, is not only strikingly beautiful but also possesses an alluring sensuality. At the tender age of 28, she has become the object of desire for every male student. Rumor has it that Zhao Yu graduated from Harvard University, having been a prominent figure during her college years, accumulating countless scholarships and accolades. Upon graduation, she returned to her homeland to pursue her career, starting at a high rank as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Furthermore, She serves as the homeroom teacher for Longchen's class. It is said among the school populace that Zhao Yu hails from a well-connected family. It is inconceivable that at the tender age of 28, one could ascend to the esteemed position of Director of Academic Affairs, possessing both talent and beauty. It is no surprise that she has garnered a multitude of admirers, not only the students, but among the male faculty members. There exists a veritable battalion of suitors vying for Zhao Yu's affection. However, Zhao Yu has consistently maintained her composure, rejecting countless advances from male colleagues. Yet, just a few days prior, when Long Chun was still alive, he experienced an unfortunate incident with the aloof beauty, Zhao Yu. To put it succinctly, due to a scheme orchestrated by students at the school, he was compelled to spy on Zhao Yu in the restroom. At that time, Long Chun was still a mere wastrel, utterly oblivious to the notion of resistance, and could only silently endure the humiliation inflicted upon him by others. Fortunately, although Zhao Yu was enraged, she merely issued him a warning rather than expelling him. For reasons unknown, this incident suddenly spread throughout the school, and Long Chun became the target of scorn and derision. Just as Long Chun had not ventured far into the school grounds, a sharp sound sliced through the air. He instinctively furrowed his brow and turned to see a fist-sized stone hurtling directly towards his head. Seeking death, with a swift motion, Long Chun reached out and caught the menacing stone in his hand. Indeed, it was as simple as that. He had caught the projectile barehanded. Who the hell told you to catch that? At that moment, a young man approached Long Chun with a face contorted in fury, pointing an accusing finger at him and shouting, "Return the stone to me at once. I want to throw it again." He was indeed the one who had previously struck Long Chun with a stone. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 students, each exuding an air of menace. Some of the more timid students, upon seeing these individuals, instantly recoiled, creating a path for them. The young man's name was Li Yuan, a notorious bully within the school. Hailing from a wealthy family, rumor had it that his mother held a prominent position in the city government, and many at school harbored a profound fear of him, treating him with great deference. Even the principal refrained from provoking him, let alone the students. Frequently, he would torment Long Chun. As for the incident involving Long Chun's secret observation of Zhao Yu, that was entirely orchestrated by Li Yuan. Initially, Li Yuan had intended to spy himself, but upon being discovered, he resorted to framing Long Chun to divert blame, resulting in Long Chun becoming the target of widespread scorn within the school. "Damn it, are you even listening to me? I demand that you bring me another stone at once, so I can strike again." Li Yuan's voice rose in intensity, his gaze fixed on Long Chun with fury as he spoke. Upon catching sight of Long Chun, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, as if a fierce blaze were igniting in his chest. This was due to the fact that on that day, while lurking in the restroom, he had seen nothing at all. Subsequently, he was discovered, and at that moment, Long Chun happened to pass by, leaving him with no choice but to push Long Chun out. However, to his astonishment, Long Chun had witnessed everything. How could he not be enraged? He has not only failed in his endeavor, but also suffered a loss. It is essential to understand that Zhao Yu is, after all, the woman of his dreams. His infatuation with Zhao Yu drove him to the act of peeping. Unexpectedly, the young lad Long Chun caught him in the act, yet he had seen nothing. And now he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Long Chun. "Returning this to you?" Long Chun replied coolly, "Very well, catch it." With a slight exertion, he hurled the stone in his hand. With a resounding thud, the fist-sized rock struck Li Yuan squarely on the head, causing blood to spurt forth as his skull cracked open. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Those who had previously mocked were now rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed Long Chun's audacity in smashing Li Yuan's head with a stone. Insanity. This lad had truly lost his mind. "Are you blind? Do you wish to die? How dare you strike my head?" Li Yuan, momentarily dazed from the blow, clutched his bleeding head and cursed at Long Chun, seething with rage. "I may have eyes, but I acted intentionally," Long Chun replied nonchalantly. "Apologize to my mother immediately, or face death. A dragon has its forbidden scales. To touch them is to invite demise." Long Chun's mother represented that very forbidden scale. To act with intent? To apologize to his mother? Was this boy deranged? Indeed, his mind seemed to be in disarray. Fool. Truly a fool. How could he continue to boast? Even when death loomed over him, not only had he harmed young Master Li, but he also dared to demand an apology from him? What was Li Yuan's status compared to his own? Merely a lowly commoner, utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. A young female student, elegantly dressed, cast a disdainful glance at Long Chun and said with contempt, I never noticed this boy had the audacity to speak to young Master Li like that before. What has gotten into him today? Has he lost his mind? Soon, another female student chimed in. You, a penniless nobody, have no right to speak to young Master Li in such a manner. You dare to intentionally injure him? You must wish to be expelled from this school. Do you not believe that with young Master Li's influence, a single word could lead to your immediate expulsion? A striking girl, with a score of around 85, stepped forward, hands on her hips, addressing Long Chun from a position of superiority. Kneel and apologize to young Master Li at once. Perhaps if he is in a good mood, he may spare you. Otherwise, you shall not leave this school today. The speaker was named Li Anren, one of Li Yuan's girlfriends. It was rumored that she had undergone multiple abortions for him, to the extent of becoming infertile, yet she remained infatuated with him. For the sake of wealth. Yes, Li Yuan is wealthy and influential. In Li Anren's eyes, such individuals epitomize true masculinity. As for Long Chun, he is but a mere jester. You truly are oblivious to your own peril, daring to harm me. How audacious of you. Very well. If you seek to endanger your life, I shall oblige you today. Li Yuan anticipated that Long Chun would immediately prostrate himself in apology. To his astonishment, Long Chun seemed to have acted deliberately, demanding an apology instead. This infuriated him, and he bellowed, You lot, go teach this little wretch a lesson. With a glance, he signaled to several men behind him. Young Master Li, just watch. Dealing with this brat will be a piece of cake. The individuals accompanying Li Yuan were his enforcers from school, seasoned fighters who could easily prevail even against adults, let alone mere students. They responded affirmatively and swiftly surrounded Long Chun. It appears you have no intention of apologizing, Long Chun remarked coldly, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching figures. In truth, he regarded them with the same indifference one might afford to mere air. Since that's the case, do not fault me for being ungracious, Long Chun uttered calmly. With that, he stepped forward, advancing towards Li Yuan. Curse it. You have quite the bravado. Today I shall witness how you handle these men. One of the assailants, a young man with dyed red hair, could not restrain himself and lunged forward, attempting to obstruct Long Chun's path. Yet before he could utter a word, Long Chun delivered a punch that sent him flying. Indeed, the moment his words faltered, he was propelled through the air, landing heavily more than 10 meters away. Silence encompassed the scene. The onlookers stared wide-eyed at Long Chun, utterly astonished. How did he accomplish that? This little fool, when did he acquire such strength? A fey. Damn it, let's all go together and take this brat down. I refuse to believe he can withstand us. As several individuals surrounded him, witnessing their comrade being sent flying by Long Chun's single blow, their eyes turned crimson with rage. They cast aside all caution and charged towards Long Chun. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, it took merely 3 seconds. To be precise, they only managed to hinder Long Chun for 3 fleeting seconds. After that, Long Chun pressed forward unimpeded. One by one, they collapsed onto the ground, some with broken arms, others with mangled legs, none capable of standing again, all writhing in agony and lamentation. Li Yuan was clearly terrified. Watching the increasingly close approach of Long Chun, a sense of inexplicable dread washing over him. He could never have anticipated that the worthless wretch he had consistently bullied and humiliated would not only resist today but also succeed in subduing several of his subordinates. Yet, Li Yuan quickly regained his composure. You dare to harm me? My mother is a high-ranking official in the city. If you injure me today, do you believe I will ensure that the remainder of your life is spent behind bars? Li Yuan gritted his teeth defiantly. A high-ranking official? To me? They are merely ants, Long Chun replied coolly. With that, Long Chun stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a resounding thud, Li Yuan was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, his chest caving in from the impact, ribs undoubtedly shattered in multiple places. As he coughed up blood incessantly, it was only after soaring a distance of 20 to 30 meters that he finally crashed to the ground. His face had been so severely scraped against the ground that a significant portion of flesh and blood had been removed, leaving his visage in a ghastly state, likely disfigured. At that moment, Li Yuan had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. He resembled a beaten dog, curled up and lying on the ground. Insanity! This boy truly dared to lay hands on young Master Li. Setting aside the fact that young Master Li's mother holds a prominent position in the city, far beyond the reach of a mere insignificant creature like him, one must consider young Master Li's cousin. Could Long Chun possibly contend with him? Young Master Li's cousin is the president of the martial arts society at their school, reputed to be a practitioner at the Mingjing level. the most formidable figure within the martial arts community of the entire Jingdu #1 high school. Now that Long Chun has injured young Master Li, how could his cousin possibly let Long Chun off the hook? He is courting death. His demise is imminent. None among them held any hope for Long Chun. They all believed he was courting disaster. A mere pig, they thought, could never be compared to Li Xiao. This notion was deeply ingrained in their minds. Li Xiao possessed both power and wealth, and his cousin was a formidable warrior, while Long Chun was but a lowly commoner. How could he possibly contend with Li Xiao? In their eyes, even if the pig managed to gain some enlightenment and toppled a few of Li Xiao's subordinates, so what? At most, he demonstrated a bit of strength, which paled in comparison to a true warrior. It was likely that Li Xiao's cousin could crush Long Chun with a single hand. Amidst the surrounding jeers, Long Chun remained silent, seemingly oblivious to their taunts. He cast a fleeting glance at the defeated Li Yuan, akin to a dead dog, before continuing toward the teaching building. However, to the onlookers, it appeared that Long Chun was afraid. Yes, indeed, he was afraid. Otherwise, why would he hasten his departure? Long Chun, you stop right there. Before Long Chun could distance himself, Li Yuan, who had been sprawled on the ground, rose to his feet, pointing at Long Chun's retreating figure and shouting, "Are you scared? Let me tell you, it doesn't even require my mother to deal with a small fry like you. My cousin will suffice." My cousin, Zhao Di, is the president of the Martial Arts Society, possessing terrifying martial prowess. To discipline someone as insignificant as you, he could do so with one hand. Kid, if you have any sense, you should kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. His cousin's name is Zhao Di, merely 18 years old. The president of the Martial Arts Society at Kyoto #1 High School, and indeed a martial artist, specifically one at the initial stage of Mingjing. Such prowess is not only exceptional within Kyoto #1 High School, but ranks among the elite across all educational institutions in Kyoto. Li Yuan is now brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating the moment when his cousin Zhao Di arrives, marking the end for Long Chun. No matter how formidable one may be, can they surpass a martial artist? As expected, upon hearing this, Long Chun not only remained silent, but also quickened his pace, seemingly eager to depart from the scene. In Li Yuan's eyes, this was a clear sign of fear. Others around shared this sentiment, questioning why he was fleeing so hastily. It was evident that he was anxious, attempting to escape the impending retribution from Zhao Di. Coward. Merely a fool, a worthless coward. Do you think that by running away, you can evade Zhao Di's vengeance? Where can you flee to? You are still within the confines of the school. As long as you remain here, anticipate Zhao Di's pursuit. What they failed to realize was that Long Chun was not afraid. Rather, he was dismissive. Indeed, dismissive. He held no regard for squabbling with mere ants. Nor did he entertain the thought of engaging them in combat. A true dragon has never known fear, not even amidst the collective siege of the universe in bygone days. When he did not so much as furrow his brow. You wish to battle? Then let us engage. The young man, Li Yuan, observed as Long Chun soared away with astonishing speed and uttered, "Wait for it. Await my cousin's arrival, and then you shall see." At that moment, Long Chun halted his steps, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. Could it be that this fool dared to strike at Li Yuan? Was he courting death? Without turning around, Long Chun calmly replied, "I shall await you, right here at school. If the Martial Arts Society insists on crossing paths with me, I would not hesitate to have it expelled." With those words, he resumed his forward march. Expelled. To expel the entire Martial Arts Society. Such audacity. Was he merely indulging in bravado? Did he truly possess the strength to bring about such a fate? This fool was exceedingly arrogant, challenging the entirety of the Martial Arts Society. Such reckless ambition was tantamount to courting disaster. The Martial Arts Society had existed for over a century, cultivating countless formidable warriors. On what grounds did he believe he could achieve such an absurdity? The crowd displayed expressions of disdain, their faces marred by contempt as they regarded the retreating figure of Long Chun. To them, he was merely blowing hot air, utterly unworthy of consideration. Throughout history, many had aspired to have the Martial Arts Society expelled, yet none had succeeded. Clearly, Long Chun would not be the exception. It was highly probable that he spoke out of insecurity, attempting to calm his own nerves with grandiose declarations. Yes, that must be it. At that moment, a stunning beauty entered through the school gates, appearing to be in her early 20s, with skin as fair as snow and exquisite features. She embodied a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Her entrance captivated the attention of all present. Wow, what a beautiful lady. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. If not, hold on, I recognize her. No wonder she is so stunning. She is Chinwoo, one of the four great beauties of Kyoto, the young lady of the Chin family. So, it was one of Kyoto's renowned beauties. But why was Miss Chin here at our school? Could it be that she was seeking Li Yuan? Surely, a woman of such unparalleled beauty would only associate with someone of Li Yuan's caliber. As the crowd beheld Chinwoo, one of the four renowned beauties of Kyoto, approaching them, their eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Some found their breaths becoming noticeably rapid. Such a stunning beauty was a rarity in their lives, let alone having the privilege of such close proximity. How could they possibly contain their exhilaration? Surely, she was making her way towards me. In that moment, Li Yuan, disregarding his injuries, fixated his gaze upon Chinwoo, his expression resembling that of an infatuated swine. As he pondered this, he instinctively straightened his posture. Surely, he was the one they sought. In this place, his status was the most esteemed. If not him, who else could it be? Only someone of his caliber could capture Chinwoo's attention. With this thought, he found himself irresistibly drawn towards her. "Miss Chun, greetings. I am Li Yuan," he proclaimed, attempting what he believed to be a suave gesture to engage in conversation. However, to his astonishment, before he could finish his sentence, Chinwoo responded with a single word, "Get lost." Indeed, it was just that one word. She then sidestepped him and continued on her way into the school. "You." Li Yuan's smile froze in place, his irritation palpable, yet he dared not voice his frustrations. Chinwoo was simply beyond his reach. The illustrious young lady of the Chun family could effortlessly obliterate his own family with a mere flick of her wrist. How dare he provoke? This is a level of self-awareness that he possesses. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. They could not fathom that Chinwoo had not come to seek out Li Xiao. But if not for Li Xiao, whom could she possibly be looking for? At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before their eyes. Chinwoo bypassed Li Yuan and approached Long Chun, coming to a halt right before him. Wait a moment. Chinwoo is here to find Long Chun. How could this be possible? What merits and abilities does Long Chun possess? Their minds seemed to have short-circuited. An utterly implausible event unfolded before their eyes. "Mr. Long, do you still remember me?" Chinwoo interposed, addressing Long Chun with utmost respect. "Wait a moment. The esteemed young lady of the Chun family is being so deferential to Long Chun. Are we seeing things? Did we misjudge?" "It is you," Long Chun replied, narrowing his eyes. "Is there something you require? If not, please step aside." "How can you speak to Miss Chun in such a manner? Are you courting death?" The demand for Miss Chun to move aside was outrageous. This morning, news of Jiang Charan's emergence from depression had spread among the prominent families of Kyoto. The reactions varied across the families, yet a prevailing sense of astonishment lingered. How could they not be astonished? Just a few days prior, she was in a state of despair, contemplating suicide, fervently practicing as if possessed by a machine, and now, all of a sudden, she seems to have recovered? This transition is rather abrupt. Amid their astonishment, curiosity began to stir within them. According to the descriptions from the Jiang family, Jiang Charan not only emerged from the shadows of depression, but appeared significantly more optimistic. Indeed, she not only took the initiative to eat, but also engaged in conversation with others. This was utterly unimaginable just days ago. Those who anticipated a spectacle from Jiang Charan found themselves sorely disappointed. Soon, individuals from prominent families in Kyoto began to inquire about the news. Ultimately, through various channels, they uncovered the truth. Jiang Charan had met the scoundrel who had sullied her just yesterday. Yes, not only did they meet, but that rogue, in front of the Jiang family, brazenly oppressed Jiang Charan once again, declaring, "From now on, you shall be my woman." Furthermore, he audaciously proclaimed to the Jiang family that he intended to make Jiang Charan his concubine. Indeed, a concubine. How outrageous. Who in all of Kyoto would dare speak to the Jiang family in such a manner? Is he seeking a death wish? Not only did he violate her, but he also sought to claim her. This is simply unheard of. Even though Long Chun has undergone a transformation, no longer the fool he once was, he still pales in comparison to Jiang Charan. To think that with mere words, he could aspire to be a son-in-law of the Jiang family is nothing short of delusional. You cannot contend with me, nor can the Jiang family. Remember, should you wish to resist, I am ever ready. I grant you 3 years. If within that time, you can best me, I shall spare you. If you cannot, you shall forever be mine, my little concubine. These words were uttered verbatim by Long Chun. And when the prominent families of Kyoto learned of this, they could not help but widen their eyes, mocking Long Chun for his overreaching ambition. Is he really challenging the entire Jiang family? Absurd. What of 3 years and concubines? The Jiang family could easily extinguish this brat with a mere flick of a finger. The families of Kyoto were left pondering the peculiar situation. Why was the Jiang family allowing this scoundrel to live, seemingly unscathed? After all, he had dishonored the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, openly slapping their reputation in the face. They were waiting to see the Jiang family's downfall. Yes, they were merely waiting for the spectacle. Once the most beautiful of the four great beauties, Jiang Churin was now sullied, unmarriageable, a joke indeed. Strangely, amidst the rumors circulating among the families of Kyoto, there was a conspicuous absence of the information regarding Long Chen being a master of the transformation realm. It was as if someone was deliberately concealing the truth. Nonsense. Early this morning, Jiang Churin's father, Jiang Shengnan, became aware of the rumors circulating throughout the capital, which incensed him greatly. In a fit of rage, he smashed a solid wood coffee table in the living room with a single slap, exclaiming, "This is lawlessness. Are they taking advantage of the Jiang family's perceived weakness? I will annihilate him." Absurd. He dares to suggest that Churin should become his concubine, brazenly asserting that the entire Jiang family is powerless against him. Preposterous. This scoundrel is utterly outrageous. 3 years. This insignificant fool dares to look down upon Churin? It need not take 3 years. I shall dispatch someone to eliminate this wretch at once. Earlier that morning, Jiang Shenan had been attending a family meeting. But upon hearing such slanderous remarks about his daughter, he was overwhelmed with fury and rushed home to inquire in detail about the events of the previous day. Anger. He was truly engulfed in a tempest of rage. Not only had his daughter been bullied, but that scoundrel Long Chun had also shown disdain for the Jiang family. It was no longer bearable. He could no longer endure it. He can no longer concern himself with the reputation of the Long family. His desire for revenge against Long Chun has reached a boiling point. Previously, the Jiang family refrained from eliminating Long Chun out of respect for the Long family and in consideration of the ties between Long Chen's mother and the Jiang clan. However, today he finds himself unable to endure any further. Long Chen's audacity and disdain for the Jiang family have crossed the line. There comes a time when one must act decisively, and that time is now. He resolved to send someone to eliminate Long Chen. As he spoke, Jiang Shengnan began to take action, intending to dispatch an individual of peak dark energy to execute the task. "Shengnan, I believe it would be prudent to reconsider this matter," said another voice. "Yesterday, Jiang Sanmin recounted the entire sequence of events to me, mentioning that Long Chun is a master of transformation, suggesting that we have misjudged him. He even indicated that it would be beneficial for us to facilitate a marriage between Churin and Long Chun, which would undoubtedly serve the interests of the Jiang family." In the living room, Li Qin stepped forward and addressed her husband. "I think we should indeed encourage the union between Long Chun and Churin, since Long Chun threatened her. Churin has emerged from the shadows of her depression. The one who ties the bell must be the one to untie it. Perhaps they are truly well suited for one another. Furthermore, since that incident, no one in Kyoto dares to pursue Churin." "Impossible," Jiang Xingnan retorted angrily. "That boy cannot possibly be a master of transformation." Jiang Sanmin must have been mistaken. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, how could he possess such mastery? I suspect he may have employed some sinister means to intimidate Jiang Sanmin into defeat. He continued, "Moreover, Churin would never marry him. He is unworthy of her." "Shenan, if Churin does not marry him, then whom should she marry? Who in Kyoto would dare take her as a bride?" Li Qin replied, her eyes glistening with tears. "Isn't that young man from the Wu family quite taken with Churin? If all else fails, perhaps she should wed him." Jiang Shengnan seethed with fury. A mere pretender to mastery dares to challenge the Jiang family? I shall see for myself what strength he possesses. The air was thick with animosity. He truly harbored intentions of harming Long Chun, that scion of the Wu family. Li Qin seemed to recall something, then nodded and said, "If he genuinely loves Chu Ran, then let her marry him." If it weren't for that incident, Li Qin would have wholeheartedly wished to see Chu Ran wed to Long Chun. However, Long Chun has disappointed her gravely. He has sullied her daughter. How could she not harbor resentment towards him? "Father, you must not kill Long Chen." At that moment, Jiang Churan entered the living room. "Chu Ran, what are you saying?" Jiang Sheng could scarcely believe his ears. His daughter was defending Long Chen? Surely not. Wasn't Chu Ran supposed to despise him? Amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of excitement within, for his daughter was speaking to him, voluntarily engaging in conversation for the first time since the incident that had tarnished her. How could he not be agitated? "I told you, you cannot kill Long Chun," Jiang Churin articulated with determination. "Churin, could it be that you have developed feelings for Long Chen?" Jiang Shengnan stammered, her lips trembling. No, Jiang Churen shook her head resolutely. I intend to end his life with my own hands. Churen, Li Qin observed the fierce hatred etched upon her daughter's stubborn visage, her heart aching. At such a tender age, one that should be filled with beauty and joy, it pained her to witness the innocence and happiness of her daughter shattered by the mere existence of a certain individual. Hatred. Li Qin harbored an unprecedented loathing for this worthless son-in-law. Mother, father, I wish to return to my room, Jiang Churen stated defiantly. With that, she turned and retreated to her chamber. Training. Yes, she was diligently preparing for the 3-year pact. On that fateful day, she would personally annihilate Long Chen. Damn it, Jiang Shengnan exclaimed in fury. As a father, how could he not be enraged to see his daughter transformed by the presence of another? In that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Long Chen himself. Yet, he stifled the flames of his anger. For he understood that only through her own hands could his daughter vanquish Long Chen and liberate herself from her inner demons. What harm is there in allowing you to linger a few more days? Can a worthless person truly rise again? Jiang Shengnan uttered each word with disdain. Around 8 in the morning, a young man appeared at the entrance of the Jiang residence, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a sharp suit. He was strikingly handsome, far surpassing any idol seen on television. Swiftly, he entered the Jiang household, and the armed guards stationed at the entrance showed no inclination to impede his passage. Rather, they nodded in acknowledgement, as if they were well acquainted with him. The young man's name was Wu Tian, a scion of the prestigious Wu family in Kyoto, a true heir of the Wu lineage. Every morning, he would visit the Jiang family. Indeed, he arrived punctually each day, to the extent that even the personnel on duty recognized him. There was no need for interrogation. He was granted immediate access. Upon entering the Jiang residence, he would promptly make his way toward the courtyard where Jiang Churen was situated. His daily visits to the Jiang household were solely motivated by his desire to see Jiang Churen. His affection for her remained unwavering. Even in light of the tarnishing events she had endured, his ire was directed solely at that scoundrel, Long Chen. Such devotion, it transcended mere infatuation, embodying a profound and unwavering love. The entirety of the capital was aware of his ardor for Jiang Churen, a passion that was akin to a life-and-death commitment. On the 72nd day, the day marking the unfortunate incident involving Jiang Churen, he continued his daily pilgrimage to her home, yearning for but a fleeting glimpse of her. Young Master Wu, you have come again. Please, do come in, greeted Aunt Zhang, who was responsible for Jiang Churen's care, as she spotted Wu Tian entering the courtyard. There was no denying that Wu Tian's persistent affection even moved her, a mere servant. Aunt Zhang, is Churen here? Wu Tian inquired with a smile. She is here, but she has locked herself in her room again. Aunt Zhang replied with an awkward smile. I shall go see her, Wu Tian stated, nodding as he made his way into the room. Young master, please wait, Aunt Zhang said, a hint of discomfort in her voice. The young lady has instructed that you should not disturb her when you arrive. Why don't you wait in the living room until she comes out? In truth, Aunt Zhang felt a pang of sympathy for Wu Tian. For 72 days, he had visited daily, yet Jiang Churen had not once allowed him to see her. Indeed, he had yet to catch a single glimpse of her. Nevertheless, his commitment was commendable. If he were an ordinary man, any woman would have been moved by such unwavering devotion. That is fine. I shall not intrude, Wu Tian responded with a smile, devoid of any trace of anger. Aunt Zhang, I have heard that Churen has been improving lately. Is that true? Indeed, it is true, since the young lady has been in contact with Long Chen. Aunt Zhang instinctively began to elaborate, but quickly halted, recalling her discretion. The young lady's condition has improved significantly. She even ate willingly this morning. So you need not worry, young Master Wu. That is good to hear, Wu Tian nodded, though discomfort stirred within him. He understood the implication of Aunt Zhang's words, that Jiang Churen's improvement was linked to her interactions with Long Chen. Aunt Zhang, since Churen is doing better, I shall come to see her tomorrow instead. I will take my leave now, Wu Tian said with a smile, turning to depart. Aunt Zhang sighed. Deep down, she held a certain regard for Wu Tian. Throughout these trying days, while the entirety of the capital mocked Jiang Churen, only Wu Tian had genuinely cared for her well-being. Having watched Jiang Churen grow up, Aunt Zhang's heart ached for her. If only you could meet with young Master Wu, how wonderful that would be, she lamented. Meanwhile, in a prestigious hospital in the capital, Jiang Sanmin lamented, such short-sightedness. The head of the family is too myopic. He gazed skyward and continued. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. With a change in wind and rain, it transforms into a dragon. How could I not perceive Long Chen's true prowess? Head of the family, your narrow vision has led you to offend Long Chen. What benefit does this bring to the Jiang family? Wu Tian, what aspect of him could possibly compare to Long Chen? They are worlds apart. One soaring in the heavens while the other languishes in the depths. How could you prefer to betroth the young lady to Wu Tian while disregarding Long Chen? Master of the house, you shall inevitably come to regret this decision, and the entire Jiang family will share in that remorse. Long Chen is no mere insect. He is a dragon, a true dragon. Upon learning of the master's decision, Jiang Sanmin was filled with rage. He yearned to confront the master immediately, demanding that the young lady be promised to Long Chen. However, he soon regained his composure. He is merely a mid-level manager of the Jiang family. What qualifications does he possess to confront the clan leader? He could only loathe the fact that his standing within the Jiang family was so meager. Had he attained the pinnacle of the dark force, perhaps the family head would not have shown such disregard for his counsel. Strength. Indeed, it was a matter of insufficient prowess. I have a small favor to ask of you. Chen Wu'er hesitated momentarily, then smiled at Long Chen, her demeanor exceedingly humble, as if she were bowing and scraping before him. This left the surrounding students utterly astonished, even leading them to question whether this Chun family heiress was genuine. A distinguished young lady from the Chen family, bowing her head? Impossible. Could you please be quick about it? I still have classes to attend, Long Chen replied, his tone tinged with irritation. Was he truly prioritizing his studies over conversing with the Chen heiress? I would like you to assist me with a matter. Chen Wu'er continued with a smile. If you agree to help me, not only can I resolve your predicament with Li Yuan, but I can also offer you a substantial sum of money. With that, she gazed at Long Chen, brimming with anticipation. However, her hopes were swiftly dashed. No, thank you. I do not require money, nor do I need your assistance with Li Yuan, Long Chen replied coolly. As for helping you, I am simply too busy. Arrogance. A castaway of a family, a fool, a waste, and he dared to reject both the financial aid and assistance from the Chen family. Who did he think he was? Lady Chen, it would be wise to disregard this imbecile. He is notoriously known as the fool of our school. What assistance could he possibly offer you? I suspect he merely seeks to swindle you. His claim of not wanting money is a ruse. He aims to inflate the price. Do not be deceived, some students interjected, unable to hold back their concern. That foolish idiot truly did not know his place. Not only had he offended young Master Li, but he was also provoking Lady Chen. How many lives did he think he had to risk such reckless behavior? Did he not comprehend the Chen family's influence in the capital? It was unfathomable. Even young Master Li would not dare to cross the Chen family. Soon, another student pointed an accusatory finger at Long Chen, his face a mask of disdain. To reject Lady Chen is nothing short of courting death. Just wait until she grows angry. She could easily dispose of you, and then you would learn your lesson. They had already anticipated Long Chen's fate. There was no need to wait for Zhao Di, for Long Chen would soon find himself dealt with by Miss Chen. Truly, this insolent wretch, Long Chen, had grown excessively arrogant, showing utter disregard for Miss Chen. Despite Chen Wu'er adopting a humble demeanor, she could not help but feel a tinge of anger after being coldly rebuffed by Long Chen. As a dignified young lady, she found it infuriating to humble herself in search of medicine, only to be met with the curt dismissal of not free. Long Chen, the Chen family, have already shown you considerable courtesy by personally visiting you, merely seeking a small favor. Is this too much to ask? Are you intent on offending the Chen family? Chen Wu'er's expression darkened as she spoke coldly. So what if you were a transformation master? The Chen family is hardly intimidated by a mere transformation master. Even the 4 great families of the capital would not dare to act so brazenly before us. You, a mere discarded son, flaunting such arrogance. Who do you think you are impressing? Earlier that day, upon discovering Long Chen's background, the Chen family had dispatched Chen Wu'er to his school, hoping to enlist his aid in treating the elder Chen. However, to their dismay, he had declined. Indeed, a simple not free was all it took to turn him away. When she arrived, Chen Wu'er had continually reminded herself to adopt a low profile, recognizing that she was the one seeking assistance. Yet, despite her efforts to lower her stance, she was still rejected. How could she not be infuriated? I said I am not free, Long Chen replied with a hint of severity in his tone. I do not wish to repeat myself. With that, he brushed past Chen Wu'er, heading towards the teaching building, treating her as if she were air. In other words, Long Chen held the Chen family in utter contempt. Brute. Chen Wu'er could not restrain herself from cursing, baffled by her grandfather's admiration for him, believing him to be a transformation master. With his demeanor, he hardly resembled one. He was merely a pitiful fool. Long Chun, stop right there, she commanded. You must return to the Chun family with me. Your willingness is not required. Yet her words fell on deaf ears, rendered futile as Long Chun continued on his path, ignoring her completely. How infuriating. Yet she found herself powerless against Long Chun, for Li Liang was a living testament to his capabilities. It was over. This fool, Long Chun, was doomed. She anticipated Miss Chun would rid the world of this farcical character from the first high school of the capital. To be classmates with such an imbecile was a source of shame for her. First courtesy, then force. This foolish Long Chun had chosen to disrespect her overtures. And who could be blamed? Now that he had angered Miss Chun, he was bound to face the consequences. If he escaped unscathed, it would be a miracle. She could not fathom what Miss Chun required from Long Chun, particularly given her initial lowly approach. What use could such a worthless individual possibly serve? Are you unaware of the utility of waste? Certainly, it pertains to recycling, and perhaps Miss Chun is indeed seeking to recover discarded materials. The crowd murmured among themselves, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of how the young lady of the Chun family would confront this obstinate youth. However, their anticipation was destined to be in vain. For in the next moment, Chun Wu'er relented. This was due to the grave condition of Elder Chun, whose life now hung by a thread. Although she was loath to accept it, Long Chun was reputed to be a miraculous healer. A dead horse could serve as a living one. Having hope was certainly preferable to despair. Thus, she found herself compelled to humble herself once more and beseech Long Chun. What must I do for you to assist me? What will persuade you to treat my grandfather's ailment? Chun Wu'er implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If you can restore my grandfather's health, no matter the cost, the Chun family is willing to pay. With that, Chun Wu'er closed her eyes, awaiting the response she so desperately desired. She could not afford to lose her grandfather. Nor could the Chun family afford to lose Elder Chun. Should he pass, the Chun family would face ruin. In such a scenario, they would not only lose their standing as one of the four prominent families, but would likely be reduced to a mere third-rate clan. The principle when the wall falls. The crowd pushes aptly applies here. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, she is resolved to seize the opportunity. At that moment, Long Chun unexpectedly halted, turning to scrutinize Chun Wu'er from head to toe. It appeared that she sought a cure. Long Chun possessed a certain understanding of the ailments afflicting both Elder Chun and Chun Wu'er. It was not so much an illness as it was a consequence of improper cultivation, a self-inflicted depletion of vitality. This affliction, it seemed, only he could remedy on the entire planet. Any price you would be willing to pay? Long Chun inquired with a smile. Chun Wu'er opened her eyes, affirming, as long as you can heal my grandfather, the Chun family is prepared to pay any price. Excellent, Long Chun nodded. I can treat both your grandfather and yourself. And I assure you, I can heal you both in one go. His painting style shifted as he remarked, however, my consultation fee is rather steep. Whatever price you mention. The Chun family can certainly accommodate, Chun Wu'er replied eagerly. Would 30 million suffice? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. 30 million. Such a staggering sum. To offer such an amount without a moment's hesitation to this fool? This imbecile knows nothing of medicine. He is merely a charlatan. Miss Chun, you must not be deceived. They were eager to persuade Chun Wu'er, yet she remained resolute, utterly impervious to their words. Perhaps to her, 30 million was but a trifling sum. I have stated that I do not require money, Long Chun remarked with a smile. Hypocritical. You don't want money? What a farce. Surely, you must be in dire need of it. 30 million is not enough, and this fellow is pursuing some grand purpose? Does he not fear the consequences? I require a servant. Long Chun interjected amidst the crowd's wild speculations. My conditions are quite simple. I am in need of a warm bed companion. Serve as my warm bed servant, and I shall cure your ailments. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. How absurd. This scoundrel dares to suggest that the esteemed young lady of the Chun family should serve as a mere bed servant? Is he seeking a death wish? Truly. He seems intent on fooling the entire Chun family, aiming to become their son-in-law. How brazen, how shameless. You, Chun Wu'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She initially thought Long Chun's refusal stemmed from insufficient funds. Little did she realize that what he sought was her, Chun Wu'er, the esteemed young lady of the Chun family, to serve as his bed companion. Should this demand become public knowledge, it would likely send shockwaves throughout the capital, and she would become the next Jiang Chuan, a source of ridicule for all. She was infuriated, wishing she could eliminate Long Chun on the spot. How dare he make such a request, so shamelessly? Her disdain for Long Chun intensified within her. I have no time to squander with you. Will you agree or not? Speak swiftly, Long Chun replied calmly. To be frank, your and your grandfather's afflictions are not true illnesses. They stem merely from the cultivation of an incomplete technique, resulting in a depletion of vital energy. In other words, you have unwittingly squandered your own life force. The solution is straightforward. By replenishing the missing vital energy for both of you, your ailments will be resolved. Long Chun's words appeared simple, yet they concealed an inherent complexity. Restoring a person's vitality through modern medical techniques is, in fact, an unattainable endeavor. Even within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, effective remedies remain elusive. The sole method of prolonging life is through the use of potent herbal tonics, such as ginseng, which may merely sustain existence temporarily rather than provide salvation. Over the years of Elder Chen's illness, he has consumed countless ginseng roots, even those aged for a century. It is precisely for this reason that he has managed to reach this advanced age. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the depletion of his life force long ago. Though Chen Wuer, the renowned healer, harbored a deep disdain for Long Chen, she could not deny the validity of his assertions. She understood her family's circumstances all too well. As Long Chen had pointed out, both she and her grandfather fell ill due to their practice of the family's incomplete martial arts techniques, a fact she had not expected him to discern so readily. At that moment, she found herself in a state of indecision. Should she acquiesce to Long Chen's request to become his bed warmer? The thought was unbearable. She simply could not bring herself to do it. While her own demise might not weigh heavily on her conscience, having anticipated such an outcome during her cultivation, her grandfather's life was non-negotiable. Throughout her life, he had been the one to show her the most kindness in the Chen family. She could not bear to witness his demise. It was simply unfathomable. As these thoughts consumed her, tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. She loathed her own weakness, feeling utterly powerless and vulnerable. Young man, have you perhaps gone too far? Apologize to this young lady at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, a voice interjected. At that moment, a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, approached, looking down upon Long Chun with contempt. Hurry up, don't choose punishment over courtesy. As he made his entrance, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd that had gathered. Some, intimidated by the young man's presence, hastily stepped back several paces in a display of respect. The shadows of trees and the weight of one's reputation spoke volumes. It was undeniable that this young man was well known. Cousin, you have finally arrived. Li Yuan, who had been glaring at Long Chun from a distance with resentment, rushed forward upon seeing the newcomer. He expressed his grievances, saying, "This scoundrel not only assaulted me, but also disregards your authority, claiming that should you confront him, he would not hesitate to expel you from the school's martial arts society. You must teach this insolent fool a lesson. Look at my injuries. He is responsible for them." With that, Li Yuan pointed an accusatory finger at Long Chun. Hatred surged within him. A tempest of animosity rekindled. At that moment, Li Yuan seemed to regain his former vigor, his previous timidity vanishing as if a mother had come to defend her child from bullies. He gazed at Long Chun with an air of arrogant triumph, as if in his eyes, Long Chun were nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Di, the president of the school's martial arts club. He arrived here precisely because Li Yuan had called him, stating that he had been assaulted. He hurried over, eager to discover who dared to lay hands on his brother. To his astonishment, he beheld an extraordinary scene. The school's notorious underachiever had the audacity to have a stunning beauty serve as his attendant. This was intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. "You're finished," he declared. "Now that Zhao Di has arrived, let us see how brazen you can remain. I advise you to kneel and admit your mistake. Humble yourself, and perhaps you will find some solace. Otherwise, you'll soon be calling for an ambulance, and I fear that by then you may not even have the chance to do so. Do you not regret your actions? Alas, it is too late. You have committed a grave error and must face the consequences. What a fool you are, thinking you could have young Lady Chun as your bed warmer, completely unaware of your own limitations. A penniless wretch, possessing only a modicum of skill, what kind of waves can you truly stir? Likely no more than a mere ripple." In stark contrast, Zhao Di was not only a wealthy heir but also a martial artist, his muscular physique serving as undeniable proof of his prowess. Upon his arrival, the young girls around him sparkled with admiration, eager to approach him and exchange a few words. A wealthy heir, well off. Who would not be enamored? They all aspired to be Zhao Di's girlfriend. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan. Today, my cousin will surely stand up for you. I will not let this insolent wretch off lightly, Zhao Di proclaimed with unshakable confidence. Turning to Long Chen, he shouted, "So it was you who struck my brother? And you dared to threaten our martial arts society? Very well. I initially intended for you to apologize to this young lady and let the matter rest. But since you assaulted my brother, this cannot be resolved so easily. Kneel. Kneel before my brother, sever your own arms, and admit your wrongdoing." He stepped forward, adding, "If you are sincere, I might grant you a swift end. But if there is even a hint of insincerity, it will not merely be kneeling and severing your arms. Do you believe I cannot render you incapacitated for life?" His assertiveness was palpable. With just a few words, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, overwhelmed by Zhao Di's commanding presence. "Fear not, my lady. Today, I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf," he assured, then softened his demeanor, turning to Chen Wu with a smile. "Beautiful. Truly stunning. I vow to possess such a beauty by whatever means necessary." Chen Wu remained silent, merely observing Long Chen, seemingly in contemplation. "What do you think you are?" Long Chen retorted, enunciating each word with disdain. "Do you dare to flail about in my presence? While I am still composed, depart at once, or our martial arts society will expel you." "Very well, you are bold," Zhao Di replied with a sardonic smile. "Do you realize that it has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner? You are the first. Are you not afraid of me?" He is a warrior, and moreover, a warrior with great potential, likely to enter the realm of profound strength by the age of 50. Yet, he finds himself looked down upon by someone he perceives as an insignificant waste, a mere insect that could be crushed at any moment. "Trash," he declared. "Remember this. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse, a mere ant that could be obliterated effortlessly." Long Chen spoke with a defiance that suggested he was unafraid of dire consequences. Was this young man courting death, boasting so boldly? Previously, when Zhao Di was absent, he had boasted about expelling the martial arts society. Now that Zhao Di stood before him, how dare he still call Zhao Di trash? Could it be that this fool feared nothing? Even if Zhao Di could not kill him in front of so many witnesses, he could certainly leave him crippled. Moreover, with Zhao Di's wealth and power, did this young man not fear that Zhao Di might secretly employ someone to end his life? Truly, he was a Navi calf who knew no fear. "Damn, it seems you refuse to kneel and apologize today. You dare insult me as trash? You have some nerve. I'm most eager to see what strength allows you to speak to me with such arrogance." Zhao Di seethed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, his body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his enormous hand swinging toward Long Chen's face with tremendous force, fueled by anger. The strength behind that strike was formidable, easily several hundred pounds, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Should it land, even upon iron, it would surely leave a deep imprint. Yet, this strike met only air. Long Chen had merely taken a step back, effortlessly evading the powerful blow. "Very well," Zhao Di remarked, a glimmer of surprise in his narrowed eyes. "Your reflexes are commendable. But that alone is insufficient in my presence." He was filled with rage. Although the slap he had delivered earlier was merely a haphazard strike born of his exasperation, the fact that this young man had managed to evade it was, for him, an immense humiliation, a profound disgrace. Such disgrace must be eradicated. It was abundantly clear that he harbored murderous intentions towards Long Chen. Throughout history, those who have dared to lay hands upon me have met with but one fate: death. Long Chen stated calmly. He remained motionless, akin to a steadfast tree. Yet, while the tree yearns for tranquility, the wind persists unabated. "Oh, you dare to be obstinate? Let us see whether your defiance prevails or my fist proves mightier," Zhao Di declared, charging forward once more. This time, he intended to strike with lethal intent, unleashing the true power of a warrior. A warrior must not be insulted. In his eyes, any mortal who provoked a warrior deserved death. Despite Zhao Di's renewed assault, Long Chen remained unmoved, standing there with an impassive expression. Onlookers, witnessing Long Chen's demeanor, could not suppress their derisive laughter. They once believed that Long Chen was exceptionally formidable, but it turned out to be merely a fade. In the face of Zhao Di's formidable assault, he did not even dare to make a move. Was this not an indication of sheer terror? They believed that Long Chen was merely awaiting the arrival of death. Indeed, he had resigned himself to fate, no longer engaging in futile resistance. Yet, how could they comprehend that, in Long Chen's eyes, Zhao Di's attacks were nothing more than child's play? The force behind such strikes felt no different than a mere tickle against his skin, requiring no effort to counter. Cease this at once. At the critical moment, Chen Wuter suddenly stepped in front of Long Chun, shielding him with her presence. She directed an irate admonition towards the aggressive Zhao Di, declaring, "I will not permit you to harm him." No one expected that, at this juncture, Chen Wuer would protect Long Chun. The onlookers were perplexed, pondering what qualities Long Chun possessed that could so captivate the esteemed young lady of the Chen family. Could it be that this so-called waste was indeed a miraculous healer? Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. They were taken aback, yet their predominant sentiment was envy, wishing they could take Long Chen's place. "What are you doing? I was trying to teach this brat a lesson. Step aside and do not hinder me," Zhao Di exclaimed, taken aback, but ultimately halting, his brow furrowed. It was a blatant slap in the face, a stark and unembellished affront. He sought to present himself in front of the enchanting lady, only to discover that she had no need for his display. Instead, she intercepted him. Was this not a slap in the face? It was akin to a quarrel between a married couple, where an onlooker, unable to bear the sight, endeavored to play the hero. To his astonishment, the woman not only failed to express gratitude but chastised him for interfering with her husband. A classic case of attempting to steal a chicken, only to end up losing rice. "I do not require your assistance," Chen Wuer declared frostily. "Let me reiterate, without my permission, no one shall harm him. If you fail to recognize your place, do not blame me for being impolite." A threat, to be threatened by a beautiful woman. Rage. A torrent of fury blazed within Zhao Di's chest, and he opened his mouth to unleash a tirade. However, at that moment, Li Yuan approached and whispered a few words into Zhao Di's ear. "What did you say?" Soon, Zhao Di's anger dissipated, replaced by shock and trepidation. The eldest daughter of the Qin family. The lady before him was, indeed, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. His mind seemed to be somewhat overwhelmed. Yet he secretly felt fortunate that Li Yuan had informed him in a timely manner. Otherwise, the consequences of offending the young lady of the Qin family were simply unimaginable. "Miss Chun, I cannot afford to provoke you, but this scoundrel has harmed my younger brother, and this matter cannot be overlooked. I demand an explanation from him," Zhao Di stated, his voice tinged with reluctance. He knew he could not afford to offend the young lady of the Qin family. Yet it was utterly impossible to let Long Chun go unpunished. This rascal not only assaulted his brother, but also dared to taunt him in front of so many witnesses. If he were to let this matter slide, his standing within the school would inevitably plummet. An account must be rendered. "I have made myself clear. No one shall harm him," Chen Wuer reiterated, her words few but laden with authority. Her intent was unmistakable. No one was permitted to lay a finger on Long Chun. Upon hearing this, Zhao Di's expression darkened considerably. He wished to refute, yet hesitated to voice his thoughts. The eldest daughter of the Qin family sought to protect Long Chun. How could he dare to oppose the Qin family? It is not merely him. Even the family that stands behind him would not dare to offend the Qin family. He could only swallow his anger. "Kid, it seems you can only stand behind women." "Useless coward," Zhao Di taunted. "Huh," Long Chun replied indifferently. "You should count yourself fortunate. Had it not been for Chen Wuer's timely intervention, you would be lying in the morgue by now. You owe her your gratitude. She saved your life." Such audacity. How could he dare to speak in such contradiction? This lad's thick skin is almost as formidable as a city wall. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a tide of mockery washing over him. To them, Long Chun was nothing more than a farce. Truly, it was laughable. "Very well, kid. Consider yourself lucky to have Chen Wuer protecting you. I wouldn't dare to touch you. But I don't believe you can forever hide behind a woman." Zhao Di spat a final remark before turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Long Chun called out. "I've stated my demand. I want your martial arts club disbanded. This Saturday at the school's dojo, I challenge your entire club." A stunned silence fell. Who could have anticipated that this boy would possess such audacity to challenge the entire martial arts club? It must be noted that the school's martial arts club represents the pinnacle of strength within the institution. It comprises not only warriors, but also many individuals nearing that level. Such power is not something a mere waste can contend with. How bold of you to issue a challenge to the martial arts club. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Not to mention Zhao Di. Even a random member of the club could easily bring you down, remarked a girl of 16 or 17, her face twisted in disdain. She was not alone in her sentiments. Most students around shared the same thoughts. You have a life to live, yet you choose to court death. The transformation of this fool is remarkable. He is growing increasingly foolish. Very well. This Saturday at 8 in the morning. All members of our martial arts club will be waiting for you at the dojo. I hope you do not disappoint me." Zhao Di halted his steps, turning with a malicious grin. "Seeking death, are we? To challenge the entire martial arts club? Is that not courting disaster? Excellent. Since he seeks death, let us oblige him." If Long Chun had chosen to remain behind Chun Wu'er, Zhao Di would hardly dare to act against him. But now that Long Chun has voluntarily delivered himself, even if Chun Wu'er wished to protect him, she would be powerless to do so. Come Saturday, Long Chun will be in for his show. With this thought, Zhao Di departed. "Cousin, wait for me." Li Yuan, who had initially anticipated watching his cousin teach Long Chun a lesson, was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. With a fierce glare directed at Long Chun, he hurried after Zhao Di, leaving the scene. How absurd, arriving with such arrogance, yet departing like a dog. Some individuals truly overestimate their own importance. A tiger does not show its might, and you mistake it for a sickly creature. Have you made your decision? Will you accept or decline? My time is precious, and I cannot afford to waste it here. After Zhao Di departed, Long Chun turned around and cast a glance at Chun Wu'er, softly uttering a phrase. I promise you." Chun Wu'er seemed to summon an immense amount of courage as she stammered these words. "I promise." She actually acquiesced. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. What allure did this well-known fool possess that could captivate the young lady of the Chin family, leading her to willingly serve as a warm bed companion? If Long Chun's earlier challenge to Zhao Di had elicited surprise, this moment sparked sheer astonishment. Particularly among the men, their eyes burned with envy, wishing to rush forward, eliminate Long Chun, and take his place. It is worth noting that the Chun family ranks just below the four great families. Not only is their fortune immense, but their power is also formidable. Marrying the Chun family's eldest daughter equates to decades of relentless struggle alleviated. How could they not feel envious? If it were someone else, it might be understandable. But this individual is notoriously perceived as a good-for-nothing, which has left them quite unsettled. However, I have a stipulation, Chun Wu'er added. Though you lack the standing to negotiate with me, I shall acquiesce to your request, provided it remains within reasonable bounds, considering you possess a somewhat appealing appearance. Long Chun replied nonchalantly. My heavens! Chun Wu'er is among the four renowned beauties of the capital, and this is merely deemed acceptable? The crowd was filled with a desire to chastise Long Chun. My condition is, Chun Wu'er's delicate countenance involuntarily flushed a shade of crimson as she was about to voice her thoughts. Yet, upon observing the restless throng surrounding them, she furrowed her brow and decisively stepped forward, grasping Long Chun's hand and parting the layers of onlookers. They walked hand in hand for a considerable distance, enveloped in silence until they found themselves alone. It was only then that Chun Wu'er stopped, her gaze lowered as she stated, My condition is that both my grandfather and I must live to the age of 100. She feared that Long Chun's proposed treatment would merely extend their lives by a few years. Although such an outcome would indeed be remarkable, she could not shake off her dissatisfaction, unwilling to accept that such a hefty price would yield only a few additional years of existence. Rest assured, Long Chun replied nonchalantly. Living to 100 is certainly achievable. Cases like Chun Lao, who had overdrawn their life force, were quite manageable. A single pill would suffice. The Zia pill. This was a simplified version of the Peiyuan pill, yet it was more than adequate to address Chun Lao's peculiar ailment. Both Chun Lao and Chun Wu'er had suffered from life force depletion due to their cultivation practices, and the Zia pill's efficacy lay in its ability to fortify and restore vitality, perfectly aligning with their needs. Though the spiritual herbs required to concoct the Zia pill were non-existent on Earth, this minor obstacle posed no challenge for Long Chun. After all, who was Long Chun? A true dragon, once the foremost alchemist in the universe. Modifying a simple pill formula was trivial for him. He could effortlessly substitute the unavailable spiritual herbs with those that were accessible. Very well, I shall honor your request. From this day forth, I will be your maid. Chun Wu'er declared earnestly, enunciating each word with conviction. By the way, do you wish to treat the symptoms or the root cause? Long Chun inquired further. Treat the symptoms? The root cause? Chun Wu'er responded with a hint of confusion. What do you mean by that? To treat the symptoms means I will use the pill to cure both you and your grandfather's ailments. However, should you continue to practice your family's cultivation techniques, life force depletion will inevitably recur, Long Chun explained calmly. To treat the root cause entails addressing the underlying issues of your and your grandfather's conditions, ensuring that you can cultivate without concern for your well-being. For Long Chun, Treating the root cause was an effortless task. The so-called root treatment involved rectifying the flawed cultivation methods of the Chen family. For Long Chun, such a task was mere child's play, given that he, as a true dragon, had encountered only the most exalted of cultivation techniques. The Chun family's practices were but trifling martial arts. A casual suggestion from him could unlock their potential. The disparity in their perspectives stemmed from their differing heights of understanding. At times, just a single word from Long Chun could inspire mortals to enlightenment, allowing them to ascend to immortality. Millennia ago, it was a mere utterance from the true dragon that guided a fallen prince, who, upon meditating beneath the Bodhi tree, attained enlightenment overnight, becoming an immortal known as Siddhartha Gautama, also revered as the Buddha. I wish to treat the root cause. In Chen Wuer's eyes sparkled with brilliance, revealing no hint of hesitation. As a martial artist in the mid-stage of Mingjing, she was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of practitioners. She had reluctantly prepared herself to abandon her cultivation. However, the unexpected opportunity to continue her training filled her with a profound sense of happiness. Cultivation. Only through the advancement of the Chen family could she progress further. This was also the reason why, despite knowing that the family's cultivation techniques could lead to a shortened lifespan, she chose to pursue them. The solution was quite simple. Long Chen nodded and said, "Gather the herbs listed in this prescription and bring them to me before school ends this afternoon." With that, he swiftly pinned a prescription, handing it to Chen Wuer. This prescription was his revised formula for a minor nourishing elixir, and all the ingredients were readily available on Earth. For him, modifying the prescription was a straightforward task, completed within mere seconds, hardly requiring any contemplation. All right. Chen Wuer carefully accepted the prescription, her eagerness palpable as she asked, "Shall we set off now to treat my grandfather?" "No," Long Chun replied firmly. "I still have classes. Wait for me to finish school this afternoon, and then I will accompany you to see him." In his eyes, attending class was of far greater importance than any medical treatment. Moreover, assisting Chen Wuer was merely a matter of convenience for him. He hardly regarded Chen Wuer at all. He merely sought to test her character. "Very well," Chen Wuer replied, somewhat disappointed, and turned to leave, contemplating returning after school. As she walked, she glanced down at the prescription in her hand, and her brow furrowed in perplexity. Most of the medicinal ingredients listed were familiar to her. The herbs mentioned, such as angelica and schisandra, were exceedingly commonplace. How could such ordinary ingredients possibly cure ailments? A significant question mark loomed in her mind, casting doubt upon Long Chen's medical expertise. Could he be deceiving? In truth, she remains oblivious to the true value of this elixir formula. Should this formula become widely known, it would surely incite a frenzy among the martial factions across China, leading them to fight fiercely over it. In China, elixirs are a rare resource, predominantly controlled by illustrious families. Even among the 4 prominent families of the capital, there has never been an alchemist, let alone a formula. The worth of each formula is often greater than that of an alchemist, for while alchemists can be trained, formulas are finite. Moreover, the formula that Long Chun possesses pertains to elixirs for cultivators. Although it is merely a simplified version, it far surpasses the elixirs consumed by martial artists in potency. Perhaps Long Chun perceives this formula as trivial, yet to martial artists, it is nothing short of an immortal elixir. Indeed, it is an elixir of immortality. Regrettably, Chen Wuer fails to recognize its significance. Wait a moment. As Chen Wuer's mind spiraled into confusion, Long Chun interjected, "Please provide a deposit first." "Deposit?" Chen Wuer responded, momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, a deposit was required. After contemplating, she inquired, "How much?" "I have already stated that I seek no monetary compensation," Long Chun replied coolly. "Just give me a kiss." At that, Chen Wuer felt frozen, standing as if petrified, gazing at Long Chun in disbelief. He asked for a kiss? Could it be that my ears deceived me? This scoundrel, to dare request such a thing from her. After all, she was a celebrated beauty in Kyoto, pursued by countless admirers, always the center of attention, and never had anyone spoken to her in such a manner. Yet today, this man had the audacity to demand a deposit, and to add insult to injury, to ask for a kiss. What a rogue. What if he were a fraud? She would be at a tremendous loss. Say that again. Chen Wuer clenched her teeth and demanded. "I said, kiss me as a deposit," Long Chun replied, somewhat impatiently. "Hurry up, my time is limited. If you are unwilling to pay the deposit, then let this matter go." "Fine. I will kiss you," Chen Wuer articulated, each word laced with fury. She was incensed. Throughout her life, she had never had contact with any male. The young talents of Kyoto simply did not appeal to her. In her heart, only a great hero like the divine General Dragon King deserved her affection. Thus, her first kiss remained intact. She had once fantasized about the romantic circumstances in which she would bestow it upon a man, a true hero. Yet, unexpectedly, it was lost in such a transactional manner. She felt a deep sense of injustice. But what could she do? I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Chen Wuer suppressed her revulsion and stepped toward Long Chun, one reluctant step at a time. Hurry up, I'm eagerly awaiting your sweet lips, Long Chun said, grinning mischievously, puckering his lips in a manner that was utterly lewd, as if inviting plunder. Scoundrel! Chen Wuer thought him thoroughly repugnant, as if she had just consumed a fly. With no other option, she closed her eyes, preferring to shield herself from the sight. Let us pretend I'm kissing a fly, she thought, and leaned in to oblige. Closer. Almost there. Soon, she felt her lips make contact with something soft, moist, slick, and warm. She had indeed kissed him. For reasons unknown. A wave of intense nausea surged within her. Her stomach churned, and in an instant, she felt the urge to vomit. Yes, the disgust was overwhelming. Just the thought of having kissed the mouth of this rogue, Long Chun, made her want to retch. Enough. Look at your repugnant demeanor. Did you really think I wanted to kiss you? Let me tell you, with your appearance, you are unworthy of my affections, Long Chun disdainfully declared. Forget the deposit. Just get lost. Remember, you owe me a warm bed in the future. Soon, Chen Wuer heard those words. No need for a kiss? Struggling against her intense nausea, she opened her eyes, only to find herself kissing the back of his hand. Yes, it was indeed the back of his hand. How had this happened? He did not wish to take advantage of her, so why did he suddenly relent? Well, you should leave quickly. Hurry up and pick me up after school. As he spoke, Long Chun was repeatedly wiping the back of his hand with a wet tissue, as if it were tainted, and his expression was one of disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. How revolting. Could there be such a misunderstanding? In Kyoto, countless individuals longed for a mere kiss from me. Yet he not only refrained, but also expressed disgust. To be repulsed by a simple kiss on the hand. Shouldn't it be me who feels disgusted? For some inexplicable reason, Chen Wuer felt a tinge of disappointment within her, though she could not articulate why. Meanwhile, Long Chun had already departed. Watching his retreating figure, she found herself lost in contemplation. Initially, it was evident that Long Chun desired to possess her. This much was certain. She had seen a fervent longing in his eyes, akin to those other insipid men who sought her affection. But why did it end up like this? That look he had just given her was unmistakably one of revulsion. Surely, it was distasteful. Could it be that he had feigned a lustful demeanor all along? Was his intent merely to repulse her, thus encouraging her to keep her distance? Chen Wuer couldn't help but entertain this possibility, murmuring to herself, it must be so. Otherwise, why would he have halted her at such a critical moment? Preventing her from kissing him? His expression of aversion was far from feigned. Only those with genuine strength would shun attachment. Perhaps he was indeed such a person. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Regardless, as long as he cures both my grandfather and me. What does it matter if I serve as his warm bed companion? If the young master truly possesses such abilities, it hardly seems a disgrace to have him as my partner. With that thought, Chen Wuer suddenly found Long Chun less repugnant than before. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts are truly inscrutable. In one moment, she perceives him as a bothersome fly, utterly revolting, and in the next, he transforms into a treasure, a gem. It is quite perplexing. If he intends to distance himself from me, that will be impossible. Long Chun, I am determined to cling to you. Yet, why does he assist me? If not for beauty, what drives him to help me? This remains a mystery in Chen Wuer's heart. Could it be, as he claimed, merely a matter of convenience? Soon, Long Chun arrived at the classroom. Upon his entrance into the classroom, it was inevitable that his classmates would engage in a flurry of pointed remarks and disdainful jeers. However, Long Chun appeared utterly indifferent. As if he had not heard a word, he proceeded with his activities undeterred. Within just a single morning, the news of Long Chun's altercation with Li Yuan and his challenge to Zhao Di spread like wildfire throughout the entire school. He once again became a well-known figure. Not a single person in the entire school held any hope for him. They all believed he was overestimating his abilities, embarking on a path of self-destruction. However, Long Chun never uttered a word of defense. He pondered, waiting for the time when the outcome would be revealed. Whether the martial arts club would expel him would be clarified on Saturday. The 4 classes of the morning passed swiftly, fleeting by in an instant, 2 sessions of language and 2 of mathematics. For Long Chen, it was remarkably simple, not to mention drawing inferences. He could extrapolate 1,000 from a single point. After merely 4 classes, he had nearly mastered the language and math curriculum for the semester. He had been perusing the textbooks, absorbing knowledge with just a glance. It was exceedingly effortless. At noon, the students in the class rose one by one to head to the cafeteria, and Long Chen followed suit. Perhaps lost in thought as he walked, he inadvertently collided with the person in front of him, eliciting a sharp scream. "Are you blind?" The person who had been bumped into turned around, visibly irate, to scold Long Chen. It was a young woman, around 17 or 18 years old, possessing striking beauty with a fair complexion, a true enchantress, scoring a solid 93 in looks. She frowned, glaring at Long Chen with disdain. Her name was Zhang Ximei, a classmate of Long Chen, and the belle of their class, admired in secret by many students. Typically, she regarded Long Chen with utter contempt, perceiving him as a fool, as if conversing with him would diminish her worth. "Did you intentionally bump into me?" Zhang Ximei demanded, her anger palpable. In her perspective, Long Chen had deliberately collided with her in a misguided attempt to court her. The mere thought repulsed her to the utmost. Fuming with rage, she wished nothing more than to obliterate this useless individual. Meanwhile, several students around them halted, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "I didn't do it on purpose," Long Chen replied, furrowing his brow. He found her aggressive demeanor somewhat displeasing, yet he refrained from anger, deeming it unnecessary. "How could it not be intentional?" "I believe you did it on purpose," Zhang Ximei retorted, her fury unabated. "Long Chen, don't think that by challenging Zhao Xiao, you've become impressive. To me, you're just a waste. You stand no chance against Zhao Xiao. Prepare yourself for humiliation on Saturday. You're overestimating your abilities. Apologize." "You owe me an apology," she pronounced, looking down at him imperiously. Surrounding students whispered among themselves, convinced that Long Chen had deliberately taken advantage of the situation by colliding with Zhang Ximei. "This brat has truly gone too far. Just wait until Saturday. Zhao Xiao will deal with him," a male classmate remarked quietly. Various mocking voices arose in succession. "I'm sorry," Long Chen said calmly. To him, since he had accidentally bumped into someone, a simple apology seemed appropriate. However, the crowd around did not share his perspective. They all believed that Long Chen had succumbed to fear. How unfortunate it was for this worthless individual to cross paths with him. It was truly revolting. Upon witnessing Long Chen's submissive apology, Zhang Ximei became even more emboldened, declaring, "Long Chen, let's consider this incident settled. I shall merely regard it as a dog biting me. However, should we meet again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." She added dismissively, "Besides, after Saturday, you will no longer be able to attend school. I am not so petty as to be angered by a crippled fool." She firmly believed that Long Chen would either be dead or severely injured by Saturday and would never return to school. This sentiment was shared by the surrounding students. After stating her piece, she turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Long Chen interjected. Zhang Ximei halted, casting a puzzled glance back at him. The onlookers widened their eyes, eager to hear what Long Chen had to say. "I have 2 statements to make," Long Chen said calmly. "First, I did not intentionally collide with you, with your appearance. I wouldn't even glance your way. You are excessively vain, thinking that everyone finds you appealing. In my eyes, you are quite unattractive. Secondly," he continued, "on Saturday, I shall emerge victorious, and the Martial Arts Society shall be disbanded. I have no regard for such a trivial organization." With that, Long Chen turned to leave. For reasons unknown, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. "You scoundrel!" After a prolonged moment, Zhang Ximei regained her composure, glaring at the retreating figure of Long Chen, unable to restrain her outburst. "I shall witness how you intend to defeat Zhao Xiao. You fool." She felt insulted, an affront so blatant that it was unbearable. Long Chen had dismissed her entirely, deeming her unattractive. This was an unparalleled humiliation. "How dare you act so superior? Come Saturday, you shall face the consequences. Where does this brat find his confidence? He speaks of victory, but I foresee only defeat." Such arrogance emanated from one so insignificant. "Nicholas, are you truly set on challenging Zhao Di this Saturday? I suggest you reconsider and join me at the Internet CAF to play League of Legends instead." During lunch, a chubby boy expressed his concern. "You cannot possibly defeat Zhao Di. I understand your desire to prove yourself, but, my friend, let's be realistic. Zhao Di is not someone you can afford to offend. Take my advice, do not go this Saturday. It would be akin to courting death. The boy, named Zhang Ji, was Long Chen's classmate and closest confidant. He had assisted Long Chen numerous times in the past when he was less enlightened. He is Long Chen's sole friend at school. Long Chen has always cherished this friendship. Even after transforming into a true dragon, he continues to regard the chubby Zhang Ji as his companion. This morning, upon learning that Long Chen had gained clarity, Zhang Ji felt immense joy. However, upon discovering that Long Chen had offended Zhao Di upon returning to school, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. In his eyes, Long Chen and Zhao Di were in entirely different leagues. Offending Zhao Di could only lead to dire consequences. Thus, he contemplated advising Long Chen to forego the duel scheduled for Saturday. Despite the entire school mocking Long Chen as a coward and a timid soul, preserving one's life was of paramount importance. Brother Chen, I understand that you feel a sense of pride and fear the mockery of your classmates should you choose not to attend, Zhang Shi earnestly implored. But even so, it is far better than risking your life and ending up crippled. Let them mock. We will attend school honestly. And I refuse to believe they can do anything to you. Truth be told, the chubby boy was genuinely concerned for Long Chen's well-being. In the past, during meal times, Zhang Ji would eat incessantly. Yet today at lunch, he barely touched his food, incessantly nagging Long Chen in hopes of dissuading him from walking into danger and urging him to be prudent. Trust me, my friend, Long Chen replied, lifting his gaze with a smile. In my eyes, Zhao Di is truly insignificant. I could incapacitate him with a single hand. The one who should be afraid is him. He speaks the truth. With his current prowess, even in the presence of a formidable opponent at the transformation stage, he possesses the strength to engage in battle, let alone a mere martial arts society. Were it not for his slightly lacking abilities, he would have already confronted the Long family. Seriously? The chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes widening. Brother Chen, you can't be overly affected by the cancellation of your engagement with the young lady of the Jiang family, can you? You? After incapacitating Zhao Di with a single hand? Are you jesting? As he continued, the chubby boy hesitated, fearing to wound Long Chen's pride. Nonetheless, he spoke a kernel of truth. In the past, Long Chen had suffered a setback due to a lightning strike that undermined his foundation, rendering him physically feeble, to the point where even the chubby boy could best him. This, however, was a reality unbeknownst to the chubby boy, for Long Chen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Trust me, I have told you before, Long Chen replied patiently. I not only seek to have the martial arts society expelled from the school, but I also desire for Jiang Chen to be mine. Oh dear. The chubby boy stood in shock, stammering, Brother Chen must truly be affected. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a source of calamity. He believed that Long Chen was merely spouting nonsense, provoked by some stimulus. Marrying Jiang Chen? What a delusion. The chubby boy could not help but cover his face with his hands, ceasing his attempts to persuade. He contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, Long Chen must not be allowed to attend the martial arts academy on Saturday. The first class of the afternoon was English, taught by the homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu. The entire class awaited her arrival with bated breath, eyes wide open in anticipation of the goddess, Zhao Yu. Typically, attendance in her English class was impeccable. No one ever missed a session, and the attendance rate was an absolute 100%. There were not even any instances of students dozing off or chatting, for all eyes were fixed upon the teacher. After all, Zhao Yu was exceptionally beautiful, and the male students felt they could never gaze upon her enough. Occasionally, some self-proclaimed handsome classmates would approach Zhao Yu with questions, merely to exchange a few more words with the goddess. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed from outside the classroom, and soon a sophisticated beauty, in her mid-20s, entered. This woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and delicate features, clad in a professional OL outfit that accentuated her allure. Particularly captivating were her legs, encased in black stockings, which captured the attention of the majority of the men present. They were eager to step forward and experience the sensation for themselves. It was simply exquisite. Each of them displayed an expression reminiscent of a glutton. The woman in question was none other than their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu. Upon entering, Zhao Yu ascended the podium, placed her lesson plan down, tightened her legs, and cast her gaze around the classroom, seemingly intentionally avoiding looking at Long Chen. Perhaps it was a matter of choice. Or perhaps she simply wished not to meet his eyes. It seemed that attendance was notably full today. Even a certain individual who had been absent for several days was present. Zhao Yu remarked in a nonchalant manner, a certain someone? Her implication was unmistakable. All right. She began to announce the commencement of class when her eyes fell upon Li Yuan, who was entirely wrapped in bandages. She furrowed her brow in concern and inquired, "Li Yuan, what has happened to you?" The sight of Li Yuan, adorned in bandages, was strikingly conspicuous, making it nearly impossible to overlook. "Teacher, I found myself in a bit of a predicament," Li Yuan replied. Could one assert that it was Long Chun who rendered him in such a state? Certainly not. To make such a claim would strip away any semblance of dignity he possessed. Not only would he lose face before Zhao Yu, but also in front of the entire class. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words. "Teacher, I believe I understand why classmate Li Yuan is wrapped in bandages." Long Chun interjected, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh." Zhao Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and coolly replied, "Pray tell, what is the reason?" It was evident that Zhao Yu had little desire to engage with Long Chen, yet her pride compelled her to inquire. Deep down, she likely still harbored resentment towards him for his perceived transgressions. It was due to his own carelessness that he fell down the stairs, Long Chen said, chuckling. "Huh." Li Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. How infuriating. This scoundrel was pushing the limits of insolence. He longed to rush forward and engage Long Chen in a fierce battle of 300 rounds. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. He could not triumph over Long Chen. "Is that so, Li Yuan?" Zhao Yu inquired. "Indeed," replied Li Yuan, his heart bleeding. He is reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet how could he evade the truth without a plausible excuse? Acceptance is the only recourse. "Nevertheless, I shall remember this grudge. Li Yuan, there is no need for your gratitude." Long Chen added, "Assisting you in this minor matter is but a trifling effort on my part. It is of no consequence. So there is no need for you to thank me. My name is Teacher. You see, I merely witnessed Li Yuan fall and assisted him to his feet, escorting him to the infirmary, and yet he insists on expressing his gratitude, which makes me feel quite embarrassed." Long Chen smiled amiably at Zhao Yu. "Huh, this time." Li Yuan was genuinely infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The classmates were well aware of the situation, and upon hearing Li Yuan confess that he had fallen on the stairs, they could not contain their laughter. "Haha, how amusing. Long Chen truly embodies the spirit of helping others." The term was aptly employed. Zhao Yu, somewhat perplexed, genuinely believed that Long Chen was indeed helping others, assisting Li Yuan. Although she harbored disdain for Long Chen, she found it difficult to voice any objections in this instance. Long Chen's actions were commendable, and it was appropriate for everyone to learn from them. Zhao Yu merely offered a customary commendation, which did not signify her forgiveness of Long Chen. Were it not for the classmates' exaggerated reactions, she would not have even bothered to offer praise. "Huh, teacher, I, Li Yuan, am once more infuriated to the point of spitting blood." He was struck, and the assailant was even commended. How could he not be enraged? In a moment of desperation, anger surged within him, causing him to spit blood, which stained the desk, drawing attention. "Li Yuan, what has happened to you?" Zhao Yu asked anxiously. After spitting out blood twice, it was evident to any rational observer that something was amiss. The classroom was thrown into disarray. Could it be that Li Yuan would succumb to his fury? "Teacher, I am not trying to..." Li Yuan, unable to bear the situation any longer, sought to clarify matters. Even if it meant becoming a subject of ridicule, he could not allow Long Chen to bask in triumph. However, just as he began to speak, Long Chen interjected. "Li Yuan, enough, enough. You need not say any more. I understand that you wish for Teacher Zhao to commend my altruistic virtues before the entire school. But do you not realize that I prefer to remain low-key and not draw attention? I believe we should forego this public acknowledgement." The onlookers were left astounded. Could one truly behave in such a manner? Impressive. He had undeniably redefined the students' perceptions. Although they held Long Chen in disdain, believing he was courting disaster, they could not help but give him a thumbs up. This audacious fool truly knew how to make a scene, leaving Zhao Yu bewildered and causing Li Yuan to spit blood in frustration. Scoundrel! With a black haze enveloping his vision, Li Yuan succumbed to his fury and fainted. This was all due to the vexation stirred by Long Chen's words. "Quickly, call an ambulance. Young Master Li is in dire straits." Yes, call for help. What on earth has happened to him?" He was enraged. Upon witnessing Li Yuan spit another mouthful of blood and then collapse, Zhao Yu and the students in the class became flustered, hastily taking action to summon help for Li Yuan. After a significant portion of the class had passed, calm was finally restored. A few students remained behind to attend to Li Yuan. Meanwhile, the remaining students cast peculiar glances at Long Chen, as if beholding a new world. They had never before recognized his sharp tongue. Soon, class resumed. Yet, it was evident that the earlier incident involving Li Yuan had stirred considerable reaction within the classroom. Even in the absence of hushed discussions, the students exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Many of the male students were captivated by the teacher's perfect figure, her curves igniting a fervor within them. "Chengge, did you see? The teacher's curves are astounding. If only I could touch them, I wonder what it would feel like." The plump Zhang Ji's eyes were fixated on Zhao Yu's figure when suddenly an idea struck him. He raised his eyebrows and mischievously inquired, "I say, Chengge, didn't you witness the homeroom teacher arriving in the nude that day? Pray, do share with me how the teacher appeared without changing clothes." His eyes were incessantly fixated on the teacher's delicate legs, posterior, and bosom, as if he were utterly captivated. While observing, he also engaged in idle speculation, akin to admiring a flawless masterpiece. "Hee," the chubby boy chuckled. "Chun, do confess, besides merely watching, did you touch? What was the sensation like?" He truly envies Long Chun. Having inadvertently witnessed the teacher's nudity, how could he not feel envious? However, his behavior is undeniably quite sordid. Long Chun found it difficult to tolerate. And were it not for their past friendship, he would have been inclined to deliver a swift kick. "Could you not act so inappropriately?" Long Chun remarked coolly. "If you genuinely wish to understand what it feels like, why not give it a try yourself?" "I dare not," the chubby boy replied, shaking his head. "I lack the courage that you possess, especially since even Li Yuan was driven to the brink of bloodshed and ended up hospitalized because of you. He is a typical individual with a lustful heart but lacking the courage to act upon it. Chengge, why not give it a try?" The chubby boy's eyes rolled playfully as he smiled and suggested, "Experience it for yourself, and then tell me how it feels." "Get lost," Long Chun replied, dismissing him with a single word. "Chengge, aren't you fearless even in front of Zhao Di? What's wrong? Afraid to touch a mere backside?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Heh," Long Chun replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I am afraid. I simply find it beneath me to soil my hands with Zhao Yu's looks. She is not worthy of my touch." "Wow," the chubby boy exclaimed, taken aback. "Impressive, Chengge, I concede. Fine, I shall begrudgingly go ahead and touch." Long Chun added, "All right, I shall await the spectacle." The chubby boy doubted Long Chun's courage, believing he was merely boasting. If he actually did it, would there be any way out? "Long Chun, do you realize it's class time? What were you just mumbling about? Stand up and speak." At that moment, Zhao Yu called him out directly, clearly having witnessed the exchange between Long Chun and the chubby boy. Long Chun stood up, but remained silent. He then walked step by step towards Zhao Yu, stopping in front of her and looking down from his height. With a resounding slap, Long Chun's hand landed on Zhao Yu's bosom, even giving it a squeeze. Indeed, in front of the entire class, he audaciously touched her and shamelessly squeezed. The whole class was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, momentarily unable to react. But that was not all. After touching her bosom, he extended his other hand and slapped her backside. In that instant, front protruding and back curving, all was in disarray. What the hell? Is this a sudden assault? A direct move? Some students even felt a twinge of envy towards Long Chun. "What are you doing, you pig? Let go of the homeroom teacher right now, or we will call the police." Finally, someone regained their senses and shouted in outrage. "Damn it, this pig has gone too far." Not only did Li Yuan nearly bleed from anger, but he also challenged Zhao Di. Now he's groping the homeroom teacher's bosom and backside? What a bold lunatic. Do you have a death wish? Do you know where you are? This is a school. You dare to publicly assault the homeroom teacher in class? How can someone like you exist in this world? Call the police. Have them arrest him. This qualifies as sexual harassment. I refuse to believe that in today's lawful society, he can escape justice. It's truly unimaginable that this waste of space would stoop to such vile and sordid acts before the entire class. It has truly sullied my eyes. Soon, all the students in the class reacted, pointing fingers at Long Chun and hurling insults at him. A few boys couldn't contain their anger and even felt compelled to rush forward to give Long Chun a severe beating. How could this happen? It is essential to remember that their homeroom teacher is their goddess. They cannot endure, nor can they tolerate. Had it not been for Long Chun establishing his authority at the school gate earlier that morning, they estimated that, without a second thought, they would rush in and give him a sound beating. However, Dragon Chun displayed remarkable combat prowess that morning, causing them to hesitate out of fear that they might not be able to overpower him. The girls in the class were utterly terrified, with some retreating several steps. Their hands clutched tightly to their chests. They were frightened, afraid that Dragon Chun might launch a blatant attack on them. I merely acted upon what you secretly wished to do, Dragon Chen remarked nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. His confidence radiated, and he appeared to look down upon them, unaffected by the cacophony of insults surrounding him, his hands firmly resting on his assets. He playfully squeezed them again. At that moment, a few boys in the class lowered their heads, but the majority seethed with anger. Who do you think you are? We certainly do not share your sentiments. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to us, you worthless scoundrel? You should quickly kneel before the class teacher and admit your faults. Perhaps they might forgive you. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to remain at school. Given your transgressions, expulsion would be a lenient outcome. Damn it. You are the disgrace of our class. Sharing a classroom with you brings me shame. Just wait. We have already called the police, and you can anticipate their arrival to take you away. A simple statement ignited a backlash from the entire class, and at that moment, Dragon Chen had become the public enemy number one. It is likely that had he not possessed notable skills, they would have already subdued him on the ground. Dragon Chen, get your filthy hands off me. Zhao Yu finally reacted, narrowing his eyes and glaring fiercely at Dragon Chen, his gaze ablaze with fury, almost roaring. You're the first. He is the first. The two positions of Zhao Yu have never been touched by anyone before. Her innocence has been taken away. That scoundrel Long Chen dared to lay his hands on her. How infuriating. The last time, Long Chen had the audacity to peep at her while she was in the restroom. Out of pity for his foolishness, she did not expel him. Little did she expect that this time, the rascal would be so brazen as to touch her. If it weren't for her need to maintain her image, Zhao Yu would have relished the opportunity to slap him across the face and rid herself of this lecher. What are you doing, teacher? I'm helping you, don't you know? Long Chen replied innocently. You're scaring me with your fierceness. As he spoke, he squeezed again, seemingly enjoying it. You, Zhao Yu exclaimed in anger. You think this is helping me? Explain how you are helping me, you scoundrel. If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation today, you can forget about staying in school. I will report you to the authorities and have you arrested. Innocent. The one who should be deemed innocent is undoubtedly myself. He feigned innocence. Whether Zhao Yu was infuriated and failed to notice, or for some other reason, Long Chen's hand lingered on Zhao Yu's curvaceous figure, refusing to withdraw. He spoke while touching her, a truly bizarre sight. The students in the classroom were utterly astounded, with some boys barely able to contain their simmering anger, ready to rush forward and confront Long Chen, simply because he had done what they dared not. Teacher, I am genuinely assisting you, Long Chen declared with a smile. Do you often experience chest pain and irregular menstruation? Most importantly, do you frequently suffer from dizziness, blurred vision, and tinnitus? You are unwell, and quite severely so. You have developed a lump in your breast that modern medical technology cannot detect. Only I can perceive it at a glance. Others simply cannot. Thus, I am here to help you heal. After my ministrations, the lump has already diminished significantly. If you allow me to continue, it will surely be cured. There is no need for gratitude. Helping others is my joy. Besides, as my teacher, aiding you is my duty. What the hell? Is this allowed? How could this fool suddenly become so adept at arguing? His reasoning is utterly fallacious. He could spin death into life. Touching someone's chest and claiming they are ill, that they have a lump, and then insisting that he is treating them is the epitome of shamelessness. It's absurd to believe such claims. Who cannot see that he is merely spouting nonsense? The most frustrating part is that this scoundrel speaks as if he is entirely justified. It is infuriating. Teacher, what crime have I committed? Long Chen continued, not only persisting in his absurdity, but also questioning Zhao Yu about his supposed offenses. How could one possess such audacity? Yet, they were left speechless. What could they say? Long Chen had already said it all, claiming he was treating her. It was ridiculous. Why had I not thought of such a tactic? Chen Guo is truly impressive. He approached her without hesitation, and afterward, he maintained that he was justified. The classmates could hardly contest him, as if his actions were perfectly natural. Truly remarkable. The chubby student secretly gave Long Chen a thumbs up, utterly impressed. He wished he could take his place immediately. Get out. You leave this instant. Zhao Yu roared. Teacher, I am genuinely treating you. I can assure you. If you do not allow me to continue, you may not survive the day, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Leave. Get to my office now. Immediately. Zhao Yu shouted once more. Her fury igniting. An imminent explosion looms. The dog bites El Dongbin, oblivious to the kindness of a good-hearted individual. Long Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, Do you not realize that countless individuals beseech me for healing, yet I dismiss them all without a second thought? Today, I chose to assist you. And rather than expressing gratitude, You choose to scold me. Very well. Had I known this would be your response, I would have refrained from offering my help. Go ahead. Meet your demise. It is of no concern to me. With that, Long Chun turned on his heel and departed. The students in the classroom were left astounded, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. How could one face harassment and still harbor a sense of righteousness? Their minds echoed with a single thought: incredible. They felt an urge to rid themselves of the perceived incompetence of Long Chun. My goddess. You are still my goddess. Long Chun, you scoundrel. Zhao Yu seethed through clenched teeth. The sanctity of a teacher is profound. Yet from this moment forth, Zhao Yu's dignity as an educator was utterly obliterated, trampled underfoot by Long Chun. Soon, Long Chun made his way to the office. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Zhao Yu possessed a private office, spacious enough at around 20 square meters, adorned with lavish decor, including genuine leather sofas. It must be noted that the authority of the Academic Affairs Director is considerable. Typically, Zhao Yu worked alone in this office, yet it was notoriously lively, frequently visited by teachers or students. The majority of these visitors were male, their intentions all too evident. Both students and teachers sought to cultivate a connection with Zhao Yu, hoping to establish a favorable rapport. Zhao Yu, remember this. Even if you beg me, I shall not offer you any healing. If you wish to perish, then do so, Long Chun muttered to himself as he entered the office. He is indeed a magnificent true dragon. What manner of woman has he not encountered? Throughout the vast cosmos, countless souls beseech the true dragon for guidance in their cultivation. Yet, has the true dragon ever deigned to heed their pleas? Today, as he tended to Zhao Yu's ailment, it was merely out of a sense of guilt from inadvertently glimpsing her in a state of undress that he felt compelled to save her life. Alas, it seems that kindness is often unrecognized, akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, blind to the good intentions at hand. While it is said that heavenly transgressions may be forgiven, sins of one's own making are inexcusable. As Long Chun entered the office, he surveyed his surroundings. The decor was indeed splendid. However, a few teachers remained in the office, seemingly awaiting Zhao Yu's return. As for their purpose in seeking her, Long Chun was left in the dark. Upon entering, he remained silent, making his way directly to the leather sofa and settling himself upon it. Standing? Such a notion was utterly impossible. His presence here is already a considerable favor to Zhao Yu. Were it not for his desire to avoid disrupting his previous life, he would have long since struck Zhao Yu down with a resounding slap, challenging the king himself. What else could it be but courting death? You, who permitted you to sit here? Is this a place for you to rest? When Long Chun entered, the teachers in the office merely cast a cursory glance at him, dismissing him as a student who had made a mistake and had been caught by Zhao Yu. Typically, such students would be made to stand. Who would dare to sit? They had no right to do so, even if they were not here for punishment. It was unheard of for a student to audaciously recline on the genuine leather sofa in the office of the Academic Affairs Director. As Long Chun settled into the seat, the male teachers in the room were incensed. After all, even they had the decency to remain standing while awaiting Zhao Yu's return. How could this Long Chun, of all people, presume to sit? Isn't a sofa meant for sitting? Long Chun lifted his eyelids, speaking with nonchalance. What is wrong with me sitting here? The teachers were left speechless, unable to counter his assertion. What is wrong? A sofa is indeed for sitting. What fault lies in my occupying it? In that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words to counter the accusations. Do you realize you're standing? One of the teachers, clad in a suit, pointed an accusatory finger at Long Chun and exclaimed, You are but a student, and this is the Academic Affairs Office, the domain of the school leadership. The sofa here is not a seat for someone of your humble status. I advise you to rise promptly. Otherwise, do not expect us, as educators, to treat you with kindness. Furthermore, you owe us an apology. As a student, do you think it appropriate to address a teacher in such a manner? The suited teacher continued. He stood tall and proud, awaiting Long Chun's admission of wrongdoing. This was the first time he had encountered such an audacious student, one who regarded him with utter disdain. Infuriated, he resolved to teach Long Chun a lesson. He had encountered numerous students like Long Chun, each initially brimming with arrogance, only to be subdued after a thorough reprimand. Based on his experience, he anticipated that within 10 seconds, Long Chun would be begging for forgiveness. Apologize? What are you? A mere trifle? Long Chun replied nonchalantly. I'm sitting right here. What can you possibly do to me? Had I wished to preserve my previous way of life, you would believe me when I say you would already be a corpse. The teacher before him was Wang Hung, Recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding educators in Kyoto, a distinguished teacher at the school, and a member of the school committee. At 29, he was quite handsome and had garnered the admiration of many female teachers. In the realm of academia, he represented the younger generation of educators. More significantly, he had long been infatuated with Zhao Yu, yet his pursuits had borne no fruit. "You little rascal, I have never seen such impertinence in a student before. You truly are something else. Let's see whether it is you or I who holds the upper hand," Wang Heng retorted, his anger palpable. "If I do not expel you today, I shall no longer be a member of the school committee." His greatest pastime is to frequently utter the words members of the school's party committee. Indeed, any member of the party committee is regarded as a leader within the institution. The power they wield may not be substantial, yet it is not insignificant either. Heh, Long Chen chuckled, harboring a cold disdain. Indeed, those so-called members of the school's party committee are looked down upon. Very well, Wang Heng replied through gritted teeth. He waits, anticipating Zhao Yu's return. With his authority, he cannot casually expel a student. Such a decision must be sanctioned by Zhao Yu. He had already devised a plan. If Zhao Yu did not acquiesce, he would directly approach the principal, insisting on expelling Long Chen today, no matter what. 10 minutes later, he returned. Long Chen remained seated on the leather sofa, while Wang Heng and a few others stood, creating a stark contrast. Finally, Zhao Yu returned. Upon entering the office, she first noticed Wang Heng and his companions, furrowing her brow in silence. However, upon seeing Long Chen, her frown deepened further. "Long Chen, I instructed you to wait for me in my office, not to sit here." "Stand up," Zhao Yu said, suppressing her anger. "Director Zhao." This student sat down the moment he entered. "When you were not here," I reminded him. Yet he not only refused to rise, but also dared to challenge me. Wang Heng interjected, stepping forward. "Director Zhao, a student like this should not be allowed to stay. I suggest expelling him, for he disrespects his teachers and has threatened me with death. Is this still considered a student?" The remaining students in the office echoed Wang Heng's sentiments, voicing various opinions, all aimed at Long Chen's expulsion. "My student, I shall handle this matter," Zhao Yu replied, dismissing Wang Heng's interference. "There's no need for your guidance, Mr. Wang. If you have nothing further, you may leave my office." Although Zhao Yu had resolved to expel Long Chen, she harbored a strong aversion towards Wang Heng as well. Even in expelling Long Chen, she did not wish for Wang Heng to intervene. His persistent advances over the past year had become a source of annoyance, and she naturally preferred for him to vacate her office. "Director Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to shield this student? Are you aware that he has shown blatant disrespect and defied me? I demand his immediate expulsion," Wang Heng exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. He did not anticipate being humiliated once again, which filled him with indignation. To be precise, it was due to love that his emotions were so intensely stirred. He had confessed his feelings to Zhao Yu numerous times, yet she consistently rebuffed him, often evading his advances. Today, he had intended to come here to declare his affection for her once more, but unexpectedly, Long Chen's interference thwarted his plans. What troubled him most was Zhao Yu's demeanor, which exuded an unmistakable urgency for him to depart, igniting his ire. "Mr. Wang Heng, I have made myself abundantly clear. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to leave my office. Moreover, I assure you that I will address matters concerning my student. You need only await the official notice," Zhao Yu stated as she stepped forward, her expression inscrutable. A palpable chill emanated from her, reminiscent of an impenetrable iceberg that would freeze anyone who dared to approach. "Very well, Director Zhao Yu. It is evident that you are shielding your student. I refuse to believe that you can truly protect him. I am eager to witness whether your influence within the school surpasses mine. Let us see how this unfolds today," Wang Heng retorted, his indignation rising. What of love turned to resentment, his anger intensified precisely because he could not attain what he desired. He sought to prove himself, to demonstrate that his prowess surpassed that of Zhao Yu within the confines of the school. Perhaps, in a roundabout way, he aimed to pursue Zhao Yu through such a display. Before Zhao Yu could utter a word, Long Chen spoke first, his voice steady as he declared, "I shall give you 3 seconds. Should you choose not to leave, do not blame me for my rudeness." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from Long Chen, akin to the arrival of an ancient behemoth. The formidable presence instilled an unprecedented sense of fear within the hearts of those present in the office, causing their pulses to race. How could this be? This insolent boy instilled fear in them? Wang Heng found it difficult to believe, and the male teachers who accompanied him shared the same sentiment, gripped by trepidation. 3, 2, 1. Before they could indulge in their futile thoughts, Long Chun initiated a countdown. Soon, the number 1 was reached. A palpable sense of murderous intent filled the air. For reasons unknown, Wang Heng suddenly sensed a profound aura of lethal intent. He felt an undeniable sense of urgency, as if he would perish if he did not hasten his departure. Indeed, he believed he would meet his demise. Just you wait, Wang Heng uttered menacingly before turning on his heel and departing from the scene. Although he suspected this was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt compelled to leave promptly. Nonetheless, in his heart, he was resolute that today, come what may, he could not let Long Chun escape unscathed. He must be expelled. Only in this manner could he assert his position as a member of the school's party committee. The other male teachers followed suit and exited as well. Consequently, the office was left with only Long Chun and Zhao Yu. At least you know your place, Long Chun scoffed with a smirk. If these individuals had been any less perceptive, he truly does not mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. Long Chun, you need to be serious. Do not assume that I was protecting you earlier. I merely harbor a disdain for Wang Heng. However, at this moment, my disdain for you has increased tenfold. Zhao Yu seethed with fury, demanding, do you acknowledge the mistakes you made today? It's outrageous. Completely unacceptable. She summoned Long Chun to her office for reflection, only to find him nonchalantly reclining on the sofa as if nothing had transpired. How could she not be infuriated? Most importantly, just moments ago, this scoundrel had been boasting in front of her, threatening Wang Heng to leave this place. What on earth does this rascal intend to do? Overturn the tables? Mistake? I have made no error. Long Chun replied coolly, the one at fault is you. In his eyes, it was Zhao Yu who was in the wrong. Is there a fault in his treatment? Absolutely not. Rather, it is Zhao Yu who is in the wrong for obstructing the healing process. What did you say? You dare to claim you are faultless? You mention your actions in class, your inappropriate touch. This left Zhao Yu momentarily speechless. Yet, her fury only intensified. I am endeavoring to heal you. Long Chun articulated each word with precision. Very well, Zhao Yu retorted through gritted teeth. I initially intended to overlook your transgressions if you merely acknowledged your fault, even allowing you to write 100,000 words of reflection. However, I did not anticipate your obstinacy in denying your wrongdoing. Excellent. Indeed, she was resolved to expel Long Chun. Are you aware that your previous actions constitute a criminal offense? In society, should you treat another girl in such a manner, imprisonment would be your fate. Zhao Yu continued, today, I shall refrain from notifying the authorities. A lack of discipline reflects poorly on the teacher. I hope you will act wisely. You may leave now. I shall finalize the expulsion procedures by the end of the school day. To her, not reporting Long Chun to the police was already an act of mercy. In truth, Zhao Yu was reluctant to escalate the situation further. Long Chun, with remarkable composure, offered no rebuttal, merely smiling faintly. I hope you do not come to regret this. Remember, you will pay for your actions today. With that, he turned and departed. This response bewildered Zhao Yu. She had anticipated Long Chun would plead for her to reconsider his expulsion. Instead, he exhibited no hesitation, simply walking away. Nonetheless, this suited Zhao Yu just fine, as she had resolved to expel him regardless. Even if Long Chun had begged for clemency, his fate would remain unchanged. Regret? Zhao Yu questioned, inexplicably adding, why would I regret? If I walk out that door today, I firmly believe you will meet your demise within the hour. Long Chun halted, not turning back, and calmly uttered a chilling statement. Are you threatening me? Are you implying you would kill me? Zhao Yu took a step back in fright. It is not I who will end your life, but rather your own affliction. Within the hour, you will succumb to your illness. Long Chun narrowed his eyes. First, you will find yourself unable to move, followed by excruciating pain in your chest, as though 1,000 ants are tearing at you. Ultimately, your heart will cease to beat. What awaits you is naught but death, he proclaimed with a smile. If you seek my assistance now, you may still have a chance at survival. But once I step through that door, your opportunity to plead will vanish. Long Chun added ominously, as if he spoke undeniable truth. Oh, Zhao Yu responded with a sardonic smile. So, are you saying I should be the one begging? Your earlier actions were an attempt to treat me, were they? Indeed. Long Chun nodded. Get out. Zhao Yu bellowed. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You think such childish tales can deceive me? I assure you, I will not be swayed. Now, leave immediately. Long Chun smiled, yet uttered not a single word. He turned and departed. Every word he uttered is indeed true. He asserts that Zhao Yu is indeed ill, without the need for any deceit. Moreover, he is aware of the underlying cause of Zhao Yu's affliction. Yet it appears that Zhao Yu is entirely skeptical. Given this disbelief, there is no reason for him to remain here any longer. He felt a twinge of regret, pondering how such a vibrant young woman was careening towards her own demise. Who could be blamed for that? Moreover, Long Chun was convinced that on this planet, aside from himself, there was no one capable of curing Zhao Yu's ailment. Not only was there no treatment available, but he doubted anyone could even discern that she was unwell, for her illness was quite peculiar. Soon, Long Chun arrived at the threshold of the office, ready to depart. However, at that moment, a desperate cry echoed from within, loud and helpless. Long Chun, Zhao Yu exclaimed, her voice laced with tears. What have you done to me? Why does my chest hurt so intensely, as if it might explode? I feel so weak. Did you drug me, you scoundrel? Stop right there. Time was of the essence. It seemed her condition had escalated rapidly, striking before Long Chun could leave. One could not help but acknowledge Zhao Yu's fortuitous fate. Had it been any later, once Long Chun had departed, she would have been left to await her demise. You likely have about 10 minutes left to live. Savor the final moments of your life. Long Chun paused, turning back with an air of indifference. I told you, your illness would manifest. He exhibited a chilling indifference, akin to spectating the demise of an insignificant ant. An entity like Long Chun had witnessed countless lives and deaths, having taken more than his fair share. To him, death had long lost its significance. In his prime, it was not merely the act of killing. He could even resurrect a person if he so desired. The ruler of the cosmos was not an idle boast, but a testament to true power. Zhao Yu felt an ominous onset of illness. Was it truly illness? For a moment, she was taken aback, struggling to fathom the truth of Long Chun's words. Yet the reality lay stark before her, compelling her to accept it. The pain was excruciating. It was unbearable. If this continued, death was inevitable. Yes, Zhao Yu sensed the arrival of her demise. Fear gripped her. Please help me, Zhao Yu uttered, though the words were stifled by her own hesitance. Save me, save me. Each syllable was a monumental struggle, compounded by her physical exhaustion. Breathing had become laborious. At this rate, she feared she would not endure even 5 minutes, let alone 10. She did not wish to die, she yearned to live. At the tender age of 26, life still held so many unfinished endeavors for her. She simply wanted to survive. Now you seek mercy? I warned you that you would come to regret this. Long Chun remarked with a disdainful gaze. His contempt was palpable, a blatant affront to Zhao Yu. She was acutely aware of his scorn, her cheeks aflame with humiliation. Yet, despite the biting sarcasm, she endured it all, for her singular desire was to live, even if it meant bowing her head in submission. I tell you, it's too late. Prepare for your demise. I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Only yourself to blame, Long Chun said with a sinister smile, each word dripping with malice. Please, I beg you, I was wrong. If you can save me, I will agree to any condition. Zhao Yu felt her life ebbing away, each utterance becoming increasingly laborious. A profound sense of humiliation enveloped her. She had never before pleaded with anyone, yet today she found herself begging this demon, Long Chun. Hatred surged within her for this wretched being. Anything you desire? Long Chun chuckled, pondering her words. Perhaps I might consider extending my assistance. Do you wish to continue your education? Very well. I promise that as long as you are saved, no one shall expel you. Even if you commit the gravest of errors, I will ensure your studies continue. Her heart raced perilously close to cessation. The moment her heart ceased its rhythm, death would follow. She was desperate, truly desperate. Is it too little to ask for such a minor sacrifice in exchange for your salvation? Do you truly believe I care about your education? Long Chun scoffed, naive. Soon, he added, my condition is this. From this moment forth, you shall be my woman. Your appearance is quite appealing, and your physique is commendable. Moreover, your status as a teacher adds to your allure, rendering you, albeit marginally, worthy of being my companion. What say you? If you acquiesce, I shall rescue you. A teacher-student romance. It seems rather intriguing, particularly given Zhao Yu's alluring figure. Indeed, the nature of dragons is inherently indulgent. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yu felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming wave of nausea. Indeed, entering into a romantic liaison with a student was beyond her. The thought was repugnant, especially since it was with Long Chun. Yet, her desire to live compelled her to concede. Very well, I agree. Zhao Yu grit her teeth and declared, you must hasten to treat me. I am on the brink of collapse. Excellent. Long Chen replied with a smile, your decision is quite sagacious. With that, he retreated to his office. He then approached Zhao Yu, channeling the formidable dragon energy within himself, which he began to bestow upon her, each wave of energy penetrating her being. Soon, wisps of white vapor began to emanate from her body. As these ethereal tendrils emerged, Long Chen absorbed them entirely, converting them into his own cultivation. The true dragon possesses the ability to assimilate the essence of all things in the universe. Various forms of energy can be absorbed, and thus, this white vapor was no exception. In truth, Zhao Yu's ailment was not a conventional illness. It stemmed from her unique constitution, manifesting as a breast tumor. Her body was a pure yin physique, a rare phenomenon in the celestial realm that occurs but once in a century. Such a constitution, if it were to appear in the celestial world, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among many sacred grounds, each vying for her favor. A pure yin body inherently harbors primordial yin energy, allowing for rapid cultivation. Most significantly, a pure yin physique serves as the finest cauldron for alchemical endeavors. Engaging in dual cultivation with such a being provides unparalleled benefits. Countless mighty beings in the celestial realm seek a partner with a pure yin body. However, the rarity of such a physique poses a challenge. Long Chen was astonished to encounter a pure yin body on Earth. Nevertheless, the formidable true dragon did not regard this minor pure yin body with undue reverence. Zhao Yu's breast tumor was a consequence of the excessive pure yin energy within her, which disrupted her bodily equilibrium, resulting in the formation of a tumor. Even if Zhao Yu were to escape death from the tumor, the overabundance of yin energy would ultimately lead to her demise, likely before the age of 30. The sole remedy for a pure yin body lies in cultivation. Only through diligent practice can one fundamentally address the concerns associated with such a physique. Thus, Long Chen asserted that he alone on this earth possessed the ability to save Zhao Yu. Now, focus and sense. Does your chest still ache? Long Chen stated lightly. Much better. It no longer hurts. I am well. Zhao Yu couldn't help but express her surprise. Not only has the pain in my chest dissipated, but I also feel a resurgence of strength. Having returned from the brink of death, how could I not feel elated? Yet, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. After all, Long Chen had merely patted her a few times before her recovery. Could it be that he possesses the skills of a divine physician? Perhaps he does. Yet, an alternative possibility loomed. It was conceivable that Long Chen had previously administered some form of medication that rendered her weak and caused her chest pain, and during his ministrations, he had provided the antidote which restored her to health. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within Zhao Yu. This scoundrel, he could very well have done such a thing. Throughout her life, she had never heard of anyone curing ailments merely by patting the body. Wait a moment. Your body is not yet fully healed. Allow me to perform a deeper treatment, Long Chen declared, his hands beginning to vigorously knead Zhao Yu's voluptuous figure with considerable force. Scoundrel, what are you doing to my chest? Ouch, you're touching my backside. Release me, you wretch. I am aiding in your treatment. Please remain still, he replied. It hurts. Even if you must touch me, be gentle. Hurt. That is a good sign, indicating your ailment is on the mend. Long Chen, you perverted fiend. How dare you? Insulting me? It seems I was too gentle. Allow me to apply more pressure. Ouch, you bastard. You're killing me. Zhao Yu cursed incessantly. For Long Chen was not only lecherous but also sadistic, squeezing her painfully, making her fear that her delicate skin would bruise under his relentless grip. Yet, she had to endure. What if she truly were ill? She could not afford to take that risk. After approximately 10 minutes, Long Chen finally ceased his ministrations. At that moment, Zhao Yu's face was flushed, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Long Chen's eyes. As a teacher, to be subjected to such indignity by a student was a profound humiliation, a disgrace that marked the most shameful moment of her life. Today, she had intended to confront Long Chen and have him expelled. Yet, what was the outcome? Not only had she failed to expel him, but she had also become his woman. Long Chen, I shall remember this humiliation, Zhao Yu seethed through gritted teeth. As she berated him, she lifted her clothing to glimpse her chest. Indeed, it was bruised. Scoundrel, what good does remembering do? Today is merely the beginning. There will be much more humiliation to come. Do not forget, you are my woman, Long Chen scoffed. Heh, Zhao Yu retorted coldly, such foolish dreams. You think I would become your girlfriend? Dream on. Not expelling you is already a mercy. Are you deceiving me? Long Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. And if I am, what can you possibly do about it? Now that my illness has been cured, Do you truly believe I would become your woman? How naive. Zhao Yu felt a pleasure she had never experienced before. The more she witnessed Long Chen's humiliation, the more exhilarated she became. Heh, Long Chen sneered. I forgot to mention that I have only completed one treatment for your tumor. To achieve a complete recovery, you will need at least another month. Since you have changed your mind now, I cannot assist you further. You may await your demise. Zhao Yu, feeling bullied, was on the verge of tears. I promise you, I was wrong. I will be your woman. Please do not abandon me. She resembled a resentful young bride. Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity. Long Chen replied with a smile. Undress, and let us proceed right here. What did you say? Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. I said, take off your clothes, and let us engage in our business. Long Chen reiterated, word by word. To prevent you from changing your mind again, we must complete the act first. If you refuse, then it is settled. I will not save you again. Fine, I will undress. Zhao Yu sobbed, gritting her teeth. After 26 years of preserving her chastity, today, in the school's office, it was taken from her in such a manner by a scoundrel who was her student. She felt wronged, furious, and filled with hatred. Yet, to survive, she had no choice but to comply. Slowly, she lifted her hand and unzipped her professional skirt, beginning to remove the garment from her body. Tears streamed down her face as she undressed. She felt terrified, but what could she do? Helplessness engulfed her. Suddenly, Long Chen interjected, wait, you need not undress anymore. I have changed my mind. I no longer require you to be my woman. At this pivotal moment, he disdainfully remarked, with looks like yours, you are not worthy of me. Upon further reflection, I shall propose a different condition. Henceforth, on the 15th of every month, you must kiss me. Yes, a mouth-to-mouth kiss. If you agree to this condition, I will save you. Forget it? Scoundrel. Zhao Yu was momentarily stunned, then swiftly donned her clothes again. Bursting into tears, she realized Long Chen was merely toying with her. From the very beginning, he probably had no intention of touching her. Yet, Long Chen was humiliating her in this manner, which felt worse than if he had slept with her. Long Chen. Zhao Yu's voice rose several decibels, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, I am unworthy of you. You are noble, and I am merely a commoner. You are right. I do not deserve to accompany you. Her tone was laced with immense resentment. Women are truly perplexing. She refused to sleep with him, yet felt resentment when he chose not to. I have no time to waste with you. Will you accept my new condition or not? Long Chen expressed his displeasure, saying, do I have any choice? Zhao Yu replied with self-mockery, from beginning to end, you have been humiliating me, yet what power do I possess to resist? I promise you. Very well. It seems you possess some self-awareness, Long Chen replied with a smile. From now on, every afternoon after school, I will come to the office to treat you. In just a month, you shall be well. Remember, do not leave early. If you do and something goes wrong, I shall not be responsible. All right. As long as you remember what you need to, Long Chen said, stepping out of the office, adding with a grin, do not forget, one kiss each month. Of course, more kisses are welcome. You. Zhao Yu's chest heaved violently with indignation, as if expressing some form of discontent. The thought of undergoing treatment every afternoon for an entire month meant that this scoundrel would be groping her private areas relentlessly. The mere thought of it made her face pale. It hurt terribly even after just one encounter today, and her delicate skin had turned bruised. How could she endure such treatment for a month? No, she must tell this rogue to at least be more gentle. What was she thinking? Zhao Yu was infuriated by her own thoughts. Shouldn't she be protesting? She should be refusing such unwarranted touches to her private areas. Yet, all she could think about was asking him to be gentler? This rogue was indeed taking advantage of her. But Zhao Yu found herself helpless, having to compromise for the sake of survival. Soon, Long Chen exited the office and headed towards the classroom. The journey was uneventful and smooth. Hiki, how surprising. In this energy-deprived world, to encounter a pure Yin body. It seems my luck has improved significantly. Such a pure Yin body would be sought after by countless holy places. Immortals, powerful beings, and demons in the celestial realm, fighting desperately for it. Long Chen mused to himself as he walked. Who would have thought it would fall into my hands? Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. Perhaps in my prime, I would not have regarded this small pure Yin body highly. Yet now, it is precisely what I desperately require. The Yin energy within her is remarkably pure and dense. Hehe. A kiss each month is merely to absorb that pure Yin energy. Once a month. Not only will it effectively enhance my strength through the absorption of pure Yin energy, but it will also not harm Zhao Yu's body. Thus, not only will her crisis regarding the pure Yin energy be resolved, but I shall also continuously absorb this precious resource. A pure body is a spiritual entity where energy has reached its zenith, embodying a constitution of such nature. If one were to reside in the celestial realm and diligently cultivate without faltering, one could undoubtedly ascend to the status of a formidable sovereign. Figures such as the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the Tathagata of the Western Paradise, and the leaders of various sacred grounds are all esteemed dominions, reigning supreme in the celestial domain. However, they pale in comparison to the true dragon, for the true dragon is the sovereign of the universe, far surpassing any mere sovereign by immeasurable magnitudes. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the celestial sovereigns lack strength. Can one dare to claim that the Tathagata is not powerful? In the future, Zhao Yu shall embody such an existence. In truth, had it been the zenith of the true dragon's might, he would have scarcely regarded the pure body with any significance, yet now he finds himself compelled to bestow some measure of consideration. After all, he seeks vengeance and aims to enhance his prowess. Very well, Long Chun continued. Zhao Yu, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Should you demonstrate exceptional merit during this period in which I require your assistance, I will make an exception and aid you once more, altering the course of your existence and imparting to you my teachings. There is a cause for every effect. My absorption of your pure energy is the cause, while imparting my teachings is the effect. I hope you will act wisely. Fortunately, there was no one around. Had others overheard these words, they would surely have mocked Long Chun, deeming him delusional and lost in dreams. In truth, Long Chun was moved by compassion, intending to impart his teachings to Zhao Yu. What teachings? The path of cultivation. The teachings of the true dragon are coveted by countless individuals throughout the universe. Yet, those who have truly received the true dragon's teachings are but a select few. All of them are figures who command great influence within the cosmos. As for whether you can become my woman, that will depend on your future accomplishments, Long Chun remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, even though Zhao Yu possesses a pure body, she is still unqualified to be his woman. Even if one day Zhao Yu were to become a sovereign of the celestial realm, that would not suffice. She must attain renown within the universe, for the celestial realm is merely a small corner of the cosmos. Earth, in comparison, is not even a corner, but merely a speck of dust within the universe. In the principal's office, there were two men, one old and one young. The elder was Zheng Weiyan, the principal of the school, a figure of absolute authority within the institution, where his word is law. In an elite institution like Kyoto No. 1 high school, the students are either scions or daughters of prestigious families. In other words, those who attend this school are far from ordinary. Furthermore, the annual sponsorship fees amount to several hundred million. Can one assert that the principal of such a school is an ordinary individual? No, not in the slightest. He is not only an academician of the National Academy of Arts, but also a member of the Academy of Social Sciences. In summary, he holds numerous prestigious titles. Firmly established as a figure of high society. The other individual, a youth named Wang Heng, serves as a member of the school's party committee. Principal Zheng, such a student should not be allowed to continue at our institution. You must expeditiously expel him. If we do not dismiss this student, how can we manage the school in the future? Wang Heng exclaimed with indignation. Moreover, the director of the academic affairs office is openly shielding the student. You must intervene to prevent her from abusing her authority. Otherwise, the discipline of the school will be in jeopardy. Upon entering the principal's office, Wang Heng leveled a multitude of accusations against Long Chen, embellishing the narrative of Long Chen's arrogance and Zhao Yu's defense of him. Ultimately, he presented a petition for Long Chen's expulsion. Long Chen? That good-for-nothing student? Zheng Weiyan frowned slightly, as if recalling something, hesitating due to the knowledge that Long Chen's admission was facilitated by someone he could not afford to offend. Yet, considering Long Chen's status as a mere outcast, he soon relaxed and stated solemnly, "Let me first discuss the specifics with Zhao Yu. If the student is indeed as unruly as you describe, he should not remain at our institution. Expulsion will be in order. Principal Zheng, Zhao Yu will undoubtedly protect him," Wang Heng remarked with a hint of reluctance. "Rest assured, I know Director Zhao quite well. She is diligent in her work and would never allow personal factors to influence her professional responsibilities, nor would she shield any student." Zheng Weiyan replied with a smile. Even as the school's principal, he held a degree of admiration for Zhao Yu. At the tender age of 26, she has amassed no fewer than 20 to 30 academic achievements, with over a dozen significant research outcomes, including nearly a dozen patents. Indeed, Zhao Yu, a graduate of Harvard University, is not merely an academic powerhouse. She is a true expert. Individuals of her caliber are seldom found teaching at their school, which explains why she was appointed as the director of the Academic Affairs Office shortly after her arrival. Furthermore, it is known only to Zheng Weiyan that the entire school remains unaware of Zhao Yu's remarkable accomplishments. He once inquired of Zhao Yu why she chose to join Kyoto No. 1 High School. Zhao Yu's response was to give back to Kyoto No. 1 High School. During her childhood, Zhao Yu's family was impoverished, so much so that they could not afford her education. It was the former principal of Kyoto No. 1 High School who sponsored her education through university. It is precisely for this reason that she came to teach and nurture students here. Could such a remarkable person possibly shield students from accountability? It is simply inconceivable. Contemplating this, Zheng Weiyan dialed Zhao Yu's number using the school's dedicated line. Principal? Is there something you need? Zhao Yu inquired over the phone. In truth, Zhao Yu was well aware that Wang Heng must have reported her, prompting the principal to contact her. Wang Heng's character was too petty. How could such a man aspire to be her partner? It was sheer folly. In Zhao Yu's mind, Wang Heng was inferior to Long Chun, for at least Long Chun had some semblance of patience. Why even compare him to Long Chun? What an absurdity. Indeed, I have come across some rumors suggesting that Long Chun from your class has shown a blatant disregard for authority, intimidated teachers, skipped classes, and harassed female students. What is your perspective on these allegations, Director Zhao Yu? Zheng Weiyan said with a smile. If he truly is as the rumors suggest, I believe it would be best to expel him. Students of such a nature should not remain in our school, as they tarnish its moral fabric. Had this conversation taken place an hour earlier, Zhao Yu would have eagerly supported the expulsion of Long Chun, readily agreeing with the principal. However, circumstances had changed. For her own fate was entwined with Long Chen's. What would she do if he were expelled? Nonsense. No, principal, I am not saying you are speaking nonsense. I mean to say that these rumors are entirely unfounded, false in every aspect. Zhao Yu firmly rejected the claims. Long Chun has not threatened any teachers, nor has he shown any disrespect. Even if there were isolated instances, they are merely a few teachers who have made things difficult for him. Principal, Long Chun cannot be expelled. He is truly a good student. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Yu found herself denying Long Chun's alleged transgressions. She had to protect him. Otherwise, her own life would be at stake. Oh, is that truly the case? Zheng Weiyan inquired once more. Yes, Long Chun is genuinely a good student with no misconduct. Zhao Yu affirmed. Zheng Weiyan furrowed his brow. With his years of experience, he could see that Zhao Yu was shielding Long Chun. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he remarked, Director Zhao, you hold a responsible position in the Academic Affairs Office, and your words carry weight. Do not protect a student who has erred for any reason. Principal, if you insist on expelling Long Chun, then you might as well expel me as well, Zhao Yu said through gritted teeth. She realized that the principal was serious about expelling Long Chun. Since she could not save him, it would be better for her to be expelled alongside him. At least she could argue that she had done her utmost. What are you doing? Zheng Weiyan's expression darkened. Explain your reasoning. Zhao Yu found herself at a loss for words. Why? Could it be said that she is awaiting Long Chun's rescue? I harbor feelings for Long Chun. In a moment of panic, Zhao Yu uttered these words, instantly regretting her admission. Feelings for him? Nonsense. It is hatred she should feel. How could she have said such a thing? Cursed be that scoundrel Long Chun. However, having spoken it aloud, there was no taking it back. Pardon, what did you say? Zheng Weiyan nearly choked on his drink, questioning his own ears. Was it possible he had just heard a teacher confess her affection for a student? And a female pursuing a male at that? What was most striking was the fact that this teacher was exceptionally radiant, with countless suitors vying for her attention at the school. Yet, she had chosen to develop feelings for a student, that good-for-nothing Long Chun? This was nothing short of sensational news. For a moment, Zheng Weiyan found it hard to believe. A teacher-student romance? Yet, he could not dismiss it, for it was a confession he had heard with his own ears. I understand. Just be cautious. It could have adverse effects. That will be all. Long Chun will not be expelled. Ultimately, Zheng Weiyan firmly decided against expelling Long Chun. There were two reasons for this. First, he did not wish to lose the talent that was Zhao Yu. Second, the individual who had previously given Long Chun a nod of approval was far too formidable, and he preferred to avoid any potential conflict. Should he choose to expel Long Chun, and that person were to inquire, his position as principal could very well be at stake. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Principal, are you truly not expelling Long Chun? This cannot stand. No matter the reason, you must expel him, Wang Heng said, his irritation evident. What had once seemed a foregone conclusion now appeared uncertain, and he was eager to embellish the matter further. However, before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Weiyan. Enough. Do not speak of this matter again. Regarding Long Chun, refrain from bringing it up in the future. Understand? If you do, you may find yourself teaching elsewhere, Zhang Weiyan declared firmly. His tone left no room for argument. Startled into silence, Wang Heng dared not utter another word and left the room in defeat, fearing for his job should he linger any longer. He could hardly fathom that the principal would so staunchly support Long Chun. Damn it! What kind of background does this worthless Long Chun possess to instill such trepidation in the principal? Emerging from the principal's office, Wang Heng seethed. No. Long Chun cannot possibly have any connections. It must be Zhao Yu. She is surely the one shielding Long Chun. What exactly is Zhao Yu's background? On her very first day at work, she ascended to the role of director of the Academic Affairs Office, and even the principal seems to regard her with caution. Soon enough, he concluded that the principal's reluctance to expel Long Chun was entirely due to Zhao Yu's formidable background, which even the principal feared. Useless. Long Chun, you are nothing but a coward hiding behind a woman, Wang Heng declared, enunciating each word with venom. I will not let this go, just you wait. Hate flickered in his eyes. What did the principal's final remark imply? Was it suggesting that I should pursue a romantic relationship with Long Chun? After concluding her call with the principal, Zhao Yu stood in a state of stunned disbelief. The weight of the principal's last words had quite overwhelmed her, and she mumbled to herself, what on earth was I just saying? Liking Long Chun? How could I have uttered that? No, I must maintain my distance from Long Chun. I cannot allow him to. As her thoughts trailed off, Zhao Yu's confidence wavered. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Let the principal think what he wishes. In any case, I do not harbor any affection for Long Chun. I loathe him, wishing I could devour him. No, rather, I wish I could feast upon his very flesh. Zhao Yu fumed. Before long, she dialed another number, intent on confirming the truth of Long Chun's claims. Zhao Yu, I just finished a major surgery and was hoping to catch my breath when your call interrupted me. Is there something you need? A languid voice floated through the phone, reminiscent of a sleepy kitten, its charm utterly captivating. Any man who heard it would likely be entranced. Do you know that our hospital has seen a surge in patients these past few days? We are utterly swamped, and it's unclear when this chaos will end. It's exhausting for us specialists, and I still have a meeting to attend shortly regarding a particular ailment. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. The woman speaking is named Yunji. At the age of 28, she serves as the vice president of the First Hospital of Kyoto, an esteemed physician, and holds professorships at numerous universities. Yunji commands immense respect in the medical community, surpassing even some of the older, more renowned experts, earning her a reputation akin to that of a Newton in the field of medicine. Remarkably young, she has acquired an astonishing number of medical patents and has published countless medical articles, primarily due to her exceptional skills as a physician. Over a decade of practice, she has successfully treated 30,000 patients, a figure that leaves many medical experts in awe. In the realm of medicine, Yunji stands out as a paragon of excellence, not only for her intellect, but also for her beauty. Indeed, she is a natural seductress, enchanting many merely with her voice. Anyone who encounters Yunji finds it difficult to forget her. Rumor has it that those who pursue her could form an army, including scions from the 4 prominent families. Do you remember the student I mentioned last time? Zhao Yu fumed. Today, that scoundrel bullied me again. Not only did he touch my chest, but he also groped my backside, leaving both bruised. That rascal better not fall into my hands, or I shall exact my revenge. Just thinking about it made Zhao Yu's teeth itch with rage, with her chest and backside still aching. That scoundrel. One day, I shall have my vengeance. Are you referring to that boy who spied on you last time? Has he harassed you? Is he trying to dominate you with his advances? Yunji chuckled, her laughter ringing like bells. Zhao Yu, somewhat irked, retorted, it's him. Today, I almost lost my virtue. What? Are you being serious? Yunji's expression turned serious. What exactly transpired? Is it not true? Do you think I'm fabricating this? Zhao Yu responded fiercely. That scoundrel claimed I had a tumor on my chest, asserting that touching me could help treat it. As if that weren't enough, he went on to grope my backside. What a rascal, a complete scoundrel. Soon, Zhao Yu recounted the entire incident to Yunji, detailing every aspect, fearing that omitting any part would cloud Yunji's judgment. Do you think I have a tumor? Zhao Yu asked weakly at the end. Truthfully, she felt a twinge of fear that Yunji might mock her, her tone considerably subdued. Simultaneously, Zhao Yu secretly hoped that Long Chun was deceiving her, for if that were the case, she would be able to seek her revenge. Yes, revenge on Long Chun. Yunji burst into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, I must say, little Yu, for someone with your academic credentials, how can your intellect be so lacking? To believe such a childish trick? Touching one's chest can cure a tumor. Does that sound plausible to you? You dare say I was fooled? Zhao Yu ground her teeth in frustration. Indeed, you were deceived. Yunji smiled and said, I must say, Xiao Yu, you nearly lost yourself. In my opinion, you should accept that young man. A teacher-student romance, how delightful. Scoundrel, I shall ruin that dragon Chun, the rascal. Zhao Yu nearly shouted in fury. All right. Perhaps you should consider him. He does seem rather charming, Yunji replied. That one, charming? He is utterly despicable. I never thought he was this wicked before. Now he is simply a vile scoundrel. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth in frustration. Men are often wicked, and women adore them. Ha ha. Xiao Yu, you should just surrender. Yunji chuckled. And you dare mock me? Zhao Yu retorted with a hint of ferocity. All right. Show me a few pictures of your chest. I need to confirm whether it's a tumor. Generally, tumors can be detected, Yunji stated with a serious demeanor. Fine, Zhao Yu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet she nodded in agreement. Soon, she took several pictures of her chest and sent them to Yunji, her heart racing with apprehension. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yunji called her. Hello? Xiao Yu, are you available right now? If so, please come to our hospital immediately. Yunji's tone was grave, devoid of any humor. What's wrong? Zhao Yu asked, her anxiety palpable. Xiao Yu, I retract my previous statement. I wrongfully accused you of being that student. There is indeed an issue with your chest. Yunji articulated each word carefully. If he hadn't saved you, you would likely have succumbed to your ailment. Your condition is exceedingly rare, occurring in 1 out of a billion, a peculiar illness that falls within the tumor category. However, it is more challenging to treat. In other words, it is virtually untreatable, and the only outcome awaiting you is death, Yunji stated with solemnity. What are you saying? Zhao Yu's mind faltered, stammering. I had a physical examination last month. How could it not have been detected then? This tumor is quite unique. Standard examinations cannot reveal it. You should hurry to the hospital. I will conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the truth. If it is indeed true, I can only say that your student not only saved you, but possesses remarkable medical prowess. He is the most skilled doctor I have ever encountered. Zhao Yu's mind felt as if it had exploded, utterly bewildered. What? Unbelievable? A miraculous doctor? Dragon Chun was not deceiving her. This was all real. She had a tumor. A rare ailment. So rare that only 1 in a billion suffers from it. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. A 1 in a billion prize. Zhao Yu, feeling like a piece of driftwood, dazedly made her way to the first hospital. She sought a definitive answer. An hour later, after a series of examinations, she received the results. She was ill. Xiao Yu, congratulations. You have acquired a treasure. Although I have never heard of the practice of palpating the chest to treat tumors, I must concede that it was indeed your student who saved you. Yunji donned a white coat, her figure accentuated, and spoke earnestly. Did he truly save me? Xiao Yu sought to reconfirm. Indeed, Yunji suddenly recalled something and smiled. Xiao Yu, could you do me a favor? How about introducing me to your student? I wish to acquire his expertise in treating tumors. Since he has an affinity for you, it would be a simple request. Even you are seeking his assistance? Xiao Yu was taken aback. As Yunji's close friend, she was acutely aware of Yunji's exceptional prowess, a veritable luminary in the medical field. Yet now, she found herself soliciting the help of that scoundrel, Long Chun. Indeed, Yunji lamented. Do you remember me mentioning the recent surge in patients at our hospital? They are afflicted with cancer, or rather, tumors. It seems there's an inexplicable infection sweeping through Kyoto, with no fewer than 5,000 patients presenting at our hospital alone, and the numbers continue to rise daily. You understand that cancer is largely considered an incurable ailment. Without viable treatments, these individuals are left to await their fate. The most alarming prospect is if the entire population of Kyoto succumbs. The authorities have issued strict orders to contain this disaster. I find myself at a loss. Who would have thought you would introduce me to such a formidable individual? What? A collective infection of cancer in Kyoto? Just like the SARS outbreak of years past? And the crucial point is that Long Chun has a remedy? All right then. Zhao Yu nodded somewhat dazedly. I will do my utmost. However, Long Chun is not one to heed my words easily. I can only attempt to speak with him. Rest assured, I am confident I can persuade him, Yunji declared with conviction. Given Zhao Yu's previous accounts, Yunji was certain that Long Chun was indeed a notorious womanizer. Thus, she felt assured. What does a womanizer desire most? Beautiful women. And Yunji, being a striking beauty herself, believed that with a mere gesture, she could entice Long Chun, compelling him to divulge his cancer treatment methods. However, she was destined to fail. What sort of beauties had Long Chun not encountered? Zhao Yu was merely drawn to her pure aura. Yunji's allure, while captivating, might not suffice. Meanwhile, an hour prior, Long Chun emerged from his office and returned to the classroom, where the students seemed astonished by his unscathed return, as if nothing had transpired. They gazed skyward. Teacher Zhao Yu, what were you thinking to have let this boy go? Even if you didn't call the authorities, he should have been expelled. Yet here he is, behaving as if nothing has happened, completely unperturbed. How can this be? It defies all logic. Has Master Zhao Yu perhaps been misled, believing in some nonsensical claims, and thus spared him this time? Spare him? That is certainly implausible. I suspect this fellow may have already been expelled. His return seems a deliberate pretense of nonchalance for our observation. How juvenile. Even after expulsion, he still attempts to maintain a faade before us. How amusing. I believe it is highly likely that it won't be long before he departs. Let it be. Let it be. We need not stoop to his level. Initially, the classmates thought Long Chun had escaped unscathed. However, upon further reflection, that seemed utterly impossible, as Long Chun's transgressions were egregious. Harassment of a teacher during class. How could he possibly face no consequences? Thus, the class concluded that Long Chun was merely putting on a brave face. Perhaps he had been expelled and returned only to collect his belongings. Even if he had not been expelled, he must have received a severe reprimand, perhaps a formal warning or probation. In any case, it is inconceivable that he faced no repercussions whatsoever. Oh my! Exclaimed the chubby boy upon seeing Long Chun's return. Hastening forward to inquire, Brother Chun, you have finally returned. Are you all right? I am so sorry. It is all because of me that you are in this predicament. I am fine, Long Chun replied coolly. You weren't expelled? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment. This exclamation immediately captured the attention of many. Consequently, the entire class leaned in, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding conversation. They were also quite eager to learn about the nature of Long Chun's punishment. Fortunately, he was not expelled. Long Chun smiled and remarked, "That's splendid." Instantly, the concerns of the chubby boy dissipated, and he joyfully inquired, Brother Chun, do tell. What did Teacher Zhao Yu summon you to the office for? How come nothing seems to have happened? Long Chun pondered for a moment, then nonchalantly replied. Upon arriving at the office, I had a brief interaction with Zhao Yu. She appeared to take a liking to me and expressed a desire to be my girlfriend. However, I declined. He spoke the truth. Zhao Yu indeed aspired to be his woman, yet at the crucial moment, he declined her advances. I believe she is not worthy of me, Long Chun added. No way. Brother Chun, you must be joking, the chubby boy exclaimed, utterly astonished. He was not alone in his shock. The surrounding students were equally taken aback, their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Long Chun, as though they were beholding a monster. What did he say? Teacher Zhao Yu took the initiative to express her desire to be his girlfriend, and then he declined? A student-teacher romance? How could that possibly be? Has he turned into a fool? Has his mind been muddled? Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsensical words? How could Teacher Zhao Yu possibly have feelings for him? He should take a moment to gaze into the mirror. I am not jesting. It is the truth. Long Chun speaks infrequently, yet his words carry immense weight. Impressive. The stout boy was taken aback. Brother Chun, I concede to your prowess. Henceforth, you shall be my elder brother. He placed his faith in Long Chun's words, for he believed that Long Chun could not deceive him. His trust in Long Chun was unwavering. Thus, he was taken aback. The audacity of touching the homeroom teacher, leading her to pursue him. It was nothing short of remarkable. How dare you deceive others? I cannot believe you are entirely unscathed. How brazen to think that Teacher Zhao Yu would ever notice someone of your stature. We shall see how this unfolds. I doubt you will return to school tomorrow. Soon, a wave of mockery surged forth. Not only did the boys scorn Long Chun, but even the girls joined in the condemnation. Long Chun found himself devoid of any standing within the school. Disdain, ridicule, and insults rained down upon him. Yet, Long Chun remained unperturbed, as if he were impervious to the noise. He quietly returned to his seat and sat in silence. To the surrounding students, Long Chun's demeanor appeared feeble, as if their words had struck a chord. If he were not intimidated, why would he not retort? It was only because their words had resonated that he dared not respond. Consequently, their contempt for Long Chen deepened. Some even contemplated physically confronting him. Coward. Before long. Such a label was affixed to Long Chen. Nevertheless, he uttered not a single word. Thus, the cacophony of insults grew louder, the derision swelling like a vast ocean. At that moment, someone entered the classroom, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed to the crowd, "Breaking news. Extraordinary news. Do you know what I just heard? Apparently, Long Chen has offended Wang Heng, a member of the school's party committee, who has reported him to the principal with the intent of expelling him." Guess what the outcome was? Teacher Zhao Yu staunchly defended Long Chen, stating that if he were expelled, she would resign. Ultimately, the principal, left with no choice, decided against expelling Long Chen. Silence. The classroom was enveloped in a profound stillness. The previous mockery dissipated, leaving everyone at a loss for words. "You can't be serious, right?" Soon, a voice broke through the silence, incredulous. "How can it not be true? Let me tell you, Wang Heng himself told me this. It must be true." "What else did he say?" Another student inquired. He. Wang Heng said that teacher Zhao Yu has feelings for Long Chen and is pursuing him, which is why she defended him. That was all he could divulge, and even if they pressed for more, he claimed ignorance. As he spoke, he returned to his seat. Silence. The entire class fell silent once more, an eerie stillness enveloping the room. Everyone was incredulous, having been utterly astounded. What the swine had uttered was indeed true. The homeroom teacher was pursuing him, yet he remained unresponsive. Goodness, could this be a jest? What merit does the swine possess to have captivated the teacher's affection? A tempest of frustration, envy, and admiration surged within. They would gladly take his place. At that moment, they no longer dared to mock Long Chen. Although he had yet to utter a single word, their courage had waned. Some were merely irked. They realized that Long Chen's silence was not a sign of insecurity, but rather a manifestation of his disdain towards them, an unwillingness to engage in any form of argument. "Brother Chen, I truly admire you now," the chubby boy remarked. Genuinely impressed. "The homeroom teacher is actually pursuing you. Congratulations. From now on, I shall refer to her as sister-in-law." Get lost. Long Chen retorted irritably. Soon, a new sensational story swept through the school. Yes, it was once again about Long Chen. The details were straightforward. Teacher Zhao Yu was pursuing Long Chen despite the principal's pressure, staunchly defending the miscreant student Long Chen. Consequently, the entire school was left in astonishment. Their goddess, the dream lover, unexpectedly fancies a worthless fool, even pursuing him? How infuriating. In an instant, the hearts of male teachers and students alike at Kyoto No. One high school lay shattered. They are eager to eliminate Long Chen at once. Indeed, aside from their astonishment, they are driven by an overwhelming desire to eradicate that scoundrel Long Chen. How could a mere insignificant waste tarnish the dignity of a goddess? There must be some hidden truths behind this. Zhao Yu could never harbor feelings for Long Chen. No one would ever love a worthless being. Scoundrel, you foolish pig. Do not presume that your audacity in challenging Zhao Di renders you invincible. You remain a failure. Do you understand? I must inform you that you have offended someone significant. Just wait. If you do not meet your end at Zhao Di's hands this Saturday, the entire male populace of the school will not spare you. In a classroom, a burly boy, filled with indignation, declared, "You are the enemy of all. Prepare yourself to accept our challenges at any moment." Damn it, beauty deserves a hero. If teacher Zhao Yu were to pursue Zhao Di, we would say nothing. But how is it that you, of all people, are involved? You are nothing but a waste. Not even worthy of being compared to a bear. A bespectacled boy in the schoolyard gritted his teeth and added, "A beauty like teacher Zhao Yu is far beyond your reach, kid. You would do well to recognize your place, or else do not blame me for being impolite." In a classroom, another boy seemed to be venting his frustrations into thin air. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the school. Upon receiving this news, their immediate reaction was to insult and express their disdain. Yes, it was a disdain directed at the worthless. On the school's basketball court, dribble, pivot, break through the defense. Leap shoot. It's in. A three-pointer. Excellent. Digu, your skills have improved tremendously. We simply cannot defend against your leaping three-pointer. A boy with dyed yellow hair approached the one who had just scored, smiling, to integrate martial arts into basketball. It seems only Digu can achieve such a feat in all of Kyoto. We are truly left in the dust. Zhao Di extended his hand, effortlessly sinking another three-pointer, then remarked, "In Kyoto, there are hidden talents galore. I hardly consider myself noteworthy." It is said that within the four great families of Kyoto, countless dark energy practitioners exist, while I am merely a bright energy practitioner. Compared to them, what am I? Perhaps I possess some insights in basketball. Digo, you are far too humble. How old are you? Already a martial artist? It is likely that even the offspring of the four great families do not possess your talent. Entering the dark energy phase is surely a matter of time. Another boy chuckled in agreement. As soon as his words escaped his lips, another male voice quickly followed, filled with flattery. These individuals were all members of the school's martial arts club, each exuding an air of formidable strength. To a discerning observer, it would be evident that they were all seasoned practitioners. Digo, have you heard the latest gossip about that insufferable Longchen? A young man, robustly built yet not very old, stepped forward with dissatisfaction. Some say that our school's goddess, teacher Zhao Yu, is pursuing Longchen. Digo, this brat truly does not know his limits. Not only does he dare to challenge our martial arts club, but he also continues to provoke teacher Zhao Yu. Digo, we don't even need you to intervene with this fool. We can handle him ourselves. Since he enjoys making a name for himself, let us grant him that notoriety. We'll incapacitate him this Saturday and see if he still dares to prance about. Soon, others chimed in with agreement. No need. At that moment, Zhao Di, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He is merely a pretty boy who hides behind women. With just a single finger, I could extinguish him. There is no need for any of you to act, for I intend to proclaim to the entire school that beauty is reserved solely for the strong. Indeed, his unwavering determination to confront Long Chen stemmed from a desire to demonstrate his superiority over Long Chen to Chanwuer. However, with the addition of another individual, Zhao Yu, the dynamics have shifted. Who could resist the allure of beauty? Especially one as devastatingly enchanting as Zhao Di, who naturally finds her immensely appealing. He seeks to conquer the hearts of these two enchanting women through his own prowess, particularly that of Chen Wuer. For if he were to unite with her, his status and that of his family would undoubtedly rise in tandem. Time swiftly elapses, and a day has passed. Since Long Chen's return, the homeroom teacher has yet to make an appearance, leaving the members of the class feeling quite disheartened. They were eager to discern what had transpired with their homeroom teacher and even wished to inquire whether the rumors held any truth. Chengu, let us exit through the school gate today, the chubby boy exclaimed with a grin directed at Long Chen as the school day concluded. The smaller gate was typically less frequented by students, and the chubby boy opted for this route primarily for Long Chen's sake, as he feared that Zhao Di might ambush him. Thus, the smaller gate offered a safer passage. All right then, Long Chen nodded in agreement. He did not refuse, for in his eyes, there was no need for such denial. An ant is merely an ant. He would not alter anything for the sake of an ant. It is as simple as that. It was not that he was afraid, but rather that he was indifferent. As they spoke, the two of them exited the classroom and made their way towards the small gate. Typically, the school's small gate was seldom frequented, but today, for reasons unknown, a substantial number of students were passing through, nearly half of the entire school. More notably, every student who walked by, upon seeing Long Chen, wore a singular expression of disdain and contempt. Long Chen regarded these glares with utter indifference and continued onward. Before long, they reached the entrance of the small gate. However, the chubby boy halted Long Chen, preventing him from proceeding any further. The boy's countenance was grim, his body trembling as he struggled to speak. Brother Chen, let us use the main gate instead. It's best to avoid the small gate. It's not safe over there. With that, he attempted to pull Long Chen away. For at that moment, Zhao Di was loitering at the main school gate with a dozen others, evidently waiting for someone. It was all too clear who they were anticipating. The chubby boy tugged at Long Chen with all his might, but to no avail. What was Long Chen planning? Was he truly intent on using the small gate? Brother Chen, please heed my advice. We are safer using the main gate. It would be wise for us to leave this place swiftly, the boy said with a hint of desperation. He had already noticed Zhao Di casting a deliberate glance in their direction, seemingly fixated upon them, as if poised to approach. If they do not depart soon, they shall find themselves unable to leave once Zhao Di approaches. Cowards, why do you two not make your way over? Are you afraid? Humph. Long Chen, were you not so arrogant? Why do you hesitate upon seeing Zhao Di? Depart from this place, you spineless wretches. Fools, I perceive that he is indeed frightened, for Miss Chen is not by his side to shield him. He is nothing more than a dependent on a woman, devoid of any fortitude. Young man, if you are afraid, then kneel and confess your wrongs. Upon witnessing Long Chen's hesitation, the surrounding students erupted into laughter as the chubby boy attempted to pull him away from this place. These individuals deliberately chose this path today, fully aware that Zhao Di would intercept Long Chen, who, due to his timid nature, would undoubtedly take this route. To their surprise, their predictions came to fruition. Indeed, Long Chen was nothing more than a cowardly braggart. All talk of challenging the entire martial arts society was merely empty rhetoric. It matters not, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Today, we shall proceed this way. With that, he strode towards the small door. Wait for me, Brother Chen, the chubby fellow exclaimed anxiously, yet he quickly followed suit. He could not help but feel a surge of anger towards the people around him, for in his eyes, it was precisely their provocation that led Long Chen to choose the small door. Seeking one's own demise, the onlookers scoffed as they watched Long Chen's retreating figure. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Soon, Long Chen arrived at the school gate, with the chubby boy trailing behind him, his head bowed, too frightened to lift it, as if fearing that Zhao Di would turn his wrath upon them. 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. At last, they met. Yet, Long Chen seemed oblivious to Zhao Di, walking past him with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any trepidation. Just as Long Chen was about to exit through the small door, a sudden voice rang out. Stop! It was Zhao Di, of course. In that instant, the dozen or so individuals accompanying Zhao Di swiftly surrounded Long Chen. Step aside. Long Chen replied as if he had not heard Zhao Di, his stride unbroken as he continued forward, coolly uttering a phrase that chilled the air, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. A true dragon must not be insulted. Should these individuals refuse to yield, Long Chen would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands and teach the members of the Martial Arts Society a lesson. Brother Chen, perhaps we should clarify things with Zhao Di. Please do not act rashly. I assure you, I will not allow them to harm you. The chubby boy, witnessing Long Chen's demeanor, realized that he was ready to fight and was instantly alarmed, hastily grabbing Long Chen's arm. It was essential to note that these individuals were all members of the school's martial arts society, and there were many of them. What good could possibly come from a confrontation? A mere injury would be a light consequence. All right, I will heed your advice, Long Chen replied with a nod. He then turned his gaze towards the individuals surrounding him and calmly stated, You should be grateful to my brother here. Had he not restrained me, you would all be facing death. He is indeed correct. Should he choose to act, these individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, his words were nothing more than a jest in the eyes of those surrounding him. Not only did they think so, but even the chubby boy felt that Long Chen was taking his jest a tad too far. Damn, you arrogant little brat. You think you can threaten us with death? Go ahead, make a move. I dare you to try. I can render you crippled in a mere second. A man with dyed blonde hair shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Chen. With that, he prepared to strike. Yet, Long Chen remained silent, merely observing with calm composure. He was biding his time, waiting for the yellow-haired one to make a move. The moment the yellow-haired one acted, he would swiftly extinguish this insensible creature. The onlookers misinterpreted Long Chen's silence as fear, believing he was paralyzed by dread. The previously restless yellow-haired individual, upon witnessing Long Chen's seemingly cowardly demeanor, felt an even greater disdain towards him. He initially believed that Long Chen was quite formidable, yet to his surprise, he was rendered speechless by a mere intimidation. In truth, it was not that the blonde youth refrained from action. Rather, it was due to Zhao Di's prior instructions forbidding any aggression. Had it not been for those orders, they would have eliminated Long Chen long ago. Zhao Di, what do you intend by this? Are you forbidding our departure? Do you truly wish to confront Brother Chen? Are you not concerned about the repercussions from Miss Chen? The chubby boy exclaimed, brandishing a makeshift banner of tiger skin. He understood that, in order to extricate himself from this predicament, he could only use Chen Wuer as a shield. Though such an action might invite disdain, it was preferable to being crippled. Zhao Di's expression shifted momentarily upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, Today, I am not here to trouble Long Chen. I have come solely to deliver a message. He approached Long Chen step by step, looking down at him from his elevated position, and articulated each word with precision. I wish to convey that women like Chen Wuer and Zhao Yu are only worthy of the strongest. You are unworthy of them. I hope you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Keep your distance from them, and if you comply, I shall spare your life this Saturday. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Do not presume that I lack the resolve to eliminate you. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Oh, Long Chen merely nodded indifferently. Is there anything else you wish to say? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart from the scene. Long Chen, you are nothing but a coward. Why are you so frightened? Are you in such haste to flee? Are your legs trembling in fear? A young female student nearby remarked disdainfully. It is not merely fear. I suspect he is filled with trepidation. His claims of annihilating the martial arts society and having it expelled are mere fabrications, empty words. Now that Zhao Di has confronted him with seriousness, he naturally dares not stand his ground and is hastily retreating, terrified of Zhao Di's potential assault. Another student mocked. They are all classmates of Long Chun. Today, they have gathered here merely to witness a spectacle, specifically to see Long Chun receive a beating. In their eyes, Long Chun's eagerness to leave signifies fear, an unwillingness to engage in conversation with Zhao Di. Long Chun, I suddenly realize I have overestimated you. Zhao Di strides toward Long Chun, casting a disdainful glance from above. Sneering, I once believed you possessed courage, willing to oppose me. Yet, it appears you are merely a coward, a timid soul who flees at my approach. Had it not been for Chun Wu'er, I would have incapacitated you long ago. 10 moves. I grant you 10 moves. I expect to see you on Saturday. Otherwise, not even Chun Wu'er can save you. In this school, I hold the authority. Zhao Di articulated each word with conviction. In his view, Long Chun must face consequences regardless of the circumstances. Anyone daring to challenge his authority would pay a bloody price. The entire capital seemed to be his dominion, a kingdom of his own. Are you afraid? Long Chun replied coolly, I truly do not comprehend what you mean by fear. It seems you are eager to engage me today. However, regrettably, I am preoccupied. I shall attend on Saturday, remember this. I challenge your entire martial arts society. Would a true dragon be intimidated? During the cosmic war of yesteryears, he stood alone against the mightiest beings of the universe without flinching. How could he fear a mere mortal? No time. A younger student chuckled. Could you perhaps conjure a more credible excuse? This one is utterly pathetic. Fear is fear. So stop fabricating excuses. Not merely pathetic, it was utterly absurd. Numerous students mocked Long Chun, ridiculing his overestimation of himself, now realizing he could not escape the consequences. Very well. It appears you have disregarded my words and are intent on provoking me. Zhao Di gritted his teeth. We shall meet on Saturday. This afternoon. He had intended to caution Long Chun to steer clear of Zhao Yu and Chun Wu'er. However, observing Long Chun's demeanor, he recognized that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Thus, he resolved to abandon any pretense of civility. A murderous intent brewed within him. Indeed, he has already resolved to eliminate Long Chun. This Saturday, Long Chun shall meet his demise. Naive, Long Chun uttered nonchalantly, turning to leave. The dozen or so burly boys surrounding him were utterly unable to impede his passage. Each one was forcefully brushed aside by Long Chun, who employed sheer strength to push through. How could this be possible? When did this fool acquire such formidable power? Surely, it must be an illusion. Either that or Long Chun has resorted to performance-enhancing substances. It is important to note that these boys were all members of the martial arts club, each possessing considerable skill, far superior to the average person. Not only were the students nearby taken aback, but even Zhao Di was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that Long Chun possessed such strength, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, it is merely brute force, unworthy of respect, Zhao Di scoffed. Yes, just brute strength. What chance does that hold against Brother Di? Without a doubt, this Saturday, Long Chun is doomed. He ought to feel fortunate that Brother Di refrained from confronting him today. Had Brother Di acted, there would have been no need to wait until Saturday for his demise. Let him enjoy a few more days. It is but a fleeting taste of the mortal realm's final moments. Soon enough, the surrounding students erupted into mockery once more. They inherently looked down upon Long Chun. Brother Chun, wait a moment. The chubby boy, trailing behind Long Chun, appeared somewhat breathless, as Long Chun's pace was simply too swift for him to keep up. Brother Chun, you need not go to the martial arts hall this Saturday. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will happen to you. Long Chun paused momentarily for the chubby boy to catch up, and the first thing he said was a word of reassurance. I am aware of what I am doing, Long Chun replied with a smile, so do not worry. I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way. Brother Chun, the chubby boy clearly wished to say more, but Long Chun had already moved on, leaving him to let out a sigh and change direction towards home. Yet, within his heart, he had already made a firm resolution. No matter what, he could not allow Long Chun to come to harm this Saturday, even if it meant leveraging his family's connections, despite his reluctance to do so. The chubby boy's family also owned a company. Although it could not compare to the Zhao family's enterprise, it nonetheless held a degree of influence. He believed that as long as his elder made an appearance to mediate, Zhao would likely grant some face. Just after stepping outside, Long Chen caught sight of Chun Wu not far away. At that moment, she was glancing around, evidently waiting for someone. It seemed she had taken special care with her makeup today, radiating an extraordinary beauty akin to a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Her flawless skin, slender legs, and striking figure were all captivating focal points that drew the attention of onlookers. Numerous students lingered nearby, casting admiring glances toward the enchanting young lady. They had been watching for quite some time, their curiosity piqued by the young lady awaiting someone. Even a few self-proclaimed distinguished young men hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and engage in conversation with the captivating beauty. Who wouldn't he desire such a stunning maiden? Miss, is the renowned physician you mentioned to old Chen studying here? Surely, you jest. You cannot be serious, remarked a middle-aged driver from the Chen family, who stood alongside Chen Wuer, evidently unaware of Long Chen's formidable prowess, his skepticism palpable. I am uncertain of his status as a divine healer. For now, we can only await the outcome, Chen Wuer sighed. Dear miss, please do not be deceived, Wang Guoqing cautioned thoughtfully. A high school student as a divine healer? What a ludicrous notion. He was incredulous, and not just him. The entire Chen family shared his skepticism. Upon hearing that Chen Wuer intended to seek the assistance of a high school student to treat Elder Chen, they unanimously opposed the idea. However, the young lady remained resolute. Thus, they could only attempt to proceed. Long Chen, I am here. Soon, Chen Wuer spotted Long Chen approaching from a distance, her excitement palpable as she waved her small hands in greeting. I apologize for the delay. Something came up, Long Chen said with a warm smile as he reached her. It's all right, shall we go? This was the first time Chen Wuer had experienced such politeness from Long Chen, and she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. She smiled and opened the rear door of the car for him. All right, Long Chen nodded and got into the car. This scene was not lost on the middle-aged driver, Wang Guoqing, who couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew his young lady all too well. She had never opened the car door for anyone before, always having others do it for her. Yet today, she had personally opened the door for this young man. He wondered what extraordinary qualities this seemingly ordinary boy possessed. Appearing as just another typical student, he was filled with perplexity. Could it be that the young lady had taken a fancy to this fool? Impossible. This lad possessed no remarkable qualities. How could she possibly be enamored with him? Never mind, it was beyond his concern. He decided to drive instead. With that thought, Wang Guoqing got into his car and set off towards the Chen residence. Oh my heavens! The young lady of the Chen family was actually waiting for that imbecile Long Chen. My goddess! How could you possibly choose this worthless fellow? Could you not spare a glance for me? I am 1,000 times better than him. Long Chen, you good for nothing, return my goddess to me. My goddess, why did you leave with Long Chen? Please don't go. Goddess, do not believe Long Chen's deceitful words. Everything he says is a lie. The surrounding students were instantly heartbroken. They could hardly fathom that their dream goddess was waiting for a fool, widely known and ridiculed throughout the school. Throughout the journey, Chen Wuer, for reasons unknown, felt an unusual shyness. Not only did she refrain from speaking, but she also dared not meet Long Chen's gaze. Keeping her head bowed, as if she were a bashful bride. Visiting her parents? Perhaps there was some truth to that notion. After all, she had promised Long Chen that she would be his woman. They both sat closely together at the back, almost touching. Long Chen could catch a whiff of the alluring fragrance emanating from Chen Wuer. Occasionally, their bodies would brush against each other due to minor movements. Chen Wuer, however, appeared unperturbed by this proximity, displaying a natural demeanor. Perhaps, deep within her heart, she had begun to gradually accept Long Chen, albeit not entirely of her own volition. My young friend, though you appear quite youthful, both Master Chen and the young lady hold your medical skills in high regard. May I inquire about your training? Wang Guoqing inquired with a smile. I am self-taught, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. With that simple statement, Wang Guoqing found himself at a loss for words. How dismissive. Self-taught? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a structured lineage. How could one possibly be self-taught? Or perhaps Long Chen was nothing more than a charlatan. He possesses no understanding of medical science, and, fearing exposure, claims to be self-taught. Little brother, you jest, Wang Guoqing remarked. How could one possibly learn medicine in isolation? Are you suggesting one is born with such knowledge? How do you know? Long Chen replied nonchalantly. In truth, I was born with the art of healing. Long Chen's assertion held merit. As a true dragon, he was indeed an immortal from birth. Furthermore, upon the birth of a true dragon, There exists an inheritance of various innate knowledge, including medical wisdom, which is inherently possessed from the moment of birth. Thus, Long Chen's statement as a true dragon was not without foundation. Wang Guoqing nearly lost control of the steering wheel, oblivious to Long Chen's secret. To him, it seemed as if Long Chen were mocking him. How could anyone possibly be born with medical expertise? Wasn't that mere nonsense? He thought it was just a jest, but was taken aback when Long Chen affirmed it. Such occurrences seemed utterly implausible in the world. In his heart, he became increasingly convinced that Long Chen was nothing more than a charlatan devoid of any real abilities, possessing at most a silver tongue. Yet, even though he was aware of this, he could not voice his thoughts. Firstly, he was merely a servant and could not openly contradict the esteemed young lady or the elder Chen in their presence. Secondly, he was genuinely curious to witness how Long Chen could possibly deceive the Chen family. It seemed he was living on borrowed time. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Chen residence, situated within a luxurious villa district, where every square inch was highly coveted. Those who resided here were not only affluent, but also held a certain social standing, as evidenced by the armed guards stationed at the entrance. In truth, this place resembled a military zone more than a residential community. Long Chen, aside from my grandfather and myself, the rest of the Chen family is unaware of your prowess. I hope that when we enter, you will grant me the courtesy of avoiding any conflict, Chen Wu'er said as she led Long Chen toward the villa. Additionally, my grandfather fell ill last night and has now slipped into a state of unconsciousness. It is not that he does not wish to greet you. Rather, he is simply unable. I hope you can understand. The reason she acquiesced to Long Chen's unreasonable demands was due to her grandfather's deteriorating condition. He had lapsed into unconsciousness, and any further delay could prove dire. Illness can strike like a mountain's fall. Just yesterday, he appeared vigorous, and now he was incapacitated. Understood, Long Chen replied calmly. Since he had arrived, his purpose was to heal. As long as the pests did not overstep their bounds, he deemed them beneath his concern. Thank you. Chen Wu'er expressed her gratitude sincerely. With that, the two entered the villa. The Chen residence was expansive, adorned with opulent decorations that shimmered like a regal palace. Upon entering, for reasons unknown, Chen Wu'er instinctively grasped Long Chen's hand, appearing somewhat anxious. "Young miss, you've returned," exclaimed a maid in her 40s as she approached upon seeing Chen Wu'er. However, she paused, taken aback by the sight of Long Chen, and could not help but inquire, "Is this your fiancé?" Chen Wu'er, seemingly tense, inadvertently responded, "Yes, he is." Immediately after, regret washed over her. Fiancé? What was she thinking? How could she utter such a thing? Feeling a flush of embarrassment, she glanced at Long Chen, only to find him wearing an indifferent expression, which inexplicably left her feeling disappointed. A fiancé? The maid was astonished. Their family's young lady was renowned for her icy demeanor, and yet she suddenly had a boyfriend? At that moment, Chen Wu'er and Long Chen stepped into the living room, where a gathering of individuals, both men and women, young and old, numbered around 20. Rest assured, elder brother, Master Sun is a celestial teacher whom I specifically sought from the Tianshan Mountains. Rest assured, the ailments afflicting my father and Wu'er will undoubtedly be cured. A man of approximately 40, clad in a suit, spoke with a smile to an older gentleman by a decade or so. Upon finishing his words, he gestured toward a white-haired elder dressed in a Taoist robe not far away. "Master Sun, you are indeed a descendant of the Sun family from Tianshan?" Chen Xiongtian approached and greeted Master Sun with a smile. "Indeed, I am a member of the Sun family from Tianshan," Master Sun replied with a hint of pride. "Ah, so you are the celestial teacher from the Sun family of Tianshan. I sincerely hope you can forgive any prior shortcomings. We are counting on your expertise for the health of my daughter and my father," Chen Xiongtian expressed with uncontainable joy. The Sun family of Tianshan is renowned for generations as a family of physicians. Not only do they heal the sick, but they also practice celestial arts beyond the reach of ordinary warriors, possessing the ability to summon winds and rain. The presence of a celestial teacher from the Sun family offers a glimmer of hope for the recovery of his father and daughter. Indeed, there is no ailment that the Sun family cannot heal. Renowned historical figures such as Bianke, Hua Tuo, and Zhang Zhongjing are famous healers. Yet the world remains oblivious to the fact that they were all disciples of the Sun family from Tianshan, merely servants of the family, so to speak. Even as mere servants, they possess the ability to benefit humanity. How much more capable, then, are the esteemed descendants of the Sun family? According to legend, The true strength of the Sun family lies not solely in their medical skills, but in their alchemical mastery. Yes, alchemy. This is the pinnacle of medical science. There are few families in the world that possess the art of alchemy, and the Sun family stands as the most powerful among them, recognized as the foremost alchemical family in the realm of warriors. Healing? That is but a trivial matter. Centuries ago, it is said that an elder of the Sun family imparted a medical text to an outer disciple named Zhang Zhongjing. Thus, the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases came into existence. This text is regarded as the ancestor of modern Chinese medicine. Yet, who among the masses knows that it originated from the Sun family of Tianshan? I can only do my utmost, Master Sun said with a smile. Let us first examine the condition of Elder Chun. Only then can I provide a proper diagnosis. Very well, Chen Xiong Tian nodded in agreement. Soon after, he turned to his younger brother and remarked, to have summoned a celestial teacher like Master Sun is indeed a commendable effort. Chen Xiong Tian, speaking, is the head of the Chen family and the father of Chen Wu'er. His younger brother, Chen Xingfeng, is the third son of the Chen family, known as the third master. The 20 or so individuals present in the hall are the legitimate descendants of the Chen family, the true aristocrats wielding power within it. Just last night, not long after old Master Chen returned from the thunderstorm, he fell ill, first becoming unable to move, then slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Upon learning of this dire situation, chaos erupted among the members of the Chen family. Old Master Chen is the steadfast anchor of the clan. Should he fall, the Chen family would face inevitable ruin. How could they not feel anxious? From yesterday until now, they have remained here, too fearful to venture out, dreading the arrival of distressing news. After old Master Chen fell into a coma yesterday, the Chen family summoned the finest physician from the capital, a paragon of modern medical expertise. Yet this esteemed authority merely uttered a single phrase: the patient is beyond recovery, only life support remains. As for how long that would last, it was left to fate. At that moment, the Chen family seemed resigned to their fate. Fortunately, Chen Xingfeng had brought in the celestial master from the Sun family of Tianshan, which rekindled a flicker of hope for the Chen family. Just as Chen Xiong Tian was about to lead Master Sun into the bedroom to treat old Master Chen, Chen Wu'er could no longer hold back and stepped forward, declaring, "Father, this is Long Chen, the doctor I invited." Wu'er? Chen Xiong Tian halted, a frown creasing his brow as he scrutinized Long Chen, only to realize that he was merely a youth, even younger than his own daughter. Annoyed, he remarked, "Wu'er, cease this nonsense. Your condition has already found salvation. There is no need to summon any additional doctors." Previously, Chen Xiong Tian was aware of Long Chen's existence, as old Master Chen had mentioned him yesterday, albeit without elaboration, simply referring to him as a remarkable young physician. He had not taken it to heart. This morning, he had not opposed his daughter's visit to Long Chen either. At that moment, he thought it was better to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, rather than waiting for death to arrive. However, the situation had changed. The celestial master from the Tianshan Sun family had arrived. Observing Long Chen's youthful demeanor, he felt uneasy about entrusting his father's peculiar illness to a mere child. "Father, I am not being reckless. Long Chen truly has the ability to heal grandfather. I believe in him. So please, can you also place your trust in him?" Yesterday, grandfather had mentioned that among all in the world, only Long Chen possessed the skill to treat his strange ailment. Furthermore, yesterday, Long Chen had seemed poised to explain something to Chen Wu'er, but was abruptly interrupted. "Wu'er, while our Chen family may not belong to the four great families, we still adhere to our customs. When did it become permissible for some lowly trickster to infiltrate our family and deceive us?" A resplendently dressed noblewoman, around 40 years of age, exuded beauty that likely captured hearts in her youth. Even now, her charm remained intact as she stepped forward and remarked, "This boy? What medical expertise could he possibly possess? To me, he appears to be nothing more than a petty scam artist seeking to swindle our family. Wu'er, it is not my intention to criticize you, but you are no longer a child. How can you allow yourself to be taken in by such a young trickster? Elder sister Wu'er, you need not worry about your peculiar illness. Uncle has sought the celestial master from the Tianshan Sun family for you. Trust in Uncle, and your and grandfather's ailments will surely be resolved." A young man, of similar age to Chen Wu'er, stepped forward, offering reassurance. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Long Chen, as if looking at a beggar. "Indeed, just a beggar. Kid, I'll give you credit for having some skill to deceive my sister. Here is 100,000. Take it and leave swiftly, or else I shall not be so courteous." With that, the young man approached Long Chun, handing him a check as if dismissing a beggar. His name is Zhang Sheng, a cousin of Chun Wu'er. Heh. Long Chun did not accept the check, but instead turned to Chun Wu'er and remarked coolly, "It seems your family does not welcome me very much. Moreover, you have invited a more skilled doctor. In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to leave. Zhang Sheng, what is he worth? Long Chun didn't even acknowledge him. Hey, wait a moment. Didn't we agree outside that regardless of what my family says, you must not leave? Why are you going back on your word now? I won't allow you to go. Chun Wu'er exclaimed as she hurriedly caught up with Long Chun, firmly gripping his hand, insisting that he should not leave. At this moment, those in the hall seemed to sense something unusual. It appeared that this was not merely a visit for medical treatment, but rather akin to a meeting of parents. My goodness, has our Chun family's little princess fallen in love? Otherwise, why would she be holding hands? When has our Chun family's little princess ever shown such warmth towards a man? She has always been so cold. Oh, you do not believe in me, son. Yet you choose to trust this young man. Sun Wei, the so-called master son, stepped forward with a smile and said, "It seems this young man's medical skills must indeed be remarkable. I wonder what abilities you possess that have earned the trust of the young lady from the Qin family." Sun Wei, though he acknowledged that his skills did not rank highly within the Tianshan Sun family, was not to be compared with mere village doctors. Since this young man was indeed skilled, why not let me, Sun Wei, witness it? Master Sun's name was Sun Wei, in the Tianshan Sun family. He was merely a distant relative, receiving little attention. In other words, his status was only slightly superior to that of an outer disciple, holding little significance when compared to the core disciples. It was precisely for this reason that he descended the mountain to make a fortune. The true core disciples of the Tianshan Sun family were not allowed to venture down, as they were an elusive clan focused on cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. Nevertheless, even so, his authority was not something a mere child could trample upon. He represented the Sun family, and when Chun Wu'er expressed her disbelief in him, he felt quite displeased, harboring an increased disdain for Long Chun. Very well, since Master Sun has spoken, Wu'er, let your friend stay. Chun Xiong Tian cast a dismissive glance at Long Chun. He looked down upon this son-in-law. Setting aside the family background, he simply disliked his lack of self-awareness. He pondered that he could not acquiesce to anything regarding the matters between Chun Wu'er and Long Chun. As for seeking medical attention, he had no intention of allowing Long Chun to treat Elder Chun at all. He said that merely to save face from Master Sunday Father. Thank you. Chun Wu'er nodded vigorously, her joy palpable. Soon, she turned her gaze to Long Chun, adopting a playful tone as she smiled. All right, please don't be upset. If they provoke you again, I'll go with you, okay? Come on, Long Chun, smile and don't be angry. Fine, I'll stay. Long Chun replied with a hint of helplessness. What has come over this young lady? Is she trying to soothe a child? How has she transformed into such a delicate woman? One would think that this Miss Chin would detest him, yet it seems her feelings have shifted toward affection. Could it be that his charm is simply too great? It is indeed quite plausible. Let us not forget our agreement, Long Chun added. Understood. Chun Wu'er's face flushed a deep crimson. Her head bowed as she dared not meet Long Chen's gaze. You scoundrel. Why bring that up? Don't you see all these people around? However, no one seemed to care about this exchange. The Chin family was primarily concerned about Master Sun and the health of Elder Chin. As for Long Chin, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Master Sun, let us first check on my father's condition, Chun Xiong Tian said anxiously. He has been in a coma for a day. Modern medicine can only sustain him. The rest is left to fate. Who knows, he might depart at any moment. How can one not be anxious? No need to rush, Master Sun waved his hand, directing his gaze toward Long Chun, and said calmly, since this young brother possesses remarkable medical skills, I would like to inquire about his lineage. In Chinese medicine, the emphasis is on orderly inheritance. Young brother, please reveal your school, and let us see if I am familiar with it. Although I am not particularly talented, I am acquainted with the renowned schools of Chinese medicine. I have no formal lineage. I am self-taught, Long Chun replied nonchalantly. Even if I did, why should I divulge it to you? What are you to me? You lack the qualification to know my lineage. Long Chun added. The true lineage of a true dragon is indeed a secret of the cosmos. How could a mere mortal be worthy of such knowledge? Goodness, is he truly daring to mock the celestial masters of the Tianshan Sun family? It quickly became clear to the onlookers in the living room. It seemed this young man knew nothing of medicine and was merely afraid of being exposed, hence his claim of being self-taught. How immature. Does he think everyone is a fool who would believe his words? A fraud. This young man has come merely to swindle money. Why not accept the previous 100,000? Was it too little for him? The crowd looked at Long Chun with disdain, as if they had seen through him entirely. Young man, are you here to amuse us? Claiming to be self-taught is one thing, but how dare you insult the Tianshan Sun family? Do you believe they are easy to bully? I must inform you that I shall not stoop to your level today. Should you dare to utter another word of nonsense, it will not merely be a verbal warning. Huh, you insolent wretch, let me remind you that this is the family compound of the military district, if you wish to deceive. At least consider the appropriateness of your surroundings. Do you truly believe this is the place for your deceit? Be cautious, for you might find yourself imprisoned for a long time. The remaining members of the Qin family stepped forward, berating him harshly. You audacious fool! Do you truly think I am unworthy of knowing your lineage? Are you aware of the significance of the Sun family from Tianshan? Do you comprehend the stature of the Tianshan Sun family? Has your master never spoken of it? Master Sun laughed uncontrollably. In his eyes, Long Chun was nothing more than a farcical figure, merely there for amusement. To claim that a member of the Tianshan Sun family is unworthy of knowing one's lineage could only be uttered by two types of individuals. The first, those of unparalleled strength who regard the Tianshan Sun family with disdain. The second, those who are deceivers. As for Long Chun, he clearly belonged to the latter. He certainly did not believe that Long Chun was the first type. As for the first kind of person, he had yet to encounter one. The Sun family of Tianshan? Are they truly formidable? I have never heard of them, Long Chun remarked indifferently. Are you mocking me, young man? Master Sun inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. I genuinely have not heard of them, Long Chun replied. Very well, I shall see for myself the extent of your medical prowess. Considering you have not even heard of the illustrious name of my Tianshan Sun family, yet dare to claim that you are unworthy of knowing my lineage. Master Sun declared through clenched teeth. Do you dare to compete with me? What shall we compete in? Long Chun responded calmly. Naturally, in the art of healing. Master Sun chuckled. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Long Chun asked, furrowing his brow. Are you afraid? Master Sun taunted. Very well, as you wish. State your terms, Long Chun replied with composure. Whoever can cure the ailments of old Chun and the young lady of the Qin family shall emerge victorious. Master Sun stated confidently. Agreed, Long Chun nodded. Should one lose, they must kneel and admit their fault, Master Sun added. He could not fathom why he insisted on engaging with the deceiver. Perhaps it was due to the audacity of this young man. Not only was he oblivious to the illustrious Sun family of Tianshan, but he also held him in contempt. How can he endure this? It is imperative to teach this impudent lad a lesson. You have no right to kneel before me. Long Chun stated nonchalantly, however, considering your inevitable defeat. I shall accept this wager. Arrogance. How dare he assert that Master Sun is unworthy of kneeling before him? Wait. It feels somewhat peculiar. Master Sun would never stoop so low, regardless. Impudence. A disciple from the Qin family stepped forward, looking down with disdain. Enough. Qin Xiangtian intervened. His voice laced with anger. Master Sun, please attend to my father's ailment first. I assure you, if this boy is merely a title without substance, my family will make him pay dearly. He was enraged. In his eyes, this petty swindler had the audacity to come here to deceive. And out of respect for Chun Wu, he chose not to stoop to the same level. However, this little trickster even dared to offend Master Sunday naturally. Chen Xiongtian was furious. After all, his father's illness relied on Master Sun for salvation. How could he afford to offend such a revered figure? If this young man persisted in his foolishness, Chen Xiongtian would not hesitate to employ certain measures to ensure the young man understood the dire consequences of provoking the Qin family. For the sake of the family head, I shall overlook this matter. Young man, remember this. There are always greater powers beyond your own. Master Sun cast a fleeting glance at Long Chun before turning and striding into the bedroom, followed closely by the members of the Qin family. As for Long Chun, he was utterly disregarded, as if he were invisible. No, at least Chen Wuer remained by his side. At that moment, Chen Wuer tightly clasped Long Chun's hand, as if they were a couple unwilling to part. I'm sorry, Long Chun, she murmured softly, her head bowed. I hope you can forgive my family. I don't want conflict between you. They may not believe in you, but I do. Is that all right? Even if you were to, say, accidentally cause my demise, I would accept it. Am I really so unworthy of your trust? Please, stop saying such nonsense. If I were to intervene, how could I possibly bring you to harm? Trust me, you will be fine. Long Chun replied calmly. Yes, I believe in you, Chen Wu insisted, nodding vigorously. After that, She led Long Chun into the bedroom of Elder Chun. Elder Chun's bedroom was adorned in an ancient style, resembling a scholarly retreat of a bygone era. The walls were embellished with calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters. The furniture consisted of historical antiques, crafted from rosewood. Just these furnishings and artworks alone were estimated to be worth several tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Various jewels and antiquities cluttered the shelves, creating a veritable treasure trove. The total value of this room was likely no less than $1 billion, a display of opulence. By Elder Chin's bedside were several modern medical personnel and advanced medical equipment, diligently working to sustain his life. They exerted their utmost efforts to secure time for Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, we have done everything within our power. Now, all we can do is to sustain General Chin's life. I hope you will not hold us accountable. An elderly doctor, around 60 years of age, approached as soon as he saw someone enter. Bowing his head, filled with remorse, he said, "If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at the peculiarity of General Chin's ailment. Vitality is gradually ebbing away, and we are utterly unable to ascertain the cause. His organs have begun to fail, and it will not be long before." His name is Zhang Jinkai, a renowned medical expert of national acclaim and a senior military physician within the armed forces. He is not only celebrated domestically, but also holds significant recognition internationally, having published an innumerable array of medical papers. Most notably, he is the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, becoming the first individual from China to achieve such an esteemed honor. An authority in his field. He is an authority in the field of Chinese medicine. In other words, he is akin to a living embodiment of the King of Hell. He stated that those who cannot be saved must simply await their demise. Expert Zhang, you have worked tirelessly these past few days. Regardless of the circumstances, we owe you our gratitude. Chun Xiong Tian smiled and said, "My father's illness has hope. We have invited Master Sun from the Sun family of Tianshan to treat him. I believe Master Sun will be able to cure my father's peculiar ailment." The Sun family of Tianshan. Master Sun. Zhang Jinkai could not help but express his surprise. "I am indeed Master Sun from the Sun family of Tianshan." He stepped forward with a smile. "I am honored. It turns out to be the celestial master from the Sun family of Tianshan. It seems General Chin's peculiar illness may indeed be treatable. It is said that the legendary medical sages such as Sun Simiao, Hua Tuo, BNK, and Zhang Zhongjing all hailed from the Sun family of Tianshan. The Sun family is truly the progenitor of ancient Chinese medicine. I have a request, and I wonder if Master Sun could oblige?" Medical expert Zhang Jinkai spoke with palpable excitement. "I wish to observe and learn while Master Sun treats the illness." Such a colossal entity as the Sun family of Tianshan is certainly well known to someone of his medical expertise. He had always aspired to learn the art of medicine from the esteemed Sun family of Tianshan, yet given his current status, it seemed utterly impossible to access such a high echelon. Today, however, an opportunity arose to observe the master of the Sun family as he undertook the healing of ailments. How could he possibly let this chance slip away? His curiosity had long been piqued. "Very well, today I shall permit you to observe," Master Sun remarked somewhat reluctantly. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Faced with the enthusiastic support of the medical experts, he found it difficult to refuse. "Mr. Chun, we shall step aside now to provide Master Sun with the space to attend to his patients," declared the medical expert Zhang Jinkai, as he guided his team to a more distant position, clearing a path for Master Sunday. He is well aware that the healing techniques of the Sun family from Tianshan can be regarded as celestial arts. He must observe meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. Were it not for his fear of inciting Master Sun's ire, he would have eagerly recorded the entire process with his mobile phone. Soon, Master Sun stepped forward, and upon seeing Chun lying unconscious on the bed, his face ashen, he could not help but show a slight change in expression. He is no ordinary physician. Having emerged from the Sun family of Tianshan, he possesses a modicum of skill, certainly surpassing that of conventional doctors. The pallor of Elder Chin's countenance, darkened and devoid of vitality, speaks volumes. His days are numbered, and it is likely that he will soon depart from this world. Life force. The essence of life is rapidly waning, nearly extinguished. Contemplating this, Master Sun retrieved a silver needle from the medicine box he carried. As he grasped the needle firmly, a faint ripple of true energy emanated from his being, and a white mist began to circulate around the needle. Magical power? Long Chen mused aloud. It does not resemble magical power. Rather, it appears to be a simplified version, magnitudes weaker than true magic. It lies somewhere between true energy and magical prowess, yet remains decidedly feeble. His cultivation seems to be at the initial stage of dark strength, and it appears he is not without merit. He immediately discerned the true nature of Master Sun, a revelation both terrifying and profound. What flowed around Master Sun was neither magical power nor true energy, to be precise. It was a simplified version of magical power, a diminutive fragment of its vast essence. In other words, it was a form of energy akin to magical power, yet diminished by several tens of thousands of times. To clarify, true energy is a weakened derivative of magical power, whereas the energy manifested by Master Sun represents another variant of this essence. Thus, both energies can be seen as attenuated aspects of magical power. Yet it is evident that Master Sun's energy possesses a slight superiority over true energy in terms of quality, serving as a more advanced iteration. However, in the face of Long Chen's dragon qi, it remains insufficient, for the dragon qi of a true dragon surpasses even magical power in its elevated potency. This leads to the speculation that the Sun family of Tianshan may indeed be a simplified version of a cultivation family. It is astonishing to consider that even in a realm as devoid of spiritual energy as Earth, a simplified sect of cultivators could exist. Perhaps Earth is not as simple as Long Chen imagined. Above these simplified cultivation families, are there even more formidable forces at play? Genuine cultivators? Cultivation families? Sects? Go. At that moment, Master Sun, wielding a silver needle, plunged it into the center of Old Chen's brow. As the needle pierced the flesh, Master Sun swiftly channeled his magical power through it, infusing Old Chen's mind with healing energy. Employing this method, he inserted a total of 7 needles at various acupoints on Old Chen's head before finally ceasing. After withdrawing the needles, Master Sun was drenched in sweat, clearly drained by the exertion, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Shortly after Master Sun began his treatment, the previously unconscious Old Chen stirred. Moving his eyes, although he had not yet fully awakened, his complexion indicated a significant improvement. The efficacy of the 7 needles was astonishing, truly miraculous. Master Sun, you are indeed a genius. My father is on the verge of waking. I implore you to administer another round of needles. Once he recovers, the Chen family shall surely reward you handsomely. The middle-aged woman, adorned in resplendent attire, could not contain her astonishment. She was Chun Wuer's aunt, Chen Chuanxua, the 4th daughter of Old Chen. Master Sun's medical prowess was nothing short of divine. With him present, the Chen family felt reassured. Master Sun is truly the modern-day Hua Tuo. The members of the Chen family beamed with joy, knowing that if Old Chen recovered, their family would remain prosperous, allowing them to continue their affluent lifestyle. Celestial techniques. Indeed, they are celestial techniques. It was rumored that the Sun family's healing arts were of a supernatural caliber, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed the truth of such claims. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such celestial arts. Even in death, I would have no regrets, lamented the esteemed physician Zhang Jinkai, exclaiming, the 7 stars needle. It is highly likely that this is the long-lost Big Dipper needle from Chinese history. According to legend, the Big Dipper needle possesses the miraculous ability to heal even the most grievous of ailments. He had only read about it in books, and today, unexpectedly, he witnessed it with his own eyes. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond the known, and realms beyond the heavens. Master Sun, has my father's condition improved? Chen Xiongtian inquired eagerly. No, the situation remains dire, Master Sun elucidated. Old Chen's ailment is quite peculiar. It is my first encounter with such a case. If my diagnosis is correct, the vital energy within Old Chen has been nearly depleted. Master Sun continued. It appears that both Miss Chun and Old Chun have had their life force forcibly consumed for some reason. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiongtian felt a surge of hope. He had never disclosed the nature of Old Chen and Chen Wuer's ailments, yet Master Sun discerned it without the aid of any modern medical equipment. Not only did he identify the cause of their affliction, but he also speculated on the reason for its onset. Chen Xiongtian's faith in Master Sun's abilities grew stronger. I merely used silver needles to sustain Old Chen's breath, ensuring he remains unharmed for the next 10 days. However, to effect a complete recovery, there are only 2 options. Master Sun sighed. Please, Master Sun, elucidate, Chun Xiongtian urged anxiously. The first remedy involves a legendary elixir reputed to replenish one's life force. This is the only solution that can provide a permanent cure for Old Chun. The elixir's potency can swiftly restore the vital energy that has been exhausted. Master Sun shook his head. Yet, I have only heard of such an elixir. I have never encountered one. Perhaps the Sun family of Tianshan possesses it, but it would never be shared with outsiders. Such elixirs are reserved for the family's elite. Even someone like Sun Wei could not possess one, due to limited resources. Only a few batches of elixirs can be refined each year, and those that replenish life force are even scarcer, likely only available to the highest elders. For now, we have only the second option to treat Old Chun. Master Sun continued. Give this jade pendant to Old Chun to wear. I believe that it won't be long before he regains consciousness. However, this pendant can only guarantee Old Chun's life for 6 months to a year. At most, he has a year. At the very least, 6 months, after which his time will come. Chun family head, this is all I can do. This ailment is not merely a disease. It signifies the arrival of one's final hour. My role is merely to delay the inevitable. A year, or at least half a year. Chun Xiongtian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, he soon grasped the reality of the situation. A year, no? Even half a year was a blessing. As long as Old Chin was granted sufficient time to strategize, he believed that even if the Chin family faced decline, they would be far better off than they are now. Thank you, Master Sun, Chin Xiongtian said, reaching out to accept the jade pendant. Just then, a jarring voice interrupted the moment, piercing through the air and awakening everyone present. Quack doctor, the voice cried. In my eyes, you are nothing but a charlatan. A life that could be saved, and yet you only allow him to survive for 3 months. If you're not a quack, then what are you? The speaker was none other than Long Chun. He looked down upon Master Sun with disdain, as if he were gazing at an insignificant ant. The direct descendants of the Chun family in the bedroom were utterly astonished. How audacious! Has this young man lost his mind? How dare he shamelessly proclaim that Master Sun is a quack? Is he seeking his own demise or what? The Chun family had already prepared for the worst. Yet now they could anticipate survival for another 6 months, perhaps even a year. That was indeed commendable. Master Sun truly deserved the title of divine physician. But now he was being disdained? Where are the guards? Quickly, throw this insolent brat out. What does he think he is? How dare he speak so presumptuously in my Chun family? Chun Xingfeng exclaimed in a fit of rage. Master Sun was invited by him, and he alone understood the difficulty of securing the services of such a renowned healer. To offend Master Sun over an inconsequential individual would be utterly foolish. In truth, Qin Xingfeng had already shown considerable leniency towards Long Chen. It was only for Qin Wuer's sake that he had refrained from having Long Chen detained, instead opting to have him expelled. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you presume to critique Master Sun? You shall be held accountable for your words. The Chun family erupted in an uproar, each member deriding Long Chun, belittling him, and insulting him. Some even went so far as to blame Qin Wuer as well, for it was she who had brought this individual. Sister Wuer, what kind of person have you brought back? Such audacity. At such a tender age. He has learned nothing but to boast. Sister Wuer, you should take your friend and leave promptly. Do not provoke Master Sun's ire. They all laid blame upon Qin Wuer. Overwhelmed, she could hardly bear it. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such humiliation. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. She tugged at Long Chen's sleeve and said, "They are bullying me." In a prestigious hospital in the capital, within an upscale VIP ward, a man encased in plaster resembled a solid stone, unable to move and in considerable discomfort. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he articulated each word with venom. Why? Why has Long Chen reduced me to this state? Why does the Long family not stand up for me? I loathe that bastard Long Chen, and one day, I shall personally strip his skin from his body. He is none other than Long Yu, the esteemed legitimate heir of the Long family. After being struck by Long Chun at the Dihao Hotel, he was promptly brought here for treatment. Every bone in his body was fractured, and even the bones in his face had collapsed. Not only would he spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair, but his visage had also been irrevocably marred. How could he not harbor hatred? He wished he could devour Long Chen whole. Moreover, this incident had already come to the attention of the Long family. At that moment, Long Yu's father, Long Yuming, was the first to react, vowing to avenge his beloved son by annihilating his abandoned child. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was halted by the family's elder. Although Long Yuming was the current head of the Long family, the true authority lay with the elder Long Xingtian and the family elder. The elder proclaimed that the Long family need not intervene, for there were others who would eliminate Long Chun. Ultimately, the old patriarch, Long Xingtian, acquiesced. This matter passed without further action. Would my vengeance be resolved by others? I shall remember all of you. Sooner or later, I will ascend as the head of the Long family, and at that time, I will expel all of you from the clan, Long Yu vowed with bitterness. He understood that the Long family wished to avoid the infamous reputation of slaughtering their own descendants. After all, Long Chen was under the watchful eyes of every prominent family in the capital. If he were to perish, how could the circumstances of his death remain a mystery? Yet, he could not quell his desire for immediate retribution. He could no longer wait, nor did he wish to endure any longer. All right, Yuer, please do not be angry anymore. Your father and grandfather have their reasons. They do care for you, so rest assured. I will avenge your grievances. Beside Long Yu's sickbed stood a woman in her 30s. Enchanting and beautiful, possessing a beauty that could bring nations to ruin, rivaling that of Su Daji. Merely gazing upon her would ensnare one's soul. The charming woman gazed affectionately at Long Yu, her expression tinged with concern as she spoke. Yuer, I have good news. It is said that Mr. Chen from the Chen family is gravely ill and has summoned the celestial physician from the Sun family of Tianshan to treat him. The medical expertise of the Sun family's celestial physician is unparalleled. Once we manage to invite him to treat you, I believe your injuries will heal swiftly. The alluring woman was named Su Jinrao, Long Yu's mother, and thus the stepmother of Long Chun and the wife of Long Yuming. Her beauty could truly be described as breathtaking. It is likely that any man would fall for her. Mommy, can I continue my cultivation? Long Yu exclaimed resentfully. I cannot accept this. I must personally cripple Long Chen. I cannot fathom how he has managed to endure for so long, quietly reaching the initial stage of hidden strength. He is a waste. A fool. Why is he stronger than me, even if only slightly? For over a decade, he had never regarded Long Chun as a threat. Had it not been for Long Chen's defilement of Jiang Chuan, he would not have sought to eliminate him. Yet, unexpectedly, this waste, this fool, had transformed into a martial artist at the hidden strength level. Was this not evident? He had endured for over a decade. He certainly does not believe that anyone could attain the mastery of hidden strength overnight, for it is utterly impossible to achieve. He felt a deep sense of reluctance and yearned to continue his cultivation. He does not wish to be deemed worthless or a failure. You can surely continue your cultivation. Even if your cultivation has been crippled and your martial foundation destroyed, there remains hope for restoration. I firmly believe that the celestial masters of the Sun family can achieve this. Regardless of the cost, your mother will ensure that you resume your training. You must trust her. Su Jinrao's expression darkened ominously, yet she suppressed the resentment within her and spoke softly. Yuer, in a few days, your uncle will arrive in Kyoto. If the Wang family has not yet eliminated Long Chun by then, we will have your uncle take action to avenge you. Long Chun's demise is inevitable. Do not dwell on him. Really? Long Yu exclaimed with delight. Why would mother deceive you? Have faith. Your vengeance will surely be fulfilled. Su Jinrao smiled and reassured him. The Long family neglects you. Your mother will take charge. In the past, I hesitated to eradicate Long Chen completely, but now that is no longer necessary. The hidden depths of his dark energy cultivation are profound. If we do not eliminate him now and allow him to grow stronger, it could lead to endless troubles. I understand, mother. I will heed your words. Long Yu nodded in agreement. Su Ritian, Long Yu's uncle, is at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation. Unmatched beneath the transformative realms. He is the foremost master of dark energy, and these titles rightfully belong to Su Ritian. More importantly, he is a disciple of a transformative grandmaster, embodying an aura of invincibility. Few dare to provoke him. Lei Patian, his master, is a legend in Asia, a supreme being at the peak of transformative cultivation, known as the Thunder Sovereign. He is a true grandmaster, one of the most formidable figures within the transformative realms. No one knows his true age or how many years he has lived. Some say he gained fame in the 1980s, while others claim he is at least a century old. In essence, Lei Patian is a living myth and a symbol of power in Asia, where few would dare to challenge him. In the last century, a shrine in Japan incurred the wrath of Lei Patian. He crossed oceans to confront them single-handedly, compelling the shrine to publicly apologize. His only defeat in life came a decade ago against the Dragon King of China. Since then, Lei Patian has not set foot in China, retreating to foreign lands, with rumors suggesting he now resides in the far north, honing his divine abilities. Hongmen, the foremost gang in the world, and Lei Patian stands among its upper echelons. Can Long Chun provoke such a figure? In Lei Potion's eyes, Long Chun is but an insignificant insect, easily crushed with a mere hand. Now then, Yuer, let us enjoy some fruit. As she spoke, Su Jinrao peeled an orange, delicately feeding each segment to Long Yu, her eyes filled with tender affection. After finishing the fruit, she reluctantly said, Mommy must return now. Take good care of yourself here, and I shall come to see you again tomorrow. With that, Su Jinrao swayed her curvaceous, alluring figure and departed. So captivating was her presence that Long Yu found himself unable to tear his gaze away from his mother's rounded form until it vanished from sight. In a certain part of the South China Sea, on the deck of a luxurious yacht, two men gazed out at the ocean. Senior brother. We shall arrive in Kyoto tomorrow, remarked a scarred-faced man in his 30s, smiling at his companion. It is said that your nephew has been rendered powerless. Would you like me to assist you? No need, replied the elder man with a calm demeanor. You have your own mission. Once you have completed it, then come to find me. The senior brother then unexpectedly leaped from the vessel, walking upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground, and in mere seconds, disappeared into the night. Senior brother's strength has advanced once again. How formidable, the scarred man muttered to himself. To walk upon water requires at least peak mastery of inner strength. However, such a feat cannot be sustained for long. Yet, the yacht was still a good several nautical miles from shore. Was his senior brother truly going to traverse that distance on water? Such prowess would rival that of a true master of the inner strength. At the Qin family residence in China, Long Qin assuredly declared, Rest assured, you are my woman. And no one in this world can bully you, not even your own family. Yes, Qin Wuo nodded vigorously, feeling emboldened. Her demeanor transforming as she surveyed those who had previously criticized her. Though she said nothing, her presence exuded newfound strength. Then, Qin Wuo stated firmly, I believe in him because he is my man. Silence enveloped the room as everyone processed her declaration. Disbelief etched on their faces as they looked at Qin Wuo and Long Qin. Though they had harbored suspicions, the revelation left them reeling. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Qin family had fallen for a mere conman, an ordinary individual devoid of status or background. Most startling of all, he was still a student. Surely, they must have misheard? Yet, it soon became clear that they had not erred. It was indeed true. Fury ignited within each heart. This is preposterous. Guards, quickly, throw this madman out of my house. You insolent boy, I warn you, if I ever see you near my daughter again, do not expect me to be courteous. Chun Xiongtian issued a stern warning, and as he spoke, a battalion of armed guards entered from outside, surrounding Long Qin. It was evident that they regarded him as a terrorist, and should he refuse to cooperate, it was likely they would open fire. Chun Xiongtian was infuriated. How could his beloved daughter fall for such a wretched scoundrel? What a disgrace. He was nothing but a deceitful charlatan. More importantly, was this insolent brat provoking him? In front of the entire Qin family, he dared to claim that Wu was his woman? Who did he think he was? Furthermore, this rascal had offended Master Sun, which only intensified Qin Xiongtian's desire to expel Long Qin at the earliest opportunity. 3 months had been more than sufficient. Qin Wu, look at what you have brought home. Just a pack of lowly curs, he articulated with deliberate emphasis. Dad, you must believe in Long Qin, Qin Wu replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. How could she not feel aggrieved? In her efforts to save the elder Qin, she had almost sacrificed herself, solely to ensure Long Qin could rescue him. Yet now, what was the situation? The entire Qin family doubted her, accusing her of bringing back a mere lowly cur. She longed to turn and leave immediately, but she could not. Her grandfather's illness still required treatment. Long Qin remarked coolly, if it weren't for Qin Wu's sake today, you would all be dead. Pointing your guns at me? Clearly, you have grown weary of life. Long Qin's words were directed at the soldiers surrounding him. However, it was evident that no one took his remarks to heart. They each scoffed with disdain. They have encountered individuals unafraid of death, yet they have never witnessed someone so brazenly defiant in the face of a gun. Do you think the guards would hesitate to eliminate you? They possess the authority to kill without consequence. Young man, I advise you to depart swiftly. The chief has declared that you are unwelcome here, should you choose to linger. Do not blame me for being ungracious, warned the leader of the guards. It was evident that Long Qin disregarded the armed guards. Qin Xiongtian, should you expel me from this place today, I assure you that you will come to regret it. Your father will suffer the consequences of your foolish actions and have but 3 months to live. Long Qin spoke calmly. For I can offer a complete cure for Elder Qin, potentially extending his life by at least 20 years, if not more. You insolent brat, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Qin Xiongtian retorted, enunciating each word with disdain. Keeping you here has proven to be my gravest mistake. Guards, what are you waiting for? Do not kill him. Simply remove him. Chun Xiong Tian gritted his teeth. Promptly, the guards advanced, each intent on subduing Long Chun. However, at that moment, a voice interjected. Wait. Do not expel him. He must remain here today. The speaker was Master Sunday. Master Sun stepped forward, his demeanor commanding. Our contest is not yet concluded. He cannot leave. Today, I shall witness how he intends to restore Elder Chin to vitality and grant him at least 20 more years of life. To speak frankly, Elder Chin's vitality is all but extinguished. Even a celestial being could not save him at this stage. Elder Chin, now in his 80s, if granted another 20 years, would reach the remarkable age of 100. To pass away at such an age is merely to fulfill the natural course of life. In other words, if he were truly healed, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Enough, you may all leave, Master Sun declared, compelling Chun Xiong Tian to abandon his efforts to expel Long Chun, allowing the surrounding guards to exit. Meanwhile, everyone in the bedroom awaited Long Chin's response, the audacious young man's reply. A celestial being? Do you not realize that I surpass even the celestial beings? Long Chin stated coolly. Master Sun is correct. The ailment afflicting Elder Chin arises from his dwindling vitality. To effect a complete cure, one must replenish that vitality. Master Sun, how arrogant. Sun Wei seethed, nearly compelled to strike down this insolent youth with a bolt of divine lightning. To claim superiority over celestial beings, truly audacious. Master Sun gritted his teeth. If you indeed surpass celestial beings, why is it that the diagnosis you present mirrors my own? Young man, you are provoking me to take action, Master Sun warned, his intentions becoming increasingly evident. You little rascal, it seems you are merely playing games, lacking any genuine medical prowess. Simply parroting Master Sun's words. How shameless. Depart at once. The Chin family does not welcome charlatans. The members of the Chin family were all attempting to curry favor with Master Sun while belittling Long Chun. My words were not yet complete when Long Chun furrowed his brow and calmly stated, I acknowledge that Sun Yongyi's conclusion is correct. Yet there is another point to consider. His assessment is incomplete. I had previously mentioned to Chen Wuer that the Elder Chin's frail condition stemmed from practicing an incomplete cultivation technique, which had severely diminished his vitality. The longer one cultivates, the higher their realm, the shorter their lifespan. I surmised that the Elder Chin had realized this truth in his youth and ceased his cultivation upon reaching a certain level. Coupled with the nourishment from various precious herbs, he had managed to live to this age. If I am not mistaken, none of those from the Chin family who practiced that flawed technique have lived long. They seldom reach the age of 30 and are doomed to perish. Chen Wuer serves as a prime example. If she continues her cultivation, she will surely meet her end within 2 years. I wonder if my assertions hold any truth. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to criticize any further. They couldn't even muster a word. Eyes wide open, they stared at Long Chun. As the head of the Chin family, Chun Xiong Tian understood their predicament better than anyone. A century ago, the rise of the Chin family was attributed to that very incomplete technique. It was precisely due to that flawed cultivation method that the Chin family flourished. In the annals of Chin history, there had been instances of individuals reaching the transformation stage, but that was a century past. In subsequent generations, no one from the Chun family enjoyed longevity, and the family nearly faced extinction with a severe lack of successors. By the time of the Elder Chun, the incomplete technique had been sealed away, forbidding any family member from practicing it. Presently, only the Elder Chun and Chen Wuer were still engaged in that flawed cultivation. Unbelievably, Long Chun had pinpointed the crux of the issue. How could Chun Xiong Tian not feel a sense of dread? More critically, Chen Wuer was unlikely to survive beyond 2 years. As a father, Chun Xiong Tian was consumed by guilt. Had he been more assertive in the past, perhaps he could have prevented Chen Wuer from practicing that incomplete technique. How did you unearth the true ailment of the Chin family? From where have you garnered this knowledge? It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. You cannot possibly be a skilled physician. Master Sun was astonished. Recognizing from the reactions of the Chin family and Long Chin's assertions that the latter's medical conclusions were indeed accurate and remarkably professional. You, young man, what is your name? Initially indifferent towards Long Chun, Master Sun was now compelled to regard him seriously, his brow furrowed in inquiry. Long Chun, he replied nonchalantly. Wait, that name sounds familiar. I recall now. Is this not the Long family scion who disgraced Jiang Chun? The so-called waste of nature, the fool? Yes, indeed. How could he, once deemed a worthless being, have transformed into a divine physician? Has he come to our Chin family to deceive us? Soon, Someone recognized Long Chen's identity. Previously, they had paid little attention to Chen Wuer's introduction. Now, upon hearing Long Chen's name once more, they were astonished. How could they be unaware of Long Chen's remarkable achievements? He had sullied Jiang Charin's name, indeed a notorious figure. My goodness, a rapist. Sister Wuer, you must distance yourself from this scoundrel. Sister Wuer, do not be deceived by him. He is nothing but a charlatan. The atmosphere became tumultuous. A rapist? As the son-in-law of the Chen family? This is intolerable. Silence, please. Chen Xiongtian signaled for everyone to quiet down. His words held weight. Instantly, the room fell silent. All eyes fixed upon him. Long Chen, I ask you, are you the so-called waste struck by lightning from Kyoto? Chen Xiongtian inquired. A hint of confusion in his voice. I am. Long Chen nodded affirmatively. Mr. Chen, what is his status? Master Sun queried, a note of curiosity evident in his tone regarding Long Chen's identity. Allow me to explain. Chen Xiongtian stepped forward and whispered a few words into Master Sun's ear. Upon hearing this, Master Sun's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. I had thought it was someone significant, only to discover it's that lightning-struck waste from years ago. Even in Tianshan, I had heard whispers of you, Master Sun scoffed. A natural-born saint, with true energy fluctuation from the womb, heralded as a celestial being descended to earth. It is said that when you were born, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, capturing the attention of the martial world across China. Yet, you are merely a prodigy, a natural-born anomaly struck by lightning. I had assumed the Long family had silenced you. I did not expect you to still be alive. So, have you turned to the path of a divine physician, abandoning your prodigal ways? I am indeed a prodigy. Yet, I surpass you, a mere mortal, Long Chen replied coolly. The true dragon is the progenitor of the demon clan. It is not unfitting to refer to him as an anomaly. You insolent brat, you still speak defiantly. Do you not realize that even the head of your Long family would not dare to act so brazenly before me? Master Sun retorted, his temper flaring. He speaks wisely. The head of the Long family indeed owes a measure of respect to Master Sunday. However, this respect is not solely for Master Sun himself, but rather for the illustrious Tianshan Sun family that he represents. Very well, Master Sun retorted with indignation. Speak, then. How do you intend to treat Elder Chen? Merely stating the diagnosis is insufficient. True mastery is demonstrated only through the successful healing of the patient, for that is the mark of a genuine physician. And only then can you prevail. In no time, the members of the Chen family were all focused on Long Chen. Although they harbor disdain for Long Chen and regard him with contempt, they remain curious about the methods he employs for healing. What if, by some chance, Long Chen successfully cures Elder Chen? Wouldn't that ensure the Chen family's peace of mind? The process of treating Elder Chen and Chen Wuer consists of 2 steps. First, I shall concoct a medicinal pill for them to ingest. Their vitality has been depleted due to their cultivation practices. However, once they consume this foundational elixir that I have prepared, their life force will undoubtedly be restored. Not only will their lifespan be extended, but their bodily functions will also regain their former vitality. Second, I will mend the incomplete martial arts techniques of your Chen family. Once that is accomplished, you may resume your cultivation without the peril of losing your life force. The restoration of techniques? The concoction of medicinal pills? His 2 statements stirred up a tempest within the Chen family. Among the families skilled in alchemy, there are only a handful. And now Long Chen claims to possess such abilities? If it were Master Sun making the assertion, they might entertain some belief, for the Sun family, behind him, is indeed a lineage of alchemists. Yet, Long Chen boldly professes his capability in alchemy, leaving them in disbelief. Even more absurd is his claim of being able to mend the Chen family's incomplete martial arts techniques. Surely, even a master of the transformation realm would find that unattainable? How could this young man possibly achieve it? Absolutely impossible. He is deceiving. You claim you can refine elixirs? You can mend the techniques of the Chen family? Chen Xiongtian inquired with incredulity. Indeed, Long Chen nodded affirmatively. Young man, cease your brazen boasts. Master Sun stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, repairing techniques is no trivial matter. Not only you, but even those at the pinnacle of transformation, and those beyond, cannot accomplish this. It is utterly impossible for you to mend the techniques. As for healing and saving lives, perhaps you have a method to extend Elder Chen's life by a few days, but extending it by at least 20 years? That is beyond your capabilities. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, Long Chen remarked coolly. Indeed, in his eyes, Sun Wei was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. To assert that others are incapable of what one has not witnessed oneself. What else could that be but the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well? For a true dragon, not only mending techniques, but even creating techniques is within his grasp. A mere martial technique of the Chen family. He could easily mend with just a few simple pointers. It is child's play. Even though Long Chun may have lost his former cultivation, his understanding and knowledge remain intact, beyond the comprehension of these mortals. Very well. I am the frog at the bottom of a well. Master Sun retorted with a mix of rage and laughter. Let us set the matter of mending techniques aside for now. Did you not claim you could refine elixirs? Very well. Demonstrate your elixir refinement skills for me. I wish to see how you intend to concoct an elixir to save Elder Chen. He no longer wished to squander time with Long Chun. Should Long Chun prove incapable of concocting the elixir, he would not hesitate to be rather impolite. The fault lay solely with that insufferable youth, who had successfully provoked his ire. As you wish, Long Chun replied with a smile, and then commenced the alchemical process. As for the medicinal herbs, Chen Wuer had procured them earlier in the afternoon. Ginseng, angelica, and oxgall. Some were rare and precious, while others were commonplace. For Long Chun, the creation of the pill was a task of simplicity, requiring no alchemical furnace to achieve success. He was utterly unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, for the methods he employed were such that no one could hope to replicate them. More importantly, even if someone did manage to learn them, what would it matter? The simplified version of the Piyuan pill was truly beneath his notice. The first step involved pulverizing the medicinal herbs for purification. The second step required the gradual addition of the purified components of various herbs into a small porcelain bowl. The third step entailed refining the medicinal properties of the herbs using dragon energy. After 30 minutes, Long Chen successfully concocted the pills, producing 2 in total. They appeared dark and unassuming, reminiscent of the Luwei Dihuang pill from Zhizitang, evoking a sense of skepticism. Just give this to Elder Chen, Long Chen remarked nonchalantly. What on earth is this? The elder retorted. Is this how you refine pills in your family? You crush the herbs, toss them into a small bowl, add a bit of water, and shape them into small pills? This is the so-called elixir you speak of? I could do that myself. Are you trying to deceive me? Let me tell you, I do not believe in this nonsense. This pill is unfit for consumption. Who knows if it is toxic? It's absurd. Just a casual kneading, and it becomes a pill? I truly feel you're a charlatan. I fear for my father's health if he consumes this. I absolutely will not allow him to ingest this dubious concoction. Before long, the Chen family could not help but feel a profound sense of disappointment. They mistakenly believe that alchemy is shrouded in mystery and grandeur. Little do they realize, it merely involves the act of rolling pills. It is exceedingly simple and utterly unreliable. Moreover, the appearance of this elixir seems rather far-fetched. How could they possibly allow Elder Chen to consume such a substance without concern? You all. Chen Wuer couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. The modification of the family's martial arts techniques, along with these 2 elixirs, was something she had earned in exchange for her youth, yet her family remained skeptical. With this thought in mind, Chen Wuer stepped forward, seized one of the elixirs from Long Chen's hand, and placed it directly into her mouth. With a decisive gulp, she swallowed it down. Wuer, what are you doing? Spit it out, her aunt exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. You must trust me, Chen Wuer asserted, enunciating each word carefully. Now that I've consumed it, see. Nothing has happened. Very well, Chen Xiong Tian sighed, conceding. Let's give it to father. Observing Chen Wuer's stubbornness, Chen Xiong Tian's resolve softened, and he allowed Elder Chen to ingest the elixir. Humph. Master Sun remarked, displeased. If anything goes awry after taking this elixir, do not hold me responsible. After the elixir was consumed, the Chen family awaited the outcome. Yet, as minutes trickled by 1, 5, 10, Elder Chen remained utterly unresponsive, let alone showing any signs of awakening. An air of anxiety enveloped the Chen household. Wuer, when you took the elixir just now, did you experience any sensations? Chen Xiong Tian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. He felt a tinge of regret, a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, as if a gentle current flowed through him, providing a most pleasant comfort. Chen Wuer contemplated for a moment, and spoke. Oh. Chen Xiong Tian nodded, then continued. But why has my father yet to awaken? Long Chun, I implore you. When will my father regain consciousness? Chen Xiong Tian pressed, his tone growing more insistent. I do not know, Long Chun replied nonchalantly. You claim ignorance? Chen Xiong Tian retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Indeed, I do not know, Long Chun affirmed resolutely. Head of the family, this young man is clearly toying with us. What do you mean you do not know? I believe this medicine is utterly ineffective. Yes, it is indeed a sham, the members of the Qin family echoed in unison. Yet, Long Chun remained unfazed, responding with an air of calm. The medicine is genuine. All we can do now is wait. Soon enough, he shall awaken. How long must we wait? An anxious voice inquired. I do not know, Long Chun reiterated, his tone steady. Once again, the reply was one of uncertainty. At last, the Qin family was incensed. It seemed they were being trifled with. Young man, you are the first to dare wield your bravado before my Tianshan Sun family. Do you derive some sense of achievement from mocking me? Master Sun seethed. Very well. Today, I shall let you witness the consequences of provoking the Tianshan Sun family. He spoke and suddenly produced a yellow talisman. Flame spell. Urgent as a command, forgive. He chanted, and a spark ignited upon the talisman. In less than a breath, this tiny spark transformed into a serpentine flame. A 3-meter-long fire serpent, resembling a celestial dragon, lunged toward Long Chun. The heat was intense, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. Those in the bedroom scrambled in fear, anxious to avoid collateral damage. This is the celestial art of the Sun family from Tianshan. Prepare to meet your demise. Even a dark energy martial artist cannot survive my spell. You should consider yourself fortunate to perish under this flame spell, Master Sun declared with pride. Die. This is the consequence of crossing the Tianshan Sun family. Fire Dragon. The celestial arts of the Sun family are formidable. Retreat, or we shall be engulfed by this fire dragon. Haha, that little charlatan is doomed without a doubt. The Qin family need not intervene. No one from the Qin family spoke up to halt the conflict, for they believed Long Chun deserved his fate. Even Chun Xiong Tian remained silent, as if tacitly agreeing. Father, you must intervene and stop Master Sunday. Don't let him harm Long Chun. Chen Wu Air's expression shifted. Stepping forward, helplessly pleading with Chun Xiong Tian for assistance. Though she was aware of Long Chen's remarkable strength, having defeated Li Liang, she realized that Li Liang's prowess was merely at the peak of the initial stages of dark energy, whereas Master Sun was an even greater threat. Is he truly a master of transformation? This question lingered in Chun Wu Air's mind. She found it hard to believe that Long Chun was indeed a master of transformation. Strangely, despite her animosity towards him, she wished for his survival. Wu Air, do not act foolishly, Qin Xiong Tian admonished, his irritation evident. I don't care. No one shall harm Long Chun. Despondent, Chun Wu Air dashed forward, intending to shield Long Chun from the mighty fire serpent with her own body. However, before she could go far, she was seized by Qin Xiong Tian. What are you doing? He roared, his fury palpable. I cannot let Long Chun perish. He came with me. If anyone must die, let it be me. Chen Wu Air struggled fiercely, attempting to break free. I'm sorry, Long Chun. It is my fault. Tears streamed down her face, unable to move due to Chun Xiong Tian's restraint. Do not worry. I promise you, I will keep my word. Even if you perish, I shall uphold my commitment. Her declaration was resolute, as if she had made a momentous decision. At that moment, a startling voice broke through. You cannot harm Mr. Long. Quickly stop. He saved me. Moreover, Mr. Long is a master of transformation. Do not offend him. The offspring of the Qin family turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, only to witness an astonishing sight. Qin Lao, who had been lying in a state of unconsciousness, had miraculously awakened. Struggling to rise from his bed, he pointed a trembling finger at Long Chun. Perhaps due to his frailty, his words were somewhat incoherent, and much of what he uttered was lost to the ears of those present. Qin Lao has awakened? This monumental revelation detonated within the Qin family like a nuclear explosion, rousing every member from their stupor. The renewed color in Qin Lao's complexion was a clear indication of his improved vitality. He certainly appeared far less moribund than before. Was this a sign of rejuvenation? Could it be that Long Chen's elixir had indeed proven effective? He had mentioned that all it required was patience, and now, before their very eyes, Qin Lao had regained consciousness, looking significantly better. A miraculous healer. Indeed, he is a divine physician. They were mistaken. Had they known this would occur, they would have waited. Father, are you all right? Chun Xiong Tian was the first to react, quickly stepping forward to support the elder Chun, anxiously inquiring. The awakening of elder Chun is a momentous occasion for the Qin family, for it signifies their resilience. It was Mr. Long who saved me. You must prevent him from taking action. We cannot afford to offend Mr. Long, nor can we allow anyone to harm him, for he may very well be the young sect. At this point, Elder Chun, weakened in body, became breathless and could not finish his sentence. leaving the final syllable unheard by Chen Xiong Tian. Young sect? What sect? Father, it is too late to stop this. Master Sun is a descendant of the Sun family from Tianshan. He is not someone the Chun family can afford to offend. Though Chen Xiong Tian felt immense gratitude towards Long Chun, the current situation was beyond his control. Offending the Sun family was beyond his capabilities, and he had no strength to intervene. You ungrateful child, do you know what sort of being Mr. Long is? He is a young sect master. Elder Chen was quite agitated, and coupled with his breathlessness, his words became fragmented and laborious. Young sect? What is that? What nonsense? Chen Xiong Tian found himself puzzled, eager to comprehend what his father was attempting to convey. Sect master? Young sect master? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill coursed through his bones. A young sect master? He understood all too well what those 4 words entailed. To achieve the title of young sect master, one must attain mastery before the age of 18. A mere 16 or 17-year-old as a master. Impossible, utterly impossible. Long Chun, a young man renowned in the capital as a fool, a waste, could not possibly be a master. It had been centuries since a young sect master had emerged in this world. Surely he must have misheard. A mere firefly, thinking it could harm me? One must admit, you are far too naive. Magic? Is this truly worthy of being called magic? Long Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if in his eyes the fierce fire serpent was but a mere spark. Calmly, he declared, "Today, I shall show you what true magic entails." He spoke aptly. The sorcery wielded by Sun Wei can hardly be classified as true magic. Its potency is woefully inadequate. Even if Long Chun were to stand still and allow it to strike him, he would emerge unscathed, for the scales upon his body can effortlessly nullify such trivial harm. Authentic spells possess the might to upheave mountains and seas. This is merely a rudimentary version of magic, a further diminished iteration, rendered feeble countless times over. As he spoke, Long Chun reached out toward the void before him. Come forth, lightning. Instantly, bolts of lightning began to coalesce within the palm of Long Chun. Subsequently, this torrent of electric energy enveloped his entire being. Mastering the lightning, his form became ensconced in a swirling tempest of electric arcs. He appeared almost celestial. The master of thunder. Begone. The lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. A surge of thunderous power emanated from his palm, transforming into a formidable arc of light that shot forth with great velocity. With a resounding crash, the powerful fire serpent was obliterated under the overwhelming might of the lightning, dissipating upon mere contact. The thunderous force, a divine retribution from the heavens, was terrifyingly potent, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortal flames to withstand. However, as the fire serpent vanished, the thunderous power did not wane. With another thunderous crack, it struck Master Sun's body. Puff! He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. His form charred and grotesque, revealing patches of stark white bone amidst the mangled flesh, clearly reduced to a mere shadow of life. The rolling thunder echoed like invisible waves sweeping through, shattering every window in the bedroom. The room resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest, left in utter disarray. This was indeed the 5 thunder technique of the celestial master Estal. He is the second to speak of the 5 thunder immortal technique, the first being the unfortunate Li Liang, who was struck down. At this moment, Sun Wei no longer exudes any semblance of a master. Instead, he resembles a stray dog, cowering on the ground, merely clinging to life. It is said that the celestial master Dao transcends ordinary warriors, wielding celestial arts that command thunder and assert the majesty of heaven and earth. Master, please show mercy. I have erred, and I shall never dare to offend again. I implore you to spare me. Sun, trembling in abject terror, felt as if his very soul was being shredded. His head bobbed incessantly against the ground in a desperate show of submission. Resistance? A path to certain doom. Another strike of thunderous power, and he would meet his end. All he could do was plead for mercy. The members of the Chen family in the bedroom were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with fear. They were utterly astonished. The seemingly insignificant fool, a mere waste, turned out to be a formidable master wielding the powers of thunder and lightning. Even more importantly, they had previously dared to mock such an existence. The lightning had nearly claimed the life of Master Sunday. The pill had saved Elder Chun. He is not only proficient in the healing arts but also a formidable master. With a single strike, he incapacitated Master Sun, who was at the initial stage of dark energy. How formidable must he be? At the mid-stage of the hidden strength realm, or at its pinnacle? It is worth noting that he is merely 16 or 17 years of age. Just a few days prior, he was renowned throughout Kyoto as a mere wastrel. I remarked that Mr. Long was a master of the transformation strength, and old Master Chen exhaled with some difficulty. A master of the transformation strength? Chen Xiongtian, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Father, did you just say that Mr. Long is a master of the transformation strength? Chen Xiongtian stammered slightly. Li Liang was rendered incapacitated by a single punch from Mr. Long. Old Master Chen did not respond directly, but instead uttered this statement. Is he truly a prodigy? Chen Xiongtian was left astounded. Li Liang, at the pinnacle of the initial stage of hidden strength, was unexpectedly defeated with a single blow. How terrifying. The world has erred. Everyone has misjudged. He is not a monster. He is a genius. Pleading for mercy? How utterly feeble. He once believed that Sun Wei possessed great integrity. The Sun family of Tianshan appeared formidable, yet it seems they are merely this. I said you are a mediocre physician. Do you accept that? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Chen stepped forward, looking down imperiously. I accept, I accept, I accept. Master Sun knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling. Long Yi stepped forward once more and thundered, I shall ruin your foundation and destroy the decades of your cultivation. Do you accept? I accept, I accept, I accept. Master Sun's head bobbed like a pestle, incessantly striking the ground. Long Chen, wielding the power of thunder, declared from his lofty position, I shall tarnish the reputation of the Tianshan Sun family. Do you accept? I wholeheartedly accept. Master Sun's forehead bled from the relentless bowing, yet he dared not cease. Since you genuinely accept, I shall spare your life for the time being, Long Chen proclaimed from his elevated stance. Begone. If you dare to step into the capital again, I will ensure your soul is shattered and your existence obliterated. Master Sun did not dare to lift his head, keeping it bowed, trembling as he crawled away, swiftly disappearing from the Chen residence. He is genuinely terrified. To linger here for even a single second longer would be pure torment for him. He was filled with trepidation, fearing that Long Chen would bring about his demise. At that moment, Long Chen stood with his arms crossed, directing his gaze towards the members of the Chen family. One by one, they lowered their heads, unable to meet Long Chen's gaze. Even the brothers Chen Xiongtian and Chen Xingfeng dared not look him in the eye, their bodies trembling with fear. He was simply too powerful. Although they had been on the battlefield and held high positions in the military, they had never witnessed such a scene before. Wielding thunder and annihilating phantoms with a single bolt of lightning, such abilities were the realm of immortals. They were filled with regret, lamenting their actions. Offending Long Chen was a grave mistake, particularly for Chen Xiongtian, who understood that Long Chen was a master of the transformation realm. Mr. Long, I recognize your formidable strength. However, you should not have severely injured Master Sunday. Such an action will undoubtedly provoke the Sun family. Chen Xiongtian stepped forward, his tone tinged with apprehension. Although Long Chen possessed immense power, he believed the Tianshan Sun family to be even more formidable. What does it matter how high your potential may soar? Without having realized that potential, it does not equate to true strength. One must acknowledge that the Tianshan Sun family boasts not only masters of the transformation realm, but also beings beyond that. Yes, beings that transcend the transformation realm, the innate realm. The Tianshan Sun family? What are they really? Should I be provoked, I shall ascend the Tianshan and obliterate the Sun family. Long Chen replied with a calm demeanor. He was not jesting. Grant him 2 years, and he will undoubtedly possess the prowess to annihilate the Sun family atop Mount Tian. His mere words stirred a tempest within the Chen household. To eradicate the Sun family atop Mount Tian? Are you jesting? Just you? While the members of the Chen family concealed their disbelief, deep down, they remained skeptical. They were compelled to acknowledge Long Chen's formidable combat prowess, yet they deemed it insufficient to obliterate the Sun family. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a youthful master. Truly a remarkable figure, praised Elder Chen, who stood nearby, unable to restrain his admiration. A youthful master. Even a seasoned military leader like myself must show him respect. Moreover, having been saved by Long Chen, how could he not express his reverence? It dawned on Chen Wu'er that she had been overly sentimental. Her heart was in turmoil as she recalled her reckless attempt to shield Long Chen from the fiery serpent's assault, leading her to realize that she had perhaps overestimated her significance, for he had never needed her intervention. He is a true master, a master of transformation. I was mistaken. Previously, I believed that the audacity of that young man, Long Chen, stemmed from the influence of the Long family, leading me to think that the Chen family would not dare to act against him. Little did I realize that the true strength lies within him. Chen Xingfeng remarked with a sigh. He had heard of Long Chun, the man who had tarnished the reputation of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Fool, waste, prodigy, these were the labels often associated with him. Yet, after witnessing him today, I see now that I was utterly wrong. He is not a waste, he is merely patient. Although Chen Xingfeng could not discern what Long Chun was enduring, one thing was certain. He was no fool, no waste, no mere prodigy, but a genius, a natural-born sage. Jiang Chuan, my foolish child, why did you choose to annul your engagement with Long Chun? If you were aware of his current prowess, you would surely be filled with regret. Most importantly, my dear child, the excuse you provided for the annulment, that Long Chun is unworthy of you, is laughable. Do you not realize that a talent like Long Chun is someone you are unworthy of? As Chen Xingfeng contemplated Jiang Chuan's decision to break off the engagement, a bitter smile crossed his lips. The Jiang family will inevitably regret this day, for they have let slip a golden opportunity. He was acutely aware of the potential possessed by the youth before him. In 3 years, or perhaps 2, this individual would undoubtedly make a name for himself across the world. Mr. Long, my son was unaware of your formidable prowess and has inadvertently offended you in the past. I kindly ask that you do not hold it against him. At that moment, Old Chen finally descended from his bed and respectfully addressed Long Chen. Here is 300 million RMB. I implore you to accept it. Although I understand that I am unworthy of being your friend, I earnestly request that you accept this consultation fee. With that, he produced a black card and handed it over. A sum of 300 million was no small amount. Even the Chen family members present were taken aback. What consultation fee could possibly be this exorbitant? No need, Long Chun replied nonchalantly. I have already accepted the consultation fee. You have already accepted? Old Chen inquired, somewhat astonished. Please clarify, Mr. Long. Even back in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, Old Chen had discerned that Long Chun was no ordinary individual, destined to become a formidable figure, perhaps even surpassing Lei Petion. At that time, he had desired to befriend Long Chun, but was rebuffed with the assertion that he was unworthy of such a friendship. It had been a rather forceful rejection. However, to his surprise, Long Chun had come to his aid today, curing his ailment. Not only was he grateful, but he also wished to cultivate a relationship with Long Chun. A genius of this caliber, if aligned with him, would surely bring immense benefits in the future. Yet, the refusal to accept the consultation fee, and claiming it had already been accepted, what could this possibly mean? Most importantly, why had Long Chen chosen to come and treat his peculiar illness? I will cure both you and Chen Wuer's ailments. From now on, Chen Wuer shall serve as my bed warmer, Long Chun declared from his elevated position. At these words, silence enveloped the bedroom. The members of the Chen family stared wide-eyed at Long Chun. Chen Wuer was the legitimate young lady of the Chen family and one of its future leaders. Yet, this audacious youth had the gall to demand that she serve as his bed warmer? Was he mad, or simply tired of living? Even if he had healed Old Chun, such arrogance was unthinkable. Previously, they had assumed Long Chen was merely Chen Wu's boyfriend. Even then, they found it difficult to accept. But now, to insist that the young lady of the Chun family serve as a bed warmer was simply intolerable. If they were to acquiesce, what would become of the Chun family's reputation? They would become a laughingstock among the esteemed families of the capital, akin to the current ridicule faced by the Jiang family's Jiang Chuan. I hope to be so bold as to ask you, Mr. Long, are your intentions towards Wuer sincere? Old Chen asked, taken aback, his brow furrowed. As the true leader of the Chen family, he had many concerns. Foremost were the family's interests, followed closely by the happiness of Chen Wuer. He is not only the helmsman of the Chen family, but also the beloved grandfather of Chen Wuer. He did not wish for his own reasons to result in Chen Wuer losing a lifetime of happiness. Even during the time of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, he harbored the intention of uniting Long Chun and Chen Wuer, encouraging their union. However, it is imperative to note that Chun Lao's objective was for Chen Wuer to become Long Chen's wife, rather than merely a bed warmer. To put it succinctly, a wife is a mistress, while a bed warmer is a servant. Though the Chen family yearned to forge a connection with Long Chen, the stipulation presented was undeniably stringent. For a moment, Elder Chen hesitated, weighed down by conflicting emotions. Grandfather, please do not say any more. I have already pledged my word to Long Chun, and this condition shall remain immutable, Chen Wuer asserted, stepping forward with a resolute demeanor. She appeared steadfast in her determination to align herself with Long Chun, rather than being coerced by him. Elder Wuer, you. Elder Chen faltered, yet upon witnessing Chen Wuer's obstinate countenance, he chose to remain silent. He understood all too well that once Chen Wuer had made up her mind, even he would be unable to dissuade her. Mr. Long, our Chun family values integrity in our words. Since Wooer has given her promise, we shall not waver, Elder Chen declared, retrieving a gilded card from his pocket. Intricately engraved with dragon motifs. It was a gold card from an international bank, containing a sum of 1 billion RMB. Please accept this. Do not decline. It is a part of Wu's dowry, and we hope that Mr. Long will treat her with kindness. As he spoke, Elder Chen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What is this? Even Long Chun, seasoned by countless grand encounters, was taken aback. He nodded. Very well, I shall accept it. Your choice is indeed wise. Thus, a new luminary emerged in the cosmos, known as the Celestial Demon Empress, bearing the name Chen Wuer. Thank you, Mr. Long, Elder Chen expressed with heartfelt gratitude. His actions were merely intended to secure a more favorable future for his granddaughter, influenced by the prospect of 1 billion RMB. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this very gesture would catalyze a profound transformation within her. She emerged as the Demon Empress of the cosmos. It is said that the Demon Empress devours the heavens and annihilates deities, slaying demons and subduing spirits, a resplendent yet thorny rose amidst the celestial expanse. A mere 17-year-old master of transformation does not tarnish Wuer's reputation. Should Long Chun ascend to the innate realm beyond transformation, Wuer shall be regarded as a wife of an innate being. One can only hope that our Chun family may rise as a consequence. Chun Lao mused silently. He understood that refusal was no longer an option in this matter. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to acquiesce and facilitate the union between Chen Wuer and Long Chun. A potential innate being is an individual whom every force in the world would strive to court fervently. A transformation master serves as the backbone of a family. However, with the presence of an innate being, the family undergoes a qualitative change. Families possessing innate beings are referred to as hidden families. In other words, the secular world is devoid of innate existence. A transformation master is an entity of unparalleled strength. Father, what are you doing? You cannot agree to this. Chun Xiong Tian interjected first, opposing vehemently. Wuer, do not worry. Father will advocate for you. Father, I advise you to reconsider this matter. Chen Xingfeng stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Regardless of the circumstances, this concerns the dignity of our Chen family and the lifelong happiness of our niece Wuer. As her uncle, I cannot bear to see your plight. Soon, the remaining members of the Chen family voiced their opinions. I disagree. A mere forsaken scion, notorious for his ineptitude, dares to have our esteemed young lady serve as a maid? Absolutely not. This is sheer folly. Old Chen, please do not acquiesce. Father, I implore you to retract your statement. This matter requires careful consideration. Grandfather, this is unjust to Sister Wuer. In their eyes, Long Chun was merely a foolish youth with some magical abilities, who not only offended Master Sun, but also incurred the ire of the Sun family from Tianshan. Sooner or later, this young man would face repercussions from the Tianshan Sun family. They would certainly refuse this matter, for in their eyes, Long Chun is unworthy. In other words, Long Chun does not deserve the eldest lady of the Chen family. Master Long, what is it that you desire? Chun Xiong Tian, undeterred, continued. No matter what it is, I can accomplish it. 2 billion RMB, would that suffice? Money? Indeed, it is a valuable asset, capable of moving even the most stubborn of spirits at times. He believed it was simply a matter of insufficient funds. If only there were a bit more money. Long Chun would undoubtedly spare Chen Wuer. Long Chun stepped forward, his voice icy. Does your Chen family think that I, Long Chun, am easy to bully? That I am fickle and ungrateful? Mr. Long, please, do not be angered. Our Chen family has agreed to your terms and will certainly honor them. We would never go back on our word. My son merely acted out of momentary folly. I hope you can overlook it, Chen Lao said, his heart pounding with trepidation. All members of the Chen family, remember this. From now on, this matter shall not be mentioned again. We have pledged to fulfill Mr. Long's conditions, and we shall do so. Anyone who dares to bring it up again shall be immediately expelled from the family, Chen Lao insisted, resolutely disregarding dissent. Chen Lao's stance was unequivocal. Even if the younger generation of the Chun family felt discontent, they dared not voice their opinions. Within the Chen household, Chen Lao's authority outweighed that of the family head, Chun Xiongtian. Father, I understand, Chun Xiongtian replied through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. He was deeply reluctant and loath to see his daughter plunge into the fiery pit, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Ultimately succumbing to the formidable pressure exerted by the elder Chen, he was quite perplexed. Even though Long Chen was a divine physician, even a master of the transformation technique, with limitless potential, it seemed rather undignified for him to have his daughter serve as a maid, did it not? From this day forth, Mr. Long, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Chen family. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them to us. We shall certainly do our utmost to fulfill them. Elder Chen stepped forward and smiled at Long Chen, a master of transformation, accomplished at a young age. He is indeed a divine physician. Each of these attributes warrants our utmost goodwill, and it is even more significant that Long Chen possesses both. Most importantly, Elder Chen was acutely aware of the value of the pill Long Chen had provided him. Ever since he ingested the pill, not only had the vitality he lost been restored, but it had also been significantly enhanced, as if he had reverted to middle age overnight. In other words, he felt rejuvenated by at least 30 years. Indeed, even the organs within his body felt younger, a sensation that Elder Chen could distinctly perceive. Furthermore, the realm he had struggled to break through for many years was now showing signs of potential advancement due to the pill's effects. To live 20 more years? Perhaps he could live for 30. A pill. This was akin to an elixir. The attitude of Master Sun made it evident that the pill concocted by Long Chen was extraordinary. It is merely an equitable exchange. There is no need for such formality. Long Chen remarked nonchalantly. You speak of equitable exchange. Elder Chen replied with a smile. Mr. Long, it is already late. Might I suggest this? Please stay at the Chen residence tonight for dinner before you depart. I implore you to remain, so that I may express my heartfelt gratitude. Dinner? There is no need for that. I have yet to complete the treatment for both you and Chen Wuer. There is still half of the work remaining. I shall not leave until you are both thoroughly cured, Long Chen stated calmly. Mr. Long, are you implying that my and Wuer's ailments are only half healed? Elder Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He is most acutely aware of his own body. It is already in an optimal state. What further treatment could possibly be necessary? He firmly believed that he would never again succumb to the recurrence of his peculiar affliction. Indeed, the treatment was only half complete. Long Chen smiled and remarked, as I have stated, healing your physical bodies is merely the initial step. The subsequent phase involves mending the incomplete techniques of the Chen family. Once I successfully restore your family's methods, resuming your cultivation will no longer bear the worry of losing vitality. Mr. Long, do you truly mean that? Elder Chen trembled as he stammered. Undoubtedly, Long Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Quickly, fetch the family techniques. Elder Chen commanded, his excitement palpable. But father, although our family's techniques are indeed incomplete, they form the very foundation of our lineage. How can you permit an outsider to examine such a vital treasure? Chen Xiongtian was the first to voice his opposition. Previously, he had dismissed Long Chen's boastful claims about restoring their family's incomplete techniques. Even now, despite Long Chen's success in treating Elder Chen, he remained skeptical. After all, how arduous it is to mend techniques. It was not a feat that a mere 17-year-old could accomplish. Xiongtian, your perspective is too narrow. A formidable figure like Mr. Long would hardly deign to covet the flawed techniques of our Chen family. Hurry, go and retrieve the family techniques. Elder Chen admonished with authority. Yes, father. Chen Xiongtian replied, albeit with some reluctance, and proceeded to the secret chamber to fetch the family's techniques, which he then presented to Long Chen. The techniques were contained within an ancient, thread-bound tome, showing signs of age. Inscribed upon it were the 4 characters, Xian Huang Ji Qi. Before long, Long Chen opened the ancient manuscript, and with a mere cursory glance, he discerned the underlying issues and conceived a comprehensive method for restoring the techniques. Although he had never practiced nor observed the techniques of martial artists, he understood that all variations ultimately stem from a singular source. The martial arts techniques are merely a subset of the methodologies employed by cultivators. As a true dragon, he had perused countless celestial arts, each of which surpassed the martial techniques in potency. Celestial arts, as their name suggests, pertain to the cultivation of immortals. A mere flick of his finger could elevate such rudimentary martial techniques to unprecedented heights. In essence, the modified techniques he crafted transcended the realm of martial arts and could only be tenuously categorized as celestial arts. While they might fall slightly short of true celestial techniques, they were undoubtedly vastly superior to those practiced by the Sun family of Tianshan. To draw a simple analogy, the previously flawed techniques resembled inferior methods, while now they embodied the pinnacle of excellence, a modest vessel transformed into an aircraft carrier. Before long, Long Chun had successfully repaired the techniques. Although Elder Chin's cultivation was not particularly high, he had diligently practiced his family's methods for decades. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of his family's techniques. Upon inspecting Long Chin's completed work, he immediately recognized that the Chin family's flawed techniques had indeed been restored, allowing for continued cultivation henceforth. He trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by an extraordinary surge of energy. The cultivation of the dark strength phase. He seemed to have glimpsed the hope of attaining the profound mastery of hidden strength. For this particular technique not only mended his abilities, but also propelled him further along his path. Indeed, he discerned that the Chun family's martial arts had ascended to a new level of quality. This was nothing short of a rebirth. 2 centuries ago, the Chun family was merely a peasant household. However, it was through the acquisition of this fragmented martial arts manual that they underwent a profound transformation, leading to the present-day Chin family. If a mere incomplete manual could yield such monumental changes, one can only imagine the impact of a complete one. He understood the true value of this manual all too well. Mr. Long, you have conferred upon us a grace of rebirth. We, the Chin family, are at a loss as to how we might repay you. You are indeed our benefactor, expressed the elder Chun with palpable excitement. In that moment, he prepared to kneel before Long Chun. Yes, kneel before Long Chun. What are you doing? Long Chun gently supported the elder Chun and replied nonchalantly. I have stated that this is an equitable transaction. There is no need for you to kneel before me. The modifications to the manual were part of treating your and Chun Wooer's peculiar ailments. You truly need not go to such lengths. Equitable transaction? It was anything but. The Chun family had gained an enormous advantage, far beyond what they deserved. The elder Chun pondered inwardly. Mr. Long, I am well aware that the value of the modified manual you have provided is immense. Our entire Chin family is incapable of repaying this debt. We can only kneel and express our gratitude to you. The elder Chin declared, his voice trembling with emotion. You have altered the fate of our entire Chin family. He speaks wisely. If the descendants of the Chun family could recommence their cultivation within 50 years, they may very well ascend to a position among the 4 esteemed families of the capital, or even achieve a status beyond that. For this technique is no longer an ordinary method of cultivation. He was acutely aware that this particular technique had likely transcended into the realm of celestial arts, akin to the mystical practices of the Sun family from Tian Shan. In other words, within a century, the Chin family could very well ascend to the status of a concealed lineage. You all, hurry and kneel before Mr. Long. Elder Chin turned, addressing the disciples of the Chin family with resolute authority. Upon hearing his words, the disciples' expression shifted dramatically. Kneel before a worthless individual? Absolutely not. It was inconceivable. Was Elder Chin out of his mind? Merely a technique, and yet such an uproar was being made? Some even speculated whether Long Chun had ensnared Elder Chun with some form of enchantment, given the elder's unwarranted reverence, willing to kneel in gratitude. They were well aware of their esteemed status in the capital. How could they possibly kneel before a notorious wastrel, a prodigy? Would this not become the subject of ridicule? They believe that a mere manual of cultivation can easily be acquired with a modest expenditure, and thus it is unnecessary to bow in such a grand gesture. It is merely Lady Chun who has elevated Long Chen's status. The summer insect cannot comprehend the frost of winter. How can a tiny summer insect know the chill of winter? How can a frog at the bottom of a well fathom the vastness of the sky? They are merely mortals, unrefined beings who have never comprehended the true value of martial arts or the might of a warrior. In the marketplace, there may exist some flawed and inferior techniques that can be acquired for a price. Yet, how can such practices even be deemed worthy? At best, they permit one to cultivate to the level of hidden strength, fraught with peril, as the practitioner may very well perish during their training. In ancient times, the transmission of martial arts was a solemn affair, necessitating 3 bows and 9 prostrations to receive the teachings. Although such customs are no longer observed, the art imparted by Long Chun is of the highest caliber, transcending all others. How can one demonstrate respect without the ritual of bows? My father merely modified a flawed technique, and does that warrant our family kneeling before him? This is excessive. I believe offering him some monetary compensation would suffice. Chun Xiong Tian stepped forward first, voicing his dissent. Though our Chin family may not rank among the 4 prominent families of the capital, our influence is by no means inferior. It is unacceptable for us to bow before a younger generation member. If we submit today, I am certain that tomorrow, all the other families will mock the Chin family. I hope my father can consider the greater picture. Most importantly, what merit does Long Chun possess to warrant our reverence? Chun Xiong Tian's words immediately ignited hope among the disciples of the Qin family, who chimed in. Father, elder brother speaks the truth. Our Qin family has endured for a century, a lineage spanning over 100 years. It has never been recorded in history that we have knelt before a junior. This must not be done. Absolutely not. How could such a trifling waste of space possess the virtue to deserve our kneeling? We shall not kneel. It would be more fitting for him to kneel before us. We, the steadfast members of the Qin family, would rather meet our end standing than ever bow to another. They appeared to be exceptionally proud, exuding an unwavering determination to neither kneel nor fear death. Elder Chun, visibly infuriated, erupted with fury. A bunch of ungrateful descendants. If you do not bow before Mr. Long today, you shall all leave the Qin family and never set foot here again. The members of the Qin family, taken aback, expressed their profound discontent. Yet, they ultimately chose to submit, tears welling in their eyes as they knelt down. Such disgrace. Each individual was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. They yearned to extinguish Long Chun immediately. What are you doing? I have stated that it is a fair transaction. There is no need for you to kneel. Rise. Everyone, please stand. Long Chun spoke calmly. Very well. Since Mr. Long has spoken, you need not kneel any longer. Elder Chun waved his hand, allowing the members of the Qin family, who were on the verge of kneeling, to stand upright once more. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a set of keys and handed them to Long Chun with a smile, saying, Mr. Long, the cultivation method you modified is of immense value. You claim it is a fair exchange, yet I feel it is quite unfair, as our Qin family has taken advantage of you. Thus, I implore you to accept this small gift. He enunciated each word carefully. It is the key to the Cloud Mountain Villa, which shall henceforth belong to you. The Cloud Mountain Villa, a place where every inch is worth its weight in gold, was a residence gifted by the military hierarchy for Elder Chen's retirement. Situated atop the peak of Cloud Mountain, it boasts the most advantageous geographical position in the entire region. Not only is the air pristine, but it is also said that cultivation there accelerates significantly. In essence, the villa at the summit of Cloud Mountain cannot simply be purchased with wealth. It requires status. And it is given freely, not sold. This little key is worth a staggering 1 billion RMB. Father, Chun Xiong Tian, is well aware of the villa's worth. It is a sanctuary bestowed upon Elder Chun for his twilight years by the military elite. Rumor has it that the villa possesses a unique magnetic field that greatly benefits one's health, rendering it invaluable. However, before he could voice a protest, he was silenced by a single glance from Elder Chun. I have mentioned an equitable transaction. I have already accepted the consultation fee. Long Chun declined firmly. Mr. Long, this is not a consultation fee. This is Wooner's dowry. Yes, indeed, it is Wooer's dowry. Elder Chun quickly devised another excuse. Very well. Long Chun cast a profound glance at Elder Chun, seemingly laden with meaning, before stating, among the Qin family, you are the only one with discernment. With that, he accepted the keys. The onlookers from the Qin family witnessed this scene, their hearts bleeding for reasons unfathomable. Who among them does not desire the Cloud Mountain Villa? Yet, it was claimed by an outsider. They were filled with a sense of reluctance. In Kyoto, at a military family compound, within a certain villa, the banquet had been meticulously prepared. Although the feast did not boast an abundance of rare delicacies, it featured highly valuable and nutritious dishes, amounting to no less than 30,000 RMB. For instance, a simple dish of sea cucumber stir-fried with ginseng involved 18 intricate steps and dozens of accompanying ingredients. It was exquisite and rich in nutritional value. However, Long Chun remained unmoved. Having witnessed grand occasions countless times, he regarded such fare as rather beneath him, in his eyes. It simply did not warrant a place at the table. What ingredients has he never encountered? Rare delicacies such as divine beast meat and Qingwan meat have all graced his palate. The feast before him is rather unimpressive. Please, Mr. Long, take the seat of honor. Elder Chin respectfully remarked. In China, seating arrangements hold significant importance. Typically, the seat of honor at a banquet is reserved for the host or a person of great virtue and esteem. In Elder Chen's eyes, Long Chun is immensely revered. Being a youthful master, it is only fitting for him to occupy the seat of honor. Father, Long Chun has merely cured the peculiar ailments afflicting you and Wooer. What merit does he possess to deserve such an esteemed position? Chun Xiong Tian expressed his discontent. Deep within, he harbored a tempest of anger towards Long Chun. Although Chun Xiong could not take action against him due to Long Chen's formidable prowess and Elder Chen's defense, he still felt compelled to voice his disdain in such a manner. He must stand in opposition to Long Chen. Firstly, he is greatly displeased that his daughter has become Long Chen's maid. Secondly, he perceives Long Chun as excessively arrogant, which he cannot abide. Thirdly, he nearly knelt before Long Chun. How could he willingly submit to such humiliation? Although he refrained from actually kneeling, the gesture alone was a significant affront to Qin Xiong Tian. It is essential to recognize that Qin Xiong Tian is the head of the Qin family. Even the heads of the four great families must show him deference, let alone kneel. What is a mere Long Chun compared to him? A suspected master of the transformative energy? Merely a suspicion, and it is entirely possible that he is not one at all. Even if he were a master, he would not dare to act so brazenly in front of the Qin family, for they represent the military to a certain extent. Would a master of transformative energy dare to oppose the army? Enough, old Qin said, visibly irritated, casting a fierce glare at Qin Xiong Tian. He intended to explain matters to Long Chun, but to his surprise, Long Chun merely waved a hand at him. If that is the case, I shall remain seated here, Long Chun said calmly, taking a place on an inconspicuous seat not far away. To be precise, it was a seat designated for juniors. Yet Long Chun appeared entirely unconcerned by this designation. As the supreme being of the universe, he acts without the need for explanation throughout his life. It is simplicity itself, unfettered, indulgent. In other words, he does as he pleases, unrestrained. A mere seat holds no significance for him. Mr. Long, your hesitant and faltering words seek to offer explanations. Yet witnessing Long Chen's calm demeanor, you can only relent, for you understand that any attempt at clarification would be in vain. He could only muster the courage to take his seat at the head of the banquet. At that moment, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Harboring a deep resentment towards his son, Chun Xiong Tian, Chun Lao, having encountered countless individuals throughout his life, had honed his ability to read people and discern their intentions to an extraordinary level. From his brief interactions with Long Chun, he recognized the latter's profound depth and formidable strength. More importantly, he perceived Long Chen's carefree and unrestrained demeanor, as if he were utterly indifferent to anyone or anything, acting solely according to his whims and pursuing a life devoid of self and illusion. What did this signify? A master. Only a true master could lead such a seemingly mundane existence. In Long Chen's eyes, the modest Chen family held little significance. Xiong Tian, you truly place too much importance on the Chen family. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Long Chun, what is the Chen family worth? He does not even regard the four great families of the capital with any respect. The Wang and Long families may soon face annihilation, Chun Lao lamented inwardly. Once Long Chun took his seat, he did not engage with those at the same table, but instead focused solely on his meal, eating voraciously, one dish after another, in silence. In the eyes of the Chen family, his actions epitomized the naivety of a country bumpkin, unable to restrain himself from indulging in exquisite delicacies without even offering a polite exchange with the host. How rude! How uncouth! Each member of the Chen family held a disdainful view of Long Chun, regarding him as a mere unsophisticated rustic. Yet, little did they realize that, in Long Chen's perspective, they were the insignificant ants. Mr. Long, today, I owe my life and that of Wooer to your healing hands. I raise this glass in your honor, Elder Chun proclaimed, rising to fill a cup with wine and offering a toast to Long Chun. There is no need for such formality. Long Chun replied with a smile as he sipped the wine. However, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. What is the relationship between the Tianshi sect and the Sun family of Tianshan? Are they formidable? Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Having already prepared himself for a confrontation with the Sun family of Tianshan, Long Chun was curious about the Tianshi sect. The first mention had occurred during the extermination of Wang Ren, and the second time during the lesson administered to Sun Wei. He sought to comprehend the true nature of the Heavenly Master sect. Mr. Long, are you not aware of the connection between the Heavenly Master sect and the Sun family of Tianshan? Elder Chun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Shouldn't you be a disciple of the Heavenly Master sect? To wield thunder and lightning is the hallmark of the Heavenly Master sect. Only its celestial masters can command such forces. I am not a disciple of the Heavenly Master sect, nor do I possess any knowledge of the Sun family of Tianshan. Long Chen asserted. Is he afraid? If he were not, why would he inquire about the Sun family of Tianshan? In the eyes of the Chen family, Long Chun is indeed fearful and anxious, which prompts him to seek information about the Sun family of Tianshan. They also believe that Long Chen's fearlessness was not as formidable as it seemed. The Sun family of Tianshan is a secluded lineage, akin to other hidden families. In terms of both heritage and strength, they far surpass ordinary families. Their martial arts legacy is not only ancient, but also more comprehensive than that of the secular realm. Additionally, they inhabit areas rich in spiritual energy, dedicating themselves to profound cultivation. Elder Chun elucidated, the Sun family of Tianshan is renowned for its medical expertise, while also practicing Taoist arts. Taoism, akin to martial arts, transcends it. They possess the ability to draw talismans and execute various spells, skills that martial artists lack. Regarding the strength of the Sun family, I cannot say for certain. At this point, Elder Chin paused and continued. The Celestial Master sect is an even more formidable family than the Sun family of Tianshan. They reside in Longhu Mountain, devoted to their spiritual practices. Outsiders refer to them as Celestial Masters. It is said that the Celestial Masters of Longhu Mountain, possessing profound Taoist knowledge, can summon winds and rain, as well as wield lightning as an offensive force. Previously, Mr. Long utilized the power of lightning to severely injure Sun Wei. Hence, he assumed you were a Celestial Master from Longhu Mountain. Hidden families and Longhu Mountain. So this is how it is, Long Chun replied with disdain. It is merely a simplified version of spells and cultivation techniques, not worthy of mention. To be called a Celestial Master or Immortal Master by mortals and martial artists alike seems rather exaggerated. Do you know the specific divisions of realms? Long Chun inquired further. You do not even know the realms? Elder Chun appeared puzzled. A master of transformation, not aware of martial realms? I know a bit, but not comprehensively, Long Chun chuckled. I want to understand if the realm above transformation is the innate realm, and what lies beyond that. This, I cannot say, Elder Chun replied, somewhat embarrassed. I have only encountered masters of transformation. I have never seen an innate being, and I have not even heard of realms beyond that. Truly impressive for a young master. Aiming even higher than the innate realm. How terrifying. During the course of the evening banquet, Long Chun engaged in extensive discussions with Elder Chun, primarily revolving around martial powers and realms, through which he gained considerable insight in a short time. However, to the members of the Chun family, Long Chun appeared as a novice, an ignorant newcomer in the martial world. They were perplexed by how he could possess such high cultivation, yet have such shallow knowledge, being unaware of the major martial powers. Soon, the banquet at the Chin residence concluded. As Long Chun prepared to depart, he casually remarked, "Tonight, Chin Wooer shall return with me." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Upon hearing this, the Chin family members' expressions dramatically shifted, their eyes widening in disbelief as they glared at Long Chun, wishing they could swallow him whole. Return with him? Is it still late at night? Why is that? Could it be that tonight one must fulfill their duties? They seethed with suppressed anger, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet, cowed by the formidable presence of Elder Chun, they could only swallow their indignation in silence. Having made a promise, they felt compelled to uphold it. Ultimately, Chun Wooter bashfully accompanied Long Chun, returning to his abode to fulfill the duties expected of a bed warmer. My dear Sister Wooer, you scoundrel, return her to me. Sister Wooer, do not yield. That rascal Long Chun shall one day pay for his transgressions. The younger generation of the Chun family seethed with resentment, each silently vowing to avenge Chun Wooer. How could they not harbor hatred? Anyone with a modicum of sense would comprehend the events destined to unfold that night. A beautiful flower, violated by a swine, incited their loathing towards that beast. Xiong Tian and Xing Feng, do you feel a twinge of dissatisfaction? Once Long Chun departed, only the three Chin men remained in the living room. Elder Chun, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Do you think I have become a bit senile?" "Father, your actions surely have a purpose," Xing Feng replied. "I bear no dissatisfaction, merely curiosity about the prowess of this Long Chun, which compels you to yield to him." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xing Feng added with a wry smile, "It is more than mere submission. It is a profound respect, an unwillingness to defy." He possesses a certain understanding of his father. Although the term cunning and shrewd may not paint the most flattering picture, he believes it to be the most precise description. His father possesses an uncanny ability to read people and meticulously calculates every aspect, truly embodying the essence of a cunning old fox. One can surmise that his father, through his generous gifts of people, money, and even houses, must have some ulterior motive. Third brother, refrain from making sarcastic remarks here. After all, Wuo is not your daughter. You do not feel the pangs of concern. Chen Xiongtian expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, even if Long Chun is a youthful master with extraordinary medical skills, the idea of Wu'er serving as his maid does not sit well with me. What merits does Long Chen possess? A youthful master? So what? The Chen family is not one to cower before a master. At most, they hold a modicum of respect. As for marriage, that is a different matter entirely. However, having a maidservant is nothing short of an affront, a blatant insult. How could a prominent family like the Chens possibly accept such indignity? Elder brother, although Wu'er is not my daughter, she is my niece and one of the future leaders of the Chen clan. How could I not feel anguish? Chen Xingfeng lamented, shaking his head. Enough of this bickering, Chun Lao interjected, waving his hand. Xingfeng, you possess a sense of propriety, seeing things from a broader perspective than your elder brother. Xiongtian, as the head of the Chen family, you must also adopt a wider view. Long Chun is merely 17 years old, yet already a master of the transformation realm, with an immeasurable future ahead. Chen Lao continued, are you familiar with Lei Patian? The revered master of the realm, the foremost master in the world? Lei Patian is a name that resonates throughout the realm of Chinese martial arts. He single-handedly confronted the entire martial arts community of China. Had it not been for the Dragon King Yang Wanli, who defeated him, Lei Patian might have dominated the martial arts world in China. The name Lei Patian stands as a symbol, one that inspires fear. Do you comprehend what I am implying? Chen Xiongtian nodded, albeit perplexed. Are you referring to the 5 dragons of China? Chen Lao's response was evasive. The 5 dragons of China are 5 masters of the transformation realm within the military, with the Dragon King Yang Wanli at the pinnacle of transformation. As a high-ranking officer, Chen Xiongtian is naturally well acquainted with them. To speak candidly, the unit he serves in was once the same as that of the 5 dragons. In other words, the 5 dragons are his superiors, the grand bosses. Are you suggesting that Long Chun can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 dragons of China and Lei Patian? Chen Xiongtian pondered, articulating his thoughts cautiously. Father, even among masters of the transformation realm, there are distinctions in strength. A novice in the early stages cannot compare to a grandmaster at the pinnacle. No, it is not merely a comparison. It is a transcendence, Chen Lao interrupted, enunciating each word. The future achievements of Long Chen will surpass the innate realm, going beyond transformation. Do you realize that the mighty hand in the Forbidden Zone was struck by Long Chen? Are you aware that Wang Run, the elder of the Wang family, at the peak of the dark energy realm, was slain by Long Chen? Do you know that the thunderclouds lingering for centuries above the thunderous Forbidden Zone might very well have dissipated due to Long Chen? With a series of rhetorical questions, Chen Lao left Chen Xiongtian speechless. Father, are these claims truly factual? He queried in disbelief. Father, you are not jesting, are you? Chen Xingfeng, too, began to feel unsettled and inquired. Xiongtian, Xingfeng, do you know what the pill Long Chen gave me was? Chen Lao's response was once again indirect. Father, is that pill not simply a remedy for ailments? Chen Xiongtian, perplexed, inquired. Elder Chen squinted, as if lost in thought, then shook his head and solemnly stated, in my younger years, I once heard a master of the transformation realm speak of a legend. It is said that in ancient times, there existed elixirs capable of enhancing a warrior's cultivation speed and strength. However, in modern times, due to various circumstances, the recipes and techniques for refining these elixirs have vanished, resulting in their complete absence. Perhaps a few still exist, but they are exceedingly rare, found only within a handful of families. The pill that Long Chen bestowed upon me not only cured my peculiar ailment, but also rejuvenated me by several decades. Moreover, I have sensed signs of a breakthrough in the vital energy within my body. I suspect what he gave me is, Father, what is it? Chen Xiongtian asked impatiently. Though a certain answer lingered on the tip of his tongue, he yearned to hear it spoken aloud. It is the fabled elixir, or rather, the celestial pill. Elder Chen articulated, each word deliberate. Just a single pill has granted me indications of a breakthrough. If I were to acquire a few more, within a decade, I could very well ascend to the pinnacle of the dark strength realm. Elder Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. Wu'er, at merely 24 or 25. Do you think it is possible for her to reach the transformation realm mastery? Now do you understand my intentions? Wu'er, aligning with Long Chen is advantageous. If he is sincere in aiding her, I firmly believe she can attain the transformation realm mastery within 20 years. For Long Chen is not only a youthful master, but also an adept alchemist. Elder Chen exclaimed passionately, such a powerful alchemist is coveted by countless factions. How could our Chen family fall behind? In the future, we shall use Wuo as a bridge, and I trust Long Chen will treat her well. Consider this. Since he entered our Chen family, he has maintained an air of calm confidence, never belittling us. Do you believe such composure is typical of an ordinary person? More importantly, he has dared to offend the Sun family of Tianshan and even killed the elder of the Wang family. Yet, have you observed the Wang family's response? They merely utter threats against Long Chen, but have they taken action? No. At most, they shout slogans and put on a facade. You may think Long Chen a fool, but how could a fool possess the prowess of a transformation realm master? How could a fool compel the prestigious Wang family to bow their heads? They even hesitate to retaliate. Furthermore, take a look at the Long family in the capital. Just yesterday, Long Chen severely injured Long Yu, and the entire clan sought to punish him, including his biological father and grandfather. Yet, the elder of the Long family managed to quell the uproar single-handedly. Why? Because he possesses keen insight and recognizes that Long Chen is extraordinary. I even sense that Long Chen does not regard the Sun family of Tianshan with any respect. His ambitions lie beyond the innate realm, aiming for a level not even recorded in texts. Father, surely you exaggerate, Chen Xiongtian replied, somewhat incredulous. Yet, each word from Elder Chen bore substantial evidence, compelling Chen Xiongtian to concede that Long Chen was indeed extraordinary. Exaggeration? No, it is not at all an exaggeration. Elder Chen speculated. Consider this, a mere 17-year-old master of transformation. Could he possibly lack a mentor? What level of mastery must Dragon Chen's master possess? Is it the pinnacle of transformation or the realm of innateness? Father, are you suggesting that there exists a formidable master behind Dragon Chen? Chen Xingfeng stammered slightly. Indeed, Elder Chen replied, his voice laced with trepidation. My conjecture is that when Dragon Chen was struck by lightning, it was not due to the emergence of a prodigy, but rather because of his unique constitution that attracted the bolt. In other words, he was too powerful for the natural order to accommodate. Regrettably, the Long family, blind to his potential, deemed him a monster and cast him aside. It is highly plausible that by mere chance, Dragon Chen's master recognized his extraordinary constitution and took him as a disciple, imparting the methods of cultivation to him. As for the foolish rumors circulating in the capital over the years, they were likely fabricated by Dragon Chen himself, perhaps to conceal something, even to prevent the Long family from discovering his true strength. His motive is quite simple, revenge against the Long family. Now that he has attained the status of a transformation master, he possesses the power to exact that revenge, which is why he is beginning to reveal a different side of himself. I understand now, Father. Chen Xingfeng nodded vigorously and said, this young man, Dragon Chen, is certainly no ordinary individual. One day, he will transform into a dragon. Our Chen family must seize the opportunity to befriend him while he is yet to achieve that transformation. Once he does, our family will undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Indeed, Elder Chen affirmed, if one day Dragon Chen attains the realm of innateness, what concerns could we have regarding the rise of our Chen family? At the very least, Wu'er will be able to reach the level of transformation. As long as our Chen family possesses a master of transformation, the four great families of the capital will surely experience a shift in power. Father, I understand. Chen Xiongtian's heart was filled with discontent. Yet he dared not express it, swallowing his grievances in silence. Although he is the head of the Chen family, the true power within the family resides with Elder Chen. He could only acquiesce, striving in the future to avoid offending Long Chen. Indeed, he even sought to ingratiate himself with the son-in-law. They should consider themselves fortunate, for the Chen family has made a decision tonight that will resonate through the ages. In the vast expanse of the endless night sky, a being known as the Demon Empress shall emerge. Her name is Chen Wu'er. In a 5-star hotel in Kyoto, within the opulence of the presidential suite, a middle-aged man with a bald head is engaged in a fierce struggle with a young and beautiful woman. As he battles, he unleashes a torrent of curses. How dare you force me to leave Kyoto? It is utterly impossible. If you possess any courage, then kill me. He roars. Just wait. I will summon my master brother to deal with you, you scoundrel. As his tirade reaches its climax, his fervor intensifies. He truly is an eccentric figure, his flesh torn and mangled, with some areas revealing stark, white bones. Yet, merely wrapped in a few bandages and smeared with an unidentifiable ointment. He dares to engage in battle with beautiful women, seemingly unafraid of meeting an untimely demise. In just 2 minutes, it is all over. He lit a cigarette. As if deep in thought, he gestured with his hand towards the young and beautiful woman, signaling her to leave. Once he finished his cigarette, he promptly dialed a number from his phone. "Master, I have urgent matters to report." Upon the call connecting, the middle-aged man spoke with utmost reverence. "He is Sunway." "Master Sunday Sunway, did you not go to Kyoto? What brings you back?" A voice, aged and somewhat displeased, echoed from the phone. "Master, I encountered a disciple from the Heavenly Master sect. He nearly killed me and insulted our Sun family from Tianshan, claiming our celestial arts are nothing but rubbish." "Master, you must stand up for me," Sunway lamented. "The Heavenly Master sect? Our Sun family from Tianshan has always maintained a respectful distance from them. Why did he injure you?" The voice on the other end seemed to harbor a hint of anger. "What is his name?" "He goes by Long Chun." Sunway recounted the incident at the Chen family, adding, "Master, I assure you, I did not misjudge. The elixir he concocted is indeed our Sun family's gathering chi pill. However, it seems somewhat different. I can sense that his version is significantly more potent than ours, by dozens of times." "What did you say?" A tremendous shock resonated through the phone, likely due to the astonishment causing the device to fall. "An elixir? The complete gathering chi pill? You mean to say you witnessed someone personally refining the legendary elixir of our Sun family, the complete gathering chi pill?" Such a complete gathering chi pill could only have been crafted by the great masters of our ancestors, and that was centuries ago. Presently, no one in our family possesses the ability to refine it. Even the formula is incomplete. How could anyone possibly produce it now? "Sunway, you must remain in Kyoto on high alert. I will send your elder brother to you immediately. Regardless of Long Chen's background, he has offended our Sun family from Tianshan, and he must pay the price for this transgression. Furthermore, you must collaborate with your elder brother to investigate matters concerning the elixir. If Long Chen indeed possesses the long-lost complete formula of our gathering chi pill, we must acquire it at all costs. Do you understand?" The elderly figure on the other end appeared anxious, hastily concluding the call as if compelled by pressing matters, perhaps to convene a family assembly. The minor gathering chi pill from the Sun family of Tianshan is an elixir that assists martial artists in their cultivation. Despite its scarcity, it has long been revered as a celestial pill among martial practitioners. Nonetheless, even so, the efficacy of the Sun family's gathering chi pill pales in comparison to Long Chen's simplified version of the cultivating origin pill, being less than 1/10 as effective. Yet, among the Sun family, only 3 alchemists are capable of refining the gathering chi pill: the family elder, the clan leader, and the supreme elder. The remaining members of the Sun family lack the strength to produce it. Now, upon learning that a mere teenager has managed to craft the complete gathering chi pill, how could the Sun family not be astounded? The complete formula for the chi gathering pill of the Sun family from Tianshan has been lost for over a century, leaving only a simplified version of the formula. The reasons for this loss are twofold. Firstly, the complete chi gathering pill is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and it has been over 100 years since anyone has managed to produce a practitioner capable of creating the full version. Secondly, due to certain historical circumstances, a later alchemist from the Sun family developed a more accessible simplified version of the chi gathering pill, leading to the gradual disappearance of the complete formula. Consequently, even the remnants of the original formula have become fragmented. However, the discovery of what appears to be a simpler and more potent complete chi gathering pill has stirred their hearts with desire. It belongs to the Sun family of Tianshan, and they are resolute in their determination to acquire it. The rationale? The chi gathering pill is unique to their lineage, a sufficient reason in itself. Thus, a theme was swiftly established at the family assembly of the Sun family to reclaim the complete formula that had inadvertently slipped from their grasp. It is imperative to recover this lost formula, ensuring it does not remain in the hands of outsiders, regardless of the cost. Subsequently, the Sun family dispatched a formidable individual with mastery in the transformation realm to scout the situation. It is worth noting that such mastery represents the pinnacle of strength in the secular world, instilling them with confidence that this individual could successfully retrieve the formula for the Sun family. Furthermore, they harbor no doubt that no family or individual in the secular realm would dare to oppose the Sun family. Long Chun, my elder brother has arrived. Await your reckoning. The humiliation and harm you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold, rendering you unable to seek life or death, Sunway declared through gritted teeth. His master is the esteemed elder of the Sun family from Tianshan, possessing the pinnacle of transformation and standing at the precipice of innate mastery. He holds a position just beneath that of the family head, wielding significant influence within the Tianshan Sun clan. Although he is merely a registered disciple of the elder and not a direct descendant, but rather a collateral relative, he nonetheless carries the title of the elder's disciple. Today, having endured humiliation, it is inconceivable that the elder would remain indifferent. Most importantly, Long Chun possesses something that the Tianshan Sun family desperately needs. There is no way they would allow Long Chun to evade their grasp. His monumental grievance will undoubtedly be avenged. With this thought, Sun Wei finally exhaled a breath of relief. He was overlooked in the Sun family of Tianshan, which led him to descend the mountain to indulge in wealth and prestige. However, to his dismay, he was soon met with disdain, an affront he could scarcely tolerate. This insult must be avenged. In truth, the Sun family of Tianshan adheres to stringent family rules, forbidding direct descendants from descending the mountain. They must endure rigorous training above, even should they wish to leave. Permission from the Elder Council is mandatory. While collateral descendants face fewer restrictions, their prolonged exposure to the secular world renders such a descent improbable. The sole reason Sun Wei was permitted to leave was his lackluster talents. Having only reached the early stages of dark energy and middle age, his potential was deemed minimal. Thus, the Sun family of Tianshan turned a blind eye and allowed his departure. Although his martial prowess was modest, his medical skills were considered average within the family and sufficient for him to navigate the secular realm without tarnishing the family's reputation. Half-step innate. This state is a notch above the pinnacle of transformation, signifying a significant evolution of the human form towards a spiritual essence. To be at half-step innate implies that one has already taken a step towards this transformation, which can be interpreted as evolving into a celestial being. It is said that those with innate abilities can traverse the heavens and the earth, summon winds and rains, and shift mountains, embodying a near-divine existence far surpassing even the masters of transformation. This is the realm of the Grand Elder of the Sun family of Tianshan. As for Sun Wei's senior brother, he is also regarded as a genius. He is the most promising individual in the Sun family in decades, a candidate for the next Grand Elder. At merely 38 years of age, he possesses the pinnacle of early transformation, standing out amongst the entire Sun family of Tianshan. It is rumored that he holds the greatest potential to reach the peak of transformation and half-step innate before the age of 60. With such a formidable presence, vanquishing Long Chun would be a trivial matter, thus Sun Wei felt assured. Vengeance. He finally glimpsed the hope of vengeance. You are the most beautiful cloud in my horizon. At that moment, Sun Wei's phone rang. Upon glancing down, he was surprised to see an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brow momentarily, yet proceeded to answer the call. May I inquire who is speaking? Sun Wei inquired professionally. Are you Master Sun? A voice emerged from the other end, sultry, enchanting, and irresistibly alluring. Reminiscent of a beguiling sprite capable of draining one's very essence. Just the sound alone was enough to ensnare one's thoughts. One could only imagine the effect of encountering such a siren in person. Upon hearing the voice, Master Sun felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. It was simply exquisite, primarily because it was so enticing. Just from the sound, Master Sun discerned that the caller was undoubtedly a captivating enchantress. He was somewhat eager to mate. I am, Master Sun stated with solemnity. Master Sun, my son has been grievously injured by a bully. His entire skeletal structure is devastated. Even his vertebrae are shattered. Can you heal my son? On the other end was Su Jinrao, languidly draped in a sensuous robe. Reclining on her bed like a tiny sloth, her body's curves exceedingly alluring. Particularly her elevated hips resembled two majestic peaks. Should a man behold such a scene, he would likely succumb to primal desires. The skeletal structure is destroyed, the vertebrae shattered. Sun Wei reiterated, his brow furrowing. In truth, it was a manageable ailment, merely a matter of realigning the bones. Yet, Long Chun's warning lingered in his mind, and with his senior brother yet to arrive, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Master Sun, I am aware of your celestial origins from the Tianshan Mountains and your exceptional medical prowess. I implore you to heal my son. Money is no object. Should you succeed, I am prepared to offer a diagnostic fee of 100 million. Su Jinrao bit her lip enticingly, her voice alluring. But the price was even more tantalizing. 100 million was no trivial sum. It would suffice for quite some time. To put it into perspective, the Chen family had only offered him 50 million, a mere half. Very well, Sun Wei pondered briefly before acquiescing, though he added a caveat. I can treat your son, but I have a small condition. It is quite simple. The fact that I am treating your son must remain confidential. His actions were deliberate. He wished to keep Long Chun uninformed, even if it meant conducting his profitable endeavors in secrecy. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage against Long Chun before his master brother arrived. "Thank you, Master Sun," Su Jinrao exclaimed in overwhelming delight. However, when Sun Wei proposed a condition, Su Jinrao's heart skipped a beat, and a flicker of irritation stirred within her, fearing he might demand something excessive, perhaps a date. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Anyone who had encountered Su Jinrao would undoubtedly be captivated by her charm. Yet, to her surprise, it was merely a request for confidentiality, which she readily accepted. "By the way, was your son's injury inflicted by a martial artist or a mere mortal? If it was a martial artist, it could pose some complications, and I would need to prepare certain items," Sun Wei inquired casually. "It was indeed inflicted by a martial artist," Su Jinrao replied through gritted teeth. "His name is Long Chun." Long Chun, another by that name in the capital? The two characters echoed in Sun Wei's mind. With a clatter, his phone slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. How could it be him again? Was he cursed? Even when merely attempting to heal someone, it seemed Long Chun had left them incapacitated. Realizing this, Sun Wei promptly ended the call. Seeking death? To treat an enemy of Long Chun? Such an action would surely reveal his identity, and before his master brother could arrive, he could find himself in peril. He firmly believes that Long Chun will indeed take his life. He does not dare to gamble. He was genuinely frightened, truly apprehensive, at least until his senior brother arrived. He could not reveal his fears. "Master Sun, why has he fallen silent? I can increase the offer. Would 200 million suffice?" Disconnected? How could you hang up? "The price is negotiable. The terms can be discussed." You. Su Jinrao was taken aback. How could the call have been terminated? Just a moment ago, everything was proceeding smoothly. The agreement on the price was reached, and they merely needed to finalize the timing for treatment. Yet in the next instant, the call was severed. What could possibly be happening? Quickly, she dialed a series of calls, over a dozen in total. But each was met with the same disheartening outcome. Sun Wei had hung up on her. Ultimately, after 30 attempts, Master Sun finally answered. "Master Sun, why did you hang up?" Su Jinrao inquired, perplexed. "I cannot cure it. I dare not treat it. That's all there is to it. So please do not call me again," Sun Wei replied, exasperated. "If you had told me your son was harmed by Long Chun, I wouldn't have even picked up the phone. Why would I offend anyone else when I could avoid that cursed Long Chun? I'm sorry, I am powerless in this matter. You must seek someone more capable," Sun Wei exclaimed vehemently, utterly disregarding his own reputation, consumed by the fear of attracting trouble. Soon, he ended the call once more. Long Chun. Sun Wei seemed to recognize Long Chun, and he appeared rather apprehensive of him. Why is that? How could such a seemingly inconsequential individual instill fear in the esteemed celestial masters of the Sun family from Tianshan? What merit does he possess? What has transpired in this situation? Su Jinrao's countenance was ominously dark, akin to a sky laden with storm clouds, threatening to unleash a deluge at any moment. "You scoundrel! Long Chun, you shall await your reckoning. Sooner or later, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions, rendering you unable to live or die," Su Jinrao declared through gritted teeth. This was the first time she had ever harbored such intense hatred for another. Previously, she had known nothing of such feelings. But now her deepest loathing was directed solely at Long Chun. The animosity she felt was overwhelming, to the extent that she longed to drink his blood and consume his flesh. At that moment, Long Chun had returned to his home, a modest dwelling in the northern district, characterized by a small courtyard and low-rise buildings. This was his abode, the place where he had spent his childhood. In his youth, this home had represented everything to him and his mother. She had lovingly crafted this little sanctuary, shielding him from the storms of life. "Mother, one day I will surpass all limits and reach a realm I have yet to attain. When that day comes, I will surely bring you back to life. Please wait for me, Mother, for you are my mother, the one who loves me above all else," Long Chun vowed as he stood in the courtyard, gazing at every corner that faintly echoed his mother's presence. To resurrect a person requires defying the heavens, and in his peak, Long Chun possessed the power to bring someone back to life. However, reviving a soul that had entirely departed was beyond his capabilities, unless remnants of that soul remained. Then resurrection was feasible. To restore someone whose spirit had completely vanished, one must ascend to an even higher plane. Yes, a level surpassing that of the true dragon in its prime. Yet, he firmly believed that one day he would achieve this, the resurrection of his mother. "Long Chun, what troubles you?" Chen Wuo initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, hesitant to meet his gaze. However, when she saw Long Chun step into the courtyard, she froze momentarily, curiosity piqued, and approached him with a question. I am fine, merely reminiscing. Long Chen replied with a smile. I apologize for the humble state of my home. It pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Chen family. He then pushed open the door and entered. It's quite nice, very cozy. If I could stay here every day, it would be a splendid choice, Chen Wuer remarked earnestly. Although situated in a dilapidated urban village, for reasons unknown, since her arrival, she had felt an unprecedented warmth. It felt like a small courtyard imbued with affection. A place that simply radiated comfort. That's not what I meant, saying I want to live here every day. Chen Wuer suddenly recalled something and hurriedly clarified. It seemed that her explanation was somewhat superfluous. After all, she was already a bed-warming maid. Could she not reside here daily? Never mind, if it is to be, then so be it. Long Chen, is this your mother? She is my aunt. Chen Wuer felt a twinge of nervousness, leading her to utter a misstatement. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the portrait of Long Chen's mother hanging on the wall. Hello, mother, Long Chen acknowledged with a nod. I am Chen Wuer, a friend of Long Chen's. Perhaps in the future, I may also be his wife. I hope you will come to like me. The initial words she spoke were imbued with solemnity. Yet as she uttered the term wife, her complexion flushed crimson, and her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito, as though fearing Long Chen would overhear. But who was Long Chen? A master of transformation. Even the faintest of sounds would not escape his ears. Upon hearing Chen Wuer's words, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Addressing my mother as mother? Wife. With this thought, Long Chen scrutinized Chen Wuer. Quite commendable. She was polite and reasonably attractive. Though a touch arrogant and prideful, her principal virtue lay in her respect for his mother. Even greeting her portrait, an act many girls might struggle to perform. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly trivial gesture would alter Long Chen's perception of her and, in turn, shift the trajectory of her life. Long Chen, I must say, you have tidied up the house and yard quite well. Do you usually live here alone? As Chen Wuer entered, she was greeted by a tidy, clean, and cozy room, devoid of dust. I live alone, Long Chen replied nonchalantly, for reasons unknown. Upon receiving Long Chen's affirmation, Chen Wuer felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps her worries had been unwarranted? Surely, someone as foolish as Long Chen would never have a girlfriend, right? It was impossible. Only someone as naive as she would think otherwise. She was not choosing him. She was merely compelled by circumstance. Well then, shall we proceed to the bedroom? Long Chen stated, striding towards the room with an air of self-assurance. Previously lively and seemingly assuming the role of the lady of the house, Chen Wuer's expression shifted dramatically, akin to having swallowed a fly. She appeared to understand what was about to transpire and felt a tinge of resistance. Could we perhaps wait a moment? She inquired, biting her lip. Are you having second thoughts? Long Chen teased with a smirk. No, Chen Wuer murmured, her gaze lowered, falling silent. Reluctantly, she took heavy steps into the bedroom. Each footfall akin to trudging through lead, every movement a struggle. Upon entering Long Chen's room, she was enveloped by a potent masculine scent that invaded her senses, quickening her heartbeat inexplicably. What was happening? Why did she not despise Long Chen? Why was her heart racing? All right, you may remove your clothing now. Remember, every piece must come off, Long Chen declared, plopping down on the bed with a grin. Remove my clothes? Chen Wuer's voice quivered slightly. Isn't this a bit too swift? I am not quite prepared. Could you grant me a moment? Although Chen Wuer was acutely aware that her innocence could not be preserved upon her arrival here tonight, and that she would soon belong to Long Chen, a flicker of panic and trepidation surged within her as the moment approached. She hesitated, unwilling to unite with him. Chen Wuer, I have no time to squander. If you have reconsidered, you may leave, Long Chen uttered coldly. I will disrobe. Please do not become angered. I will comply, Chen Wuer replied, her silver teeth clenched, tears cascading down her delicate cheeks, weeping sorrowfully. She understood that her chastity would soon be lost, seized by a scoundrel. Helpless to resist, she could only acquiesce. Let it be, akin to a bite from a dog. It is said that the first time is painful. I wonder if this robe will be gentle. For reasons unknown, she suddenly perceived Long Chen as fierce, his gaze imbued with an aggressive hunger, as if he intended to devour her, instilling a sense of fear within her. One garment after another fell to the ground amidst Chen Wuer's tears, until she was left clad in merely 2 pieces of intimate apparel, pure white cotton panties adorned with a whimsical Hello Kitty motif, evoking an air of innocence. Unexpectedly, this mature woman in her mid-20s exhibited a youthful spirit. As the last remnants of her attire dwindled to 2 undergarments, she paused momentarily. Her face flushed as she glanced up at Long Chun, only to find him leering at her with an insatiable gaze. Gritting her teeth, she removed the upper piece of her intimate apparel. With a resounding thud, 2 charming little white rabbits sprang forth, lively and frolicking. Chen Wuer's face reddened further. She could scarcely bear to meet Long Chen's gaze, fully aware of the ravenous look he was casting upon her. Disgust washed over her, not only at his lewd stare, but at his very being, which she found repulsive. In a moment of indignation, she prepared to shed her final layer of modesty. Yet, just then, a voice resounded. "Enough. Please put your clothes back on," Long Chun stated with a hint of impatience. Unlike his earlier lecherous demeanor, his gaze now bore no hint of desire, appearing utterly indifferent to Chen Wuer's defiant form. "You want me to put my clothes back on?" Chen Wuer questioned incredulously, having nearly disrobed entirely, her upper body exposed to him. And yet, he now requested her to dress again. This was bewildering. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastily donned her garments, as if fearing that Long Chun might retract his words. Observing Chen Wuer as she clothed herself, Long Chen's lips curled into a sneer of disdain, as though he were toying with a mere mortal. "All done," he remarked, gesturing towards a few soiled garments in the bedroom. "You shall wash these and tidy the room before you leave." "Are you really asking me to wash clothes and clean the room?" Chen Wuer asked incredulously. "What more do you wish to happen?" Long Chen replied with a smile. "No, I do not desire that. But why do you insist on me disrobing?" "You have seen my body," Chen Wuer retorted, her ire rising. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" "Intentionally humiliating me?" Tears streamed down her face, this time more intensely. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame, one she had never experienced throughout her life. For the first time, she felt this humiliation. "If I wish to see you, I will," Long Chen dismissed. "Should you be so eager, I might consider indulging you now." His words were blunt, leaving no dignity for Chen Wuer. "You scoundrel!" she cried. "I will go wash the clothes. I do not want you. I never wish to see you again, you despicable man." With that, she grabbed the dirty clothes and turned to leave the room. "Wait," Long Chen called out. Chen Wuer froze, her body stiff with apprehension. She feared that he had changed his mind and would pursue her. She understood she had no choice. Reluctantly, she turned back and walked towards Long Chen, gradually beginning to disrobe once more, this time with an air of determination. "What are you doing?" Long Chen asked, perplexed. "I merely wish to inform you that you should come to my house daily to clean and wash my clothes. Also, if you have time, please converse with my mother. I fear she feels lonely." As he spoke, a flicker of emotion danced in Long Chen's eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Chen Wuer was momentarily taken aback again. She had assumed Long Chun had changed his mind about her, but instead, it was merely a request for cleaning and laundry. In truth, it was no small matter. The esteemed daughter of the Chun family washing clothes for someone else would indeed astonish the elite families of Kyoto. Although washing and cleaning appeared laborious, the task was rather simple. The washing machine was an automatic model. Just place the clothes inside, and they would emerge dried. In approximately half an hour, Chen Wuer had washed, folded the clothes, and placed them in Long Chen's wardrobe before beginning to clean the room. Remarkably, this was her first experience washing clothes and cleaning for someone else. Initially, she doubted her capability, but upon persevering, she completed the tasks. It seemed washing clothes and cleaning were not as daunting as she had thought. "Mother," Chen Wuer said softly while dusting the portrait of Long Chen's mother, unafraid, and began to speak to the image. "Long Chun, that scoundrel, only knows how to humiliate me. You must take charge on my behalf." I had already accepted him in my heart, yet his actions have left me profoundly uncomfortable. It was as if I were conversing with myself or sharing my thoughts with another, and for over 10 minutes. Chen Wuer spoke before finally placing the portrait back and continuing to tidy the room. Unbeknownst to Chen Wuer, Long Chun observed her every move. At times he nodded in approval, while at others, he shot her a disdainful glare through the wall, oblivious to her lack of awareness regarding his reactions. By the time Chen Wuer completed her cleaning, an hour had passed. At that moment, a thought struck her. Humiliation? Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that Long Chen's demeanor was merely a facade. Was it possible that he intended to provoke my disdain? Chen Wuer pondered this notion aloud. But why would he act in such a manner? Of course, he must be concealing a secret. A man of such formidable strength undoubtedly harbors some mystery. His deliberate humiliation aimed to keep me at a distance. The first time he mentioned a deposit, he asked for a kiss. Yet, at the critical moment, he halted, his expression unmistakably one of disdain. Essentially, he found the idea of kissing me beneath him. The second time, as I began to undress, he appeared lecherous, only to stop me again at a crucial juncture. I reasoned that, even if I were not the most exquisite, no man could resist my allure in such a vulnerable state. At this point, a sense of embarrassment washed over Chen Wu'er. How infuriating! Is this yet another attempt to humiliate me and push me away? I refuse. I am determined to unearth all of your secrets, she declared fiercely. The earlier rage dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve and curiosity. Little did she realize that this curiosity was the inception of affection. But why would he assist me? Chen Wu'er found herself puzzled once more. Could it be that he harbored feelings for me? Yet, he simultaneously wished to keep me at bay? Such contradictions left her confounded. Unbeknownst to her, Long Chen's assistance stemmed from her filial piety. The willingness to sacrifice her own well-being to secure her grandfather's survival had profoundly moved Long Chen, and therein lay the true reason for his intervention. In her, he saw a reflection of his own past. Years ago, when Long Chen's mother was involved in a tragic accident, he yearned for someone to help save her, but no one came to his aid. The Long family. His response was simply to await death. No one came to his aid. A boy not yet 10 years old watched helplessly as his mother passed away. Ironically, it was Chen Wu'er's benevolence that ultimately saved her. After completing her chores, Chen Wu'er returned home, and Long Chen did not hold her back, merely stating that she should return at the same time the following day, adding a new condition: she was to prepare dinner. Thus, Chen Wu'er was faced with yet another task: learning to cook. This prospect caused her considerable distress. Upon her return to the Chun household, her family members gaped in bewilderment. "You're back in just an hour? Why didn't you stay overnight? Could it be that Long Chen is inadequate?" However, it was soon revealed that the true reason was quite shocking. The younger members of the Chen family were left speechless. Is this how a bed warmer behaves? Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning? How outrageous. Are they treating our Miss Wu'er as a servant? Do they truly believe she is his wife? Yet, Chen Lao had already declared that from now on, Long Chen was to be regarded as the son-in-law of the Chen family, and no one was to show him disrespect. Still, that did not justify treating Wuo as a servant. It was simply too excessive. I will confront Long Chen for an explanation. Go ahead, I shall wait here. The younger generation of the Chen family was filled with confusion, anger, and frustration. However, the higher-ups within the family understood the situation. For instance, Chen Xiongtian, the head of the Chen family, was taken aback when he learned the reason for his daughter's return. He quickly grasped the gravity of the matter and affirmed his father's judgment, recognizing Long Chen as a formidable figure. He realized he had misjudged Long Chen. Perhaps the young man had no intention of disrespecting Wu'er, but was merely testing the Chen family's stance, a potential partnership. Such a character was someone to collaborate with. Most importantly, he accepted Long Chen as his son-in-law. In the ensuing days, Long Chen attended classes during the day and treated Zhao Yu in the afternoons while casually brushing against Mimi, creating a temporary calm. As for the Wang family, there was no news whatsoever. He was still awaiting trouble from the Wang family, hoping to conveniently annihilate them in the process. However, to his surprise, the Wang family remained quite unassuming. This left him somewhat speechless. As for Wu Shuiying, she sought to visit Long Chen, but he consistently rebuffed her advances, opting not to go out on a date with her. That evening, Long Chen was engaged in the practice of consuming a simplified version of the Peiyuan pill for his cultivation. Suddenly, he discerned the sound of an argument emanating from the neighboring house. Initially, it was not very loud, but it gradually escalated, accompanied by the cries of a child. The sound of a child weeping? Long Chen had no intention of intervening, yet the thought of a child in distress compelled him to abandon his cultivation, rise from his seat, and head next door. He recalls that the neighbors were a mother and daughter who moved in a few years prior. However, Long Chen had little interaction with them, as he was still quite naive at that time, his mind shrouded in confusion. He vaguely remembered that the mother and daughter next door had shown him kindness on several occasions, feeling pity for him. Soon, he found himself in their yard, which was roughly the same size as the one belonging to Long Chen's family. However, this space was chaotic, littered with broken furniture and appliances. "Please, don't hit the child. I truly have no money left. I beg you, spare us." The woman's voice trembled with desperation. "We've divorced. Please stop tormenting me." From within the room, a woman's sobs mingled with the timid cries of a child. "I really have no money left. Please stop. Leave now, or I will call the police." "Please, stop." "Call the police? I'd like to see how you plan to do that," the man growled, his voice laced with menace. A loud crash signaled the shattering of a phone, prompting Long Chen to quicken his pace. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to be met with a scene of utter chaos. A man in his mid-30s was rampaging through the small room, throwing objects with wild abandon. The space was filled with broken furniture, scattered clothing, and a sense of disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Not far from him stood a woman in her 30s. Clad in an OL professional dress, her fair skin and exquisite features marking her as a striking beauty. Her figure was both mature and alluring. Yet her tear-streaked face bore several bruises, hinting at recent violence, which evoked a sense of sympathy. Protectively clinging to her was a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, with an adorable appearance that hinted at future beauty. However, the child was clearly terrified, biting her lip and trembling in fear. "Go ahead. Cry some more. Hurry up and hand over the money. If you don't, I swear I'll sell you both," the man barked, glaring fiercely at the woman and the child. "Mommy, I'm scared," the little girl whimpered, clutching her mother's clothing, her voice trembling. "Don't be afraid, Yuan. Mommy is here," the woman reassured her, enveloping the child in a protective embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she comforted her. "I have no money left, really. Everything we had is gone. It's all been taken," she said helplessly. "No money?" the man demanded, his voice harsh. "There's only enough left for Yuan's medical expenses," the mother confessed, cowering in the corner with her daughter, clearly terrified of the man. "That's exactly the money I want. Hand it over," he shouted. Despite his threats, the woman remained silent, huddled in the corner with her child, embodying a defiance that suggested she would rather face death than comply. "Very well. It seems that if I don't show you my true power today, you won't understand the consequences. You refuse to give it, don't you? I swear I'll make you pay until you do." The man viciously uttered a phrase and advanced forward, seizing a nearby chair with the intention of striking the mother and daughter duo. Should he succeed, it would likely result in fractures, if not worse, as the chair was crafted from solid wood and weighed heavily. "Are you not being a bit excessive?" At that moment, a chilling voice reverberated through the room. The tone was low, yet imbued with an icy authority, reminiscent of a proclamation from the depths of hell. The speaker was Long Chen, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved but could no longer bear the sight before him. The assailant, whom Long Chen recognized as Wang Ba, was the ex-husband of the delicate beauty Zhang Yuxiang. Zhang Yuxiang, a 30-year-old white-collar worker, had once owned a home in the city, but following her divorce, it was forfeited to her former spouse, forcing her to relocate to this impoverished neighborhood. In recent years, Wang Ba had frequently harassed them, demanding money and resorting to violence and insults when his demands were unmet. It was no secret that a modest white-collar worker, particularly one with a young child, could scarcely afford much. Thus, Zhang Yuxiang's life had been fraught with hardship. Wang Ba, once the head of a small enterprise, had succumbed to gambling addiction, losing not only his business but also his entire fortune, ultimately selling his own residence. With no money, he resorted to extorting Zhang Yuxiang. If she refused, he would strike. Long Chen had witnessed this behavior on several occasions before, but upon his rebirth, he resolved to intervene, as a means of repaying Zhang Yuxiang for her past kindness and hospitality. "Damn, I thought I recognized that voice. So it's you fool?" Wang Ba, initially taken aback, turned to see the speaker was indeed the imbecile residing next door. Unable to contain his rage, he shouted, "What? Kid, are you trying to be a hero? Do you have a crush on my wife or something? How dare you, a fool, covet my wife? Are you seeking death?" Wang Ba halted, the chair in his grasp, and turned to glare at Long Chen, cursing, "Oh, I see now. You two were having an affair all along. That explains why I saw you dining at my home before. So Zhang Yuxiang has taken up with you. How clever. Zhang Yuxiang, you've even entangled yourself with a minor. Your taste is impressive. Damn it. Are you so desperate that you would settle for a fool?" The more they scolded, the angrier he became. The chair, which had initially come to a halt, was once again hurled toward Zhang Yuxiang and her daughter with great velocity. In less than a second, it was merely a few centimeters away from Zhang Yuxiang's head. However, at that moment, Long Chen sprang into action. With a swift turn, he leaped several meters away, akin to teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhang Yuxiang, shielding both mother and daughter behind him. With a resounding crash, the solid wooden chair struck Long Chen's body. The chair splintered into countless pieces, yet Long Chen emerged unscathed, standing firm as if untouched, his clothing intact. How could such a mundane attack possibly harm Long Chen? His defensive prowess is truly remarkable. Even when struck by a massive boulder, he remains unscathed. Let alone a mere wooden chair. How can you possibly be unharmed? Wang Ba was taken aback, involuntarily retreating 3 or 4 steps. There are 2 points I must clarify for you. Firstly, Wang Yuxiang is no longer your wife. You are divorced. And with whom she chooses to associate is of no concern to you. Secondly, we are together now. What can you do about it? Such audacity. He exudes an imposing presence. Not only was Wang Ba left speechless, but even Wang Yuxiang, who stood behind Long Chun, was taken aback. Together? Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? The neighborhood fool has feelings for her? Wang Yuxiang's mind momentarily short-circuited. What a bold young man. Once Wang Ba regained his composure, his ferocity surged as he brandished a knife, growling, "If I do not kill you today, I shall no longer bear the name Wang." He harbored murderous intent, wishing to eliminate this audacious young man. No, you must not take his life. He is but a child, still just a child. We are not together, please do not kill him. Wang Yuxiang finally came to her senses, hastily rising to shield Long Chun, beseeching Wang Ba. Long Chun, you must leave at once. You cannot defeat him. Hurry and go. I can handle this myself. If you do not leave quickly, he will truly kill you. Wang Yuxiang urged Long Chun anxiously. Damn it. Even in the face of death, you both are still indulging in your little romance. Truly remarkable. Wang Ba was enraged. Perceiving Long Chun and Wang Yuxiang as engaged in trivial flirtation, and he cursed vehemently. None of you will leave here alive today. No, you cannot harm him. He is genuinely just a child. As Wang Ba advanced menacingly, Zhang Yuxiang steeled herself, refusing to retreat even a step, resolutely protecting Long Chun and Zhang Yeye behind her. Regardless of the circumstances, Long Chun was aiding her, and she would not allow this young boy to come to harm. As for Long Chun's previous remarks, she dismissed them, attributing them to the innocent affections of a child. Yet, how could she possibly develop feelings for a mere boy, a child of merely 17? Zhang Yuxiang was acutely aware of her ex-husband Wang Ba's cruelty. Now that he had drawn a blade, it seemed he meant to act decisively. And she feared for Long Chun's safety, for he was merely a child with a troubled mind. Sister Zhang, you should step aside. Allow me to confront him. I have tolerated him for far too long, Long Chun stated calmly. The last time he dined at Zhang Yuxiang's home, it was because she had taken pity on him, noticing he had no food to eat. However, just as they were halfway through their meal, Wang Ba arrived, raining blows and insults upon Zhang Yuxiang. At that moment, although Long Chun's mind was somewhat clouded, he still felt a surge of anger. He may be slow to react and possess an intellect that falls short of the average, yet he is not devoid of basic common sense. However, at that time, he lacked the strength to defend himself and could only endure the bullying. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Yuxiang paid Wang Ba to settle the matter. Now that he has been reborn, how could he continue to witness Zhang Yuxiang being oppressed? Today, he intends to uncover the truth behind this incident and ensure that Wang Ba remembers his lesson, so that he dares not show his face here again. Should Wang Ba fail to learn from this, he would not hesitate to eliminate this fool who lacks foresight. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yuxiang glared fiercely at Long Chun and urged, you should leave at once and take Yeye with you. You cannot contend with him. Why are you still standing there, child? Her irritation grew as she realized that despite her warnings, Long Chun remained unmoved, showing no intention of departing. It is crucial to note that Wang Ba was drawing nearer. How could a mere child hope to overpower an adult, especially one wielding a knife? At that moment, Zhang Yuxiang was contemplating using her last funds for medical treatment to appease Wang Ba. Zhang Jia, I am no longer a child. I am a man now. Long Chun replied with a smile. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can harm you or Yeye. Long Chun gestured dismissively towards Wang Ba, scoffing. You are not worthy to challenge me. Zhang Yuxiang, for reasons unknown, felt her face flush and hesitated in her insistence for Long Chun to leave. As time was of the essence, and Wang Ba was already upon them. A man? To protect you? The rapid thumping of Zhang Yuxiang's heart echoed in her ears. A simple statement had unexpectedly quickened her pulse. Zhang Yuxiang, what are you thinking? He is just a child, a mere boy. How can he provide you with a sense of security? Do not indulge in such fantasies. He is an imbecile, incapable of caring for you or Yeye. Zhang Yuxiang admonished herself internally. Wang Ba, I will give you money. I will give you all the money I have. Please spare us, will you? Zhang Yuxiang gritted her teeth, desperation evident in her tone. There was only 10,000 left, which was meant for Yeye's medical expenses. Yet, she had no choice but to hand it over to Wang Ba. She could not bear to watch Long Chen perish at Wang Ba's hands. Now you wish to pay? It seems you do care for your little lover, but it is too late, Wang Ba declared coldly. You all shall die. With a chilling glint in his eyes, he lunged forward with his knife, aiming directly at Zhang Yuxiang's heart. This was a fatal strike. Should it pierce her heart, there would be no hope of survival, and she would meet her end. Wang Ba was serious, intent not only on killing Long Chen, but also on eradicating both Zhang Yuxiang and her daughter. Mother, big brother, please save mother. Although Zhang Yeye was young, her understanding of danger was evident. She recognized her mother was in peril. In this moment, her only hope lay with Long Chen. Do not worry, your mother will be safe. Long Chen spoke softly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuxiang had already closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. She dared not look, not wanting to witness her own demise. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. What is happening? Why is there no pain? Why hasn't the blade fallen yet? Could it be that I am already dead? No, I am not dead, Zhang Yuxiang thought to herself, unable to resist the urge to open her eyes a crack. To her astonishment, Long Chen had appeared before her, gripping the blade with his bare hand. Indeed, he had caught the blade with his bare hands. Is it possible that he has saved me? Zhang Yuxiang found it hard to believe. Setting aside the fact that Long Chen was often considered foolish, how could he possibly catch a blade like that? It was a genuine knife, after all. Yet, he had managed to do so without sustaining any harm. I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it, so do not blame me, Long Chen stated, holding the blade firmly while looking down upon her. Do you know what fate befalls those who seek to kill me? Death. Since you have harbored murderous intent towards me, you shall meet your end. With that, Long Chen delivered a powerful kick. A resounding bang echoed as Wang Ba, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. He soared several meters before crashing heavily against the wall, then crumpling to the ground. That single kick had taken half of Wang Ba's life. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. You. Wang Ba's eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed up blood, struggling to speak, but his throat was choked with crimson, rendering him voiceless. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Long Chen approached him step by step, reminiscent of a descending demon. Fear gripped Wang Ba, who curled his body like a frightened dog, inching away in a desperate attempt to escape. Bang! Long Chen stepped before Wang Ba, placing his foot squarely on Wang Ba's face, collapsing it beneath the force. Tell me, will you dare to disturb Sister Zhang again in the future? Long Chen inquired from his elevated position. Big brother, I won't dare, truly, Wang Ba gasped, blood spilling from his lips. I will never interfere with your life and Zhang Yuxiang's again. I swear I won't. Huh, Long Chen replied coolly. In that case, you shall die. With that, he lifted Wang Ba and delivered a heavy kick downwards. Bang! Wang Ba's head crumpled inward. Get lost, Long Chen commanded. You have 10 seconds to leave, or you shall die. Wang Ba, upon hearing this, disregarded his injuries and scrambled to his feet, hastily escaping through the door. He was terrified, truly frightened. If he did not flee, he believed he would perish. In merely 5 seconds, he bolted from the place. However, even if he escaped, death awaited him. For within his very being, Long Chen had infused a trace of dragon energy, and within 24 hours, he would surely meet his demise. A true dragon cannot be insulted. To insult is to invite death. Long Chen refrained from executing him here, wishing to shield Zhang Yuxiang and Zhang Yeye from witnessing the act. Xiao Chun, Zhang Yuxiang uttered, somewhat taken aback. How could she not be astonished? It is essential to recognize that the former Long Chen was a simpleton who could not even manage his own existence. Yet now he was still the same fool from before. No, he was no longer that. He is a great hero, at least in the eyes of Zhang Yuxiang. Sister Zhang, I assure you, no one can harm you and Yeye. Rest easy. From this day forth, Wang Ba will not return. Long Chen smiled as he spoke. Indeed, how could one return after death? To eradicate the roots is essential. Otherwise, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Thank you, Zhang Yuxiang replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. As she was accustomed to taking care of Long Chen, the sudden shift in their roles left her feeling disconcerted. Big brother, I want a hug. Chen Gij, a hug. Little you wants a hug. Zhang Yeye clumsily approached Long Chen, her height barely reaching his knees, tugging at his pant leg while speaking in a sweet voice. In the past, Zhang Yeye had been quite close to Long Chen. Although he had been somewhat foolish back then, she never looked down on him. Rather, she enjoyed playing with him. In other words, Zhang Yeye held a special place among Long Chen's friends over the years. All right, I shall hug you now. With that, Long Chen scooped Zhang Yeye into his arms and asked with a smile, Little Yu, have you been good to your mother these past few days? Yes. Little Yu has been very obedient, she replied sweetly. Then, with a soft peck, she kissed Long Chen on the cheek. Chingij, thank you for saving me and my mother. Though Zhang Yeye was young, she understood many things quite well. All right, Little Yu, don't cling to Chingij too much. For some reason, Zhang Yuxiang found this scene incredibly heartwarming, a sensation unlike any she had experienced before. Soon, she seemed to recall something, and with a flushed face, glanced up at Long Chen. However, she quickly turned her gaze elsewhere, her cheeks reddening further. It's nothing, Long Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he added. I really like Little Yu. MHM. Zhang Yuxiang nodded vigorously, as if affirming something or receiving some form of validation. Chingij, you've changed. You've become smarter. And now Little Yu is the only silly one left. I want to be smart too. Chingij, will you teach me how to be smart? Zhang Yeye clung to Long Chen, her voice endearing. The perceptive little girl quickly noticed Long Chen's increased intelligence. One must admit, she was quite assertive for her age. Ah, our Little Yu knows that Chingij has become smarter. It seems our little key isn't so foolish after all. No need to change. Little Yu is already wonderful. Once she grows up, she will surely become even smarter. Long Chen affectionately stroked Zhang Yeye's delicate face. Really? Really? Receiving confirmation, Zhang Yeye's spirits lifted, her demeanor transforming from one of fear to sheer joy. By the way, Sister Zhang, here is 1 million. Please use it for now. Little Yu's illness still requires funds. If it is insufficient, feel free to speak to me. I have plenty more. Soon, Long Chen seemed to have an epiphany. Smiling as he gently placed Zhang Yeye on the ground and retrieved a bank card, extending it towards Zhang Yuxiang. Over the years, Zhang Yuxiang had exhausted her financial resources in a relentless pursuit of treatment for Zhang Yeye's ailment, traversing both foreign and domestic hospitals, yet no remedy had been found. Otherwise, given her status as a professional manager, she would not be residing in such circumstances. Since her birth, Zhang Yeye had been afflicted with a peculiar illness that remained incurable. Perhaps it was this shared suffering that fostered a sense of empathy in Long Chen, as he perceived a striking resemblance between the little girl and his own childhood struggles. Long Chen, Zhang Yuxiang was taken aback, hesitating to accept the bank card. I hold a deep affection for Little Yu. Sister Zhang, please accept the money. Let us first attend to Yu's health. Regardless of the circumstances, you must accept this. There will be expenses for her education and medical care in the future. Long Chen asserted earnestly. I cannot accept this. Although Zhang Yuxiang was unaware of the origins of Long Chen's funds, she recognized that this money belonged to him, not her. Furthermore, he was merely a child, a mere 17 years of age, someone who needed the money more than she did. How could she possibly accept money from a child? No, absolutely not. I have said, this money is not necessary. Please do not insist. With that, Long Chen turned to leave. He was somewhat irritated. To refuse the favor of the true dragon? Wait a moment. Just as Long Chen was about to step out, Zhang Yuxiang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Long Chen, may I ask you something? Do you have feelings for me? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuxiang blushed and lowered her head to inquire. You. This is quite unexpected, Long Chen admitted, momentarily taken aback. Feelings? What nonsense was this? If, hypothetically, you do have feelings for me, then this money is mine. Lowering her gaze as if she had come to a significant decision, Zhang Yuxiang stepped forward and seized the bank card from him. Then, with a sudden lift of her head, she declared solemnly, from now on, I shall be yours. You shall support me. Each word was pronounced with clarity as she continued. This 1 million is the fee for your support. Zhang Jia, you have misunderstood. I did not mean it that way, Long Chen replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Xiao Chun, if you have any compassion for me, you may take this money, Zhang Yuxiang said, extending the bank card back to him. I know I am older, but didn't you say you liked me? Have you forgotten? She pressed further. I don't believe I ever said that. You did, Zhang Yuxiang retorted, slightly annoyed. It must be said that Zhang Yuxiang was stunningly beautiful, possessing a mature allure that attracted many suitors, even at the age of 30. Among them were countless wealthy individuals. A mere million was trivial, and if she wished, there were men willing to offer 10 million. Yet, she had never compromised before. However, today, she could no longer bear the weight of solitude. She sought a harbor, a refuge. It was not that she was deeply infatuated with Long Chen, but rather that he had provided her with a sense of security at the right moment and in the right place. She softened and acquiesced. Zhang Jia, think as you wish. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Should you need anything in the future, just reach out to me. Long Chen stated before departing. He hesitated to remain any longer, gripped by a sense of trepidation, fearing the consequences of his actions. The presence of this elder sister stirred something within him. The nature of dragons is inherently lascivious, he mused. Mom, will Brother Chen become Little Yu's father in the future? Zhang Ye suddenly contemplated this notion, her face lighting up with excitement. Little Yu. Zhang Yuxiang felt a pang of regret. What have I just said? This is a catastrophe. Realizing the gravity of her words, Zhang Yuxiang felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Oh, how could I utter such things? In a moment of heated impulse, I let it slip. She glanced down at the bank card in her hand, sighing heavily before tucking it away. Money was scarce, truly scarce. Every few days, Zhang Ye required hospitalization for treatment. Without it, her life would be in jeopardy. Having spent a significant portion of her life in the hospital, the costs of treatment began at 30,000 and could escalate to over 100,000 for severe conditions. If she did not secure the funds, it was likely that her finances would only cover a single treatment. Subsequent ones would be beyond her reach. For her daughter's sake, she had no choice but to accept the money. 1 million. She had compelling reasons for this decision. I'm sorry, Xiao Chun, I do not truly wish to take your money, but for little Yu, I must proceed this way. I hope you can understand. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. By accepting this 1 million, I shall be your woman from this day forth, your kept woman, Zhang Yuxiang declared solemnly. Her resolve firm as if she had made an irrevocable decision. From that moment, she would belong to Long Chun. If he desired her, she would not refuse. But Zhang Yuxiang, what are you thinking? Xiao Chun is still young, merely 17. Isn't it a bit premature to entertain such thoughts? A voice soon interjected. It's not too early. In ancient times, adolescents much younger were already engaged in such matters. Perhaps it would be prudent to moderate the frequency. Once a week? Or perhaps thrice? Zhang Yuxiang mused to herself, her thoughts trailing off. Should I go to him tonight? After all, it is inevitable, so why not tonight? To be honest, Zhang Yuxiang felt a flicker of shyness. At 30, she found herself contemplating the prospect of intimacy with a boy merely in his teens. The age gap exhilarated yet embarrassed her, evoking a hint of first love feelings. Her heart raced. All right, little Yu, listen to your mother and go to bed early. As she spoke, Zhang Yuxiang carried Zhang Ye back to her room. An hour later, she successfully lulled Zhang Ye to sleep. After taking a shower and changing into a fresh outfit, she made her way next door to Long Chen's residence. In the days that followed, Long Chen dedicated himself to his cultivation, utilizing the simplified version of the Peiyuan Dan. Although his progress was not exceedingly rapid, it was vastly superior to that of practicing without the simplified version. It is estimated that within half a year, he would achieve another breakthrough in his cultivation level, marking a significant acceleration in his advancement. During this period, Zhang Yuxiang found herself avoiding Long Chen more often, at times seemingly angry and reluctant to engage in conversation with him. Nevertheless, each morning and evening, she would still have little Ye call Long Chen over for dinner at her home. Indeed, it appeared that they were on the path to becoming a family. As for Zhang Yuxiang's anger and her tendency to evade Long Chen, the reason was quite straightforward. That fateful night, she sought out Long Chen, only to be met with his unexpected refusal. Yes, he had rejected her. It is worth noting that Zhang Yuxiang had dressed beautifully and alluringly. Yet Long Chen still chose to decline her advances. He expressed his desire not to acquire someone's affection due to monetary reasons. Consequently, Zhang Yuxiang became distant. Even during their shared meals, she would not bestow a pleasant demeanor upon Long Chen, which left him feeling somewhat troubled. He genuinely wished to assist Zhang Yuxiang, harboring no ulterior motives, yet to his astonishment, she misinterpreted his intentions. As for his declaration to Wang Ba that he was with Zhang Yuxiang, it was merely a ploy to suggest that Wang Ba should be more discerning and refrain from disturbing her in the future. Unfortunately, this backfired spectacularly. Regarding Zhao Yu, Long Chen has been receiving treatment consistently, experiencing considerable comfort and satisfaction. A few days ago, Zhao Yu proposed a condition, insisting that Long Chen meet someone she described as a stunning beauty. However, Long Chen declined, simply responding that he was too busy and had no desire to meet her. At that moment, Zhao Yu was quite furious, threatening to withdraw from the treatment if he did not comply. Yet, Long Chen remained indifferent. Ultimately, Zhao Yu capitulated, her fear of death compelling her to allow him to continue. Nevertheless, this only emboldened Long Chen, leading him to explore some exceedingly private areas, leaving Zhao Yu in considerable distress, though she had no choice but to endure it. Finally, the much-anticipated Saturday arrived. The martial arts hall at school was overflowing with students, including members of the martial arts society and even scions from prominent families, such as Chen Wu. Many had come out of reverence for the occasion, as it marked the day of the duel between the inept Long Chun and Zhao Di, the president of the martial arts society. It was a clash of titans. The hall was abuzz with excitement, with no less than 800 attendees crammed into the space, making it utterly congested. A young beauty scoffed, remarking on Long Chen's ignorance of his own limitations, predicting that his reputation would soon be in tatters. How could he possibly be a match for Zhao Di, a seasoned martial artist? Losing face would be the least of his troubles. It was likely that Zhao Di would leave Long Chun severely injured, putting his life at risk. Yet, one could hardly blame others, as Long Chun had brought this upon himself. Beside the scoffing beauty stood another, who chimed in, "Sister Wu, look at the time. Where's Long Chun? I suspect he is too afraid to show up. Let's hope he doesn't." The speaker was named Wu Dan, while the other girl was called Wu Xinyu. Wu Dan belonged to a collateral branch of the Wu family, while Wu Xinyu was from the direct lineage. Though the Wu family was relatively modest, neither of them knew Long Chun personally, yet they felt a twinge of pity for him as he seemed to be courting disaster. They were the type who, despite their disdain for him, could not bear the thought of witnessing his demise. If Long Chun shows up today, I will do everything in my power to prevent him from competing against Zhao Di, Wu Dan mused. Zhao Di is formidable, even I am no match for him. Long Chun, who is utterly untrained, would only meet a grim fate. He may choose to court death, but I cannot bear to watch him do so. Wow. Sister Wu, are you perhaps smitten with Long Chun? Wu Xinyu smiled and remarked, "Xinyu, do not speak recklessly. I merely wish to avert the sight of a living being meeting their untimely end." Wu Dan furrowed her brow and replied, "Understood. My dear Sister Wu is indeed the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva." At that moment, Zhao Di, who had been waiting on the arena, appeared increasingly impatient. Am I being played for a fool? Could it be that Long Chun never intended to show up at all? What time is it, and he is still absent? Listen, kid, if I catch you on Monday, I swear I will make you pay dearly. Zhao Di's impatience grew, and he began to doubt whether Long Chun was toying with him. Hours passed, yet there was still no sign of him. Surely, anyone with a semblance of intelligence would realize that Long Chun stood no